Chapter 1. My name is Wu Li, and I'm a bounty hunter. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, laughter echoed from within a pirate ship. The pirates, reveling in the treasures they had just plundered, erupted into hearty guffaws. "Cheers!" they exclaimed as they swiftly brought out barrels of wine and food, celebrating under the sun. Each one of them, their faces flushed with drink, spoke loudly and boisterously. Indeed, leaving the South Sea for the Grand Line was the right choice. We need not fear the deranged bounty hunters of the South Sea next time we encounter a merchant ship. We shall seize them too, score more bounties, and amass great wealth. I think we should lay low for a while. Being too active might attract the Navy's attention. Not far ahead, a small boat resembling a dinghy drifted slowly. On board sat a young lad, idly fishing with a rod. Through the clear water, the hook dangled empty, devoid of bait. As he spotted the approaching ship, he rubbed his hungry belly, instantly invigorated. "Hey!" He cheerfully waved his hand to greet the crew aboard the ship. The lookout pirate noticed him, took a swig of his drink, and chose to ignore him. "Hello there. Could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in ages." Suddenly, a strange voice emerged from behind the lookout. The lookout spun around, astonished to find the boy speaking to his companions with his back turned. Rubbing his eyes, he thought, "Damn, isn't that the same kid who just waved at me? How did he suddenly end up on our ship?" "Who are you?" slurred a drunken giant among the crew. "I am Wu Li, merely an obscure bounty hunter," the boy replied with a smile. A bounty hunter?" The previously raucous ship fell eerily silent. The pirates, sobering up rapidly, grabbed their weapons and glared at him with predatory intent. "Do not be alarmed. I simply seek a morsel to eat." "A bounty hunter asking us pirates for food? Do you think this is the South Sea? Out here in the Grand Line, we fear not the likes of a mere bounty hunter. Ha, go die." With that, they charged toward Wu Li, brandishing their blades. "Pirates?" Wu Li looked up to see the pirate flag fluttering above. Indeed, they were pirates. A malicious grin crept across his face as he observed the oncoming pirates. Moments later, the pirates lay unconscious, bound at the side. From each of them emanated a glowing orb of energy, which merged into Wu Li's body. Wu Li opened the panel of the thief system, and as the familiar chimes echoed, a smile spread across his face. "Swordmaster, LV1. Name, Wu Li. Skill, Shiyu Tsangyin Flow 99. Experience points, 80100. Heroic spirit value, 34. He had originally been a programmer, a devoted fan of the anime world. By chance, he stumbled upon a post on the dark web detailing how the sword god was forged, accompanied by a QR code. Driven by curiosity, he scanned the code with his phone and was enveloped in a blinding light upon opening his eyes. He found himself in this anime world of One Piece. Simultaneously, a book appeared in his mind, along with the current system panel. Through his research, he discovered that by acting justly and vanquishing evil, he could accumulate experience points. In addition to capturing wrongdoers, he could also gain experience by completing randomly assigned tasks from the system. As long as he met the experience requirements, he could level up like in a game, unlocking new skills and acquiring various magical artifacts and companions. This suited him perfectly. Having watched the One Piece anime, he had always dreamed of becoming a heroic figure with extraordinary abilities, championing his own sense of justice. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. From this day forth, he vowed to become a figure who instilled terror in all vile pirates, reigning supreme in the One Piece world. Clapping his hands, Wu Li indulged in the lavish feast prepared by the pirates. Soon, the pirates regained consciousness, finding themselves bound and gazing in terror at the sudden appearance of this bounty hunter. Having satisfied his hunger, Wu Li pulled out a hefty stack of pirate bounty notices from his pocket and burped contentedly. It seems none of you are listed here." The expressions of the pirates shifted between anxiety and relief, followed by a hint of gratitude. Wu Li then picked up the top notice, pointing to it as he asked, "Do you have any information on this person?" The pirates leaned in to examine the notice he held. The image depicted a red-haired, spiky-headed man, donned in goggles, with a menacing grin. The pirates gasped in unison, "Captain Kidd." Wu Li was not at all surprised by their reaction. After all, Captain Kidd's bounty far surpassed that of the Straw Hat's Monkey D. Luffy. Speak quickly. The pirates exchanged glances before one of them spoke up. We had heard he was in Northlick town, and we feared he would unleash another massacre, which is why we avoided that place. And then we ran into you, one pirate lamented, close to tears. So that place isn't far from here? Wooly mused, resting his chin thoughtfully. Yes. With a confirmed answer, Wu Li's excitement surged. He immediately turned the ship around, setting sail toward the destination based on the information provided by the pirates. The pirates on board wore expressions of dread, realizing they were headed to confront that harbinger of death. Suddenly, one pirate shouted, "Wooly? That bounty hunter, the nightmare for pirates in the South Sea, is indeed named Wooly. He was in the South Sea. How did he end up in the Grand Line?" The pirates swallowed hard. Obscure my foot. A figure who has terrified the pirates of the South Sea into fleeing can hardly be called nameless, they silently scoffed. In the Grand Line, Northlick town. At that moment, Eustace Kidd, with his fiery red hair, was wreaking havoc in the town, using gravity to draw metal objects towards him, forming massive arms. Pirates lay unconscious on the ground, while their captain was battered and on the verge of collapse. Captain Kidd, the Navy's warships are approaching the harbor. A peculiar figure, resembling a zombie with stitched lips and adorned with blue-purple thorn patterns, tilted his head to whisper to Eustace Kidd. "Kid, just teach them a lesson. It's time for us to leave," urged Kira, the killing warrior with golden hair and a mask. "I have told you, I shall kill all who mock me." Eustace Kidd growled, his face dark with fury. With that, his colossal fist soared toward the pirate captain. "Run." The townsfolk began to flee in terror, though some were struck by falling debris, struggling and crying out. Not far from Northlick town, a massive Navy warship sped through the waters. On board, a strikingly tall and voluptuous woman with long pink hair, named Tina, seethed, "Damn that Eustace Kidd, he's off causing destruction again. Full speed ahead. This time, we must capture them," she ordered. "Yes." The Navy personnel responded in unison. Meanwhile, Wu Li's ship also raced forward at full speed. This time, the adversary was formidable. Undoubtedly, Eustace Kidd, the notorious leader of the worst generation, was exceptionally powerful. However, Wu Li was not without confidence. Having left the South Sea, he aimed directly for Eustace Kidd. Having spent time in the South Sea, he was well aware of Kidd's numerous heinous acts that devastated the lives of the South Sea inhabitants. To his dismay, in the Grand Line, Kidd continued his destructive spree. As time passed, Wu Li and his companions quickly reached Northlick town. The town lay in ruins, filled with debris and shrouded in smoke. Doctors in white coats and nurses in pink uniforms hurriedly tended to the injured, lifting those severely wounded. Some townsfolk lent a hand, assisting the injured. Witnessing the aftermath of such devastation tightened Wu Li's heart. Realizing he had arrived too late, he clenched his fists. Just then, the task panel lit up before him. Task: how can one allow a person who brings such disaster to the populace to escape? Prevent the Kidd pirates from leaving the harbor and await the Navy's arrival. Task reward: 100 experience points. Failure penalty: no experience gained for 6 months. Just what I was hoping for. Taking a deep breath, Wu Li observed Eustace Kidd's crew boarding their ship and dashed toward them with utmost haste. Eustace Kidd's crew had already boarded the ship, leaving only Captain Kidd, Eustace Kidd, Killer Kira, and the zombie trio behind. "Stop right there." Eustace Kidd turned around along with his companions, gazing at a panting youth who bore a sword at his waist, his eyes fixed intently upon them. Eustace Kidd frowned in silence, while Killer Kira inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the bounty hunter Wu Li." "A bounty hunter?" Kira's expression sharpened. He seemed to recall a rumor he had heard. "Could it be him?" "I have been searching for you for quite some time. You cannot escape. There is no way out with that." Wu Li drew his sword, pointing it at them. "Let us engage in battle." Eustace Kidd revealed a cruel smile as he activated his magnetic powers, causing nearby metallic objects to tremble and gradually levitate. Wu Li's sword began to shake in his grip, as if an unseen force sought to wrench it from him. This must be the fruit ability of Eustace Kidd. Suddenly, Killer Kira patted Kidd's shoulder, the gravitational pull dissipating as he signaled the zombie. Understanding the cue, the zombie lunged forward, its grotesque, gaping maw unleashing a torrent of flames towards Wu Li. The fabric of Wu Li's sleeve was singed, yet he swiftly retreated to evade the inferno. His sword enveloped in a blade aura, he prepared to unleash his technique. In his mind, he thought, Shiyu Tsangyan Flow, attack style first form, Axle Rain. This skill was the first one unlocked by the Swordsman system, derived from the anime character Yamamoto Takashi's move. It was his current source of courage to confront pirates. In the next moment, the surrounding seawater swirled as if drawn by an invisible force, cascading onto the sword's edge and launched towards the fire-wielding foe. Upon contact, the flames hissed violently, the once ferocious blaze extinguished to a mere flicker. However, before Wu Li could revel in his success, he suddenly sensed danger and urgently recited in his heart, defense style, second form, reverse spiral rain. Wu Li used the blade to whip up a torrent of water, blocking the sudden assault from Killer Kira. He curled his body, bracing against Kira's strike. In a flash, they had exchanged numerous blows, with the two of them cornering Wu Li. A flicker of surprise crossed Eustace Kid's eyes. He had not anticipated that even in tandem, Kira and he could not swiftly overpower this bounty hunter. The naval warship sliced through the waves, drawing ever closer. Boss, the Navy is approaching. Kira furrowed his brow, preparing to fight while retreating with the zombie. Wu Li discerned Kira's intention and snorted coldly. You shall not escape. Shiyu Tsangyan Flow, attack style third form, retention rain. He kicked the sword towards Kira, who instinctively raised his scythe to block. Yet, Wu Li's technique shifted rapidly, and Kira, unable to dodge in time, received a shallow gash across his face. Kira stepped back, wiping the blood from his cheek, poised to strike. Meanwhile, Eustace Kid grew impatient, the surrounding metal objects vibrating intensely. In an instant, he unleashed his power, drawing the metallic debris into the air, forming a colossal fist. Bang! The trio, embroiled in combat, hastily scattered. Have you truly decided to intervene, Eustace Kid? A glint of determination flashed in Wu Li's eyes. Chapter 2. Wu Li vs. Eustace Kid. As Eustace Kid launched his attack, an overwhelming force surged towards Wu Li. The intangible pressure weighed heavily upon him, rendering his breaths labored as he stared intently at his opponent. Dust and debris swirled, the sound of crashing waves echoing like the calm before a storm. Eustace Kid hurled his gigantic fist towards Wu Li's position. Boom! The ground beneath Wu Li was instantly transformed into a massive crater, dust swirling chaotically. Cough, cough! What immense destructive power! Wu Li shielded his face from the dust, secretly alarmed. One force can subdue 10 under the weight of absolute strength. Few can dare to confront him. Before Wu Li could regain his composure, another punch was already on its way. Unable to withstand the assault, he could only dodge. Continuously, a direct hit would likely reduce him to a pulp. Are you not here to stop my departure? Wu Li, come and fight. Why are you dodging? Eustace Kid bellowed in fury. With each punch, the sound reverberated through the air. This commotion drew the attention of the residents of Northlick town, some quickly recognizing the figure of Eustace Kid. After all, Eustace Kid had recently wreaked havoc in the town, causing significant destruction. What these individuals did not realize was that Kid should have already departed. Why was he still engaged in battle? The Navy personnel aboard the warship were equally astonished, unable to believe that the most wanted pirate, Eustace Kid, was being held back by someone. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tina's eyes as she furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is fortuitous. It has successfully delayed them, granting us precious time." Meanwhile, Kira, observing the approaching naval vessels, began to feel a sense of urgency. Concealed for too long was untenable. In that moment, Wu Li's form seemed to transform into a streak of luminous energy, hurtling towards Eustace Kid with the swiftness of lightning. Eustace Kid let out a contemptuous snort, taking a decisive step forward that caused the ground to tremble beneath him. His colossal fist erupted with formidable force, crashing down with tremendous impact. May rain. Wu Li's sword morphed into a cascade of shimmering blades. A multitude of sword lights intertwined, raining down upon the massive fist. Yet they merely sliced through a portion of the metallic surface. The onslaught of the enormous fist, forged from metal, showed no sign of abating. Suspended in midair, Wu Li found no opportunity to evade and could only brace himself for the impending clash. The sea churned violently, the water flowing upwards and swirling around him. As the storm raged, Wu Li grasped his sword with a reverse grip. The sword's aura summoned the water, spiraling at high velocity to form an impenetrable barrier of liquid defense. Upon their collision, the immense force distorted the very fabric of space, as if threatening to rend the void nearby. Kira and the zombies were propelled backward by the overwhelming pressure, retreating several meters. Energy surged, and the wind howled ferociously, tousling Wu Li's hair. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The defensive water barrier of Wu Li was breached, and the sword in his hand began to exhibit fissures resembling a spider's web. A colossal fist, imbued with the force of a surging flood, thrust Wu Li violently into the ground. As the dust settled, his body remained firmly anchored in the colossal pit, akin to an iron stake. Wu Li's rib was fractured, and his internal organs suffered immense damage from a powerful impact. Blood stained his garments, yet he remained steadfast, sword drawn. Despite the incapacitation of his right hand, he emanated an aura of indomitable strength. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Eustace Kid's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a surge of brutal intent. He recognized Wu Li's resilience. With time pressing upon them, a swift resolution was imperative. Numerous metallic objects littered the ground, even those from distant towns, were drawn forth by Kid's devil fruit ability. While a colossal fist loomed larger in the sky, threatening to eclipse the heavens above, casting a looming shadow over Wu Li. Enormous waves surged on the nearby sea under the strain of this power, causing ships to sway violently, including the warship where Tino was stationed, which felt the tremors as well. The Navy personnel aboard instinctively gasped at the sight of Eustace Kid's assault. Such strength. Tino was equally taken aback, acknowledging Kid as the most notorious bounty in the era of the worst generation. Concern crept into her mind regarding Wu Li's ability to withstand this impending attack. The Navy's warships surged forward at breakneck speed towards the battlefield. The pirates aboard Kid's crew could not help but feel anxious for their captain, should the Navy arrive. Escape would be nearly impossible. Moreover, the Navy had begun bombarding them from a considerable distance, with the ship violently rocking amidst the rising waves. Wu Li closed his eyes, exerting tremendous effort to move his right hand, barely managing to sheath his sword. Yet, none perceived him as resigned to fate. His left hand found its way to the hilt of his blade. As Wu Li's sword returned to its sheath, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable, to the extent that even Eustace Kid felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Though it appeared that Wu Li had reached the pinnacle of his strength, he prepared for the final strike. Let it be known that I, Eustace Kid, am unstoppable, he bellowed. Bounty hunter Wu Li, brace yourself for demise. A colossal fist, forged from a mass of metal comparable to a warship, surged towards Wu Li with unparalleled might. Just as the assault was about to descend upon him, Wu Li's eyes flew open. With his left hand grasping the sword, he unsheathed it, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light. Shiyu Tsangyan, flowing willow rain. The brilliance of the sword cleaved the massive fist in half. Eustace Kid let out a furious roar as the fragmented warship-like fist continued its advance towards Wu Li. Shiyu Tsangyan, special technique, beak of the swallow. Wu Li unleashed a rapid succession of dozens of sword lights. The fierce sword energy seemed capable of rending space itself. Numerous fissures appeared in the sky as the enormous fist fractured, accompanied by sharp cracks as metal debris scattered. Those witnessing this spectacle were left in sheer astonishment. Such an onslaught could be countered. Moreover, the sword in his hand was now riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering. To withstand an assault of this magnitude from Captain Eustace Kid, whose bounty stood at an astounding 315 million berries, one could only ponder the true identity of Wu Li. The sheer power of Kid was evident, as it took a flurry of techniques from Wu Li to nullify this single attack. Sweat beads adorned Wu Li's forehead as he endured the tumultuous surge of blood within him, gasping for breath. He had nearly expended all his strength. Eustace Kid, intent on continuing his assault, faltered and began to collapse towards the ground. The previous maneuver had drained him significantly, leaving him momentarily weakened. Kira swiftly supported Eustace Kid, hoisting him onto his back, and hurried towards the ship of the Kid pirates, shouting for the crew aboard to set sail immediately. As Wu Li attempted to pursue, his foot suddenly faltered, nearly causing him to topple over. A horde of zombies surged towards him, engulfed in a fierce blaze. Like a firebomb, it instantaneously enveloped Wu Li. Wu Li reluctantly attempted to wield his sword once more, striving to unleash a final strike. Yet, the blade shattered in his grasp, fragments cascading into the flames. Nevertheless, the remaining essence of the sword's energy extinguished the fire. Although this represented the most opportune moment to vanquish Wu Li, time was of the essence. The Navy's warships had already arrived. Kira and the others returned to the vessel, which began to evade the cannon fire of the approaching fleet, making its escape. Wu Li murmured, "I truly have given my all." After uttering these words, he closed his eyes and collapsed. In a hazy moment, he felt a soft body supporting him, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. With no time to ponder further, Wu Li's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. He found himself resting upon the ample bosom of Tina, causing her cheeks to flush. Initially, she contemplated delivering a slap, but upon realizing he was genuinely unconscious, she refrained. With a blush still adorning her face, Tina summoned assistance to care for Wu Li while she directed the warship to pursue Kid and his cohort. Meanwhile, a gentle chime resonated within Wu Li's mind, signifying the completion of his mission, though in his stupor, he remained oblivious to it. Chapter 3, Mission, World Recruitment. 2 days had elapsed since the battle in Northlick. Wu Li also awakened from his stupor, glancing at himself bound in white cloth strips. Wu Li couldn't help but chuckle bitterly as he shook his head. Indeed, he was worthy of being the most highly rewarded supernova pirate in this era of extreme malice, exhibiting unparalleled strength. However, Wu Li did not belittle himself. Should they meet again, he was resolutely determined to subdue him. Wu Li suddenly slapped his forehead. "Have I completed the task?" Upon recalling this, he promptly went to check. Indeed, the task interface confirmed the completion of the task, and he received a reward of 82 experience points. Naturally, these experience points should be utilized to upgrade the heroic path system. Within the recesses of Wu Li's mind, the data from the chivalric system transformed into Swordmaster, LV2, 42500, name, Wu Li, skills, Shiyu Tsangyin Flow, 99, Fuyu Shinfeng Flow Sword, 1, chivalric value, 43. During the upgrade process of the chivalric system, Wu Li sensed an immensely potent sword intent merging with his being, indicating the unlocking of a new skill. This was the seed of sword intent. As Wu Li deepened his comprehension of this essence, its potency would escalate, and in tandem, his strength and physical prowess would flourish under the nurturing influence of the sword intent. The injuries that Wu Li had sustained were astonishingly healing at an incredible pace. Now, possessing 2 formidable sword techniques, he felt confident that he could defeat Eustace Kid upon their next encounter. Clenching his fist, Wu Li smiled. At that moment, a naval lieutenant entered the room. Upon seeing Wu Li awake and seemingly unscathed, he exclaimed in surprise, "You appear to be perfectly fine. Your recovery is remarkable. By the way, Major Tina wishes to see you." The mention of Major Tina made Wu Li pause momentarily. "I suppose I shall step outside for some fresh air. I've been cooped up in here for days, and it's stifling." With that, Wu Li rose and made his way toward the deck. The lieutenant observed Wu Li's retreating figure, contemplating whether to caution him against moving too recklessly due to his injuries, but seeing Wu Li's apparent well-being, he swallowed his words. "I will report to Major Tina." Breathing in the fresh air and taking in the bustling naval base, it truly was a splendid day. Wu Li's mood transformed into one of delight. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, the footsteps behind him became increasingly distinct. Upon turning his head, he beheld a strikingly seductive woman clad in a naval uniform, a cigarette perched between her lips. Approaching him, Tina, noticing Wu Li carelessly running about with his bandaged injuries, could not help but furrow her brow and admonish. "You ought to take proper care of your wounds and refrain from wandering about aimlessly." Wu Li coughed a few times and said, "My injuries are nearly healed. I am grateful for your rescue. However, I remain uncertain about Eustace Kid and the others." Before Wu Li could finish his words, Tina gestured for him to stop, visibly surprised. She remarked, "It is our duty as the Navy to rescue you, regardless of whether you are a victim wounded by pirates." She continued, "By the way, your recovery has been remarkably swift. Just yesterday, you were on the verge of death. As for Kid and his crew, we exerted our utmost efforts to pursue them, yet they managed to escape by a stroke of luck." A hint of regret flickered in Tina's eyes. Wu Li felt a tinge of regret, yet upon reflection, he recognized that his strength had indeed increased, and he would not allow them to escape next time. You have yet to share your name with me, Tina remarked, gazing at Wu Li. Intrigued by the man's background, she continued. I apologize for my oversight in not introducing myself. Wu Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I am Wu Li, a bounty hunter. A bounty hunter? Tina's eyes flickered with intrigue upon hearing this term. With your prowess, you ought not to be an obscure figure. Why have I not heard of you before? Well, I was previously active in the South Sea. I have only just arrived at the Grand Line, Wu Li explained. I witnessed your battle with Eustace Kid that day. You possess both strength and a sense of justice. Tina praised Wu Li, her gaze filled with admiration, which made him feel slightly bashful. Then, with a serious expression, Tina stated, the Navy headquarters is currently conducting a global recruitment drive. I am Rear Admiral Tina, and I hope you will consider joining our ranks to aid in the fight against piracy and malevolent forces. Global recruitment? At this, Wu Li recalled the significant event that had transpired not long ago. The clash between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates at Marineford was indeed momentous, revealing the inadequacy of the Navy's high-level forces and the scarcity of mid-level strength. Consequently, they initiated a worldwide recruitment campaign, with the rank of Rear Admiral. The higher the rank, the more recommendations one could make, and Rear Admirals had 2 recommendation slots. I initially possessed 2 recommendation slots, but I have already utilized them recently. Tina admitted with a hint of embarrassment, yet she regained her confidence, asserting, rest assured, I will certainly secure 1 slot for you. The global recruitment was already well underway. Joining Midway would require the endorsement of an inspector. Ding. Simultaneously, a new task appeared on the interface of the heroic path system in Wu Li's mind. Task: participate in and successfully complete the global recruitment. Objective: to stabilize the situation and maintain world peace. Choosing to join the Navy is a fitting course of action. This is also a deed befitting a chivalrous hero, and through global recruitment, one may become a sailor of justice. Task reward: 200 experience points. Task penalty: deduct 80 experience points and block skills for 1 year. This penalty seemed quite severe, thus, it appeared that he had no choice but to proceed with the global recruitment, as the stakes were too high. Chapter 4, Wu Li vs. CP6. Jelly Tina and her companions had been residing at the naval base near Northlick town for several days. Wu Li's injuries had nearly healed. General Tina summoned her naval soldiers, preparing to depart from the naval base. Just as she was about to board the warship, an ominous voice echoed, General Tina, where do you intend to set sail? Wu Li turned to the source of the voice and beheld a tall, slender figure adorned with spectacles, wearing a sinister smile. He was not clad in a naval uniform, but donned a blue suit, the emblem of the world government embroidered on the left side of his chest. Tina regarded him coldly, remarking, isn't this Lord Jerry from CP6? Previously, he had the base's Major General refuse my recommendation. What does he seek now? Tina felt a surge of anger as she recalled the loss of her recommendation quota. Yet she knew her promise to Wu Li would secure him a place in the world recruitment, and this very man was the reason behind it. While the base's Major General had already consented, Jerry had surreptitiously whispered a few words, swaying the official's decision. You are about to embark on your journey, Jerry said, adjusting his glasses. Naturally, I must come to bid you farewell. His gaze shifted to Wu Li, and with a sly grin, he remarked, is this the individual you wish to recommend? The bounty hunter Wu Li, who once thrived in my homeland, the South Sea, renowned as the strongest sea. He has dispatched all the bountied pirates to naval prisons, instilling terror among the pirates and becoming a living nightmare they desperately try to evade. Upon hearing Jerry's words, Tina turned to glance at Wu Li, astonished to discover his notable reputation in the South Sea. Wu Li shrugged, noncommittal. Tina appeared puzzled and inquired, since you are aware, why do you oppose granting him the quota? The global conscription is overseen by the Clandestine Intelligence Agency, CP, which is directly under the authority of the world government. Because of you, Jerry replied, turning his gaze towards Tina. Because of me? Just as Tina was engulfed in confusion, Jerry's next words caused her expression to turn icy. How is your teacher faring? Seemingly oblivious to the coldness emanating from Tina's gaze, Jerry continued ominously. Such deviant and unstable elements ought to be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Wouldn't you agree, Major Tina? Before his words had fully dissipated, a formidable aura radiated from Tina, and an iron bar extended from her arm, striking towards Jerry. Swish. Crash. Jerry deftly evaded Tina's assault using one of the Navy's 6 techniques, leaving a deep, iron-like scar upon the ground. Major Tina. Unwarranted attacks on officials of the world government will result in accountability, Jerry remarked with a smile, unfazed by her aggression. The fury in Tina's eyes remained unabated as she prepared to strike once more. However, another figure moved faster than she. Wu Li utilized the sheath of his sword as a weapon and launched an attack towards Jerry. With narrowed eyes, Jerry assumed a yoga stance and countered Wu Li's strike with a punch. Within mere breaths, they exchanged dozens of blows, leaving the muddy ground beneath them riddled with cracks. The white bandages on Wu Li's body were faintly stained with crimson. Tina gritted her teeth and said, "Wu Li, enough, stop." Jerry sneered, "It's too late." With that, he executed a spiraling flying kick. Suddenly, Jerry soared into the air, rotating gracefully, his formidable legs enveloped in overwhelming power as they struck towards Wu Li. The force of his kick swept through the air, leaving the ground stripped of its surface as if it were mere tofu. The sword sheath in Wu Li's hand was enveloped by a surge of sword energy, effectively blocking Jerry's assault. A deafening sound erupted, as if the very air were being compressed and expelled outward, causing Tina's hair to flutter. Meanwhile, alarms began to blare at the naval base, drawing attention towards the unfolding conflict. On the warship, Tina's subordinates grew increasingly anxious for Wu Li's safety. Upon witnessing his strike being parried, Jerry soared into the air once more, his fists shrouded in armed hockey. With a flurry of rapid downward punches, he unleashed the Aurora Flash Strike, creating a mesmerizing display of countless punch shadows. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught, resembling the aftermath of a barrage of artillery fire, with debris scattering in all directions. Observers were taken aback by the sheer destructive power of the technique. However, concern flickered in Tina's eyes. The strength capable of contending with Kid was undoubtedly formidable. Yet the issue remained. Wu Li's injuries had yet to fully heal, despite his body's swift recovery. At that moment, the bandages wrapped around him were entirely stained crimson. Yet he displayed no sign of retreat. Tina extended her arm, revealing a black iron bar, poised to intervene, but was rendered speechless by the ensuing scene. There stood Wu Li, shrouded in the shadows of fists, exuding an air of calm as he slowly raised the scabbard of his sword, unleashing a formidable sword intent. The first form of the floating feather divine wind sword style, Rapid Strike. A blade of fierce energy, as swift as the wind, cleaved through Jerry's shadowy punches, rendering them null. Instinctively, Jerry activated one of the Navy's 6 styles, Iron Block, yet it was as if a kite had been severed from its string, sent crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a fresh wound upon his chest. He glared at Wu Li, his eyes brimming with hatred, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Do you have any idea of the consequences of attacking a world government official? You're finished." Upon hearing this, Tina's expression hardened. As a rear admiral, an attack on a world government official would merely result in a verbal reprimand from her superiors, but for a bounty hunter, the implications were far graver. Jerry then turned his gaze towards the Navy personnel within the base, shouting in anger, "Did you not see this bounty hunter assaulting a world government official? What are you waiting for? Seize them at once." In the next instant, the base's cannons were aimed at Wu Li, and the Navy soldiers began to encircle him. "What do you intend to do? Halt this at once," Tina shouted, furrowing her brow at the approaching Navy soldiers. They glanced at the fallen Jerry, then at Tina, draped in her Navy uniform, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Just then, the base's commanding rear admiral arrived, flanked by 2 individuals. One sported a pink middle-part hairstyle and wore iron rings on his fingers, while the other donned heart-shaped glasses, holding a circular object suspended by a fine thread. Jerry's eyes brightened at the sight of the admiral's arrival, but darkened again upon recognizing the 2 figures, Iron Fist Fambuti and Hypnotist Zango, both subordinates of Tina. Aware of the tense atmosphere, the admiral gestured for the Navy soldiers to lower their weapons. He then spoke. "Wu Li and Rear Admiral Tina repelled Kid's crew a few days ago, aiding in the defense of my jurisdiction against pirates. This is a misunderstanding. Let us consider it resolved." He glanced at Tina, who nodded slightly in agreement, then turned to Jerry, who reluctantly acquiesced under the admiral's scrutiny. The notion of amicable resolution was rendered impossible. Thus, after bidding farewell to the admiral, Wu Li followed Tina aboard the warship under Jerry's sullen gaze. The vessel gradually set sail, disappearing beyond the horizon. On board, Hypnotist Zango cast a disdainful glance at Wu Li before gazing adoringly at Tina, inquiring, "Where are we headed?" Tina, without looking at him, replied softly, "We are going to find Master Zephyr." Under the sun's radiant glow, The sea sparkled like a blanket of shimmering silver, waves playfully chasing one another. Former Admiral Black-Arm Zephyr? The crew aboard the ship expressed their astonishment, realizing that Tenna was a pupil of the legendary figure. Wherever Rear Admiral Tenna goes, I shall follow until death, Zango proclaimed, his hands clenched in fervent admiration. Tenna cast a glance at Wu Li's bloodied bandages, a fleeting emotion crossing her mind, pondering what thoughts occupied his silent demeanor. Recalling Jerry's words from CP6, her brow furrowed. Could they be plotting against Master Zephyr? Unbeknownst to them, Wu Li was immersed in the depths of the chivalric system within his mind. Swordmaster, LV2, 42500. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyu Tsangyin Flow, 99. Floating Feather Divine Wine Sword, 12. Quest, participate in and pass the world recruitment. 200 experience points. Chapter 5. Borrowing money to buy a sword. As Tenna's warship slowly vanished on the horizon, the commanding rear admiral of the base withdrew his gaze. He turned to Jerry, who had inexplicably produced a den mushi, and asked, furrowing his brow, could it be that the world government truly intends to take action against Admiral Zephyr? Former Admiral, Jerry emphasized, previously. He was allowed to create disturbances without being suppressed due to the strong opposition of a former admiral. The marshal did not issue orders against him. Suddenly, Jerry let out a cold laugh. Now that the marshal has changed, that admiral has also left the Navy. The base's commanding rear admiral's expression sharpened. Could it be? Yes, it is he, Akiji Kazan. At that moment, Jerry's den mushi emitted a series of beeps, and he answered the call. Jerry? A deep voice resonated from the other end. Sir, it's me. How is the list of individuals under surveillance coming along? Smoker and Tenna should be prioritized for monitoring. Furthermore, their meeting with Zephyr here must hold some ulterior motive. Continue surveillance. The call ended abruptly, leaving Jerry holding the den mushi, staring coldly in the direction of Tenna's warship as a sinister smile crept across his lips. Days later, Tenna's warship arrived at a town. Tenna was busy instructing her Navy personnel, while Wu Li wore a pained expression as he examined his shattered scabbard. Having lost his sword in the battle against Kid and now the scabbard against CP6 Jerry, he lamented, I truly need to acquire a sword, otherwise I shall be rendered helpless in combat. Wu Li sighed deeply. A swordsman relies on his blade to unleash his true potential. Without a sword, he is akin to a toothless tiger. The notion of wielding his fingers as a substitute for a sword was beyond Wu Li's capabilities. The swords aboard the warship were standard issue and could not withstand his sword's energy. Thus, the immediate priority was to find a usable sword. Wu Li approached Tina, sheepishly scratching his head before speaking. Major Tina, could you lend me 100,000 berries? I promise to return it as soon as I can. Tina was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Wu Li to ask her for money. Aren't you a bounty hunter? How could you be short on cash? The hypnotist Zhang Yao interjected, skepticism evident in his gaze. I heard from that CP6 agent, Jelly, that you almost captured all the pirates in the South Sea, leaving them in a state of fear. Surely, you must have accumulated quite a fortune. Actually, it's not much. I inadvertently spent it all. Wu Li chuckled lightly. Zhang Yao and Fin Booty continued to regard Wu Li with suspicion, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. They pondered, could this individual be an imposter? Yet, the intelligence from CP was undoubtedly reliable, and his performance in the recent battle indicated he indeed possessed such prowess. Tina, however, did not dwell on these doubts and calmly instructed Fin Booty, just give it to him. Fin Booty hesitated momentarily before reluctantly handing over the 100,000 berries to Wu Li, who gratefully accepted the money. Curiosity piqued, Tina inquired, what do you need the money for? I wish to purchase a sword, Wu Li replied. Noticing the nearly deformed sword sheath in Wu Li's possession, Tina remarked, there likely aren't any good swords in this town. Once we return to the Navy headquarters, I can procure a better one for you. I'd like to see if I can find a usable sword first, Wu Li responded. Very well, Tina agreed. The hypnotist, observing Tina's concern for Wu Li, felt a twinge of jealousy. I heard Smoker arrived before us. Let us head over now, Tina commanded. The others can rest and remain on standby aboard the warship. Upon their arrival in the town, Wu Li and Tina parted ways. After a considerable duration, Wu Li finally came to his senses, gazing at the vanishing figures of Tina and the others, his mouth agape. I neglected to inquire where I would find them later. Chapter 6. The Justice of Dasqi. Wu Li arrived on the bustling streets of the town, gazing at the myriad of goods and the throngs of people passing by. The town's prosperity and clamor, along with the rich aroma of human activity, enveloped him, inducing a surreal sense of being in another world. After a brief moment, Wu Li regained his composure and commenced his quest to purchase a sword. Wu Li casually strolled into a weapons shop. The proprietor, initially languidly slumped over the counter, suddenly perked up upon noticing him. With a newfound vigor, he hastened to Wu Li's side, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, we are honored by your presence." Wu Li nodded in silence, beginning to scrutinize the assortment of swords before him. Noticing Wu Li's actions, the shopkeeper chuckled and remarked, "Our establishment has been a venerable name for over a century, and the swords here are all of exceptional quality." Wu Li, however, paid little heed to the proprietor's boastfulness. A sense of disappointment washed over him. The majority of the swords on display were inferior even to the standard naval sabers, with only a couple that could be deemed slightly superior. Wu Li casually selected a somewhat superior katana from the shop and inquired, "What is the price of this sword?" 200,000 berries, the shopkeeper replied. At that moment, a girl passing by halted in her tracks upon hearing the proprietor's quoted price. Upon hearing the price stated by the proprietor, Wu Li was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so exorbitant? Observing Wu Li's reaction, the boss, with an expression akin to that of someone who had suffered a considerable loss, remarked, "I'll sell it to you for a mere 150,000 berries." Wu Li touched his pocket and sighed, "But I only have 10 berries. Then I shall sell it to you for 100,000 berries. The proprietor's blunt voice struck Wu Li as somewhat unsettling, though he could not articulate why. The katana he had selected was undoubtedly the finest in the shop, possibly a prized possession of the establishment, hence its exorbitant price. Having previously wielded weapons directly seized from pirates in the South Sea, he was utterly naive regarding market values. "All right, I will take this sword." As Wu Li reached for his money, the shopkeeper felt a surge of joy, perceiving Wu Li as a veritable catch. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out from the entrance, "Wait." Wu Li halted his search for money, and the shopkeeper's expression darkened as he turned to glance at the newcomer at the door. The speaker was a girl adorned with glasses, clad in a pink coat, with 2 blades sheathed at her waist. Wu Li gazed at her, Dasqi. Recalling what Tina had mentioned about Smog's arrival, Dasqi's appearance in this town came as no surprise. A merchant must possess a sense of integrity. Approaching the proprietor of the weapon shop, Dasqi declared, "This dagger is worth no more than 50,000 berry. How can you intentionally inflate the price to 100,000? She then turned to Wu Li and remarked, "This blade is not worth such an exorbitant sum." The proprietor of the weapon shop was initially quite irate, but upon noticing the 2 prominent characters for justice inscribed on Dasqi's back, a cold sweat broke out upon his forehead. The shopkeeper, stammering and fumbling for words, was about to articulate something when Dasqi pulled Wu Li out of the weapon store. Then, Dasqi remarked, "There is a weapon shop in this town where the blades are superior to those found here. Allow me to escort you there." Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a resounding crash echoed from a nearby street, accompanied by shouts of anger and cries of distress, startling the pedestrians in the vicinity. Dasqi, standing beside Wu Li, rushed towards the source of the tremendous noise. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Li followed suit. In the center of the street, a vehicle traversed, bearing an enormous statue. The cart was drawn by a colossal hippopotamus, which seemed agitated for reasons unknown. It charged forward with reckless abandon, causing panic among pedestrians who were helplessly knocked aside. A woman clutching her child stared in horror as the hippopotamus barreled towards her, her face drained of color. The little girl in her arms began to wail. Witnesses to this scene were equally distressed. Those atop the hippopotamus appeared frantic, evidently unable to regain control. The beast's massive foot descended ominously towards the woman and child. As the woman gazed upward at the enormous foot that seemed to blot out the sky, despair engulfed her heart. Suddenly, a pink figure materialized before her. Dasqi, crouched low, struggled to hold back the impending weight of the hippopotamus's foot with her sword. Sensing the obstruction, the hippopotamus's eyes flashed with a disdainful glint. It let out a thunderous roar and pressed down with even greater force, causing the ground to tremble. Dasqi found herself nearly crushed under the immense pressure. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her strength and managed to lift the gigantic creature's foot just enough for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the glint of her sword flashed. With astonishing speed, Dasqi struck at the massive hippopotamus, leaving a deep gash that bled profusely. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly pulled the mother and daughter away from the danger. The injured hippopotamus bellowed in pain, its wounded foot unable to support its weight, causing it to stagger. The individuals atop the creature were equally alarmed. With a resounding crash, the hippopotamus collapsed onto the street, sending tremors through the ground and a cloud of dust into the air. Thank you for saving us," the mother of the little girl exclaimed. The child, having ceased her crying, blinked her reddened eyes and gazed up at Dasqi. Dasqi offered a gentle smile, patting the girl's head and reassuring her softly, "It's all right now." Coughing slightly, the individuals on the hippopotamus sustained only minor injuries, having scraped their skin. Ugh. One spat out the sand from his mouth. She actually injured the hippopotamus. "What will Lord Monka say to us?" "Eliminate her," another declared, as they aimed their weapons at Dasqi. In a flash, Dasqi appeared before them, catching them off guard, and they were swiftly sent flying. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead in the street. What is happening? The onlookers instinctively parted to make way. Those who were too slow to react were easily felled. "Ah, you blocked my path." A towering man with a steel jaw and an axe slung over his arm stepped forward. Instantly, the crowd, struck by fear, scattered in all directions. Wooly was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see him. "The fugitive Monka!" Dasqi exclaimed in astonishment. It was over. Monka had arrived. That female swordsman had injured his pet and subordinates. Monka glanced at his fallen subordinates and then at the gigantic hippopotamus that lay defeated. A flicker of anger shone in his eyes, but upon seeing the massive statue on the vehicle unscathed, he felt somewhat relieved. Chapter 7. The Wrath of Monka. In a dojo located in the town, a contingent of Marines stood guard outside. Tina entered without any hindrance, clearly having received prior instructions. The hypnotist Zango and Iron Fist Fumbudi followed closely behind her, their expressions grave, perplexed by the presence of former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr and his newly formed navy. Not long after entering the dojo, they spotted Smoker, clad in a coat emblazoned with the word justice, sitting there amidst plumes of smoke. His silver hair slicked back and sunglasses perched on his nose. "Smoker, you arrived quite early," Tina remarked with a smile, casually taking a seat beside the smoking smoker. Zango and Fumbudi instinctively positioned themselves at a distance, refraining from interrupting Tina's reunion. "I just got here, no earlier than you. I haven't seen Z-sensei yet." "He said he went out and would return shortly," Smoker replied nonchalantly, the cigarette dangling from his mouth. "I heard you applied for a transfer to the G5 branch in the New World. What were you thinking?" Tina inquired, puzzled by Smoker's request, as remaining at headquarters would undoubtedly be more advantageous. Yet, Smoker had chosen to seek out the solitary branch in the New World. "I have my reasons. It brings me closer to my aspirations," Smoker stated, his eyes reflecting a determined glint as he thought of the Straw Hat crew that had already ventured into the New World. Seeing Smoker's resolute demeanor, Tina opted not to press further. Remembering some rumors about the G5 branch, she cautioned, "I've heard those individuals are notorious for their misconduct. Integrating with them will likely be challenging." "No worries, I can handle it," Smoker replied confidently. "By the way, where's Dasqi?" Tina asked, aware that Dasqi was also supposed to be transferring alongside Smoker. "She mentioned something about going to explore the town," Smoker answered. Meanwhile, on the streets of the town, Dasqi confronted Monka, her expression stern. "They have brought destruction to the residents. I must put a stop to them. And you, as a fugitive, I must arrest you." "Arrest me? Ha ha." Monka laughed maniacally, his rage boiling over. "You think you can apprehend me? How naive." Dasqi remained steadfast, without a hint of hesitation. As she swung her blade at Monka, the sharp edge of her sword sliced through the air, colliding with Monka's axe. Clang. Monka, unfazed, effortlessly parried her strike with his axe. Dasqi unleashed her exquisite swordsmanship, executing a flurry of rapid attacks, leaving traces like wind blades on the ground. Suddenly, Monka's demeanor shifted. His years of escape under the watch of Hero Carp had honed his strength considerably. To him, Dasqi seemed merely a young girl. After all, he had been a captain years before, all due to the Straw Hat crew. This thought only fueled his irritation, and his assaults grew more ferocious. Several times, Dasqi narrowly evaded the strikes of Monka's axe. Boom. Dasqi dodged another blow and retreated beside the statue. Before she could catch her breath, Monka's next attack was upon her. His axe-wielding, overwhelming force aimed at her. Dasqi's expression changed as she quickly maneuvered to evade. Chafe. Monka's axe cleaved into the vehicle supporting the statue. A crack resonated as the wheel shattered, and the towering statue began to wobble precariously. With Monka's menacing countenance, it toppled down, crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, the ground lay shattered beneath the fallen statue, its head severed. No. Monka's eyes bulged with fury, his teeth grinding audibly, a fire of uncontrollable rage burning within him, reminiscent of an enraged lion. He seethed, "You are truly cursed. That was a manifestation of my power. A great symbol. You have destroyed it, and now I shall obliterate you." Chapter 8. Monka, I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon back at the dojo. Hey, Smoker, do you know why Z-sensei asked us to assist in acquiring the map? Tina frowned in contemplation. Having once received Z-sensei's favor, I feel compelled to assist in any way I can, Smoker said, his gaze drifting to a distant point as he continued. I still can't fathom why he needs our help in locating a map. After a brief silence, Tina reflected, since that incident, Z-sensei has undergone a significant transformation. Now CP is closely monitoring him, and I wonder what they are guarding against. Smoker remained silent, his brow furrowed, obscured by the swirling smoke that enveloped his face. Suddenly, a Marine rushed in, breathless. General Smoker, Major Tina, Major Dasqi is engaged in combat on the streets. Smoker lifted his head, focusing on the messenger. His naturally fierce visage, coupled with a scar, frightened the Marine into stuttering, I don't have the specifics yet. Forget it. We're putting him under pressure. Let's head over and see for ourselves. We might as well make use of our time, Tina said coolly. Tina glanced at Smoker, who nodded in agreement. And together they set off toward the clash. Zango and Fumbuti exchanged glances and followed closely behind. Hidden in the shadows, several CP assassins clad in black suits observed the unfolding battle with cold indifference. One among them produced a miniature transponder snail, beginning to relay the situation to their superior. Reporting to Commander Jelly, Major Tina's ship has recently arrived in this town, the assassin stated, his tone slightly surprised. Major Dasqi has also appeared here and is currently battling the fugitive former Major Monka. However, there is no sign of General Smoker. Since Dasqi is present, Smoker should be in town as well, Jelly contemplated briefly. As for the fugitive Monka, he can be overlooked for now. Your immediate task is to investigate the presence of Major Tina and General Smoker here. Yes, Commander. Have you found any trace of Zephyr? Jelly inquired. Not yet. If the information is accurate, he should also be nearby. Continue your pursuit and report back at all times, Jelly commanded. Understood, Commander. The CP assassin replied solemnly. After finishing the call, he surveyed the crowd, feeling a lingering sensation of being watched. Upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Wooly withdrew his gaze. The CP organization truly was a persistent specter. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to disregard it, for the battle between Dasqi and Monka had escalated to a fever pitch on the street, poised to determine a victor at any moment. Dasqi observed as Monka wreaked havoc across the thoroughfare, gritting her teeth, her blades displayed ferocity intensifying with each strike. Following one of Monka's assaults, a vulnerability was revealed, igniting a spark of determination in Dasqi's eyes as she seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a resonant hum, Dasqi's blade, known as Little Night Rain, was enveloped in a shroud of black hockey, rain of slashes. With blinding speed, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. The luminous arc of her sword slicing through the air like a torrential downpour aimed directly at Monka. Monka's eyes narrowed, his expression now tinged with gravity. Enhanced by the hockey, Dasqi's offensive capabilities were formidable. Despite Monka's utmost efforts to withstand her onslaught, he was forced back several paces, numerous small wounds marring his body. Could that female Navy officer possibly defeat the axe-wielding Monka? A pirate, mingling among the crowd, exclaimed in astonishment. Rain of slashes? How intriguing, Wooly remarked with keen interest. Though it was evident that victory for Dasqi seemed a daunting prospect, Monka, unfazed by the blood streaming from his wounds, shifted his stance and declared, It appears you possess some degree of strength, but this level is insufficient. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. With a steely gaze, Monka unleashed a formidable aura, his presence radiating throughout the vicinity. As he swung his axe, the very fabric of space fractured, and a tempest arose, howling ferociously. Dasqi, confronted with Monka's attack, attempted to parry with her blade. Bang! The sheer force of Monka's strike sent her staggering back several meters. Just as she lifted her head to retaliate, she was caught off guard. Monka had already closed the distance. The Axeman, embodying a terrifying momentum, aimed a devastating blow directly at Dasqi. Puff! Dasqi barely had time to react before she was sent flying, blood erupting from her mouth. Just as she braced for impact with the ground, she felt someone catch her. Turning her head, she recognized the fool who had almost spent a fortune on a sword. Another one here to court death, Wooly said to Dachi. May I borrow your blade for a moment? Wu Li drew the second dagger, Huazhou, from Daqi's waist, perfectly intercepting Ming Ka's iron axe. Ming Ka staggered back a few steps, while Wu Li, utilizing Ming Ka's momentum, created a distance of several paces before gently setting Daqi down. Wu Li brandished his sword, directing it towards Ming Ka, and solemnly declared, Ming Ka, I shall eradicate you in the name of the moon. Initially filled with trepidation, Dasqi felt an unexpected surge of confidence upon hearing Wu Li's words, despite not grasping their meaning. Ming Ka, infuriated, wore a grim expression, his eyes ablaze with fury, and a vein pulsed ominously at his temple. Was this newcomer, emerging from seemingly nowhere, daring to disdain him? Such insolence was utterly intolerable. With a thunderous roar, his axe hand transformed into an illusory giant axe, cleaving downwards from the heavens towards the earth. Whirling cyclones erupted in every direction, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive thunder. The colossal axe, extending several meters, swept across the street with an overwhelming momentum, a single strike imbued with the power to sever all. It surged towards Wu Li with lethal intent. Onlookers instinctively held their breath and recoiled, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the aura enveloping the scene, which dulled their perception of their surroundings. Snow began to descend. Flakes of pristine white danced in the wind, blanketing the streets and roofs alike. Wu Li's blade became encrusted with frost as Ming Ka's assault shattered the crystalline snowflakes. Initially small, the snowflakes soon swelled in size, driven by an increasingly fierce wind, weaving a thick white veil that rendered everything invisible. Suddenly, a calm voice broke through the chaos, second form of the floating feather divine wind flowing sword, blowing snow. As the tempest of wind and snow gradually dissipated, the crowd began to discern the figures emerging from the storm. Wu Li turned and walked towards Dasqi, while behind him, a spray of crimson blood erupted from Monka, staining the pristine white snow as he collapsed. Chapter 9. The Scroll of Swordsmanship Mysteries. What? Just a single strike? Monka has been defeated with but one blow. The onlookers stared in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost, their faces etched with shock at the figure before them. Dasqi, equally astonished, lost her glasses in the chaos and frantically scrambled to retrieve them, finally managing to don them once more. She felt a mix of admiration and rising curiosity. Such formidable strength, particularly in swordsmanship. How could he be an unknown? Who is he? Among the crowd. Smog's eyes flickered with surprise as he remarked, Is this the Wu Li you mentioned, the one in need of a quota? Tina responded with a smile, Indeed. That is him. I trust one did not misjudge. Smog took a drag from his cigarette, conceding his strength is undeniably sufficient. While the crowd remained in awe of Monka's swift defeat, Wu Li perceived something unseen by others. Following Monka's fall, numerous energy orbs surged from his body, merging into Wu Li's being. Monka, previously a colonel, had misused his military power, casting a shadow over the residents of Shell's town with his numerous transgressions. Wu Li, who had initially been advancing toward Dasqi, halted as new information materialized within his mind from the chivalry system. Swordmaster, LV2, 122500. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyu Tsang and Flow, 99, Fuyu Chiffon Flow Sword, 24, Chivalry Value, 53. Quest, participate in and pass the world conscription 200, ding. Chivalry value has exceeded 50. Please click to claim your reward. Wu Li observed a grand gift appearing on the system interface, arousing his curiosity. Previously, he had been somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the true utility of the so-called chivalry value. It now seemed that upon reaching a certain threshold of chivalry value, the system would bestow rewards. What, then, might these rewards entail? Wu Li opened the grand gift package within the system interface, and suddenly, an ancient-looking scroll materialized before him. Beneath it, there was a description of this scroll. Swordsmanship Essence Scroll 1 Usage Instructions. If one uses the Swordsmanship Essence Scroll on any sword technique that has reached level 99, one can comprehend the profound essence of that technique. As Wu Li reveled in his joy, a figure approached him, with a swift motion. A bronze-skinned man with a distinctive mustache appeared before Wu Li. Wu Li's complexion changed dramatically as he instinctively retreated, creating a distance between himself and the approaching figure. However, the stranger's reach exceeded his expectations, and Wu Li was struck squarely by a punch. He was forcefully hurled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust into the air. As Wu Li rose, the visitor reappeared before him once more. 6 forms. Finger gun. The power coalesced at the tips of his 5 fingers, and in the blink of an eye, it shot forth like a bullet, slicing through the air toward Wu Li. Shiyu Tsang in Flow. Abundant rain blows. Wu Li's expression was grave as he wielded the huasho, causing a torrent of water to swirl and coalesce into a protective barrier. In an instant, he was enveloped by this aqueous shield. Crack. Despite being a flowing wall of water, it resonated with the sound of shattering glass. At the moment the spear struck the defensive barrier, its formidable force shattered the water shield. A weight settled in Wu Li's heart. This was his most formidable defensive skill. Yet it had been so effortlessly shattered. He had no choice but to temporarily evade the assault and seek an opportunity. However, his speed was no match for his opponent's. Despite several evasive maneuvers, he was swiftly pursued each time. Sixth style, finger spear. Just as he was about to be struck, his adversary pointed a finger directly at Wu Li, leaving him no chance to evade. Chapter 10. The emergence of black-armed Zephyr. Suddenly, a swirl of white smoke materialized before Wu Li, coalescing into a figure that shielded him from the oncoming attack. Wu Li focused his gaze and recognized the white-hued hunter. Smoker. Smoker? Shuzwa, step aside. A deep, magnetic voice resonated. With his bronze skin and unusually long arms, Shuzwa hesitated not for a moment before retreating to stand beside another individual. This group was led by a figure with short purple hair, clad in blacklight armor, adorned with a massive iron arm crusher. The hidden CP assassins, upon catching sight of this individual, displayed expressions of shock, nearly gasping aloud. One quickly withdrew a miniature transponder snail, preparing to report to his superior, only to hear a series of unfamiliar yet haunting screams filled with terror. His complexion turned ashen. He was about to curse the foolishness of such revealing sounds when he turned to see his once familiar companions had morphed into youths, with an additional presence, a striking beauty. She possessed cascading, ocean blue waves of hair and a right leg marked by an X-shaped scar. Yet all he felt was horror. For he witnessed his comrades vanish into thin air after mere touches from this enchanting woman. A name surfaced in his mind, and he pleaded in terror, "No. Please don't kill me." At that moment, the miniature transponder snail in his grasp emitted a series of frantic beeps, causing him to drop it in fright, too terrified to glance back at it. However, the beauty before him remained unperturbed, employing her devil fruit powers to erase his existence entirely. Upon seeing him, Tina exclaimed, "Z-sensei." This individual was none other than the former Admiral of the Navy headquarters, renowned for his countless campaigns against pirates without ever taking a life, known as the non-killing Admiral. Now the Supreme Commander of the Neo Navy. He was also the mentor to Tina, Smoker, and many other exceptional members of the Navy, including the three admirals, Black-armed Zephyr. Zephyr laughed heartily. "Smoker, Tina, it's been a long time. But let us address this matter first." "Z-sensei, what is happening?" Tina inquired. Both Smoker and Tina were puzzled as to why Shuzwa had attacked Wu Li. Earlier, Shuzwa struck at this young man. "I apologize on his behalf." Zephyr paused. Turning to Wu Li, however, "I now comprehend the situation. Yet, I cannot simply allow Monka to be taken away like this. What do you say, young man? Shall we engage in a duel?" It turned out that Monka, having encountered Zephyr, who was wandering the world, had conceived the idea of aligning himself with Zephyr's Neo Navy. Zephyr and his companions believed Monka had been wronged by the Navy, misled by the words of pirates, and forced to flee under the pressure of the world government. Upon hearing this, Zephyr agreed to Monka's request to join their ranks, intending for him to establish a Neo Navy outpost in this town. Little did they know, upon returning, they would witness such a scene. Now, fully aware of the unfolding events, Zephyr still felt a twinge of dishonor. He cast aside his coat, signaling Wu Li to commence the attack. Wu Li felt somewhat exasperated. This group of individuals was truly baffling. After one skirmish, another wave arrived. It was always combat, who wouldn't grow weary of it? However, seeing Zephy's determined demeanor, intent on engaging in battle, made Wu Li hesitate. He glanced at Tina, who was covering her forehead with her hand, a familiar sign of her teacher's persistent flaws resurfacing. Well, it was decided. If a fight was to be had, then let it be so. Wu Li also desired to test the prowess of this former general, thus he commenced a duel with him. Chapter 11. Departure. Zephyr lifted the thunderously roaring crusher, causing the ground to cave in, and then swung it down towards Wu Li. Bang. Boom. Wu Li and Zephyr engaged in battle together, the aftermath of their clash rendering those of lesser strength unable to open their eyes. Zephyr's prowess surpassed that of Shuzwa, clearly demonstrating a superior strength. Previously, Shuzwa's unexpected attack had caught Wu Li off guard. Otherwise, although Wu Li may not have triumphed over Shuzwa, he would not have succumbed so swiftly. In contrast, Zephyr's confrontation with Wu Li resembled a guiding sparring match, reminiscent of his training sessions with Smoker, Tina, and others from years past. This notion became evident to Smoker and Tina as the battle commenced, eliciting a smile from their lips. Throughout the course of the fight, Wooly began to discern this aspect as well, seizing the opportunity to accumulate valuable experience. After several dozen exchanges, Wooly ultimately faced defeat. Zephyr, breathing heavily and perspiring profusely, acknowledged the significant toll this instructive bout had taken on his stamina. He produced a few pills, sighed, and remarked, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth throughout the ages." Noticing Ian's worried expression, Zephyr gestured reassuringly for him not to fret. He then proceeded to delegate the task of escorting Monka away, while others set about the reconstruction of the damaged edifices. Wooly and Tina, along with others, returned to the dojo temporarily occupied by the Neo Navy, following Zephyr. "Tina, Smoker, please come here for a moment," Zephyr stated after a brief silence. "Yes, teacher," Tina replied earnestly, before proceeding with Smoker into the dojo. "Have you found the maps I requested?" Zephyr inquired as he took a seat. "Here is the map you wanted, teacher." Tina presented an aged map, its weathered appearance suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Zephyr accepted it, glancing at it with a serious demeanor before nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Smoker produced a map that was pristine, still imbued with a faint scent of ink. "Why have you suddenly taken an interest in collecting these maps, teacher? Do they serve a specific purpose?" Smoker asked curiously. Tina also looked up at her former mentor, whose hair had begun to show signs of gray with the passage of time. Ever since that fateful incident, it seemed as though Zephyr had transformed into a different person, eventually leaving the Navy in disillusionment to establish the current Neo Navy. "They serve a purpose, and one day I shall uncover it. I intend to eradicate those pirates who roam freely," Zephyr declared solemnly, his eyes gleaming with hatred. "Him? Revenge?" Tina and Smoker fell silent, assuming that the maps were merely a means to locate and eliminate a certain warlord of the sea. During their days at the dojo, perhaps out of a sense of remorse, Kiyoshi frequently sought Wooly for sparring, more accurately described as serving as Wooly's training partner. Of course, Wooly also engaged in matches with Zephyr, Ein, and others. Throughout these days, his swordsmanship had become increasingly refined, enhanced by the rewards from the system, particularly the scroll of swordsmanship secrets it provided. Thus, as Wooly examined his system interface, he noted some changes in his data. Swordsman, LV2, 122500. Name, Wooly skills, Shiyu Tsangyin style, secret art. Floating Rain Divine Wind Sword, 88, chivalry value, 53 mission, participate in and pass the world recruitment, 200, after spending 3 days at the dojo. Smoker and Tashigi departed for their new assignments at the G5 division in the New World. Before leaving, Tashigi made a point to bid farewell to Wooly, cautioning him to avoid being swindled by the unscrupulous merchants at the weapon shop. This left Wooly both amused and exasperated, and he could only nod in agreement. Shortly after Smoker and Tashigi's departure, Tina and Wooly, along with others, prepared to leave for the newly rebuilt naval headquarters in the New World. The recruitment quota for the military in the world of Wu Li has been resolved, thanks to Smoker's recommendation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was ablaze with a palette of orange-red hues, while the sea shimmered with a golden glow. After bidding farewell to Zephyr, Tina and her companions returned to their warship and set sail. The gentle sound of the waves lapping against the hull, coupled with the refreshing sea breeze, invigorated their spirits and filled them with a sense of serenity. Ahead lay a journey filled with even greater adventures. Chapter 12. Advancing towards the naval headquarters days later. Several individuals donned in peculiar attire appeared at the site where the CP spies had been erased by Ein. Clad in white suits complemented by dark ties, masks, and long white coats, they were the embodiment of Ein's capabilities under Zephyr's command. One of them crouched down to observe for a moment before asking whether they had ascertained the reason for Smoker and Tina's meeting with Zephyr. Another replied, confirming their findings. Smoker had taken possession of the latest navigational charts, while Tina had retrieved an older set from the archives. "What is significant about these two maps?" inquired the shorter figure, rising to his full height. The taller figure behind him, gazing down slightly, remarked, "The older map pertains to the 3 critical points previously surveyed by Dr. Vegapunk. Analyzing the routes taken by the NOE Navy alongside these maps suggests that former Admiral Zephyr's objective is likely Dyna Rock. Now that we are aware of Zephyr's intentions, let's relay this information to our superiors." These intriguingly dressed individuals were indeed members of Cypher Pol, Aegis Zero, the highest secret intelligence agency directly under the world government, indicating the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to Zephyr and his crew, they were already under the watchful eye of CP0. Even if they had been aware, Zephyr would not have abandoned his mission. Rather, he would hasten the execution of his plans. Meanwhile, the entire Grand Line was abuzz with activity. It had once been rare to encounter a naval vessel in the New World, leading to rampant audacity among pirates. However, naval ships were now frequently sighted, engaging in fierce battles against pirates across the New World. A merchant ship sailing the seas was intercepted by a band of pirates. Brothers, seize all valuables from this ship. One pirate brandished a gleaming knife, its blade still dripping with blood, as several crew members lay motionless at their feet. Yes, Captain, the pirates cheered. The remaining crew of the merchant vessel looked on in terror as these nefarious pirates pillaged what was rightfully theirs. Eliminate these witnesses to avoid any loose ends. Just as the pirate captain prepared to silence them, a naval warship emerged from the misty sea, stunning the pirates into silence. Several individuals, not clad in naval uniforms, leaped from the warship onto the merchant ship. The pirate captain, momentarily taken aback, then bellowed, "Kill them." In a swift confrontation, dozens of pirates were subdued, liberating the merchant crew. In villages along the Grand Line frequently terrorized by pirates, residents lived in constant fear, armed and ready to confront the next wave of invaders. However, this time, the encroaching pirates were apprehended by passing naval vessels and escorted to impel down. Such scenes unfolded throughout the waters of the Grand Line, centered around the naval headquarters in the New World, reigniting hope among the populace. Under the auspices of Vice Admiral Bastille, and with Green Bull escorted by the formidable Bartolomeo, along with Wu Li and the returning former Navy officer Dottie, they all advanced towards the same destination. Those who harbored a sense of justice and had not entirely lost faith in the Navy responded to the World Recruitment call, making their way to the naval headquarters. Chapter 13. Recruitment Examination in the New World. At the new naval headquarters, the upper echelons of the Navy gathered. Seated at the forefront was Akainu, clad in a dark red suit, a Navy cap atop his head, black leather gloves on his hands, and a Navy admiral's coat draped over his shoulders. His gaze sharp and commanding. "What is the current status of the world recruitment?" he inquired. A naval officer responded. "Various powerful individuals summoned through the world recruitment are en route to the naval headquarters. When can we expect Fujitora and Green Bull to arrive?" Akainu pressed. Knowing these two had been confirmed for direct promotion to admiral rank, thus his keen interest. According to communications with Admiral Isho, they are expected to reach the designated islands within 2 days. Akainu nodded, reflecting on the unanimous approval of this recruitment initiative following the Battle of Marineford. This was a rare occasion where the 5 elders, under his leadership as Fleet Admiral, had shown no dissent, granting their explicit consent. This world recruitment would undoubtedly reshape the global landscape. Absolute justice must prevail. Finally, Tina and Wu Li, along with their companions, arrived at the naval headquarters. They approached the assembly ground, where a neatly aligned formation of Navy personnel in uniform stood out, their coats emblazoned with the bold word justice. Opposite them, a diverse array of individuals, less uniform in appearance but radiating formidable energy, represented the various strong figures summoned by the world recruitment. On the elevated platform stood the Navy's high-ranking officials, including Fleet Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, and Vice Admiral Sengoku and Garp, along with 2 individuals not in uniform. Wooly could only discern their distinct green and purple hues, but was unable to make out their faces, leaving him with a sense of speculation. Wooly stood among the ranks of the world recruitment team, while Tina returned to her designated position. All of you have been selected through rigorous recommendations and assessments, however. To truly become a member of the Navy and uphold justice, a final recruitment examination is required, Akainu declared with an imposing presence. As soon as he finished speaking, the world recruitment team erupted into a cacophony of noise, surprised by the announcement of a final examination. Silence. He paused, scanning the faces around him. As if assessing each individual, and commanded, "I require you to demonstrate your strength to me, proving your capability to vanquish the rampant pirates and uphold the justice of the Navy. Your subsequent positions will be determined by your performance in this assessment." Akainu turned to Kizaru, stating, "Borsellino, you will oversee the recruitment evaluation of Green Bull to ascertain whether his combat prowess is worthy of the rank of Admiral." "Oh dear, what a headache this troublesome task is," Kizaru complained habitually, But upon noticing Akainu's stern expression, he waved his hand and replied, "All right, don't worry, leave it to me. After all, one must earn their salary by doing some work." With that, he performed a rather unrefined salute towards Akainu, reminiscent of how pirates greet one another. Akainu, still wearing a grim expression, chose not to dwell on him. After years of working together, he understood that Kizaru's attitude was often lackadaisical. Yet he executed the tasks with scrupulous attention to detail. "Prepare the warship. I shall be responsible for the assessment of Fujitora." Apart from Kizaru, it was indeed challenging to find suitable candidates at the higher ranks for evaluating Admiral-level recruits. Akiji, after his defeat in the struggle for the rank of Fleet Admiral, he had withdrawn from the Navy. Garp, while he possessed great strength, his resentment over the death of his foster grandson, Port Gasti, Ace, at Marineford rendered him utterly unmanageable. Sengoku, having retired from his position as Fleet Admiral, he now led a life of leisure. Even if he could be persuaded, he would find it difficult to lower his pride, let alone the elders who harbored grievances against him. Thus, he had no choice but to personally undertake the evaluation of the Navy's newcomer, Fujitora. Chapter 14. A meteor from the sky. Two Navy warships sailed in opposite directions, taking half a day to reach their destination, a nameless island. Akainu gazed at Fujitora across from him and stated solemnly, "I am in charge of your assessment. I hope you will fight with all your might, so that I may believe in your capability to uphold justice in the Navy." Justice of the Navy? No. I shall demonstrate my strength to affirm my ability to uphold the justice that resides within my heart, Fujitora replied, his eyes firmly shut, his tone calm. Upon hearing his words, Akainu's expression darkened, and a formidable aura erupted from him. Just as he finished speaking, his right hand gradually became enveloped in dark red magma, forming a molten fist. The intense heat of the magma flowed across the ground, producing a sound of erosion against the surface. With a brooding gaze, Akainu charged forward, swinging his magma-fisted hand. "Then let me witness your power." Fujitora used his staff sword to block Akainu's punch. Boom. The resounding clash reverberated across the island, startling the birds and beasts that dwelled there. A tremendous shockwave surged through the air, causing the very space to ripple. "If that is the case, then I shall unleash my full strength against you." Fujitora's aura shifted dramatically. He drew his staff sword, swiftly opening and closing it, unleashing a violet circle of light that soared into the heavens. Rumble. Akainu, initially unconcerned, suddenly heard a rumbling sound. It seemed as though something was descending from the sky. An immense pressure began to bear down upon the entire island. As it drew nearer, the wind stirred violently, and the commotion intensified. Finally, the shape of the falling object became visible, and Akainu's previously grim countenance transformed into one of astonishment. A powerful aura surged from him, sensing a formidable threat. What is this? A meteor. Outside the island, the sea roiled dangerously, and the Navy personnel aboard the warships were taken aback. What kind of ability is this that can even summon a meteor? Dressed in a light purple striped suit and deep blue shirt, the normally stern-looking weasel with a mohawk could not help but gape in shock. "Sir, one smile, truly impressive," murmured Bastille, a towering figure who set down the long-handled saw he had been shouldering, adorned with many horned holes in his mask. To their astonishment, Fujitora unleashed another violet gravitational wave, causing the meteors to plummet one after another. Akainu, his expression grave, quietly commanded, "Great eruption." He launched a colossal molten fist composed of lava towards the rapidly descending meteors. Boom. The overwhelming force shattered the meteors, and upon the explosion of the molten fist, countless volcanic projectiles erupted forth, obliterating other meteors that fell from the sky. Countless fragments rained down, scattering lava across the air. Trees on the island collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up clouds of dust, while the beasts trembled, prostrating themselves and daring not to move. Meanwhile, the battle between Akainu and Fujitora raged on, while the Navy headquarters had already commenced its recruitment assessment. Two individuals approached Wu Li. Upon raising his gaze, he observed one with long, golden hair, donning a mask reminiscent of an eye cover, wielding twin blades. The other, with pink hair and a ribbon adorning his forehead, sported protective goggles. He smiled and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am Kirby, and this is Balumber." He gestured towards Balumber beside him, adding, "We are responsible for your conscription assessment." With a gentle smile, Wu Li introduced himself, "Greetings, I am Wu Li." Chapter 15. Wu Li versus KB and Balu. Meber. KB, shall I take the lead? Balu Meber, brimming with fighting spirit, responded affirmatively, nodding his head. As Balu Mebber toyed with his dual curved sabers, KB stepped back from the arena. "I've heard you defeated my father. Allow me to test your prowess and see if it truly requires both of us to contend with you." No sooner had Balu Mebber finished speaking than the sabers in his hands began to whirl, gradually accelerating until they resembled a spinning wheel, their blades glinting ominously. In an instant, Balu Mebber lunged towards Wu Li, the angles of his sabers sharp and aimed directly at Wu Li's vital points. The intensity of Balu Mebber's assault had evidently increased, suggesting significant progress in his recent training. KB, who had been undergoing rigorous training under Carp alongside Balu Mebber, sensed a distinct change in his friend's demeanor as he launched his attack. Although it appeared that Balu Mebber's sabers were aimed at his chest, Wu Li felt an unsettling chill near his forehead and heart, as if he were perpetually a target of Balu Mebber's onslaught, leaving him uncertain of his opponent's tactics. Wu Li could only afford a cautious probe into Balu Mebber's capabilities. Uncertain of Wu Li's true strength, KB mused. It seems that the higher-ups have entrusted us with the task of assessing him alone, suggesting his abilities must be formidable. Balu Mebber, wielding his sabers with ferocity, launched a relentless barrage, each strike perilously close to finding its mark. "Why do you not unleash your true power against me? Surely, defeating my father requires more than this level of skill," Balu Mebber bellowed, frustration evident in his voice. "Or do you perhaps look down upon me?" With another powerful strike, he forced Wu Li to retreat, though Balu Mebber appeared to hold the advantage. Irritation flickered across his features as he realized that Wu Li was not fighting with his full strength. Each time Balu Mebber's sabers clashed with Wu Li's blade, Wu Li was compelled to step back. Wu Li gradually became acquainted with the patterns of Beirumber's attacks, even able to anticipate his next move. Wu Li silently contemplated that having discerned the opponent's tactics, he could attempt to invoke the profound mysteries of the Shiyu Tsongyan style. Previously, during his skirmish with the Neo Navy, he had initially employed the swordsmanship scroll. Yet, he had never fully grasped the essence of Shiyu Tsongyan, always sensing an elusive gap in his understanding. That sensation, which had once felt distant, now appeared tantalizingly close. Thus, he resolved to test its efficacy. Wu Li's eyes sparkled with determination. As Berumaber unleashed a surge of power, intent on delivering a decisive blow to conclude the battle, Wu Li remained unflinching. Unmoved by the impending attack, a smirk graced Berumaber's lips, confident that his full-force strike would leave his adversary severely wounded. Meanwhile, KB, initially disheartened by Wu Li's apparent lack of strength, suddenly sensed a shift. His observation hockey seemed to perceive flames igniting amidst the raindrops, causing Berumaber to halt his advance. He watched in disbelief as Wu Li's blade lunged toward his chest, devoid of any defense. KB's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "Not good. Berumaber, retreat." In an instant, the ground beneath KB's feet crumbled, and he reappeared behind Wu Li. Fixating on Wu Li's back, KB clenched his right fist, a powerful aura emanating from him, his justice uniform billowing in the wind. Wu Li, momentarily taken aback, pivoted swiftly and delivered a punch. Bang! Wu Li and KB both took a few steps back as they engaged in their bout. At that moment, Beirumber regained his speed, seeking to exploit the opportunity to strike Wu Li. Flames reappeared, and KB, sensing danger, urgently exclaimed, "Fall back." Although Beirumber did not understand the reason behind KB's warning, he chose to trust his comrade. Simultaneously, KB's attack was also directed towards Wu Li. Wu Li curled his lips in dissatisfaction and remarked, "The observation hockey is indeed troublesome." As the flames from his blade extinguished, a glimmer of insight flashed in KB's eyes as his mind raced, just as I suspected. It is indeed the peculiarity of his flames that renders Berumaber's attacks increasingly sluggish. However, it is not without its vulnerabilities. The weakness lies in its ineffectiveness when faced with assaults from others. With a tinge of regret, KB lamented, "Wu Li, I am afraid you will not succeed in your conscription assessment." He and Berumaber moved in perfect harmony, executing their coordinated attacks. Wu Li found himself unable to evade the combined assault of his two opponents. Should he focus on defending against one, the other would strike. Suddenly, a flame erupted, blooming in the air like a flower. KB initially dismissed it, as he believed such a maneuver was ineffective against two adversaries. However, he was taken aback when several more flames appeared, each hurtling towards Berumaber and KB. Wu Li delivered a powerful kick to Berumaber, and as KB attempted to capitalize on this moment, he felt his movement sluggish. After Wu Li sent Berumaber flying, KB watched in horror as Wu Li's fist approached his face. Thud! Both Berumaber and KB fell to the ground, one with blood trickling from his mouth, the other sporting a bruise on his face. You have won. Chapter 16. Kizaru versus Green Bull on a certain island. A languid voice echoed, "You have won." At that moment, it felt as though the world had fallen silent, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a cataclysmic attack surged towards the speaker, scattering him into countless photons. These photons began to coalesce, first from the feet to the lower body, then to the upper body, gradually forming a humanoid figure. Tall and slender. Clad in a yellow and white striped suit, a justice cloak billowed around him. The head, adorned with flickering yellow orbs, slowly revealed its distinct features: black curly hair, a trim beard, and sunglasses. He was none other than Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals in the Navy's ultimate powerhouse. "I already said you have won. You passed the recruitment examination. There is no need for us to continue fighting, is there?" Kizaru remarked with resignation. "I am quite fatigued today." As he spoke, he removed his damaged sunglasses and replaced them with a pair identical in style. The island where Kizaru stood had suffered catastrophic destruction, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Half the island had sunk into the sea, countless trees lay shattered, and the corpses of wild beasts littered the ground, transforming the once vibrant island into a desolate wasteland. Apart from the 2 of them, no sign of life remained. In the distance, a Navy warship was slowly sinking. Some sailors struggled in the water, while others clung to splintered debris, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed toward the island. The imposing figure of Weritimaru, clad in a red apron and wielding a large axe, commanded the rescue boats, guiding the other sailors to safety. When he glanced at the island, the scarred girl beside him wore an expression of shock. The ferocity of the battle between the 2 was so extraordinary that even from a considerable distance, the residual shock waves affected the warship, resulting in the current turmoil. "How powerful! This battle has barely begun. How can it end so abruptly? I have only just warmed up." Green Bull, a towering figure standing not far from Kizaru, grinned. His voice resonated like thunder. He was the man engaged in combat with Kizaru, already earmarked for promotion to Admiral by the Navy headquarters. This so-called recruitment examination is merely a formality, intended to intimidate those pirates. Green Bull stepped forward, his foot crashing into the ground with a resounding boom, releasing an overwhelming aura that darkened the sky and intensified the oppressive atmosphere. He raised his fist, the air crackling ominously as a fierce wind began to swirl. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. An overwhelming force surging toward Kizaru. Kizaru's body tensed, adopting a defensive stance, and with a rueful smile, he remarked, "Oh, come on. You really intend to go through with this? It seems I might miss dinner. What a troublesome situation." Though he spoke lightly, there was no trace of mirth on Kizaru's face. Instead, it bore a rare seriousness, his eyes filled with solemnity. The man before him possessed extraordinary strength, leaving no room for carelessness. Amidst this tension, Kizaru gathered photons in his hand, forming a luminous sword, his formidable aura erupting as he struck down toward Green Bull's assault. It seemed as if he could cleave through the very fabric of space itself. The collision of their immense powers resonated through the sky, tearing it asunder, while the sea churned into monstrous waves. As celestial beings clashed, mortals bore the brunt of their conflict, with Weritimaru and the other Navy personnel silently lamenting, only to be instantly engulfed by the surging tide. Chapter 17. The lingering pain of sorrow. KB wiped his face, still feeling the sting from Wu Li's punch. As he gradually rose to his feet, "Barumabur, how can you conclude so swiftly? We cannot simply accept defeat." The fire of determination ignited within KB's eyes. Despite having been struck, surrender was not an option. No matter how formidable the opponent, he would not yield, nor would he lose his fighting spirit. Once more, KB charged at Wu Li again, with Barumabur joining him in the assault. In a 1-on-2 scenario, both were trained by the legendary Carp, known for his formidable iron fist of love. Even the most inept individuals could become powerful under his tutelage. KB and Barumabur took pride in their relentless pursuit of strength. Unwilling to tarnish Carp's reputation, Wu Li executed the third style of the floating feather divine wind sword, Hawk. The sword energy in his hand coalesced into a dangerous line. With a swift motion, KB dodged, while Barumabur closed in, his blade aimed at Wu Li. Rain of the Azure Swallow. A torrent of water materialized, forming a protective barrier around Wu Li, deflecting Barumabur's attack and merely splashing some droplets without breaching the defense. The clash of their battle caught the attention of Carp and Sengoku on a high platform, both nodding in approval. This young lad, recommended by Tina and Smoker, possesses considerable strength and seems yet to unleash his full potential. I wonder if your 2 subordinates can compel him to go all out, Sengoku observed with interest. His long beard braided into a twist, and his head full of white hair. KB and Balu trained earnestly, understanding that regardless of victory or defeat, the key was to showcase their abilities and recognize their shortcomings. What does it matter if they lose a few matches? Carp remarked, chewing on Sunbae with a grin. It seems your reckless grandson will soon have a worthy opponent. The thought brings me joy. Sengoku felt a sense of relief. For years, Carp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, had been causing upheaval wherever he went, consistently undermining the Navy's prestige. Yet, no one among the new generation could rival him. Leaving Sengoku frustrated as he could only scold Carp, who remained unfazed, laughing with pride over his grandson's exploits. Carp, observing the various battles unfolding within Navy headquarters, remarked with pleasant surprise, I never imagined so many would respond to the world recruitment. It seems there are still many talented individuals scattered across the globe. You can rest a bit easier now, Sengoku. Zhangguo shook his head solemnly, remarking that although the sudden influx of recruits through global conscription temporarily alleviated the deficiencies in the naval mid to senior ranks, it was not without its drawbacks. They had not undergone the comprehensive training of the Navy and could not be deemed fully qualified sailors, lacking the traditional ethos of the Navy. They had ascended to their positions solely through strength, which could easily lead to complications and mismanagement. With great power comes great responsibility, Carp chuckled heartily. Zhangguo cast a disdainful glance in his direction and replied coolly, when you had the capability, why did you agree to be appointed as an admiral? Isn't it my love for freedom? Carp retorted. Zhangguo shook his head and, with an enigmatic tone, continued, now that I have relinquished my position as fleet admiral, I shall not concern myself with such matters. It is Sakazuki's responsibility to bear. Upon hearing the name Sakazuki, Carp's previously jovial expression darkened abruptly, his eyes ignited with fury. Zhangguo noticed Carp's reaction and fell silent, silently lamenting that it seemed Carp had yet to fully come to terms with the death of Ace at Marineford. Though he understood the emotional turmoil of his old comrade, Zhangguo did not believe that Sakazuki was in the wrong for his actions during the Paramount War. It was all in the name of upholding justice, the justice of the Navy and of the world. Since Carp, being emotionally invested, could not take action, it fell upon them to intervene. Observing the battle unfolding before him, he felt a flicker of hope. With the highest combat power now filling the void left by the retired Akiji, it appeared that the new generation would also be adequately represented. Chapter 18. Tina and Crane. Tina emerged from Crane's office, her gaze shifting towards the combat involving Wu Li. Wu Li also noticed Tina, and during the interval when he was fending off KB and repelling Baru, he waved at her in greeting. This made Baru feel extremely uncomfortable. The fact that this fellow could still afford to greet someone amidst their assaults was a veiled insinuation of their weakness. Enraged by this thought, Baru let out a furious shout and launched an even more ferocious attack, momentarily distracting Wu Li. Tina, in response to Wu Li's greeting, smiled and nodded. Though her smile bore a hint of bitterness, she exhaled a puff of smoke and took another deep breath. A shadow of sorrow flickered in her eyes as her mind wandered back to her recent conversation with Admiral Crane. I heard you met Zephyr in a certain town along with Smoker, the tall, gray-haired Admiral Crane said without lifting his gaze from the documents he was processing. Tina's heart tightened. Ever since her encounter with CP6 Jelly, she had realized how much the world government, or rather the Celestial Dragons, valued her former Admiral, Z. Yet, she was taken aback by how swiftly the news had reached the Navy headquarters. Could it be that Admiral Crane was already aware of my clandestine act of giving the map to Z? However, that map was of great significance. I understand your gratitude towards Zephyr for his mentorship, but your actions will only exacerbate his current predicament. Crane paused in his writing, resting his chin on his hands, and looked up at Tina. Holding a high position, he was privy to much more information than Tina could fathom. Although their intentions were noble, they were, in fact, acts of negligence. Logically, both of them ought to be suspended for their actions, yet she refrained from doing so. Zephyr was not only a mentor to Tina and Smoker, but also a comrade, having shared training sessions and pirate hunts, weaving bonds of camaraderie. Tina's gaze fell upon the green earrings adorning Crane's ears, then dropped down as she felt a wave of confusion washing over her, just as she was about to inquire. Crane continued, Zephyr is no longer the man he once was. While we mourn his situation, we must admit that he now lives solely for hatred. Living for vengeance is not without merit, as it still reflects a desire to exist, yet you have bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope for revenge. This can only lead him towards an extreme path. There were unspoken words lingering in Crane's mind. If Zephyr truly veered toward extremity, then it would necessitate a forceful intervention by the Navy, and at that point, old ties would mean little. Each held their own stance. hoping fervently that the day of conflict would never arrive. Noticing the look of bewilderment in Tina's eyes as she stood in a daze, Crane concluded, "All right. You may leave now." With a wave of his hand, he returned to his paperwork. "What were you thinking?" A familiar voice echoed in Tina's ear. Gradually, she snapped back to reality, turning to see Wooly, who had just finished his battle. Engrossed in her thoughts, she had lost track of when he had concluded the fight. "Did you pass?" Tina smiled, confident in Wooly's abilities. She believed the assessment would pose no challenge for him. "Yes. Come, let us celebrate." She buried her worries deep within and displayed a radiant smile. Chapter 19. The frustrated duo. The hypnotist Zonkao and the iron-fisted Finduti stood by, observing the enlistment examination of others. Though they claimed to be watching, their thoughts were far removed from the battles taking place. Alas, these fellows are truly fortunate. They have stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity to pass the assessment and secure positions directly, unlike us who had to endure a lengthy training period. Finduti sighed. Watching the ongoing skirmish, Zonkao adjusted his hat and, with a tinge of jealousy, remarked, "Especially like someone we know," while others were selected to participate in the examination. He bypassed this process entirely and was directly recommended. Their peripheral gazes instinctively drifted towards Wooly, who had just concluded his fight. "I can't believe he is indeed strong." Even the duo of KB and Balu, who were under Vice Admiral garb, could not match him. Finduti expressed his astonishment. Though he joined the global enlistment midway, he benefited from Major Tina's influence, which allowed Vice Admiral Smoker to grant him a slot in the examination. Zonkao adjusted his glasses. Retracting his gaze and speaking with an envy he was reluctant to admit, he undeniably possesses that kind of strength. It is no surprise that Major Tina holds him in such high regard. The first time I saw him, he fought against Kid, which was truly impressive. However, we all know that Kid had fought 100 consecutive battles and decimated numerous pirate crews, clearly worn out, which provided Wooly with an opportunity to match him. Finduti remarked. Suddenly, he straightened up, staring at Wooly. Zonkao, puzzled, looked again to see Wooly approaching Tina, who was smoking a cigarette, laughing and chatting as if sharing some secret. Witnessing this, both Zonkao and Finduti felt a surge of jealousy. They had even downgraded to private ranks to follow Tina. Yet here was this newcomer, establishing such a close relationship with her in a short span. "It's a pity we are still mere privates. We could elevate our ranks," Finduti lamented. Zonkao patted Finduti's shoulder in consolation. "We initially downgraded to follow Major Tina. Although this fellow has basked in Lady Luck's favor, once he is assigned a definite position and task, he will no longer be able to stay by Major Tina's side. In contrast, we will remain close to her." After this exchange, both fell silent. While this reasoning held merit, their spirits sank once more upon witnessing Tina and Wooly departing together, oblivious to their destination. Bang! Finduti, irritated, slammed his fist against the railing, causing nearby sailors to glance in their direction. "Have you forgotten our vow?" Zonkao suddenly interjected. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. We are to follow Major Tina for life. No matter the circumstances, we must uphold this oath. We must endure any hardship for it." Finduti's eyes sparkled with a peculiar determination. This revelation quelled Finduti's agitation, but soon after, he felt the urge to strike the railing again, still seething with discontent. However, he restrained himself, mindful of attracting attention. He muttered, "I still can't accept this. I can't bear watching. The very thought of it is unbearable. Are we to stand idly by as Major Tina runs off with someone? I cannot abide by this. I will challenge him. Even if I cannot win, I will still fight." Though this was not a wise decision and bore a hint of recklessness that could tarnish their image in Tina's eyes, he could no longer contain himself. "Let's go," Zonkao declared as he prepared to confront Wooly, catching Finduti by surprise. As they turned to leave, a voice called from behind, Hey, you two." The two individuals turned around, glancing left and right, only to discover a solitary Navy cook clad in a chef's uniform standing before them. As they prepared to walk away, it appeared they were not being summoned, for they did not recognize this naval chef. "Hey, you two third-class soldiers," the chef called out, pointing directly at them. Upon turning again, a look of confusion washed over their faces. The chef continued, "Due to the conscription, the Navy headquarters has suddenly seen an influx of new recruits, significantly increasing the demand for food preparations. Currently, the kitchen is short-staffed, and I need you two third-class soldiers to assist with menial tasks." A dark line appeared on the foreheads of the two soldiers at the mention of being summoned to the kitchen for chores. Zango and Finduti were about to refuse, but realized the chef had already turned away, his voice echoing back, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." They exchanged a glance, both expressing a shared sense of helplessness. This was the unfortunate reality of being third-class soldiers. Looking around, they noticed the figures of Wu Li and Tina had already vanished, leaving them uncertain of their whereabouts. Reluctantly, Zango and Fin Booty slumped their shoulders and followed the chef to the kitchen to perform their assigned duties. Chapter 20. Reactions from various parties. The Grand World Conscription by the Navy headquarters was an event of monumental significance, attracting global attention. Its impact rivaled that of the time when the then Marshal of the Warring States established the Seven Warlords system, perhaps even surpassing it. This world conscription shattered the traditional selection process of the Navy, prompting higher-ups to contemplate stability more than ever before. However, for pirates, this was undoubtedly unwelcome news. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, a two-masted ship sliced through the waves, its striking red dragon figurehead commanding attention. The pirate flag, adorned with a skull and crossed swords, flaunted two red stripes as it billowed in the wind. Should anyone catch sight of it, they would certainly exclaim in awe. For this was the ship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force. Ben Beckman surveyed the newspaper before turning to the red-haired captain, who was indulging in a drink. "I never anticipated the Navy would deviate from tradition and embark on a world conscription. Their strength will surpass any previous period, warranting our vigilance." Haha. As long as you're concerned about it, we should focus on enjoying our drinks. Besides, even if the Navy's overall strength surpasses that of the pre-war on the top era, we need not worry for now. We are not in a position to confront them directly, the red-haired captain chuckled, taking a sip of his drink. Ben Beckman smiled faintly and shrugged. Bemused by his captain's carefree attitude, he turned his gaze towards a group approaching the banquet, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he seemed to ponder the implications of this event on the global landscape. On Cake Island in the New World, a figure instilled fear in observers. Tall and corpulent, her lips painted with thick lipstick and her eyes adorned with light purple eyeshadow. She donned a pirate hat and a voluminous pink dress. This was Charlotte Lin, one of the four emperors. At that moment, she was joyfully indulging in cakes and pastries, amidst the chaos left by her recent outburst over unsatisfactory treats. "Mom, the Navy headquarters world conscription is nearing its conclusion. Shouldn't we prepare for it?" inquired Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and one of the 34 ministers. Pastries, such delicious pastries. The Empress of the Sea seemed oblivious to his words. Lost in the delightful flavors of the confections, her face illuminated with happiness. Meanwhile, in another nation, a towering figure with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, sporting a pair of horns and a lengthy beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers, boar scales tattooed on his left arm. His upper body was bare, a purple garment hanging loosely from his waist, while his lower half was clad in baggy dark green trousers, a sacred rope tied around his waist. He resembled an ancient deity. Kaido, one of the four emperors, possessed a gaze filled with madness, his voice booming like distant thunder. "Scattering the clouds above. World conscription is futile. No one can thwart our plans, Joker. Let us get started. I can hardly wait. Rest assured. No one can impede our plans. We will soon achieve our goals," replied a figure standing opposite him, sporting golden hair, sunglasses, and a flamboyant pink feather coat, casually kicking pebbles while casting a peculiar smile towards Kaido. In another location, a red-haired figure, Kid, bloodied and battered, was imprisoned within the confines of Kaido's stronghold. His expression devoid of emotion as he listened to the commotion outside. Wooly followed Tina, only to be surprised when she led him to the Navy's dining hall, indicating that the celebration was to take place there. The venue was bustling with patrons. They found a seat on the first floor, where Wooly opened the interface of his system in his mind. Swordmaster, LV2, 122500, name, Wooly skills, Shiyu Tsangyin stream, ultimate. Fiyu Shifeng stream sword, 99, heroic spirit value, 53 task, participate in and pass the world recruitment, 200. Wooly felt a pang of confusion. He had already passed the examination, yet the task regarding the world recruitment, which required a hefty 200 points of experience, remained unfulfilled in his system interface. What could be the reason? Wasn't it stated that merely participating and passing the world recruitment would complete the task? Surely, the requirements had already been met by now. It's almost over. Once the world recruitment concludes, the Navy headquarters should assign you a position. It's just a matter of what kind of role you will receive, Tina remarked, gazing at Wooly. Wooly suddenly realized. Since the task required him to have a defined position, He evidently needed to wait for the conclusion of the world recruitment for his appointment. It seemed he had been overly eager. Upon noticing Tina's puzzled expression directed at him, Wooly felt a wave of embarrassment as his exclamation had been instinctive. Ahem, never mind that. What should we eat? Wooly swiftly shifted the conversation. Seeing Tina deep in thought after his query, he felt a sense of relief, and the prospect of tasting the Navy's cuisine made him quite cheerful, unbeknownst to them. On the second floor, a pair of eyes were fixed on Tina. The hypnotist Zhang Ao and the Iron Fist Fin Beauty were glaring at Wooly with a fiery intensity. Their teeth clenched in resentment. If looks could kill, Wooly would have perished countless times already. How dare he come here for a candlelit dinner? As Zhang Ao and Fin Beauty tossed aside their brooms, preparing to give Wooly a sound thrashing, even if they could not succeed, they were determined not to let him have the upper hand. Hey, you two third-class soldiers. A voice that made them cringe suddenly called from behind, causing both to instinctively shudder. They immediately bent down to pick up their brooms with remarkable speed. After exchanging an awkward glance, they realized how quickly they had reacted. The old chef was notoriously strict. A minor mistake would result in relentless reprimands, transforming them into competent helpers in no time. Wait a minute. They suddenly recalled their original intention of confronting Wooly in a fit of rage, yet upon seeing the person before them, they had become oddly compliant. This was utterly humiliating, especially with Wooly present. If he were to find out, their embarrassment would only deepen. Should we ignore this old man and just go for it? Fin Beauty suggested, glancing at Zhang Ao. But we're still in these helper uniforms. Just marching over like this might not be the best idea. It would not only make Wooly laugh at us, but would also bring shame upon our officer Tina. Fin Beauty whispered. Zhang Ao surveyed Fin Beauty's attire, then glanced down at his own. They were indeed wearing the same standard helper uniform. I concur, he replied quietly. The old chef, observing the two murmuring without paying him any mind, felt incensed. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up. The chef's booming voice startled Zhang Ao and Fin Beauty, who swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him to a secluded corner. The chef's loud voice was jarringly out of place amidst the noise of the dining hall. Let us hope Officer Tina and Wooly did not notice us, they both silently prayed. Hey, Tina remarked, looking toward the direction where Zhang Ao and Fin Beauty had vanished, a hint of confusion crossing her face. What is it? Wooly followed her gaze but found nothing unusual. Nothing, I thought I saw Zhang Ao and Fin Beauty. But perhaps it was just my imagination. Let us continue choosing our dishes, Tina said, shaking her head. In the corner, Zhang Ao and Fin Beauty breathed a sigh of relief. But upon glancing down, they noticed the old chef, who had been inadvertently stifled by them, turning crimson and seemingly on the verge of fainting. Alarmed, they quickly released him. Cough, cough, cough. The chef erupted into a fit of violent coughing, finally able to breathe deeply, his whiskers quivering in anger as he pointed at them with trembling fingers. His voice a mix of shock and fury. You two third-class soldiers. Fin Beauty rubbed his hands together, apologetically saying, Sorry, we had no idea why the chef was calling us. I simply asked you to go upstairs and clear the dishes. What on earth is wrong with you? The old chef, still seething, added, I will remember what you two did today, and you will pay for it. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving them to ponder his retreating figure. Fin Beauty opened his mouth, exchanging wide-eyed glances with Zhang Ao, and lamented, What are we going to do? If he reports us to Officer Tina, we are in big trouble. Don't worry, Zhang Ao said, regaining his composure. Do you have a plan? Fin Beauty inquired. Let us just make him forget what just happened, Zhang Ao suggested, adjusting his heart-shaped glasses nonchalantly. Oh, what a brilliant idea. I almost forgot you possessed that skill, Fin Beauty exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. After all, his friend was renowned as a hypnotist. Surely he had some tricks up his sleeve to resolve such a minor issue. Then I shall go, Zhang Ao declared. Go ahead. I await your good news, Fin Beauty replied, watching as Zhang Ao disappeared around the corner with the old chef. Before long, Zhang Ao returned, one hand adjusting his hat and the other resting on his hip, striding back with an air of confidence. Upon reaching Fin Beauty, he lifted his hat and, meeting Fin Beauty's eager gaze, snapped his fingers with a self-assured grin. All sorted. Fin Beauty exhaled in relief and couldn't help but smile. The two linked arms, stepping lively as they made their way to the second floor to work. On the second floor, at a corner table, 3 individuals were seated. Among them was a silver-haired man with 2 swords at his back, gazing intently at Tina's direction, his eyes sparkling. It seems I have found my springtime, he chuckled, addressing his companions. Goulant, Burnham, forgive me, but I fear I am falling in love. Rest assured, I will invite you both to our wedding. Zephyr, you say that about every beautiful woman, Burnham retorted, unimpressed. Save your breath. She is Major Tina, not someone you can toy with. Moreover, we are in the Navy headquarters, not a place for reckless antics, especially with a man sitting across from her. No. Love transcends rank and status. Even if my position does not match hers, my heart belongs to her. Ah, my goddess, Zephyr declared, clearly unfazed by Burnham's jabs. Goulant and Burnham exchanged glances, shaking their heads at Zephyr's infatuated demeanor. This man seemed to lose his wits at the mere sight of beauty. I'm going to propose to my goddess now. I shan't linger with you any longer, Zephyr exclaimed joyfully, rising from his seat. With a light tap, he stepped down from the second floor, gliding gracefully toward Tina. On the table before Wu Li and Tina lay an array of delectable dishes, particularly the golden, enticing deep red beef, tender and rich in flavor, which made Wu Li's mouth water. Just as he was about to indulge, a sudden commotion arose behind him. Turning around, he beheld a silver-haired marine, equipped with dual swords, gracefully descending from the air. He landed in a half-crouch before them, his left hand resting on his left knee while extending his right hand towards Tina. He appeared quite the gentleman, but his words astonished Wu Li. Commander Tina, may I humbly propose to you? Let us transcend the boundaries of our ranks and unite in marriage, my beloved, Zephyr declared, his face alight with infatuation. Tina momentarily froze, then quickly regained her composure, feeling that his audacity was beyond belief. Is this how Marines behave nowadays? She thought. Wu Li, taken aback for a moment, erupted into laughter. A proposal? It seems you have quite the number of suitors. Tina shot Wu Li a playful glare, then turned her attention back to the young man before her. You little brat, I have no time to indulge in such childish games. This is the naval headquarters. Do not overstep your bounds. Now, be off. And do not disturb my meal. No, how can you say such a thing? My heart aches, it hurts to the point of suffocation. How can love be shackled by class? Zephyr clutched his chest, feigning despair, tears streaming down his face. The restaurant was filled with aspiring Marines from around the world who did not recognize Zephyr, but were nonetheless entertained by the spectacle. Witnessing this scene was akin to discovering a new world. It turned out the naval headquarters was not as rigid as imagined and could indeed host such amusing occurrences. This realization led some to shed their initial restraint, starting to cheer. Marry him. Marry him. Hearing the support of the crowd, Zephyr laughed through his tears, while Tina's expression darkened and Wu Li furrowed his brow. There were limits to jesting, especially within the naval headquarters. Silence. Focus on your meals and stop this nonsense, Tina commanded. The once boisterous restaurant fell silent, sensing Tina's formidable presence. They suddenly recognized that this individual held significance. And this was no ordinary place, it was the naval headquarters. On the second floor, hypnotist Zango and Fembuti observed the scene, their expressions immediately darkening with fury. With a crack, they leaped onto the dining table, using it as leverage to jump down, shattering the table and scattering food everywhere. Goulant and Burnham watched their table collapse before them, further souring Goulant's mood. Zango and Fembuti positioned themselves protectively in front of Tina. Fembuti addressed Zephyr sternly. Since Commander Tina has asked you to leave, you should not linger any longer. Do not disturb her meal. No, I will not depart until she accepts my proposal. I will make her feel my most sincere love through my persistence, Zephyr replied, shaking his head resolutely. Wu Li stood up, only to be pressed back down by Tina, who lit a cigarette and remarked nonchalantly, "This is to celebrate your passing the assessment. Don't take it to heart." Her gaze shifted to Zephyr, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Who was the subordinate? Was there no sense of decorum? Had he grown accustomed to such laxity? This was, after all, the Navy headquarters. Fembuti donned his iron ring and launched a punch at Zephyr. Bang! The strike missed as Zephyr slightly tilted his head to evade it. Are you trying to stop me? Zephyr said, his dissatisfaction evident. Where do you hail from? I've never seen you before. Since you've offended Officer Tina, I cannot let you off lightly. Fembuti's fist stirred up gusts of wind, yet each blow was deftly dodged by Zephyr, resulting in considerable damage to the restaurant's furniture instead. Are you not a man? If you have the guts, then don't evade, Fembuti shouted, throwing another punch toward Zephyr's face. This time, Zephyr did not dodge. He narrowed his eyes and extended a hand, effortlessly blocking Fembuti's fist with his palm. Fembuti's expression shifted to one of disbelief, soon giving way to a fierce determination. With a hum, the armed color of his haki enveloped his fist, and he struck out, sending Zephyr flying and causing further destruction to the tables and chairs. Tina sighed, realizing that events were unfolding in an unforeseen direction. Chapter 23. The Admiral assessment concludes. Ahahaha. Someone truly proposed to Tina. Splendid, splendid. That one has potential. Carp munched on rice crackers, raising a steaming cup of tea and downing it in one go. A sailor stood before him, straight-backed and with a serious expression, reporting diligently. Aokiji Kazan seemed to indulge his subordinates too much. Even at the Navy headquarters, such unruliness was evident. Indeed, recalling them was the right choice, Sengoku commented. Cradling a white goat adorned with bells, which was surreptitiously nibbling on documents laid out on the table. Do not mind the details. Youth is meant to be vibrant and full of energy. Ha ha ha, Carp chuckled, imagining Tina's flustered reaction to the proposal. You are the most indulgent of your subordinates. And Aokiji seems to have inherited your bad habits, Sengoku replied, exasperated. You may take your leave. Do not concern yourself with this. Major Tina will handle it well. Carp gestured dismissively to the reporting sailor. Yes. The sailor saluted sharply before exiting the room. Speaking of which, the new admirals will be returning soon, right? Yes, soon. A naval ship glided gracefully across the surface of the sea, where Momonosuke and the drenched naval soldiers observed two figures on the deck. Additionally, there was a rescue team, led by Colonel T-Bone, who appeared gaunt, resembling a specter risen from the grave, clad in a justice cloak and helmet, with a long sword strapped to his back. He gazed in shock at the distant island, which could scarcely be called an island anymore, as the remaining peninsula steadily succumbed to the sea, fading from existence. Forever a mere mark on the map. Could this be the aftermath of the battle waged by these two admirals? What terrifying power! Truly, an unfathomable monster of strength. Kizaru muttered quietly, glancing at the towering figure beside him, a man with black, curly hair, nearly 3 meters tall. Regardless, this should be good news for the Navy headquarters. Though for him, it was another matter entirely. Meanwhile, Bastille and the Weasel observed the island, now resembling a hellish abyss. As the tumult of battle on the island gradually subsided, they exchanged glances, each reflecting their shared anticipation. The island was riddled with bottomless pits, its surface cloaked in searing lava, which flowed into the depths of the varying widths of these chasms, resembling cascading waterfalls of molten rock. Even the Navy, stationed at a distance, could hardly bear the oppressive heat, sweating profusely in their soaked uniforms as they awaited developments. Then they saw the two combatants approaching the warship, and the naval personnel erupted in cheers. Bastille and the Weasel promptly ordered the ship to head toward the island to assist Akainu and Fujitora. Zephyr rose, kicking aside the furniture he had just destroyed, gingerly touching the spot where Finbuti's hockey had struck him. This had hurt, causing him to grimace. He glared at the smug and arrogant Finbuti, his irritation mounting as he slowly drew the twin swords from his back. You've embarrassed me before my goddess. Humph. Since you were so eager to engage me, I accept your challenge. He shot a flirtatious glance at Tina, wishing to showcase a more dashing side. Puffed Wooly couldn't help but chuckle, observing this infatuated suitor of Tina. What an amusing character he was, a veritable gem within the Navy. Bang. Ouch. Major Tina, why did you suddenly hit me? Wooly complained, looking at Tina with feigned innocence. She shot him a glare, remaining silent as her gaze shifted back to the unfolding situation. What has this world come to? Could she no longer wield a blade? If her fellow officers found out, they would undoubtedly laugh uproariously. It seems you remain undeterred. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Some individuals are beyond your imagination, Finbuti scoffed, charging once more with his hockey-imbued fist aimed at Zeppa. Boom. Unlike before, this time, Zeppa stood firm, crossing his blades to withstand Finbuti's hockey-enhanced iron fist. The attack appeared ineffective, but after a fleeting moment of surprise in Finbuti's eyes, he did not relent, continuing his assault and forcing Zeppa to retreat. Zeppa interrupted Finbuti's barrage, raising his right hand with a powerful aura emanating from him, startling those present. They had not anticipated the seemingly comical individual possessed such formidable strength. One sword style, Zeppa's expression turned serious as he whispered. The blade exuded an aura of danger. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent-shaped arc of sword energy directed at Finbuti. The fierce winds generated by the sword energy cut through the air, making the onlookers feel as if they had been grazed by a blade. Finbuti did not shy away. Instead, he met Zeppa's sword energy head-on with his iron fist. Boom. To Finbuti's astonishment, Zeppa's attack proved momentarily overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he felt the hockey-enveloped iron ring begin to crack but managed to withstand Zeppa's strike. The sword energy struck the ground, leaving deep, cleaved marks. You are far stronger than I anticipated, quite impressive. However, I fear the next attack may not be so easily endured. Zephyr regarded Finbuti with a cold disdain, his gaze brimming with contempt. This incited a profound anger within Finbuti. Yet he could not deny the formidable strength of the individual before him. With a flourish, Zephyr raised his dual blades, unleashing a fierce surge of sword energy that soared skyward within the restaurant, far more potent than his previous single-blade technique. The intertwining streams of sword energy were even more ferocious, seemingly capable of obliterating anything in their path. Finbutti felt cold sweat beat on his forehead as he sensed the overwhelming aura, which alone instilled within him an immense pressure. As the sword energy drew ever closer, he suppressed his rising anxiety and, with a fierce shout, summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful punch. Clearly, Finbutti intended to confront Zephyr head-on, a notion that caused concern for his companion, Zhang Yao. Be careful. Chapter 24. The Navy's supernova Finbutti's iron fist failed to completely extinguish Zephy's sword energy. His recent mastery of armament hockey was simply insufficient. Just as it appeared he would be unable to withstand the onslaught, Zhang Yao anxiously glanced at Tina, hoping she would intervene and assist Finbutti. However, he noticed Tina remained unmoved, and he could not spot Woolie's figure either. Before he could ponder further, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face. Upon inspection, he realized it was a droplet of water falling onto him. Looking up, he was taken aback to find that raindrops had inexplicably begun to descend within the restaurant, their frequency increasing yet failing to touch the ground. The spectators inside the establishment were perplexed. How could it rain indoors? Zephy's sword energy did not disrupt this water barrier, which gradually dissipated. Both Finbutti and Zephyr were momentarily astonished. Zephyr was bewildered by the phenomenon, while Finbutti's mind conjured the image of a familiar figure, having witnessed this technique numerous times before. Rain of the Tsangin stream, he thought. As the water began to dissipate, it unveiled Finbutti's silhouette, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded the figure of Woolie behind Zephyr. In mere moments, the raindrops coalesced into a swirling stream, enveloping Finbutti and forming a protective barrier of water. On the second floor, Gulen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed below, his fighting spirit surging, and the special device in his hand humming in anticipation. Zephy's gaze fell upon the sword-wielding Woolie, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features. As a swordsman, he could perceive the pure intent encapsulated within this technique. "Who are you? I do not believe we have crossed paths before," Zephyr inquired, a mix of wariness and exhilaration in his tone. It had been quite some time since he encountered a swordsman of such exceptional skill. Previously, while hunting pirates, he had rarely encountered any who possessed such a refined sword intent. A swordsman must engage in relentless battles to hone their craft, and naturally, fellow practitioners of the sword serve as the ideal honing stones. It was evident that this individual hailed from the recent world conscription. Appearing genuinely formidable, perhaps he had underestimated the caliber of this world recruitment. The two figures descended from the second floor, gliding gracefully as they approached Zephyr, their excitement palpable as they regarded Woolie. Upon glancing at the individual who spoke, Woolie observed that he was adorned with a white scarf, donned a black suit, and sported a red rooster head, all while draped in the cloak of the Just Navy. The other figure was a robust man with deep blue hair, his face encircled by a beard, also cloaked in the Just Navy's regalia. Notably, his elongated arms evoked memories of someone from Woolie's past, Shiozwa. It seemed he had encountered yet another member of the long-armed clan. The memory of being struck by Shiozwa's lengthy appendages lingered in Woolie's mind. However, the aura emanating from the man before him lacked the formidable strength of Shiozwa, and both appeared to be quite youthful while adorned in their Just Navy cloaks. Within Woolie's mind, a semblance of conjecture began to form. These individuals appeared to be the new generation of the Navy, akin to KB and Balu. However, Woolie found himself pondering deeply, his gaze resting upon the red-haired naval officer. Among the trio, he emanated the most formidable aura, particularly as Woolie sensed an underlying malevolent power coursing through him. "Gulanti, what is your intention? Do not attempt to usurp my opponent," Zephyr exclaimed, observing Gallant's eager demeanor. "I am assisting you, Zephyr. How about I engage him first, and then you can take your turn?" "It has been quite some time since I experienced a proper battle," Gulanti replied. He certainly harbored aspirations and ambitions. As a pirate, his targets were far from mere trivial foes, aiming instead for figures of monumental stature akin to the four emperors. Nonetheless, indulging in the thrill of combat was not an unwelcome diversion. "Gulanti? Zephyr?" a voice called out, causing a stir among those present. Were these not among the most distinguished figures within the Navy's new generation? If memory served correctly, they were once subordinates of the former Admiral Akiji, previously engaged in hunting pirates. What had prompted their sudden return to the Navy headquarters? The expressions of the onlookers began to darken, as the recent world conscription was undoubtedly linked to Admiral Akiji's unexpected exit from the Navy. Tina recalled having seen these individuals alongside Admiral Akiji in the past. As Gulanti radiated his formidable presence, Eager for an exhilarating clash with Wu Li, Zipa prepared to contest for the adversary as well. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the dining hall, drawing the attention of all present. How long has this commotion persisted? Could it be that the headquarters has finally decided to intervene and impose consequences? Chapter 25. The battle as KB entered the dining hall. He was met with a throng of eager gazes, leaving him momentarily astonished. He was abruptly jostled by Balumeb behind him, causing KB to stagger forward, his head spinning as he forced a strained smile. "Hello, everyone. KB, why did you stop so abruptly? You made me bump into you," Balumeb grumbled, rubbing his head, only to notice the predatory stares of those in the dining hall, leaving him feeling uneasy. "What is going on here?" "TCH, I thought it was someone significant," Gulani scoffed, recognizing KB, albeit with a tinge of anticipation for someone to come forth and hold him accountable, preferably leading to his dismissal, thus allowing him to resume his allegiance to Admiral Akiji. Were he to resign from the Navy voluntarily, Admiral Akiji would never accept his loyalty. A truth he had long understood, having served at the Admiral's side for an extended period without repaying any of the kindness shown to him. "Gulanti, what are you doing here?" KB exclaimed in surprise, having been familiar with Gulanti and holding a certain admiration for this fellow seaman, who was not much older than himself. Yet, he was puzzled by Gallant's sudden return to the Navy headquarters after an extended absence spent pursuing pirates. "Do you have a problem with my presence? Am I not allowed to return?" Gulanti retorted. "No, that's not what I meant." KB quickly waved his hands, finally taking in the disarray of the dining hall. His mouth agape, he stammered. "What happened here?" "Why, it's a duel. Is it not obvious?" Gulanti shrugged nonchalantly, then fixed his gaze on Wu Li, beckoning him with a finger in a provocative manner. KB turned to Wu Li, who offered a wry smile and a nod, acknowledging him while seemingly disregarding Gallant's challenge. However, a hint of bitterness filled Wu Li's heart. Who would have thought that a simple meal could lead to encountering a battle fanatic, one so singularly focused on combat? Yet, noting that Tina made no move to intervene, he opted to remain nonchalant. Two-sword style. Zipa's voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd. All eyes turned to him as he brandished his dual blades, which radiated an intense sword aura. The onlookers held their breath, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Abruptly, a towering figure appeared behind Zipa, encircling him with a powerful embrace. "Ah, Burnham, what are you doing?" "That hurts. Let me go," Zipa exclaimed, ensnared by the robust arms of Burnham from the Longhand tribe. The might of Burnham's grip was astonishing, leaving Zipa feeling as though his bones might dislocate, struggling to maintain his hold on his blades. "Ah, well done, Burnham. Don't let him steal my fight." Gulanti chuckled with malicious delight at Zipa's predicament. "And you, Gulanti. Cease this ruckus," Burnham admonished. Ignoring him, Gulanti grinned at Wu Li, declaring, "You are mine now. If I were to be dismissed for this, it would only be for the best." Gallant's left-hand device hummed ominously, emitting wisps of smoke, as a tremendous force coalesced within his fist, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift dramatically. "Prepare yourself." Gulanti lunged forward, unleashing a devastating punch towards Wu Li, the air itself resonating with a thunderous crack. Wu Li squinted his eyes slightly, evading Gulan's punch just as it was about to connect. Despite Wu Li's deft maneuver, the smile on Gulan's face remained undiminished. Suddenly, he halted, using his left foot as a pivot, and fiercely swung his right leg towards Wu Li's head. Wu Li felt a gust of wind at the back of his head and did not turn around. Instead, he slightly tilted his head to narrowly evade Gulan's strike. The two figures danced before the spectators, their captivating exchanges rendering the onlookers spellbound. Just as Wu Li thought he had evaded Gulan's assault, a more powerful punch surged towards his face, leaving him with little chance to escape. The katana in Wu Li's hand radiated a dazzling light, unleashing a sword aura that sliced through the air, colliding with Gulan's attack. The two forces clashed with a thunderous roar, leaving the entire restaurant in ruins and generating a terrifying shockwave that compelled the onlookers to instinctively step back, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the two combatants. Even Zeppa momentarily forgot his struggles, while a look of surprise flickered in Burnham's eyes. Tina, inhaling her cigarette, sighed inwardly, reflecting, "Admiral Akiji, you have certainly presented me with a formidable challenge." Before leaving the Navy, Akiji had specifically entrusted her with the care of his subordinates, and she had promised to fulfill that duty to the best of her ability. It seemed that Akiji's departure had left Gulan and his companions feeling adrift, fostering a growing resentment towards the Navy. Furthermore, the recent summons from Navy headquarters evidently indicated a desire to prevent them from continuing their previous missions. Observing the battle between Wu Li and the three newcomers, Tina refrained from intervening, recognizing the necessity for them to vent their inner discontent, all the while understanding that Wu Li would not be easily defeated. Chapter 26. The conclusion of the world draft. The confrontation between Wu Li and Gulan-Te roused the old head chef from his slumber. Rubbing his temples, he pondered silently, wondering how he had dozed off so unexpectedly. A nagging feeling of forgetfulness plagued him, yet no matter how hard he tried to recollect, nothing came to mind. Upon hearing a tremendous crash emanating from the dining hall, he ventured inside, only to be met with the sight of utter devastation. Staring in disbelief at the chaos before him, he pointed at the assembled crowd, momentarily rendered speechless by his fury. After several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "What have you done? Do you realize the extent of the damage? This is a dining hall, not a battleground. I am responsible for the meals at this base, and now you've left me with the impossible task of explaining this disaster to my superiors." The sudden appearance of the old head chef stunned those present, and an awkward silence ensued, prompting even the combatants, Gulan-Te and Wu Li, to cease their hostilities. Tina rose to her feet, offering her apologies to the old chef, and then surveyed the wreckage with a cold demeanor. "We shall restore this dining hall to its former glory. You will remain until everything is returned to its original state, and only then may you leave," she declared. A murmur of surprise swept through the crowd, but no one dared to protest, as they, in a sense, were complicit in the turmoil. After her pronouncement, Tina turned to the old chef and inquired, "Do you find this resolution acceptable?" The old chef regarded Tina and then cast his gaze upon the earnest faces of the others. With a reluctant nod, he replied, "We must act swiftly to restore order. Have you all heard? Do not delay, get to work." Observing the dazed expressions of the crowd, Tina urged them with a sharp command. Wu Li touched his nose and replied to Gulan-Te and the others, "Indeed." Gulan-Te cast a reluctant glance at Wu Li and said, "The outcome remains undecided. Had I not been dismissed, I would have sought you out to determine our fates." With that, he took hold of Zephyr, who was shouting that he was indeed correct, and together they began the task of reconstructing the restaurant. Wu Li sighed and, alongside Zhang Gao and Fumbuti, commenced their reconstruction efforts on the other side. Gulan-Te approached KB and Balu, exclaiming, "What are you two still doing standing there? Hurry and join us. Shall we also participate?" KB and Balu were momentarily taken aback. "What else would you do?" Gulan-Te then pulled them into the endeavor of rebuilding the restaurant. "Let's lend a hand. We did observe the battle from the sidelines, so we are participants as well," a Marine suddenly interjected. "Indeed, we should join. Otherwise, when will they finish?" "Yes, let's all pitch in." The assembled Marines unanimously joined Gulan-Te and the others in their reconstruction task, which stirred a sense of gratitude within them. Through the collective effort, they successfully restored the restaurant to its former glory. The elderly head chef, moved by the sight of the exhausted crew, prepared a sumptuous feast alongside the kitchen staff to reward them. It was at this moment that Wu Li began to feel a sense of belonging within the Navy, while Gulan-Te and the others found their resentment towards the Navy, stemming from Akiji's departure, significantly alleviated. As the warships carrying Akainu and Kizaru, along with other admirals, returned to Navy headquarters, the global conscription approached its conclusion. The prospective Marines gathered at Navy headquarters, standing in neat formation, as they listened to Admiral Akainu's address. "First and foremost, congratulations to each of you for successfully passing the selection process of the world conscription, thus becoming a proud member of the Navy. I hope you will uphold justice, obey commands, execute orders strictly, embody the Navy's principles, and swiftly evolve into exemplary Marines who uphold the Navy's honor." Akainu's deep, authoritative voice resonated throughout the square. "Next, I shall announce the commencement of the appointment ceremony for 2 new admirals." As his words fell, the Marines' gazes collectively fixated on the platform, where Fujitora and Green Bull, tall and slender in their yellow and white striped suits, donned sunglasses, eliciting fervent admiration. Particularly when the 2 new admirals swore their oath to justice, the Marines performed the most precise salute, expressing their utmost respect. After 2 years, the world conscription finally drew to a close, with renowned newspapers worldwide frantically printing news, carried across the globe by countless seagulls and telegraph insects. Wu Li also received information regarding his appointed position from Tina. A chime resonated in his mind as a new notification appeared in his system. "Ding, the world conscription task has been completed. Congratulations, you have earned 200 experience points. Swordmaster, LV2, 322500. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyu Tsangyan Flow, Ultimate. Fuyu Shifeng Flow Sword, 99. Heroic Spirit Value, 50 task, participate in, and pass the world conscription. 200 completed. What puzzled Wu Li was the inexplicable decline in his heroic spirit value, although he could not ascertain the reason behind it. He acknowledged that he had successfully completed the task. Now he could embark on a new journey. Chapter 27. The meeting before departure. All naval officers and above are to assemble in the conference room immediately. The naval headquarters announcement reverberated continuously. The ordinary sailors in training lifted their heads, watching as the officers clad in their justice uniforms proceeded towards the conference room. Young ones, cease your activities. Prepare to attend the meeting, Karp instructed, observing the two engaged in combat. The swirling dust revealed KB, who was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Yet his expression bore a hint of excitement. He was battling Barumabur. Upon hearing Karp's words, he sheathed his two Gurkha knives and stood upright alongside KB, proclaiming loudly, "Yes." Vice Admiral Karp. Tina, smoking a cigarette, glanced at Wu Li after hearing the announcement, her demeanor calm. "Let us go, Colonel Wu Li. It seems the higher-ups are assigning you tasks, and I hear they will also arrange a partner for each of you." Wu Li donned a cloak emblazoned with the word justice, and his demeanor seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation. The Navy headquarters would inevitably conduct a global conscription. However, it was implausible that all the conscripted sailors would remain at the headquarters, rendering the very essence of conscription meaningless. Thus, following the appointment of ranks, there would be a reallocation of duties, enabling the Navy to more effectively uphold maritime justice, combat the nefarious pirates, and preserve peace upon the seas. "Let us depart," Wu Li declared, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him regarding the nature of his forthcoming assignment, particularly the identity of his partner. "Indeed, let us go," Tina replied, rising to accompany Wu Li to the conference room. The hypnotist Zhang Yao and Fen Beauty observed Wu Li and Tina's departing figures, their eyes brimming with envy, tears streaming down their faces as they gritted their teeth to stifle their cries. "Fen Beauty, do not forget our vow," Zhang Yao comforted, his gaze watery. "I have not forgotten." Fen Beauty responded, and the two embraced, leaving the other sailors in a state of astonishment at this display. It appeared they, too, yearned for promotion. But was it truly necessary to weep so profusely? Meanwhile, Zhang Yao and Fen Beauty grappled with a harsh reality. The wretched Wu Li spent every day with Tina, and this time, they could not even play the role of mere bystanders, leaving them in profound sorrow. On their way to the conference room, Wu Li and Tina encountered an acquaintance. "Humph. I didn't expect to run into you again," Grant remarked, his gaze intensifying as he added, "Shall we have another match?" The conference room was filled with naval officers of the rank of captain and above, representing nearly the entirety of the Navy's current middle to upper echelon. Any pirate who chanced upon such a grand assembly of hundreds of sailors cloaked in the mantle of justice would likely tremble in fear. Such a spectacle was not one encountered regularly. Seated at the head of the conference room was Akainu, flanked by Kizaru, Green Bull, Fujitora, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, who were conspicuously absent from this gathering, clearly not participating in the meeting. The session lasted an entire day, finally concluding just as Wu Li's stomach began to grumble with hunger. However, for those of the rank of Rear Admiral and above, additional discussions awaited, prompting Tina to allow Wu Li to depart first as he made his way to the dining hall. Chapter 28. A chance encounter with the Straw Hat crew in the dining hall. KB and Balu spotted Wu Li and joined him at his table. "Colonel Wu Li, I haven't yet congratulated you on your promotion. From now on, we will all be part of the Navy," Kobe exclaimed. "I wonder who they've assigned as your partner for the upcoming missions?" he inquired with curiosity. Balumber mirrored Kobe's inquisitiveness, perhaps pondering how the newly summoned sailors would adapt to their duties, prompting the higher-ups to pair them with partners for a smoother transition. "It's another Colonel, Shun. But I've heard he is currently out on a mission and has returned yet," Wu Li replied. At that moment, 3 individuals entered the dining hall. Kobe waved enthusiastically and called out, "Grant, Zephyr, Burnham, over here." Upon seeing Kobe's warm demeanor, Grant and the others joined them at the table. Wu Li nodded with a smile. Although these individuals were known for their fierce combativeness, they were not devoid of camaraderie, merely possessing an intense competitive spirit. Once Grant was seated, Kobe, filled with curiosity, asked, "I heard you applied for the base closest to Cake Island in the land of Wano? What prompted that decision?" Grant replied, "That base is primarily tasked with monitoring the movements of the Yonko, Big Mom. One day, I shall personally bring her down. That is my ambition. I am confident I will achieve this goal soon." "The Yonko? Those are the emperors of the New World. Isn't aiming for such formidable figures a bit too lofty?" Balumber interjected, unable to suppress his thoughts. Such aspirations were beyond his contemplation. His focus lay solely on honing his skills under Garp's tutelage to grow stronger. Kobe, recalling his own dream of becoming an admiral, nodded in agreement, stating, "I believe you can achieve it. Let us strive together to realize our respective dreams." Perhaps it was the mention of dreams that stirred Kobe's excitement as he turned to the rapidly devouring Wu Li and asked, "Colonel Wu Li, what is your dream? Do you have any goals you wish to achieve?" Wu Li paused with his knife and fork, mumbling, "Dreams? What are dreams? Can they be consumed?" Kobe couldn't help but roll his eyes at this, while Grant, however, did not believe that he was a man devoid of ambition. He could sense the unwavering resolve in him from their previous battle. "I aspire to marry a beautiful woman and then have many, many children," Zephyr declared, clenching his fist, only to be pierced through by Burnham's disdainful remark. "Aren't you aiming to be the strongest swordsman in the world? That was in the past. Forget about the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. At present, I can't even defeat Colonel Wu Li," Zephyr lamented. Not long ago, they had engaged in a duel, and he lost, bested by sheer swordsmanship, particularly as Wu Li didn't even employ hockey. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Li had yet to grasp the concept of armament hockey. Had he known, his dismay would have deepened. How could one be so formidable without hockey? "I hope that one day when I bring down the 4 emperors, you will possess the capability to challenge me," Grant proclaimed, pointing at Wu Li with arrogance. As a new generation of the Navy, few could rival him among his peers, which explains his audacity to make such statements. Wu Li did not shatter his inflated confidence, for he and his companions were acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them from the 4 emperors. After satisfying their hunger, they each departed, and it was not long before Goulant and the others commenced their journey to surveil the base of Cake Island, the territory of the world government. Meanwhile, KB and Balu continued their training under the guidance of Carp, as they had always done. Amidst Wu Li's anxious waiting, his partner, Colonel Xiao-In, finally arrived at the Navy headquarters. Wu Li gazed at the figure of Xiao-In, whose face was concealed by a white cloth, and expressed, "I am delighted to partner with you on this mission." "Indeed," Xiao-In replied. Observing Xiao-In's taciturn demeanor, Wu Li inwardly sighed, contemplating the unfortunate fate of having encountered such a reticent companion. Nevertheless, he held high hopes for the seemingly shadowed future of the colonel before him. For Xiao-In's rust fruit was an exceptionally formidable ability. If harnessed correctly, it would undoubtedly render him immensely powerful. On a splendid and sunny morning, after bidding farewell to Tina, Wu Li set sail alongside Xiao-In, embarking on his naval career. However, on this very day of departure, Wu Li was met with the unpredictable weather of the New World. The once serene and picturesque ocean was now engulfed by the onset of a tempest, transforming into a furious, inky abyss with surging waves that roared like a stampede of wild stallions. The sailors aboard the warship were thrown into a state of panic, some flailing in disarray. "Colonel Xiao-In, Colonel Wu Li, what shall we do?" a sailor cried out. The warship teetered precariously upon the tumultuous waves, yet Xiao-In, casting his gaze towards a faint glimmer in the distant sky, resolutely declared, "Remain calm, everyone. Let us steer towards that illuminated sky." The weather in the New World was notoriously capricious. One moment, there might be a clear azure expanse, while the next, it could be beset by violent storms. Wu Li, lacking understanding of such phenomena, entrusted the situation to Xiao-In. After an arduous hour navigating through the tempest, the weather gradually improved, with dark clouds dissipating and sunlight once again gracing the deck of their vessel. A collective sigh of relief echoed among the crew. For sailing the seas involved not only the peril of encountering pirates but also the constant threat posed by nature itself. Suddenly, a sailor peered through a telescope towards the horizon, exclaiming, "Look, there's a pirate ship." Both Xiao-In and Wu Li were momentarily taken aback, then seized the telescopes from their nearby comrades. "What is that?" Xiao-In pondered uncertainly. As they drew nearer, Xiao-In finally discerned the lion-shaped prow of the ship and the pirate flag adorned with a skull and straw hat. "It's the ship of the Straw Hat crew. After 2 years, we meet them once more," Xiao-In proclaimed with rare enthusiasm. "Accelerate. We must not allow them to escape this time." Wu Li was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to encounter the most illustrious figure in this world at such an instant. The Sunny, a ship bathed in sunlight, was manned by Usopp, clad in loose overalls, adorned with blue and white striped wristbands, a large crossbody tool bag, and a wide-brimmed white hat, who was joyfully playing with Chopper. Suddenly, they noticed a vessel approaching them, and Usopp, having dropped his glasses, caught sight of a seagull holding a scale, the emblem of the Navy, atop a warship, and exclaimed, "It's the Navy." A naval warship is coming towards us. Chopper and the others were equally startled by the unexpected appearance. Zoro, who had been napping, sprang up. Squinting one eye to gradually discern the figure of Shuin, muttering, "So it's an old acquaintance." Chapter 29. Faces in a lifetime. The era was that of the Great Pirate Age, revolving around the legendary treasure left by the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, One Piece. Countless pirates clashed with one another in pursuit of their dreams. Monkey D. Luffy, having consumed the gum-gum fruit and transformed into a rubber man, set sail to become the Pirate King, embarking on numerous adventures alongside his comrades. Following the events at Enies Lobby, they had gained fame across the seas, their existence warranting the respect of even the world government. The Straw Hat Pirates set their sights on the New World, currently navigating the Grand Line. These familiar words suddenly surfaced in Wu Li's mind, vividly manifesting before him. The Straw Hat Pirates were indeed the most renowned pirate crew in this world. Led by the exuberant Luffy, he was destined to become the Pirate King, and his companions were poised to realize their dreams. However, the unpredictable variable of Wu Li now loomed, particularly as he found himself in opposition to them. The fog of uncertainty thickened between pirates and the Navy. On board the Thousand Sunny, the atmosphere remained as lively as ever. The king of snipers, Usopp, and Chopper, who had a penchant for cotton candy, dashed about the deck like ants on a hot pan upon spotting the naval warship. Usopp, with a quivering voice, lamented, "This is it. Just as we arrived in the New World, we encounter the Navy. Are there more Navy ships in the New World than in other seas?" Suddenly halting, he turned to the figure seated at the prow, resembling a lion, and cried, "Luffy, what should we do?" Seated above was a disheveled Luffy, his black hair tousled, a scar beneath his left eye, dressed in a red vest, blue shorts, and sandals, a straw hat around his neck. Unlike Usopp and Chopper, Luffy beamed with a confident smile upon seeing the naval warship, his white teeth gleaming. Chopper, scampering about with tiny feet, squeaked in his innocent voice, "We're doomed. The Navy has come. What are we going to do?" Their voices created quite a ruckus aboard the Thousand Sunny, and before Luffy could respond, Nami, unable to endure any longer, delivered two swift punches, silencing them instantly. Usopp and Chopper, with swollen heads, looked up at Nami with eyes filled with more fear than they had for the Navy. Seeing them quiet down, Nami let out a discreet sigh of relief. These two were far too rowdy. She then glanced towards the naval vessel, furrowing her brow. "I didn't expect to run into the Navy as soon as we entered the New World. This could be troublesome." She picked up the map in her hands, scrutinizing it closely, before turning to the cyborg Frankie, asking, "Frankie, how many more times can you use the wind blast cannon?" The towering Frankie, clad only in shorts, leaned to the right, striking a peculiar pose with his hands, and replied in a magnetic tone, Super. Nami. The cola fuel can only be used for one more wind blast cannon." Zoro, the pirate hunter, yawned, appearing lethargic as he fiddled with the three swords at his waist. Casually remarked, "What's the fuss? We can just go and cut them all down. Besides, I recognize one of those Navy officers. He rusted my snow walk at Enies Lobby. While the other one is unfamiliar." "Right, I think I've seen him at Enies Lobby, but the other Navy officer is unknown," Usopp added, recalling their previous encounter and victory, which remained vivid in his memory. A gust of wind swept by, and suddenly, a figure appeared beside Robin and Nami. With golden hair, curly eyebrows, a small beard on his chin, and a smile on his face, Sanji exclaimed, "Nami-chan. Robin-chan, how may I serve you?" Upon noticing the naval warship, his expression darkened as he declared, "I'll go take them out." "Sanji, what about the dish you're currently preparing in the kitchen?" the skeleton Brook reminded him. "Oh, I almost forgot. Then I'll leave this to you guys. I need to get back to cooking." Sanji slapped his forehead, only to vanish in a flash. Robin, with her voluptuous figure clad in a black leather jacket and a cowboy hat, set down her newspaper. Spotting Shuin aboard the naval vessel, her mouth fell agape in surprise. "That's Colonel Shuin. He should be part of the naval division. What brings him here?" Perhaps he was reassigned to the Navy headquarters in the New World. The newspaper reported that the Navy headquarters has relocated from Marineford to the New World. As for the other, Robin's gaze shifted to Wu Li, who, despite donning a Navy Justice uniform, dressed casually and lacked the typical Navy aura. A contemplative expression crossed her face. The recent newspaper indicated the end of the world conscription, and the unfamiliar figure, casually attired with minimal Navy semblance, was likely a new recruit from the world conscription. Chapter 30. Zoro tricked by Luffy. As the distance between the naval warship and the Straw Hat Pirates ship decreased, the soldiers aboard the ship stood prepared, their expressions tense. This pirate crew was exceedingly renowned, particularly their captain, Monkey D. Luffy, notorious for a bounty of 400 million. Colonel Wu Li, my forthcoming request may be somewhat excessive, Shun said, glancing at Wu Li. Though they were partners, their time working together was limited, especially given Shun's taciturn nature, which left little room for interaction. Hence, Shun's proactive request piqued Wu Li's interest. What is it? Do share? Wu Li inquired, his curiosity aroused. Although we are partners of equal rank, I hope to take full command moving forward, Shun said, visibly anxious, realizing this request was rather presumptuous. While they were termed partners, it was merely a facade. Most personnel from the world conscription were formidable. The Navy's higher-ups preferred not to assign high-ranking positions directly, hence the transitional partnership. Of course, the current highest combat power did not require such a transitional phase, as the new Admiral's strength was unparalleled. Therefore, despite holding equal ranks, the command authority resided with Wu Li, while Shun was merely a deputy. That is absolutely fine. I lack experience in these matters, so this will be an excellent opportunity for me to learn. Colonel Wu Li expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Colonel Wu Li. Upon this, Shun observed that the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates was nearing the artillery range. He swiftly turned and commanded the gunners. As soon as the Straw Hat crew's vessel enters the firing range, commence bombardment immediately. Aye. The sailors replied in unison. Wu Li sighed inwardly, realizing that he was to engage in battle with the Straw Hat crew sooner than anticipated. His desire for this confrontation was not particularly fervent. Although the Straw Hats were pirates and he was a member of the Navy, his initial motivation for joining the world recruitment was not simply to apprehend pirates indiscriminately. The absence of mission prompts from the system indicated that the Straw Hat crew bore minimal criminal infamy. Monkey D., Luffy, after all, was a pivotal figure in the unfolding of the world's narrative, embodying the very essence of its storyline. While he had no intention of capturing them, Wu Li felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of facing Roronoa Zoro, the disciple of the world's greatest swordsman and a future master in his own right. He was eager to test the strength of his 2-year-later self. Report. The enemy's pirate ship has entered the attack range, a marine suddenly announced. Wu Li gazed into the distance and could indeed discern everything about the Thousand Sunny, along with those familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Fire! Shun commanded resolutely. Dozens of cannonballs soared towards the Straw Hat Pirates' vessel. On the Thousand Sunny, Luffy and his companions remained remarkably unperturbed by the incoming barrage. The Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, stood at the prow shaped like a lion, observing the rain of cannonballs. He suddenly leaped into the air, inhaling deeply, his abdomen swelling rapidly like a balloon. Under Wu Li's watchful gaze, some of the cannonballs struck Luffy's inflated belly, indenting it, yet he swiftly propelled them back towards the naval warship. Meanwhile, the remaining cannonballs were met with Roronoa Zoro's swift leap. With a mere draw of his sword, a flash of steel split the projectiles in two, causing them to explode mid-air. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Li marveled at how effortlessly they dispatched the cannonballs. Truly, the Straw Hat crew possessed remarkable strength. As cannonballs were sent hurtling back, the Marines on the warship panicked, exclaiming, "Duck!" Just as Shun prepared to act, he witnessed Wu Li draw his sword, and with a casual sweep, as if conjuring a gust of wind, the airborne cannonballs trembled and detonated. Bang! Bang! Seeing that the naval warship showed no signs of ceasing its bombardment, Luffy shouted. Rubber Wu Li beheld Luffy's arms stretching like ordinary rubber, extending all the way to the naval warship, grasping a railing, while his body remained aboard the Thousand Sunny. Nami and the others, witnessing Luffy's reckless antics once more, anxiously exclaimed, "Luffy, what are you planning? We need to leave as quickly as possible." Before they could finish their sentence, a swift sound echoed as Zoro leaped onto Luffy's arm, utilizing it as a bridge to dash across to the opposing naval vessel. "Zoro," Luffy protested, displeased that this fellow was using his arm to traverse. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Luffy's eyes as a brilliant idea struck him, and he broke into a grin. Zoro, who had been slicing through the incoming cannonballs mid-air, shuddered and turned to Luffy, sensing an ominous premonition rise within him at the sight of Luffy's smile. "Luffy," Zoro called out uneasily. Zoro, let's go." Wu Li witnessed Luffy's body retracting at an astonishing speed towards the Navy warship, during which he also brought Zoro along in a swift motion. With a thunderous crash, the two landed on the deck of the Navy ship, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact. Luffy stood up, dusted off his hands, and with a carefree laugh exclaimed, "Ah, nothing happened." Zoro, emerging from the pit, seethed with anger. Luffy. Chapter 31. Luffy and Zoro versus the Navy. It is Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, and Zoro, the pirate hunter. They have boarded the warship. Do not fear them. Capture them. On the deck of the Navy's ship, the sailors gasped as Luffy and Zoro made their bold entrance. Typically, pirates would seek to escape quickly. Seldom would they actively attack the Navy. The sailors, armed with their weapons, hesitated to strike and instead surrounded the duo. Observing the advancing Navy, Luffy rubbed his hungry stomach, his nostrils flaring as if he could scent the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafting from the Thousand Sunny's kitchen. He gulped and urged, "Zoro, let us dispatch them swiftly so we can return to eat Sanji's cooking. I'm famished." Zoro stretched his limbs, exasperated. All right. I can't stand you. You ate so much this morning and you're hungry again?" He then cast a disdainful glance at the Navy soldiers and remarked nonchalantly, "It will be quick. I won't keep you waiting long." Upon hearing Zoro's words, the sailors were taken aback, soon followed by indignation. Although they were aware of Luffy and Zoro's notorious reputations, such blatant mockery was intolerable. Many had already prepared to strike at any moment. With a fierce demeanor, Wu Li's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. These were indeed figures of immense popularity. The thought of engaging in battle with them quickened his heartbeat, instilling a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. In stark contrast to Wu Li's excitement, the Navy perceived this as an affront, an insult that fueled their fury. Consequently, a faction of the sailors ceased their waiting and began firing upon Luffy and Zoro, while others launched attacks from the flanks. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted on the Navy's ship. A hail of bullets surged towards Luffy and Zoro. In a blink, Luffy stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zoro. The bullets struck Luffy's body, yet to the sailors' astonishment, they had no effect. Luffy's physique resembled that of rubber, impervious to the onslaught. Could this be the power of the Straw Hat Kid Luffy's fruit? Before the sailors could comprehend, the bullets ricocheted off Luffy and returned to them in kind. Some bullets struck the deck, leaving behind marks, while others grazed the sailors' arms, eliciting cries of pain that echoed across the ship. Meanwhile, Zoro wielded two swords. One clenched in his teeth, as he swiftly dispatched the approaching sailors with the backs of his blades, sending them sprawling in disarray. Observing this scene, Xiaowen's heart sank as he turned to Wu Li and murmured, "Colonel Wu Li, it's our turn to engage." Upon hearing this, Wu Li repressed the inexplicable emotions he harbored for the Straw Hat Kid Monkey D, Luffy, and the pirate hunter Zoro. Observing the fallen marine soldiers scattered about, his expression grew increasingly serious as he declared, "Very well. I shall take on the pirate hunter Zoro." After a brief pause, Xiaowen continued, "May I contend with the Straw Hat Kid Monkey D, Luffy? I yearn for another duel with him." Wu Li gazed at Xiaowen's unwavering determination and nodded slightly. Upon witnessing Wu Li's agreement, Xiaowen sprang forward, charging towards Zoro, who had just felled several advancing marines. Zoro, sensing the shift, turned around. Chapter 32. The most terrifying silence. Seeing Xiaowen's demeanor, a faint smile graced Zoro's face as he remarked, "Ah, so it is you, Zoro. We meet again at last." Xiaowen, his eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit, beckoned, "Come, let us engage in battle." With that, Xiaowen's hands began to transform, appearing to be shrouded in a grayish hue, as he launched an assault towards Zoro. Very well. Thus commenced the clash between Zoro and Xiaowen. A duel so intense that the ordinary marines dared not intervene, knowing they would only be collateral damage in the tempest of their confrontation. Zoro had never shied away from battle, and 2 years of rigorous training had rendered him immensely powerful. Before entering the New World, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of compelling him to unleash his full potential. Nevertheless, he remained wary of Xiaowen's hands, consciously avoiding contact between his sword and Xiaowen's ominous appendages during their skirmish. The battle at Eni's lobby had left an indelible mark on his memory, particularly the rusted Snow Walker's blade and the formidable powers of the opposing Devil Fruit user. He had no desire for his beloved sword to suffer any further damage. As Zoro and Xiaowen engaged in their fierce duel, Wu Li's attention shifted to Luffy, who was skillfully dodging bullets amidst a hail of gunfire, miraculously unscathed. Observation Haki. I see, Wu Li mused, well aware of Luffy's mastery of this ability along with his 2 other forms of Haki. With his keen observation Haki, Luffy could effortlessly evade bullets if he so chose. The initial hits he took from the Marine's gunfire had been intentional. Luffy, exclaiming, "Goma Goma no," unleashed a rubber-like punch that sent the charging Marines flying. The remaining soldier, witnessing Luffy's fist rapidly approaching, felt a surge of terror as his pupils dilated in fear. There was no stopping it, no time to react. Bang! Without further thought, Wooly swiftly moved to intercept Luffy's punch. Luffy's rubber-like arm rebounded quickly. The Marine, witnessing the figure before him draped in a cloak of justice, exhibited a gleam of excitement in his eyes and exclaimed, "Colonel Wooly." Wooly nodded slightly and then said to him, "You may step aside." The Marine, understanding the disparity in strength between himself and the two individuals before him, retreated to the side. Curiosity flickered in his eyes, for he was uncertain of the true extent of Colonel Wooly's prowess. Straw Hat Kid Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, one of the notorious generation, wielder of the gum-gum fruit. Wooly spoke, his tone laced with an inexplicable emotion that left Luffy somewhat astonished as he gazed at the naval officer before him. Remarkably, instead of launching an attack, the officer began to divulge information about Luffy. He was the grandson of the naval hero Garb, and also the son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Infamously dubbed the world's most wanted criminal, upon hearing the name Garb, Luffy bit his lip, a grimace crossing his face as memories of his childhood days being thrashed by his grandfather flooded back. He had no recollections of his father. Originating from the East Blue, he had spent his formative years in Windmill Village. Luffy looked at Wooly with surprise, exclaiming, "You know about Windmill Village? Have you been there?" "No, I haven't," Wooly replied. Luffy's face fell in disappointment, but Wooly added with a smile, however, "I am quite knowledgeable about it. For instance, the straw hat atop your head was given to you by the Yonko Shanks." Wooly pointed at the straw hat Luffy wore, and the astonishment was palpable among Luffy and the surrounding naval soldiers. Even Zoro, who was engaged in combat with Shuin, showed surprise, realizing that Wooly was aware of this detail. Yet, such information was not particularly obscure. It was not shocking in itself. What did astonish them was Wooly's next revelation. Shanks lost an arm saving you, and for the 2 years following the Paramount War, you trained under the guidance of the Pirate King's right-hand man, Rayleigh. A profound silence enveloped the naval ship as Zoro and Shuin paused in their duel. Far off, on the Thousand Sunny, Usopp peered through his telescope, bewildered by the sudden halt in the skirmish on the Navy ship. What is going on? Why have Luffy, Zoro, and the Navy all stopped? Nami, equally surprised, took Usopp's telescope to witness the scene aboard the naval vessel. It's true. What happened? They all stand there in a daze. What is going on? Robin, come look. Robin received the telescope from Nami, scanning the expressions of the naval officers. She noted their faces were etched with shock, while the naval colonel's mouth moved, presumably speaking some astonishing revelation that had left everyone astounded. It must be something that has left them all in disbelief, Robin conjectured, pausing to focus on Wooly. The cause lies with that unknown naval officer. Curiosity piqued among Nami and the others. They could only wait for Luffy and his crew to return and explain the events aboard the naval ship. Shanks lost an arm? Rayleigh, the legendary figure, is the Straw Hat Kid's mentor? The magnitude of this information left the naval soldiers with gaping mouths, as though they had seen a ghost, contemplating the overwhelming power behind it. Shun was equally taken aback, though a flicker of doubt crossed his features. He pondered the source of Wooly's intelligence, suspecting it was not mere fabrication. Zoro was initially shocked to learn that the Yonko Shanks had sacrificed an arm for Luffy. But he also questioned how this naval officer had acquired such knowledge, a detail unknown even to the crew. While the authenticity of this revelation remained to be validated, it was undoubtedly true that Luffy had trained under Rayleigh following the Paramount War. Observing Luffy's dazed expression, Zoro concluded that the naval officer had likely spoken the truth. With his left eye bearing a scar, Zoro's gaze hardened as he looked at Wooly, a fierce bloodlust igniting within him. This individual knew Luffy better than those who had journeyed alongside him. The fact that he was a naval officer made him an even greater threat to Luffy. And as a crewmate, Zoro felt compelled to eliminate this danger. With intense bloodlust radiating from him, Zoro emanated a powerful aura that left the naval soldiers gasping for breath and instilled immense pressure upon Shuin, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Realizing that Zoro had previously held back during their fight, Shuin's alertness peaked as he prepared to intervene should Zoro strike at Wooly. Though he doubted his ability to stop him, he resolved to do everything in his power to prevent an attack. Sensing Zoro's murderous intent, Wooly came to himself. Hastily covering his mouth and stammering an apology, I'm sorry. I became overly excited and inadvertently revealed other crucial information. Despite Wooly's appearance of being merely flustered, Zoro's bloodlust remained unyielding. With a narrowed gaze, Zoro focused intently on Wooly, ready to unleash an attack. Just then, Luffy extended his arm, signaling Zoro to hold back. Zoro, like a taut arrow, shot a glance at Luffy, speechless yet stilled. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, squaring his shoulders and meeting Wooly's gaze with a serious expression. How do you know all of this? Who exactly are you? Chapter 34. My name is Wu Li, and I am currently a naval colonel. A sudden sound reverberated through the air. Dark clouds began to gather, obscuring the sun's rays, casting shadows upon the sea. As time progressed, the shadows expanded, enveloping the ships and the faces of Luffy and his companions, with only a few faint beams of light piercing the surface of the water. On the naval ship, countless eyes fixated on Wu Li, a mix of astonishment, curiosity, and hostility swirling in their gazes, all awaiting his answer. In the distance, the crew aboard the Thousand Sunny remained in anticipation. Nami glanced up at the sky, then at the eternal pose on her wrist, her expression growing anxious. Though she often appeared carefree and disinterested in deeper matters, the current situation compelled her to be vigilant. The presence of a naval officer who possessed such intimate knowledge of Luffy was indeed unsettling. Luffy contemplated these revelations, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Li. Certain questions could only be answered by him. While Shun and the ordinary naval soldiers remained skeptical of Wu Li's claims, the reactions and inquiries from pirate hunter Zoro and Straw Hat Luffy began to sway their beliefs, leading them to consider the possibility that this information was, in fact, true. Wu Li gently tapped his forehead, perceiving the anxious expressions of Luffy and Zoro, feeling somewhat regretful for having spoken too much. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Li remarked, "I may understand you even better than you understand yourself." While this assertion was somewhat exaggerated, it was not entirely unfounded. Luffy's pupils contracted. The response was ambiguous and audacious, although he held skepticism towards Wu Li's words. A tremor of unease coursed through him. A person he had just met spoke with the familiarity of one who claimed to know him entirely, which felt absurd. Yet some of his statements rang true. "Who on earth are you?" Luffy inquired once more. "My name is Wu Li, and I currently hold the rank of colonel in the Navy," Wu Li replied. Luffy furrowed his brow even tighter, for this was not the answer he had sought. Colonel Wu Li? At the moment he had shielded himself from the blow and rescued that naval officer, he had already recognized him. "Who exactly are you?" The inquiry pertained to the relationship with Wu Li, rather than his name or rank. As he remained reticent, we were left with no choice but to resort to force to elicit a response. Zoro, brimming with an aura of menace, spoke up. As soon as Zoro finished speaking, he glanced at Luffy, only to find him lost in contemplation, showing no intention of intervening. Shuin's body tensed, his presence radiating an unrestrained energy, vigilantly observing Zoro, poised to intercept any assault directed at Wu Li. The atmosphere grew heavy with Luffy's silence, stifling and nearly suffocating. Suddenly, Zoro made his move, vanishing from his position in the blink of an eye, leaving only a whirlwind in his wake. The soldiers were momentarily blinded, and Shuin swiftly propelled himself forward, placing himself in front of Zoro. Frowning, Zoro spoke in a low, serious tone. "I no longer have the luxury of time for leisurely combat. Step aside, or do not blame me for being merciless." Before his words had fully resonated, Zoro brandished two swords towards Shuin, the gravity of the situation leaving no room for distraction. Shuin cast a sidelong glance at Wu Li behind him, recalling their earlier conversation, and resolutely stated to Zoro, "I have already made arrangements with someone. I cannot let you pass." Zoro clenched the hilt of his sword tightly, a fierce and savage aura erupting from him, akin to a bloodthirsty beast ready to unleash carnage. Chapter 35. Wu Li versus Zoro. The two resumed their fierce battle, the tremendous force causing the soldiers to retreat, unable to withstand the onslaught. So swift, such overwhelming strength. As Shuin struggled to navigate Zoro's ferocious attacks, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The disparity in power was staggering. A far cry from their previous encounter at Eni's lobby, Shuin could only maintain his composure, striving to fend off Zoro's strikes, preventing him from advancing. Engaged in the struggle, Zoro found himself unable to reach Wu Li. Realizing that overcoming Shuin to strike Wu Li was nearly impossible, he resolved to defeat Shuin first. Zoro shouted, three-sword style, tornado. His aura surged as if a dragon ascended to the heavens, lifting Shuin into the air. The force of his sword created a whirlpool of wind, rendering Shuin unable to resist, leaving him with sword marks. Yet, he gritted his teeth, striving to stabilize himself mid-air. Then, with a swift motion, he enveloped his hand in a surge of power and pressed down towards Zoro's location. Sensing the imminent danger from Shuin's attack, Zoro instinctively evaded. Where Zoro had just stood, a swirling vortex of corrosive energy materialized, instantly disintegrating into dust. Although surprised, Zoro refused to remain passive. With a hum, armament hockey coiled around his swords. He held them as if they were strapped to his back, the sky darkening, save for his gleaming sword light, illuminating his formidable silhouette. Three-sword style, Tiger Hunt. Before his words faded, an overwhelming force surged towards Shun, who widened his eyes in disbelief, knowing he could not withstand it. Luffy lifted his gaze, witnessing a figure materialize beside Shun. A powerful vortex arose from the sea, causing the warship to sway. A towering wave, several meters high, surged with incredible speed, entwining around Wu Li and Shun, forming an immense water barrier. As Zoro beheld Wu Li's sudden appearance, excitement flickered in his eyes. He had anticipated this moment. His power surged forth, amplifying the momentum and might of his blade, as his sword light clashed against Wu Li's protective water barrier. Crack! Wu Li's expression shifted as he observed his water barrier falter within mere moments, shattered by Zoro's sword light, which continued its relentless advance without losing potency. Truly, one who aspired to be a swordsman is indeed formidable. But, with a grave expression, Wu Li emanated a chilling aura that surged forth from his being. The sword in his hand became encrusted with frost, and soon the ground beneath him was rapidly enveloped in ice. A sudden wave of cold air swept through the sky, causing snowflakes to swirl about, plunging those aboard the warship from the sweltering heat into a biting winter that made them shiver uncontrollably. The ethereal swordplay of floating feather and divine wind conjured a wall of snowflakes before Wu Li, standing resolutely against Zoro's sword aura once more. Bang! A powerful pressure propelled the falling snow violently in all directions, swiftly cloaking the naval vessel in a shroud of frost. The soldiers, their hair and faces dusted with white frost, exhaled visible breaths, gazing in astonishment at the transformed landscape, reminiscent of winter's embrace. In Chapter 36, the anxious Nami marveled at Colonel Wu Li's formidable strength, pondering the might of his technique, which seemed capable of withstanding even Roronoa Zoro's fierce onslaught. Surely, this should suffice, exclaimed one sailor in awe. However, Shun shook his head, sighing inwardly, I fear it may not be enough. Do you truly believe this can withstand my strike? If that is indeed your assumption, you underestimate my tiger hunt, Zoro declared with an air of dominance. Could it truly be insufficient? The onlooking sailors were left in disbelief, their eyes widening in anticipation. Then, with a subtle crack that resonated in Wu Li's ears like thunder, they witnessed the snowflake barrier before him bear tiger-like stripes under Zoro's slicing sword light. With a final, resounding shatter, the snowflake defense crumbled, sending fragments flying in all directions. Some remnants of the snow barrier plummeted onto the deck, creating instant punctures, a testament to its formidable resilience. Yet, the residual force of the strike surged toward Wu Li. Without a change in expression, Wu Li lifted the sword in his hand and delivered a powerful slash against the radiant remnants of the broken blade. The fifth form of the floating feather divine wind sword, Nagi, unleashed a formidable gust of sword wind that met Zoro's attack head-on. Before the gaze of the onlookers, the sword light shattered into fragments, gradually dissipating into the air. Zoro, taken aback by the deflection of his strike, felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had intended to swiftly subdue Wu Li, employing the formidable haki he had cultivated over 2 years of rigorous training. While the tiger hunt was not his most potent technique, bolstered by haki, it was an assault not easily withstood by an ordinary adversary. His perception of Wu Li shifted. This time, it was a recognition of Wu Li's prowess, distinct from his prior indifference. As Zoro prepared to unleash another powerful maneuver, a voice echoed from the distant Thousand Sunny. Zoro! Luffy! Hurry back to the ship! Nami's urgent shout grew fainter as it reached the naval vessel, leaving Zoro momentarily perplexed. What are you saying? Zoro tilted his head, annoyance etched across his face. Zoro! Luffy! Nami said that an extremely unusual weather phenomenon is about to occur, urging you to return to the ship at once. Usopp bellowed, straining his voice. Yes, it might be a superstorm, Chopper chimed in, though his voice was too weak to carry over the distance. What are you all talking about? Zoro's irritation deepened. It was truly vexing to be interrupted at such a crucial moment in his duel. He turned to Wu Li and declared, let us continue. Wu Li withdrew his gaze from the Thousand Sunny, sensing an inexplicable anxiety among his companions that filled him with foreboding. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, focusing intently on the imminent assault from Zoro. They were likely too distant to have heard the urgency in their voices. As Robin observed Zoro preparing for battle, she remarked, Zoro, that fool. Nami gritted her teeth, frustrated that he had disregarded their warnings to return swiftly. She sensed a shift in the weather that could not be mistaken. If Luffy and Zoro did not hasten back to the ship, they would undoubtedly struggle to evade the impending upheaval. She had witnessed the sea's surface rising ominously in the distance. Nami-chan, Sanji noted, seeing her distress and agitation, do not worry. I will fetch Luffy and that stubborn green-haired fool at once. Chapter 37. The extreme tiger hunt versus the fire of Shiyu. Unable to discern the specifics of the conversation aboard the Thousand Sunny, Zoro chose to disregard it for the moment, noting their anxious demeanor. His priority was to swiftly conclude the battle at hand. With a firm grip on his sword, enveloped in the aura of Haki, he lifted his dual blades behind him, unleashing an aura even more formidable than before. This surge of power disrupted the surrounding air currents, rendering the onlooking Marines unable to lift their gazes in awe. Extreme Tiger Hunt. The space seemed to cleave apart beneath the might of his blade, creating a vast chasm in the turbulent air, imparting an impression that nothing could stand in its way. The howling wind filled the atmosphere, and the spectators were overwhelmed by the blinding radiance of the sword's might. Rendered powerless and fearful, their hearts devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The dazzling sword light in Wu Li's pupils drew ever closer, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Generally, when Zoro locked onto the energy of his adversary, there was scarcely time to evade. Either the enemy was struck down before they could react, or they were forced to endure the blow. Thus, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Zoro's mouth. This technique was a more potent version of his previous attack. It was easy to anticipate the outcome should one attempt to defend in the same manner as before. So what would one do? How would one withstand such an assault? Curiosity flickered in Zoro's eyes. In an instant, the sword light had reached Wu Li, who felt the immense pressure of its power bearing down upon him. In the next moment, a rain of fire erupted before Wu Li, causing the sword light aimed at him to momentarily hesitate. Temporal rain, fire of the time rain. This, of course, was merely a means to buy him a fleeting moment. The two seeds of sword intent within Wu Li erupted, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The blade in his grasp trembled under the strain, emitting a low hum, while a fierce wind howled around him. The seventh form of the floating feather divine wind-flowing sword, tornado. The deck beneath the swirling tempest was instantly ravaged, and the naval vessel lurched violently, rendering it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing, threatening to capsize at any moment. The powerful vortex ensnared Zoro's formidable, slashing sword light, lifting it skyward. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Zoro's striking force was drawn into the heavens by Wu Li, creating a brilliant, gaping aperture in the overcast sky, revealing a swath of azure above. Zoro's eyes reflected a flicker of confusion, unable to comprehend why his slash had faltered, granting Wu Li the opportunity to draw it aloft. As fiery rain began to cascade around him, a glint of determination sparked within his gaze. His form began to sway, seemingly slowed by Wu Li's time rain fire. Yet Zoro's movements grew increasingly rapid, transcending the effects of the flames. He moved with an almost ghostly swiftness, instilling a sense of dread in Wu Li. In the blink of an eye, Zoro's three blades surged forward, closing in with alarming speed. Boom! In a moment barely perceptible to the naked eye, Zoro launched a devastating assault on Wu Li, akin to the explosive force of a bomb. The power surged through Wu Li's hand as he wielded his sword, successfully parrying Zoro's blade. A formidable wave of energy radiated from their clash, expanding outward. Sanji, who was navigating through the air, felt the intensity of this aura and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. It was rare for anyone to engage Zoro to such a degree, especially in such an intense battle. Since their return 2 years later, prior to arriving in the New World, the foes they had encountered were no match for Zoro. Being someone who frequently competed with Zoro, Sanji was acutely aware of the significant changes in Zoro's strength over the past 2 years. He could hardly gauge just how powerful he had become. Thus, he regarded Wu Li with a hint of astonishment. Was this really the strength of a naval colonel? Chapter 38. Black Leg Sanji. The battles between Wu Li and Zoro had severely damaged the warship. However, the Marines merely stared blankly at the two combatants, swallowing hard, overwhelmed by their sheer strength. Zoro cast a glance at the intermittently flickering figure of Luffy before preparing to launch another attack on Wu Li. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed through the air, disrupting the tense atmosphere and breaking the brief silence. The Marines aboard the warship turned to see an individual descending from above, approaching the ship. This was not unusual, as the Marines' 6 powers allowed for such feats. Yet, it was evident that this individual was not a member of the Navy, as he came from the direction of the Straw Hat Pirates' ship. As the figure landed on the warship, the Marines recognized him and gasped in unison. Blackleg Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates. What should we do? With Luffy unable to engage, we are left with only the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Colonel Wu Li is already struggling in this battle, and now another pirate has arrived. This situation bodes ill. Indeed, the circumstances had turned decidedly unfavorable. The Marines began to grow anxious, with even Colonel Shun preparing for combat, watching Sanji warily. Dressed in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication, Sanji lit a cigarette and surveyed the situation aboard the warship. One hand nestled in his pocket, the other holding the cigarette. His gaze fell upon the flickering figure of Luffy before shifting to Zoro. He exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked casually, "Green algae head, what is the holdup? It's taken you far too long to settle this. Are you struggling against them and waiting for my assistance?" Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zoro turned to him, veins throbbing on his forehead, and retorted angrily, "Humph? You foul chef, do you think I am the sort to wait for someone else to save me? Don't compare yourself to me. You simply cannot measure up." He then glanced at Wu Li, his expression turning serious. "I will finish this quickly. By the way, what was all that ruckus Nami and the others were making? It distracted me during the fight." Sanji observed Zoro's earnest demeanor and cast a curious glance at Wu Li before stating, "I came here for this very reason." "There is no time for you to continue battling." Zoro inquired, puzzled. "Nami mentioned that an extremely abnormal weather phenomenon is imminent, far worse than anything we've encountered before. The situation is dire. If you and Luffy do not return to the ship soon, we may miss our chance to evade it." Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zoro naturally believed him, for this information came from their navigator, Nami, whose instincts regarding navigation were unparalleled. She had never been wrong in her assessments and had repeatedly guided them safely through the perils of nature during their voyages. As Wu Li gazed upon the emerging Sanji, he silently mused, "Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Another familiar visage. I wonder how his culinary creations taste. I long to sample them." However, Zoro turned his attention towards Wu Li, tightening his grip on the sword in his hand. The current situation could not be overlooked. Zoro found himself in a moment of indecision. "It seems we cannot depart just yet. We must first defeat him." Suddenly, Zoro spoke up. "Why aren't we leaving? Everyone is still waiting for our return," Sanji asked in confusion. "What is the matter with this fellow? He seems rather peculiar, especially when considering the unusually silent Luffy beside him." Chapter 39. The Extraordinary Ocean Waterfall. Zoro pointed his sword at Wu Li, but found himself at a loss for words, eventually stating in a low voice, "I cannot clearly explain it to you right now. I will elucidate later, but for now." Suddenly, the warship began to shake violently and then tilted, causing Wu Li and Zoro to struggle to maintain their balance. "What is happening? Why do I feel like the ship is rising?" The sailors aboard the warship began to scream, with some looking beneath the vessel, only to find the sea level rising. Zoro, perplexed, was about to speak when he, along with Sanji, was equally astonished to see the ocean surface elevating in the distance. The colossal water column resembled an inverted waterfall, its might comparable to the currents they had encountered when journeying to Sky Island. On the Thousand Sunny, Nami furrowed her brows tightly, her face etched with anxiety, urgently exclaiming, "Why haven't Zoro and the others returned? If they don't hurry back, the situation will worsen, and we may not be able to escape." Usopp and the others also looked towards the direction of the naval ship with worried expressions. Suddenly, tremendous water columns resembling inverted waterfalls erupted from the sea, soaring skyward as if bridging heaven and earth. This caused the ocean to become increasingly tumultuous, as massive water columns cascaded like waterfalls, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire marine expanse. If this continues, we may be swept away, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that destruction and death await us. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sanji rushed to Luffy's side and urged him, "Hurry. If we don't move now, we truly won't be able to escape." Zoro remained silent, and Sanji, gritting his teeth, decisively seized Zoro by the collar, propelling himself forward through the air towards the Thousand Sunny. "Hey, you insufferable chef. What are you doing? Put me down," Zoro exclaimed, exasperated. As he watched Wu Li grow increasingly distant, he still had questions for that naval captain that remained unanswered. "Shut up, you green-haired idiot. Can't you see the dire situation we're in? Though I'm unsure why you're so fixated on that naval officer. If we continue down this path, we will only find ourselves in greater peril," Sanji retorted, frustrated by Zoro's stubbornness. Zoro fell silent, casting a glance at the still Luffy, and sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the fact that he would have to wait for another opportunity to confront the naval captain. Noticing Zoro's newfound silence, Sanji breathed a sigh of relief, skillfully evading the sudden surges of the cascading waterfalls as he struggled to escort the two back to the Thousand Sunny. Upon seeing Sanji and the others returning, Nami and the crew exhaled in relief. However, the sailors aboard the naval vessel could not afford to relax. having just escaped one crisis with the pirates. They now faced an even greater threat. "Captain Wu Li, what shall we do now?" Shuan inquired, with the sailors looking to Wu Li, awaiting his command. After witnessing the battle between Wu Li and Zoro, Shuan and the sailors had begun to recognize Wu Li's formidable prowess, instinctively deferring to him. "Fortunately, we are situated on the periphery of the waterfall's eruption. We must turn around immediately and leave this area," Wu Li commanded. "Understood, Captain Wu Li." Wu Li's gaze was fixed upon the colossal water column that continuously surged at the center, where the Straw Hat pirate ship was anchored. Before long, another cascade obscured Wu Li's view. Uncertain of whether they could navigate this perilous challenge, and whether we could traverse it safely ourselves, he called out, "Frankie, are you ready?" "Ready." Wind blast. Chapter 40. The Concerns of the Straw Hat Crew. The following day dawned clear and bright. Sunlight danced upon the surface of the sea, shimmering like gold. At that moment, a ship approached, its bow sending up splashes that resembled clusters of white plum blossoms, softly falling like mist onto the waters. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, the entire Straw Hat crew lay exhausted on the deck, the warm sunlight intensifying their fatigue. The remnants of the unusual weather still lingered on the disheveled ship. With numerous oranges and orange leaves still damp upon the deck, the sunlight failing to dry the vessel's moisture. Nami struggled to remove the orange leaves from her head, her tired eyes glancing sympathetically at the few orange trees that had weathered the storm. She crawled slowly towards them, intent on properly righting them. Nami's alluring figure moved across the deck like a mermaid, an enticing sight that left Sanji utterly enraptured, blood spurting from his nose, mingling with the puddle of seawater beneath him. "I feel utterly drained, my limbs rendered useless," lamented Brooke, the skeleton clad in gentlemanly attire and sporting an extravagant afro. Yet, he suddenly burst into laughter, "Though I lack hands and feet. Ho ho ho. Lucci, Zoro, why are you taking so long to attack the Navy? Aren't there 2 Navy colonels aboard that ship?" Robin inquired, shielding her eyes from the sun with one hand. Given their captain, Luffy, and combatant crewmate, Zoro, one would expect that even a Commodore would be no match for them. The prolonged duration of their absence was indeed unexpected. "Indeed, Zoro, if you had returned any later, we might never have escaped," Usopp remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The situation had been perilously close, and had they not relied on the Thousand Sunny's construction from atom wood, a lesser vessel would surely have been destroyed, sinking to the depths. Hearing their conversation, Sanji glanced at the snoring Luffy and asked, "Green Algae Head, why did you insist on defeating that Navy colonel?" As Sanji's questions persisted, Nami ceased her movements, and Zoro cast a glance at Luffy before finally responding after a moment of reflection, "You might not believe it, but that man knows Luffy better than any of us. It's possible he has known Luffy for quite some time, which explains his insight," Sanji mused, taking a drag from his cigarette. However, it was Luffy's first encounter with him, yet he spoke as if he were intimately familiar with Luffy, perhaps even understanding him better than any of them. The crew was taken aback. They had spent countless moments with Luffy, yet a stranger from the Navy seemed to possess a deeper understanding of their comrade. Suddenly, Robin interjected. "He is part of the Navy and likely has numerous intelligence sources. It is plausible he has been gathering information about Luffy. If one intends to target someone, it is certainly possible to collect comprehensive intelligence." She understood this well, having lived a life steeped in such experiences, thus finding it unremarkable. "It seems there are no reports regarding the red-haired Shanks losing an arm," Zoro exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Though he typically did not read newspapers and might be illiterate, even he could not escape the magnitude of such significant news. "What?" Sanji and the others gasped, astonished by the startling revelation. After all, he was one of the 4 emperors. What kind of individual could achieve such a feat? Yet the sea remained eerily calm, devoid of any news regarding such matters. The last report concerning the red-haired emperor had surfaced 2 years prior during the Marineford Summit War. "Absolutely none," Robin affirmed with conviction. The news of Shanks, Luffy's benefactor, losing an arm was fraught with implications regarding its credibility and whether they should inform Luffy. Robin gestured towards the still snoozing Luffy. "Does Luffy already know?" "What?" Robin and the crew stared at Luffy in disbelief. Given Luffy's character, one would expect him to react dramatically upon learning such news, yet he remained astonishingly calm. "Shanks lost his arm saving him, which must have happened a long time ago," Zoro stated. It was no wonder Luffy regarded Shanks as his savior. The situation was far more complex than they had realized. Usopp, now sitting up, stroked his chin in contemplation. Was all this information provided by that Navy colonel? And it was remarkably accurate. Sanji sat up as well, relighting his extinguished cigarette. If the information was precise, one had to wonder how much he truly knew and from where he had obtained such insights. Such a person was indeed terrifying, especially as a member of the Navy. Regardless of how much he understood about Luffy or any of them, it posed a significant disadvantage. Robin frowned, aware of the dangers and significance of intelligence from her previous experience with CP. If targeted, such information could become the sharpest, most lethal weapon. Do you know that Navy Colonel's name? Sanji asked. That Navy Colonel is called Wu Li, Zoro replied nonchalantly, a note of regret in his tone. We can only hope to encounter him again, to unravel our questions, like where he obtained his intelligence and how much he truly understands, Robin remarked. If much of it comes from within the Navy, we are in grave danger. I have a feeling we will encounter him again. He is not one of those inconsequential figures, Zoro asserted. The crew fell into contemplation, pondering when they would next cross paths with the Navy Colonel. On the calm and windless sea, a naval vessel flew the flag of the Navy. Achoo! Wooly suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose as he gazed at the distant sky. Murmuring, "Who is thinking of me?" The image of Tina flashed in his mind, but he quickly shook his head. That is impossible. It cannot be. Chapter 41. The Doldrums. Wooly, are you coming down with a cold? Let me fetch you a clean uniform, a sailor remarked, observing the dripping justice cloak upon Wooly's shoulders with concern. Colonel Wooly waved his hand, intending to decline, when suddenly a voice from a sailor reached his ears. Colonel Wooly. Colonel Shioen. It appears there is a vessel in the distance, not flying a pirate flag. It seems to be an ordinary civilian ship, and those aboard appear to be regular citizens. The vessel is under attack by sea monsters and is rapidly sinking. The situation is dire. Should we proceed to rescue them immediately? The sailor, peering through his telescope, reported to Colonel Wu Li and Colonel Shioen. Ordinary ship? Ordinary citizens? Wu Li and Shioen exchanged glances, both perceiving the other's bewilderment. They found themselves in the doldrums, a perilous region of calm seas. After encountering the extraordinarily tumultuous weather at sea, the naval vessel had strayed from its original course and arrived at this treacherous area. However, it seemed illogical for ordinary ships to traverse such a dangerous zone. Was it not tantamount to courting disaster? Despite their confusion, Wooly promptly commanded, "Proceed at once to rescue the distressed." Yes, the naval vessel had several ports on either side from which large wooden oars were deployed. The sailors formed two lines, strenuously maneuvering the oars to steer the ship towards the beleaguered vessel. In the distance, a colossal sea beast, towering several dozen meters high, fixated its gaze upon the small ship. Saliva dripped from its maw. Although these humans were hardly substantial prey, they would provide a novel taste. After all, it was unfortunate for these foolish, frail humans to venture into its territorial waters. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard the ship, witnessing the monstrous creature's stare, were gripped by terror and despair. Had they just escaped the horrors of war only to become fodder for a sea monster? Their hearts were heavy with sorrow as they had dared to navigate through the doldrums in search of salvation, yet now found themselves facing imminent death. This region was infamous along the Grand Route for its treachery, and the thought of being rescued felt like a mere fantasy. Water was seeping into the ship. Was it destined to sink? Perhaps sinking would be the lesser evil, a kinder fate than being devoured, allowing for a complete corpse to be recovered. As if unable to contain its impatience, the sea beast opened its gaping maw and charged towards the vessel below. Its sheer size created a fierce wind with a mere shift of its body. The once placid sea began to ripple, transforming into tumultuous waves, causing the ship to sway violently while the crew struggled to keep their heads above the gusts. Was this truly how they would meet their end? A young boy aboard cried out in despair, while a woman beside him echoed his terror. "Ah, I do not wish to die. Is there no one to save us? Cease your wailing. There are no gods in this world. Your prayers are futile," a burly man replied, resigned to the grim reality of their situation. "Prepare to embrace death in silence. May there truly be an afterlife." A colossal shadow enveloped the ship, the intense pressure of the wind creaking the vessel ominously. Their words became indistinct amidst the palpable scent of death. Just as the gargantuan sea creature was about to engulf the ship, a sudden sound of cannon fire echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Shells rained upon the creature, exploding with a resounding roar. The barrage caused the beast to recoil in pain, roaring furiously towards the source of the assault. The passengers aboard the ship, startled by the explosions, opened their eyes wide and beheld a naval vessel approaching, igniting a glimmer of hope within them, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "It is the Navy. They have come to save us. We shall not perish." Ding! A voice echoed in Wu Li's mind, an all-too-familiar system notification. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt tears welling in his eyes. The sailors aboard the vessel, including Colonel Xiaoen, could not help but admire Wu Li's fervor. It was commendable to see a leader so impassioned by the plight of the people. Chapter 42, The Battle Ding. A new mission materialized in Wu Li's mind from the chivalrous system. Mission: save the people before you. Objective: to save a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. It is time for you to act with valor and assist those threatened by death. Reward: 180 experience points. Penalty: none. Surprised by the absence of penalties, Wu Li paused momentarily. Could it be that this mission bore no consequences? Or would future missions follow suit? The previous penalties had weighed heavily upon him, so the absence of such pressure now offered a sense of relief. Nonetheless, this did not diminish his resolve to save others. He would exert every effort in their rescue, unburdened by the shadow of penalties. Roar. The sea creature turned its wrathful gaze upon the attacking naval ship, its eyes blazing with fury as it let out a deafening roar. The piercing sound caused the sailors to cover their ears, and the mere echo of its anger whipped up a tempest. The sinking vessel's occupants began to doubt whether these naval forces could truly vanquish such a formidable foe. While the earlier cannon fire had momentarily halted the creature's assault, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the blasts left no discernible marks upon its massive form. Not a single wound was inflicted, only a plume of smoke remained. The only effect of the bombardment had been a slight reddening of the creature's enormous eye, its most vulnerable spot. Despite their prior misgivings about the Navy, the crew aboard the ship had no choice but to place their hopes in this group of sailors, their last lifeline. They prayed fervently for the Navy to repel the sea beast. However, seeing the battered vessel, riddled with repair marks, only deepened their anxiety. Continue the bombardment. Aim for its weak points, its eyes and neck. Boom, boom. The ship's cannons continued to fire, each shell soaring towards the beast, generating clouds of mist upon impact. The sea monster could no longer tolerate the incessant annoyance of these feeble humans disturbing its meal. It intended to devour them, to sate its wrath. As the creature stirred, the previously tranquil sea erupted into chaos, the naval vessel swaying along with the rising waves. The sailors displayed palpable tension. The creature had withstood numerous attacks unscathed. A grim reality dawned upon them. Could they truly repel this leviathan and save the people, or would they too fall prey to the beast? Upon this realization, the Marines collectively turned their gaze towards Colonel Wu Li, their steadfast leader aboard the warship. As long as he was present, solutions to their predicaments seemed attainable. Even in the face of such a colossal sea creature, Wu Li was acutely aware of the Marine scrutiny, and so was Xiaoen, who mirrored their concern towards Wu Li. Acknowledging that the imposing sea beast was beyond his capacity to confront, what should Colonel Wu Li do now? Xiaoen inquired, his eyes fixed on the approaching leviathan. The Marines, sensing the gravity of the situation, were solemn expressions as they awaited Wu Li's command. The increasing turbulence of the ocean and the warship's violent swaying intensified, prompting Wu Li to address the crew. Xiaoen, you are tasked with rescuing those aboard the ordinary vessel. I shall confront this sea creature. Perceiving the indifference of the warship towards its presence, the leviathan unleashed a furious roar, then violently swung its massive head towards the naval vessel. Its head, comparable in size to several warships, and its towering body, lashed out with tremendous force. The resultant gust of wind propelled the warship backward, toppling most of the Marines onto the deck. Fear etched on their faces, they questioned whether Colonel Wu Li could truly withstand such an onslaught. All eyes were fixed on Wu Li, who, alongside Xiaoen, remained steadfast and unyielding against the fierce winds. The figure of Wu Li, adorned in a cloak emblazoned with the symbol of justice, billowed majestically in the wind, instilling a sense of grandeur among his naval comrades. Meanwhile, the vessel, already succumbing to the depths, found itself in dire straits under the relentless pressure of the tempest. The colossal waves, summoned by the hurricane, violently overturned the ship. Panic-stricken, the passengers were cast into the turbulent waters, their eyes wide with terror, their hearts heavy with despair. Initially, they had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that the Navy might rescue them from their plight, but this hope dissipated, rendered utterly faint in the presence of the monstrous sea creatures. Wu Li caught a glimpse of the ship being overturned, and his heart tightened as the people aboard fell into the water. Fortunately, some of them were adept swimmers, managing to grasp onto floating debris to avoid drowning. However, Wu Li had no time to ponder further, for the colossal head of a sea creature, comparable to several naval vessels, was already upon them. The sailors aboard the warship and the individuals in the water instinctively believed that the ship would be crushed to smithereens by this monstrous head. The sea creature's eyes gleamed with a rather human-like pride as it approached the naval vessel. A massive wave surged from all directions, forming a water barrier that enveloped the warship. With a resounding thud, the sailors felt the vessel sway violently, yet contrary to their expectations. It was not obliterated by the sea creature's head, for the water barrier had intercepted the blow. The creature struck the barrier repeatedly with great force, causing it to tremble. Yet it remained unbroken. With each impact, the creature's fury intensified, its enormous eyes, reminiscent of the sun and moon, suddenly turning a blood-red hue. The assaults grew increasingly ferocious, and the vibrations of the water barrier surrounding the ship escalated, as if it might shatter at any moment. Colonel Shun, I am about to withdraw this defensive barrier. The individuals in the water will be entrusted to you, Wu Li declared, observing the struggling figures in the water, akin to drifting weeds. Rest assured, Colonel Wu Li. However, this sea creature appears formidable. Exercise caution, Shun replied with a nod. Very well, let us commence, Wu Li exclaimed, wielding his sword, which shimmered with radiant light. In a sweeping motion, the protective barrier encasing the naval vessel dissipated as if it had lost its support, transforming into ordinary ocean currents that returned to the sea. The sea creature, poised to attack, momentarily found itself taken aback by the vanishing water barrier. Wu Li took a deep breath, aware that the technique Rain of Blossoms was aimed at the warship, which was indeed taxing on him, leaving a pallor on his face. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkled with determination as he forcefully propelled himself into the air, causing the warship to tremble slightly. He soared towards the sea creature. Show-in. Seeing Wu Li confront the sea creature, turned and commanded the mesmerized sailors to begin maneuvering the warship towards the location of those who had fallen overboard. The sailors, roused from their stupor, began to row the ship, gradually increasing the distance between themselves and the sea monster. The creature, noticing the warship's retreat, let out a furious roar, intent on attacking the vulnerable humans. Suddenly, its massive eye shifted, catching sight of a figure hurtling towards it. Unfortunately, before it could close its eye in defense, a katana had already plunged mercilessly into its pupil. The sea creature howled in agony, becoming increasingly agitated as the ocean churned and the winds howled. The warship, taking advantage of the wind and currents, glided effortlessly towards the stranded individuals. The fallen spectators were initially struck with disbelief, astonished to witness Wu Li bravely confronting the sea monster alone. The attack from Wu Li unexpectedly inflicted injury upon the Sea King, its wounded eye erupting like a waterfall, gushing forth vibrant crimson blood. It is worth noting that previous barges had failed to harm this formidable creature, yet now, a single blow from this navy figure cloaked in righteousness has proven effective. Hope rekindled in their hearts as they were greeted by the sight of the naval vessel advancing towards them. Their excitement was palpable, arms flailing in joyous abandon as they shouted, "We are here." The navy ship, propelled by the currents, swiftly reached their side, and one by one, the stranded individuals were rescued by Xiao-In and the sailors. Grateful for the navy's presence, the rescued turned their gaze towards Wu Li, who was valiantly battling the Sea King. The sword of Wu Li left numerous scars upon the Sea King, yet the wounds were shallow and not fatal, despite the injuries. Engaging in combat with the Sea King proved to be somewhat arduous for Wu Li, lacking a stable footing. He was compelled to utilize the massive form of the Sea King as a support for each of his aerial maneuvers. The roar of the Sea King reverberated through the windless expanse, its furious gaze fixed upon Wu Li, wishing to obliterate this human before it, or perhaps devour him, piece by piece, savoring the destruction of his frail body. Chapter 43. The guilt of Xiao and Wu Li had not anticipated that the battle against the Sea King would prove to be so arduous. As one capable of clashing with the formidable Captain Eustace Kidd among the pirate supernovas and the renowned pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, he found himself struggling against a Sea King in the calm belt. The colossal sea creature not only possessed immense strength but also exhibited remarkable defensive capabilities. Despite employing numerous sword techniques, Wu Li merely managed to graze the creature's fur, which only served to further enrage it, yielding little tangible impact. This experience starkly illuminated Wu Li's vulnerabilities, particularly his insufficient attacking power. Against such a gargantuan entity, sheer strength was imperative. Merely wielding swordsmanship without the requisite force made it exceedingly difficult to vanquish the Sea King. Had he possessed the ability to utilize haki, the augmentation to his offensive capabilities would have been substantial, exponentially increasing his prowess. This was a lesson he had gleaned during his encounters with hockey users at the Navy headquarters, yet he lamented his inability to grasp this powerful technique. With a sudden crash, he narrowly evaded a strike from the Sea King, leveraging the creature's head to propel himself into the air. However, the sonic shockwave generated by the beast posed significant trouble, momentarily stalling his movement, and a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Indeed, he soon sensed an overwhelming presence approaching from behind. The Sea King had opened its gaping maw, aiming directly at him. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a frenzied hunger, and saliva dripped uncontrollably from its jaws, cascading like a torrential downpour, creating insignificant ripples upon the tumultuous sea. With narrowed eyes, Wooly grasped his sword and spun in place, summoning the sea to rise and form a formidable wall of water for defense. The onlookers aboard the naval warship felt a tightening in their chests as they anxiously watched Wu Li in the sky. His solitary figure, engaged in fierce combat with the Sea King, appeared somewhat fragile, causing them to sweat with concern each time Wu Li faced perilous challenges. Colonel Shuan, the current situation is quite dire for Colonel Wu Li. Should we offer our support? One sailor inquired. Their lack of confidence in Wu Li was not the issue. Rather, the Sea King was simply too powerful, and the fact that Wu Li had managed to fight it for so long was commendable in itself. No need. We must have faith in Colonel Wu Li. Our intervention would only create chaos and distract him further, Shuan replied solemnly. His feelings were more complex than those of the sailors. As a fellow naval colonel, he was significantly weaker than Wu Li, or rather, Wu Li's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary colonel. Yet, that was not an excuse, as Wu Li's partner. His own inadequacy to assist in battle left him feeling deeply unsettled. This was his second moment of profound embarrassment over his own weakness, the first occurring during the conflict with the Straw Hat crew at Judicial Island. 2 years had passed, and while the Straw Hats had rapidly ascended in power, Shuan had made only minimal progress, insufficient to even qualify for combat against them. Clenching his fists, he resolved that if they survived this crisis, he would diligently enhance his abilities, striving to stand alongside Wu Li in battle. As Shuan's gaze wandered, his thoughts adrift, a sudden loud crash snapped him back to reality. Bang! A figure crashed heavily onto the warship, creating a human-shaped crater on the deck. Wu Li, within the crater, did not remain prone. A glint of determination ignited in his eyes as he seized the moment, rising swiftly to leap into the air once more, launching an attack against the Sea King. Chapter 44. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates. The previously injured eye of the Sea King, now bleeding profusely, had suffered significant impairment to its vision, diminishing considerably. Thus, when Wu Li reappeared, targeting the wounded left eye of the Sea King, its reaction was sluggish. It could merely discern a small dark figure approaching through the haze. Sensing imminent danger, the Sea King attempted to evade, but its massive form could hardly escape. Roar! The sword of Wu Li once again struck its left eye, causing the Sea King to emit a mournful wail, descending into madness. Its colossal form, towering over a dozen stories, unleashed chaos as it flailed wildly, summoning fierce gales and towering waves. Wu Li evaded the frenzied and violent onslaught of the Sea King, his sword emanating a burgeoning aura, a testament to the formidable power contained within. With a swift motion, he unleashed a beam of sword light, once again targeting the previously injured left eye of the creature. As the luminous arc advanced toward it, the Sea King's eye, akin to the celestial orbs, betrayed a flicker of fear, even before the strike arrived. It could sense an intensifying agony emanating from its left eye. The sword light struck its eye, instilling an uncontrollable dread and torment, leaving the onlookers aboard the naval vessel in utter astonishment as a deep gash appeared upon the eye's surface. Blood erupted from the wound like a torrential downpour, staining the once azure waters of vivid crimson. Roaring in excruciating pain, the Sea King writhed in the depths, emitting piercing cries of despair, seemingly terrified of further assault from Wu Li. In a frantic bid for survival, it plunged into the ocean's depths, hastening its retreat from the relentless warrior. Wu Li's figure returned to the naval vessel, cautiously gazing at the blood-stained waters where the Sea King had previously submerged, the crimson hue significantly deeper than elsewhere. Yet, uncertainty loomed. Was the Sea King truly fleeing or simply lurking, poised to launch another assault? The crew aboard the ship, however, were less contemplative. They observed the gradually calming sea, with the colossal form of the Sea King now vanished from sight, prompting spontaneous cheers of relief. The Sea King has retreated. We are safe now. Shuan, initially relieved to see the Sea King dive beneath the waves, felt a twinge of unease upon noticing Wu Li's continued vigilance. A chill ran through him as he regarded the bloodied surface of the ocean. heightening his awareness of a potential resurgence from the Sea King. Suddenly, from several hundred meters away, a massive head broke the surface, its left eye still oozing crimson from a sword wound, embodying a palpable rage. It was indeed the Sea King. The crew aboard the ship, taken aback by the sudden appearance, wondered if it remained undeterred, intent on mounting another attack against them. Wu Li squinted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the boastful Sea King, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Merely a Sea King. Yet it dared to mimic humans by issuing threats after its defeat. Subsequently, he sheathed his sword, choosing to disregard the creature. Observing Wu Li's actions, the crew aboard the warship displayed anxious expressions, eager to caution him not to let his guard down. Meanwhile, Xiao discerned a series of massive silhouettes gliding through the depths, converging upon the injured Sea King, deep in thought. The Sea King, incensed by Wu Li's apparent indifference, let out a furious roar before plunging beneath the surface, leaving a trail of faint crimson in its wake as it distanced itself from the naval vessel. Ding! The crew aboard the warship collectively exhaled in relief, while the civilians sank onto the deck, inhaling the briny air, incredulous at their salvation. What piqued Wu Li's interest was a boy who, upon sitting down, revealed a dark cloth from his embrace, its shape reminiscent of a pirate flag. This sight left Wu Li momentarily perplexed, plunging him into silence. Following Wu Li's gaze, Xiao noticed the suspicious fabric and his expression turned grave. "What is that you are concealing?" Xiao inquired, his tone solemn as he regarded the boy. The boy gasped, hastily stuffing the pirate flag back into his bosom, clutching it tightly with a panicked expression, stammering, "I don't know what you mean. If I am not mistaken, that appears to be a pirate flag. Are you pirates attempting to deceive us by hiding it?" Xiao pressed, insisting they reveal it for inspection. If they were indeed pirates, they would need to be apprehended, despite their outward appearance suggesting otherwise. The sailors aboard the warship exchanged startled glances, their gazes turning hostile toward the individuals who seemed to be masquerading as ordinary civilians. They could hardly believe that Colonel Wu Li had risked his life to rescue what might be pirates. Under the scrutiny of Xiao's questioning and the soldiers' hostile stares, the boy became increasingly anxious. At that moment, a burly man rose to shield the boy, visibly alleviating his fear. "Show it to us," the man commanded. The boy hesitated momentarily. Then, feeling the weight of the man's gaze, he reluctantly retrieved the flag from his grasp. "This is indeed a pirate flag, but I assure you, we are not pirates," the man murmured, his voice laced with resignation and a trace of sorrow. Wu Li and the others fixed their gaze upon the tattered pirate flag, their expressions filled with astonishment. A skull adorned with a crescent-shaped mustache. Could it be? Is this not the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the four emperors? Wu Li gazed upon the individuals before him, a contemplative expression gracing his features. It became evident to him that they were not pirates. How could they possibly possess the flag of the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard had perished long ago in the climactic war atop Marineford, fighting alongside the son of the Pirate King. Roger, Ace. It seemed that only remnants of the Whitebeard pirates would still carry such a flag. Our daring venture into the calm belt was prompted by this very realization. The island we inhabit was once under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. However, following Whitebeard's demise 2 years past, our sanctuary has transformed into a perilous domain. Numerous pirates, upon learning that our island was safeguarded by the Whitebeard pirates, commenced their invasions. This threat extends not merely to our island, but also to the surrounding lands that still proudly display the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Wu Li understood that. As one of the four emperors, Whitebeard undoubtedly possessed his own territory, and the islands inhabited by these individuals had likely yet to be seized by Blackbeard. The uncle continued. Our homes have been ravaged by those pirates, and many of our kin have been slaughtered. We were left with no choice but to seek refuge in the calm belt to escape the massacre, yet our fortune did not favor us. Shortly after entering the calm belt, we encountered Sea Kings, and then we stumbled upon you. After a moment, the uncle recalled something else and interjected. I previously heard rumors that those pirates were attempting to force the survivors of the Whitebeard pirates to reveal themselves, though I cannot ascertain the truth of this. A tremor coursed through Wu Li and his companions. Chapter 45, System Upgrade. The naval vessel glided steadily through the windless zone, with sailors lined up on either side, rhythmically rowing in unison. Their muscles strained, and sweat dripped from their brows, each sailor demonstrating unwavering dedication, as if they had discovered a profound sense of purpose. Observing the sailors' earnest efforts, the refugees felt a twinge of embarrassment and contemplated offering assistance, yet the Marines politely declined their help. Nonetheless, the refugees sensed the sailors' goodwill. Earlier, Upon seeing the Jolly Roger of the Whitebeard pirates, although Wooly had heard the resonant chime, he had refrained from checking the status of the mission's completion. Wooly still vividly recalls the previous data. Swordmaster, LV2, 322500. Name, Wooly skills, Shiyu Tsangyan Flow, Ultimate. Fuyusha Feng Flow Sword, 99. Heroic value, 50. Having just completed a task rescuing the populace from the onslaught of the Sea King type, he earned a substantial 180 experience points. With these 180 points, combined with the existing 322 points, the system is poised for yet another upgrade, promising him a new sword technique to enhance his prowess. The mere thought of this fills Wooly with exhilaration as he eagerly opens the system interface. The data on the system interface has changed. Not only has the system upgraded, not only has he been rewarded with an additional sword technique, but to Wooly's astonishment, there are also new features previously unseen. Firstly, a pet section materializes on the interface, showcasing 3 egg-sized entities, gleaming like silver, akin to the size of a watermelon. Beside them lies a wooden hammer, resembling those used in auctions or courtrooms, albeit larger in stature. The system prompts, Dear Swordmaster, you have 2 opportunities to select a pet egg. Among the 3 pet eggs, one is the dragon egg, another is a random egg, and the last is the useless egg, which contains nothing, just a ribbon with writing. Gazing at the 3 silver pet eggs, Wooly begins to ponder. The best outcome, of course, would be to choose the dragon egg. After all, it is a dragon. Should it grow, he could stride confidently across the Grand Line. A slightly lesser outcome would be the random egg, reliant purely on luck. The worst-case scenario, the useless egg, offers little promise given its name. However, what might the written ribbon signify? Could it bear effects akin to the previously encountered sword path scrolls? The 3 pet eggs appear identical in exterior, revealing no discernible differences. So selection must rely solely on fortune. With a flicker of thought, Wooly brought the hammer crashing down upon the central pet silver egg. Clang! The silver egg shattered, and a brilliant flash of light erupted. As the radiance gradually receded, Wooly beheld the contents within the pet egg, a colorful ribbon inscribed with words. Upon reading the text, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his heart raced like a herd of galloping horses. Ding! Congratulations! You have struck the jackpot, earning the ribbon of perseverance. May it serve as an inspiration to you. You have one final opportunity remaining. Wooly is at a loss for words. He initially anticipated something akin to the scroll of swordsmanship secrets. Yet, it turns out to be a bottle cap opener. It seems his expectations for the system were overly lofty, and now he is left with but one final opportunity. Wooly felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Hoping to strike the dragon's egg successfully, Wooly's hammer swayed erratically, hesitating as it grappled with an internal struggle for quite some time before it descended upon the silver pet egg to the right. With a resounding clang, the silver egg shattered, and from within emerged a swirling mist of vibrant colors, fleeting shadows of various otherworldly beasts passing by, ultimately settling upon the luminous silhouette of a bird. Wooly felt a sense of anticipation. Could it be a phoenix? An immortal bird? However, his gaze fell upon the foot of the luminous figure, and doubts began to creep in. Ding! Congratulations! You have cracked open a surprise egg and obtained a divine beast pet, the merchant goat. Subsequently, the other pet eggs and the hammer vanished, revealing a fledgling bird in the pet compartment, pecking at its eggshell. The merchant goat? Could it be the mythical divine beast from ancient legends? Wooly gazed at the fledgling bird, noting with certainty that it indeed possessed only a single leg. No doubt remained. Having acquired the pet egg, Wooly turned his attention to the newly bestowed sword technique, Wind's Lament, granted by the recent system upgrade. This technique, reminiscent of Inuyasha's moves, boasted formidable attack power, perfectly compensating for Wooly's previous deficiencies in offense. To his astonishment, this sword technique revealed new transformations compared to the previous set he had mastered. It could be described as a singular sword strike. Furthermore, subsequent techniques could not only be obtained through upgrade rewards, but could also be procured using experience points. At this moment, having completed his upgrade, Wooly examined the data on the system interface, which displayed noticeable changes. Chapter 46, Criticized Yet Enjoying. Swordmaster, LV3, 22800. Name, Wooly skills, Shiyu Tsangyan Flow, Ultimate, Floating Rain Divine Wind Flow Sword, 99, Wind's Lament. Heroic Spirit Value, 48. Pet, Unnamed, Merchant Goat. What left Wooly astounded was the exponential increase in the experience points required for the next upgrade. Previously, it had merely required 500 points, yet now it surged dramatically. akin to a vertical ascent. Subsequently, Wooly noticed a decline in his heroic spirit value, having lost some during his time at the Navy headquarters. Now, despite the completion of tasks, it seemed to have diminished further, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Swordmaster, please allow me to emerge. It is utterly barren in here. Devoid of amusement, a thought echoed in Wu Li's mind, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Wu Li suddenly turned his gaze towards the pet enclosure, where the little chick had finished consuming its eggshell and emitted a sound akin to a satisfied burp as it began to flapping its tiny wings. Are you speaking to me? Wu Li instinctively exclaimed, unable to fathom how this pet could communicate with him in such a brief span of time, which left him rather astonished. Truly, it was a divine beast. Its growth was remarkably swift. However, the next utterance from the bird caused Wu Li's expression to darken slightly, as a childish voice resonated in his mind. What a foolish human. Oh, no, esteemed Swordmaster, you may communicate with me directly through your thoughts. Wu Li glanced around and indeed found that the crew aboard the warship regarded him with peculiar expressions, utterly bewildered by his muttering. Observing the adorable creature, the merchant sheep Ming Ming, he noticed a glint of cunning in its eyes, prompting him to suspect that this little one might not be the placid companion he had hoped for. Nonetheless, he released the charming little bird into the open with a mere thought. The merchant sheep flapped its tiny wings, fluttering clumsily before tumbling down, ultimately wobbling its way to perch upon Wu Li's shoulder. Soon, someone aboard the warship noticed the bird resting on Wu Li's shoulder and exclaimed, "Look, Colonel Wu Li has a beautiful little bird perched on him. But why does it have only one leg? I have never seen such a creature before." At this, others turned to gaze at the palm-sized avian, its feathers adorned with a delicate hue. Yet even more astonishing was the fact that it possessed but a single leg. I am not a mere bird. I am a divine beast, the divine sheep. The merchant sheep on Wu Li's shoulder seethed in indignation at being pointed at by the crowd, its fury palpable. However, only Wu Li could comprehend its intent. To everyone else, it emitted melodious sounds that resembled a delightful symphony, its continuous remarks striking a harmonious chord, much to the enjoyment of those aboard the warship. Wu Li stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend how such a short span of time had enabled Shang Yang to attain such extraordinary abilities. Were the ancient divine beasts truly this remarkable, capable of cursing without any formal instruction? Shang Yang gazed at the foolish humans aboard the naval vessel, still reveling in their ignorance, relishing the moment. It had been ages since it had indulged in such unrestrained verbal sparring, particularly when its adversaries appeared to be enjoying it. With an air of haughtiness, it lifted its noble little head, only to suddenly notice Wu Li's scrutinizing gaze. A wave of trepidation washed over it. Perhaps it was prudent to exercise a degree of discretion upon its emergence, and so it timidly lowered its head. Observing Shang Yang's antics, Wu Li found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to impart a lesson on the folly of careless invective, Shang Yang seemed to sense his intentions and promptly raised its head once more. It danced upon Wu Li's shoulder, exclaiming, "My esteemed sword master, a fierce wind approaches," heralding an impending rainstorm. Upon hearing this, Wu Li felt a tinge of bewilderment, for they were in the doldrums, a place devoid of wind. How could there possibly be a fierce gale? A voice then emerged, dispelling Wu Li's confusion. "Colonel Wu Li, after several days of navigation, we are on the verge of exiting the doldrums and shall soon venture into the waters once ruled by the formidable Whitebeard, one of the four emperors." Wu Li finally realized that they had been navigating through the doldrums for quite some time, and the encounters with the Sea Kings were becoming increasingly scarce. The sailors aboard the warship felt a surge of excitement, for traversing this windless expanse was indeed exhausting, and the presence of the Sea Kings had been overwhelming. Only upon exiting this calm zone could they truly embark on their voyage. Meanwhile, the rescued civilians harbored mixed emotions, even tinged with fear. They had bravely ventured into the doldrums to escape the ravages of war, only to find themselves back in this perilous situation. Although their love for their homeland was profound, they were reluctant to endure once more the calamities wrought by the pirates. Wu Li and Xiuan's emotions were far from relaxed, for they were about to enter the territory ruled by the four emperors. This region was notorious for being the area where the Navy's credibility was at its nadir. Rife with rampant pirates, notorious for their exorbitant bounties and untamed nature, who would not hesitate to assault the Navy. Had Whitebeard still been alive, the Navy would have unequivocally avoided this area, as it was intrinsically linked to the delicate balance of the world order. Presently, this place was a cauldron of chaos, with Blackbeard exploiting the rest of pirates stirred up by Whitebeard's demise, aiming to flush out the remnants of Whitebeard's crew. Thus, the likelihood of encountering the remnants of Whitebeard's crew, as well as the faction of Blackbeard, was quite high. As the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds gathered like a surging tide. The wind howled across the sea, the sails of the Navy's ships flapping violently as they sailed forth, propelled by the gusts, towards the homeland of several civilians. Before long, sporadic raindrops began to descend, splattering upon the deck, creating little blossoms. Upon the surface of the sea, they sent ripples dancing outward. As the naval vessel drew ever closer to their homeland, the rescued individuals felt a mix of joy and trepidation. They had been forced to abandon their homes due to the ruthless rampage of the pirates. Looking at the Navy personnel surrounding them, their fear was somewhat alleviated. Previously powerless against the marauders, they now found solace in the protection afforded by the Navy's ship. As the vessel continued its journey, the distance to their homeland diminished. Through the curtain of rain, they could faintly discern several ships near a solitary island ahead. And soon the insignias of those vessels became visible, eliciting astonishment among the crew, with the Navy personnel displaying palpable excitement. To Wu Li's surprise, the first encounter was not with the remnants of Whitebeard's crew, nor with Blackbeard's faction, but rather with the Navy itself. Had the Navy learned of the preceding turmoil on these islands and dispatched forces to suppress it? Wu Li pondered, though even at the fringes of the Four Emperors' territory, a confrontation with them was still quite probable. You Navy personnel are rather commendable. We had previously misjudged you. It is unexpected that those of us who harbored disdain for the Navy were first rescued by you, and now you come to reclaim our homeland, remarked a middle-aged man, visibly moved, having undergone a significant transformation in his perception of the Navy, particularly upon witnessing multiple naval vessels arriving together. But why do they remain here? The island ravaged by pirates is still several hours away. Xiaowen expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Xiaowen's observation was accurate. Yet such uncertainties could only be resolved upon meeting with the other party. On the naval vessel near the small island, the sailors were gazing northward when one of them, having spotted them, shouted, "Report! A ship is approaching." Aim for the target. Once within attack range, engage immediately, commanded a tall man draped in a cloak of justice. Without turning his head, the sailor intended to respond affirmatively, but upon recognizing the emblem of the Navy ship, he looked at the imposing figure adorned with an ancient helmet, a small dragon perched atop, and a long red feather hanging down, exhaling smoke, and exclaimed, "Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. That appears to be a Navy vessel." Upon hearing the sailor's report, the towering figure turned around, revealing a cold visage, his gaze not lingering on the sailor, but instead narrowing his eyes towards the Navy ship approaching them. The same order stands. As soon as they enter attack range, engage. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider reiterated. Is that a Navy ship? The sailor hesitated. This is a particularly sensitive area, and I have not received any word from headquarters about deploying a vessel here. It is highly probable that pirates are deliberately using a Navy ship to deceive us. We cannot fall for such a ruse. Ghost Spider's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer as he spoke, his imposing presence instilling fear in the sailor. What if they are indeed our Navy comrades? If we launch an attack, we might harm them, the sailor timidly suggested. Silence. We cannot permit their potential identity to sway us. Until we ascertain their true nature, the order for attack remains unchanged. They have only themselves to blame for appearing in a place they should not be, Ghost Spider coldly declared, resolute in his commitment to seize any opportunity to strike against evil. Given the current circumstances, he had ample reason to believe the opposition was a guise of pirates. And that was sufficient justification. As the sailor quaked at Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's chilling words, he proceeded to relay the orders as the Navy vessel drew nearer to the attack range under Ghost Spider's icy scrutiny. The cannons of the ship rumbled ominously, targeting Wu Li and his companions. As they entered the attack range, the command to fire was issued. One by one, cannonballs pierced through the falling rain, hurtling towards Wu Li and his companions. Chapter 48. The gathering of Whitebeard's remnants in the demon-slaying order on the naval vessel where Wu Li was stationed. The excitement of the Marines and the smiles of the rescued civilians had yet to fade when, suddenly, numerous dark spots appeared on the horizon, advancing towards them. A sense of confusion enveloped those aboard the ship, and as the ominous shapes drew closer, Wu Li and Xiaowen narrowed their eyes while others gaped in horror, exclaiming in panic, "It's cannonballs!" No one had anticipated that the enemy vessels would launch an assault on them, leaving them utterly astonished. As the first few cannonballs approached, Xiaowen sprang into action, deftly deflecting them, causing them to glow a fiery red upon impact. Some detonated mid-air while others plunged into the sea, erupting in a violent display of flames and thick smoke. Boom, boom, boom. A grave expression settled on Xiaoen's face, his heart weighed down by profound confusion. He could not fathom why they were under attack from the Navy. The barrage of cannonballs was relentless, striking terror into the hearts of the Marines aboard the ship. In that moment, another figure leaped forth, and Wu Li drew his sword once again. Whoosh, whoosh. His form flickered through the air, and before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, they witnessed the cannonballs being sliced through by a flash of sword light, cleaving them in twain before erupting. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment, Wu Li and his companions found themselves less than 100 meters away from the 3 formidable warships and 6 vessels of similar size to the one they occupied. As the cannon fire ceased, the ship carrying Wu Li came to a halt, enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Wu Li gazed at the figures aboard the imposing warship in the center, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. 3 lieutenant generals had personally arrived here, indicating the Navy's considerable investment in the matter at hand. Although Wu Li remained silent, the simmering anger in Xiaoen's eyes was palpable as he regarded the tall man at the center. Beneath the Navy's cloak of justice, he donned a double-breasted gray suit, complemented by a deep green shirt and a silver tie, with a golden hoop earring adorning his left ear. Xiaoen recognized this Lieutenant General, Ghost Spider, who had previously disregarded his comrades in an assault against pirates on Judicial Island, and now, once again, had unleashed an unprovoked attack. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, why have you assaulted us? Xiaoen demanded, suppressing his rage. Ghost Spider turned his gaze to Wu Li, initially unaware of him, and then to Xiaoen, his face betraying a flicker of recognition from their earlier encounter during the Judicial Island incident. Coldly, he remarked, "We were not informed of your presence here, Colonel Xiaoen. What brings you to this location?" Xiaoen's ire was difficult to contain, yet he responded, "We inadvertently entered this area while pursuing the Straw Hat crew. How could we have anticipated being targeted by the Navy's cannon fire? Colonel, are you aware of whom you are addressing?" "Mind your tone," interjected Mozambique, who wore a sword and a navy coat draped over his shoulders, his voice icy enough to compel Xiaoen to lower his head, unable to voice his indignation. The remaining lieutenant general, clad in a deep brown suit with a black tie adorned with red polka dots, smiled broadly while chewing on a cigar. "Colonel Xiaoen, consider this a misunderstanding. Your sudden arrival in these waters without authorization from the headquarters led Lieutenant General Ghost Spider to mistakenly perceive you as pirates in disguise, prompting the attack. The 3 warships dwarfed Wu Li's vessel, and it was only Ghost Spider's ship that had fired upon them. Consequently, he and Lieutenant General Mozambique had come aboard Ghost Spider's ship, ever vigilant against the threat of pirates." Upon hearing this explanation, the crew aboard the warship comprehended the situation. They had been mistaken for pirates by the Navy. Yet, even without reporting to headquarters, such a hasty assault seemed excessively reckless. Nevertheless, in this sensitive area, the rationale of the Burning Mountain incident was somewhat understandable. After the warship commanded by Wu Li converged with the Navy, a distant island town was illuminated by fiery flames. Wu Li furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why they had anchored here instead of pursuing the pirates. "The blaze in Huashan appears to be a result of the pirates' rampage. Shouldn't we immediately proceed to offer assistance?" Wu Li inquired. "Who are you?" Huashan, the Vice Admiral, squinted and smiled, as he had no recollection of the man before him. And the other 2 Vice Admirals turned their attention as well. "He is Colonel Wu Li, summoned through the world conscription," Xiaoen responded on Wu Li's behalf. "Oh. Colonel Wu Li, we are currently engaged in a mission that prevents us from acting immediately. The specifics of this mission cannot be disclosed at present. It has been confirmed that remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, specifically captain-level figures, are battling against the pirates of the New World within that town. We must await the arrival of the other 2 Vice Admirals before we can take action," Huashan gently explained with a smile. "Huashan, you are divulging too much." Gue Zhizhu frowned. "A mission is not something to be easily revealed. Let alone these 2 colonels. Even a Vice Admiral cannot disclose information beyond the mission. Admirals, if you do not act swiftly, our compatriots will fall victim to those pirates." The civilians on Wu Li's warship were momentarily bewildered, questioning why the Navy was not rushing to save their homeland. "Who are they?" Gue Zhizhu asked. "We encountered them in the doldrums. They are the civilians from that town." Xiaoen clarified. "Remnants of the Whitebeard pirates? Pirates from the New World?" Wu Li fell into deep contemplation. It seems that Blackbeard has indeed achieved his objective, forcing a captain hidden away by Whitebeard to reveal himself. However, why must he wait for 2 additional Vice Admirals before taking action? With the 2 Vice Admirals, along with the 3 present, that would amount to 5 Admirals of Vice Admiral rank. Is it only with 5 vice admirals that he can proceed? Wooly's pupils constricted as a sudden realization struck him, exclaiming, "The Demon Slayer Order?" Chapter 49. The tragedy of reenacted faith in the town. Upon that island, chaos reigned. Pirates from the New World brandished their weapons, their faces twisted in sinister grins, eyes ablaze with madness as they wreaked havoc upon the town's every structure. They sought the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, intent on discovering the captain who hid among them, while also venting the fear that had long festered under Whitebeard's dominion. Especially those pirates who bore grudges against Whitebeard, who, when he lived, had been a formidable emperor of the seas, had not dared to entertain thoughts of vengeance or encroach upon the towns under Whitebeard's protection, places that had been sanctuaries. Yet now, 2 years after Whitebeard's demise, and following a devastating clash with the new emperor, Blackbeard, the remnants of Whitebeard's crew had suffered grievous losses. The once mighty reputation of the Whitebeard pirates had rapidly diminished in the eyes of other pirates, likening them to a sickly cat stripped of its claws. Those who had once harbored animosity towards Whitebeard's crew or were driven by ambition now stirred restlessly, their gazes fixated on the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, eagerly joining the ranks to vanquish them. Haha, Whitebeard is dead, and his crew lies shattered by Blackbeard's hand, rendered nearly impotent. Brothers, let us repay in kind the wrongs inflicted upon us by the Whitebeard pirates. One pirate captain sneered, brutally trampling the Whitebeard pirate flag beneath his boot, a symbol that had once instilled terror. Now, it lay beneath their feet, ripe for desecration. Repay in kind. Repay in kind. Kill, kill, kill. The pirates' chorus echoed through the skies, their shadows casting dread upon the panicked townsfolk, resembling embodiments of malevolence heralding calamity. Where is Whitebeard? Where is our revered guardian? The townspeople screamed in despair, their eyes brimming with terror. The days of tranquility they had once enjoyed under Whitebeard's protection had been shattered. Much like other towns under the same shield, albeit a little later, yet still inevitably doomed. Haha. Do you think the Whitebeard pirates will come to your aid? Do not be foolish. They are but a band of cowards, hiding away, unable to protect themselves. The pirates not only ravaged the homes of the townsfolk, injuring their bodies and claiming their lives, but they also ruthlessly dismantled the faith that had once sustained them. Whitebeard, dear father, some civilians cried in anguish, only to be met with the piercing laughter of pirates and the arrival of bloodied blades. Such tragedies had transpired 2 years prior. This was merely a reenactment of countless horrors. In a secluded part of the town, a tall figure lay, connected to various forge rips. Surrounding him were pirates bearing weapons, adorned with the skull emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. They gazed at the town engulfed in flames and bloodshed, their grips on their weapons tightening with rage, yearning to charge forth and confront those who dared to insult the dignity of the Whitebeard crew. Yet, when they looked upon the man in the sickbed, concern filled their eyes. They needed to protect their captain, for aside from those safeguarding him, the others had ventured out to combat the marauding pirates. Suddenly, the man on the bed broke into a cold sweat, his face contorted with rage, as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Under their anxious gazes, he abruptly opened his eyes. Captain Jozu? They exclaimed in astonishment, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they felt a renewed sense of hope. Upon awakening, Jozu was immediately met with the thunderous cries from outside, compelling him to sit up. His imposing figure caused the bed to creak ominously, threatening to collapse under his weight. How long have I been unconscious? What is happening outside? Jozu inquired of his men, sensing that something significant was amiss. It has been a week since you led our 3rd Division to confront the former Admiral Akiji, covering for the others' escape. You fell into a coma 4 days after evading his pursuit. A pirate hurriedly explained the recent events. The former Admiral Akiji had allied with Blackbeard, joining in the pursuit of them, and not long ago, they had encountered Akiji alongside several pirate crews that had defected to Blackbeard. The 3rd Division had remained to provide cover, and during Jozu's fierce battle with Akiji, he sustained severe injuries. However, Akiji had abruptly departed, sparing them from total annihilation. As for Jozu's subsequent query, the pirate responded with indignation. Blackbeard has incited over a dozen pirate crews harboring grudges against us to launch assaults on all towns under our protection. Just 2 days ago, our town was attacked, but thankfully, Captain White was there to rescue us, battling fiercely against the invaders. Otherwise, our situation would have been dire. Upon hearing this, Jozu's expression darkened with fury. In the astonished eyes of his men, he yanked out the forge rip, his voice booming like thunder. Let us go and remind those insolent pirates of the terror of the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing this, the group expressed concern, but your body has yet to fully recover. I refuse to tarnish our father's name. I would gladly sacrifice my life if it comes to that, Jozu declared solemnly. Despite his lingering weakness, an indomitable aura radiated from him. Yes, in the name of our father, they responded, without a hint of hesitation, their murderous intent palpable as they prepared for battle. Chapter 50, advancing towards the flames in the seas not far from the town, aboard a naval warship. The mention of the Demon Slayer Order elicited a myriad of expressions among the crew. The soldiers were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. Vice Admiral Fireburn was astonished that Wooly could deduce the existence of the Demon Slayer Order so swiftly, indicating that this naval colonel, summoned from across the seas, possessed considerable knowledge of it. Meanwhile, Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Mozambia regarded Wooly coldly. The rescued townsfolk were fraught with anxiety. Left perplexed by Wooly's mention of the Demon Slayer Order, they turned their desperate gazes towards the town engulfed in smoke and flames, pleading, "What is the Demon Slayer Order? Naval officers, can you save our town? We kneel before you, beseeching your assistance to rescue our homeland." With that, the group of civilians fell to their knees, attempting to implore the Navy to come to their aid. The other sailors looked upon these civilians with compassion, unaware that the very term Demon Slayer Order signified the obliteration of the place they hoped to save. Yet the crux of the matter lay in how the order was activated. The Demon Slayer Order executed indiscriminate, devastating attacks on designated areas, intending to eradicate all entities and individuals posing a threat to the world government's dominion. At this moment, Wooly found himself perplexed by the question of which high-ranking naval officer had bestowed such authority and who had pressed the golden telephone bug in that town. "We will not intervene," coldly stated Admiral Ghost Spider, exhibiting no emotional response towards the kneeling civilians. Regardless of who had granted the permission or who had activated the golden telephone bug, since his silver telephone bug had received the order, he felt compelled to execute it resolutely. That meant the annihilation of the town. Why? How can this be? How can we stand by and watch the massacre? The kneeling civilians exclaimed, their emotions surging with despair as they helplessly witnessed their homeland engulfed in flames of war. They turned their gaze towards Wooly, the naval officer who had once saved their lives, clinging to their last glimmer of hope. "Colonel Wooly, can you not save us once more? We shall never forget your kindness." Suddenly, a chime resonated in Wooly's mind as the system interface generated a new mission. Mission: save the residents of the town. Objective: when witnessing the populace suffering under the ravages of war, how can one remain indifferent? The moment has come for someone to rise to the occasion, embodying the spirit of chivalry and the actions befitting a true man. Task reward: 500 experience points. Task penalty: none. In truth, regardless of the existence of this mission, Wooly would have resolved to offer assistance, for he could not bear to watch the townspeople perish either by the swords of pirates or the cannons of the Navy. Thus, Wooly turned to Admirals Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, and Mozambia, and, under their scrutinizing gazes, stated resolutely, "I shall go to the town to save them." With that, he advanced towards the kneeling civilians, saying, "You may rise. There is no need to kneel." "Colonel Wooly, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Such actions are utterly impermissible. I order you, in the name of the Admiral, to remain here," admonished Admiral Mozambia, while Admiral Ghost Spider's expression darkened, realizing that if Wooly persisted, he would have no choice but to detain him. "Surely you understand the implications and power of the Demon Slaughter Order. Are you not afraid of its repercussions?" Admiral Fire Mountain questioned, observing Wooly's determined figure. "I am merely going to save those residents. Having made my choice, I shall bear all consequences," Wooly declared, assisting a burly man who had been kneeling, prompting others to rise as well. Grateful yet anxious, they regarded Wooly, astonished that he would defy the Admiral's orders solely to aid them. Wooly gazed at his marine subordinates and inquired, "Who among you will accompany me? It is perilous. Consider your decision carefully." "Count me in," Xiao-In replied calmly, as concerns of danger were far from his mind. He had no desire to simply await the issuance of the demon-slaying order. He wished to save as many as he could. "Include us as well," the Marines declared resolutely. "Regardless of the risks, we shall stand by Colonel Wooly." Wooly nodded and turned towards the civilians, addressing the burly man at the forefront. "You shall remain here on this desolate island and await our return." The imposing figure of the man nodded heavily, aware that their presence would only hinder the mission. "Colonel Wooly, you must exercise caution," he warned. "Are you truly intending to rebel?" Major General Mo Sangbia's voice thundered, as he and Major General Guizhu drew their swords, prepared to subdue Wooly. Feeling the palpable tension in the air, both the Marines and the civilians grew anxious. Wu Li maintained a calm demeanor. He felt no trepidation even in the face of the two generals, resolutely determined to proceed with their mission. "Let him go," declared Major General Hua Xiaoshan unexpectedly. "Huh? Major General Hua Xiaoshan, what are you saying?" Both Gue Zhizhu and Mo Sengbia were taken aback, uncertain as to why Hua Xiaoshan would acquiesce. Hua Xiaoshan, unusually opening his eyes, stated, "If we do not return before the demon-slaying order is fully assembled, it shall still be executed, without delaying our mission. They have already come to terms with this." With this assertion, neither Gue Zhizhu nor Mo Sengbia could refute, and they watched as Wu Li boarded a warship with the civilians, setting sail towards the island, where the town's lights shone ever brighter. Chapter 51. Diamond Jaws of the Whitebeard Pirate Crew's 3rd Division. As Diamond Jaws and his crew emerged, they were greeted by a town engulfed in flames, chaos reigning supreme. The residents cried out in panic, fleeing for their lives. Those who lagged behind were mercilessly struck down by the invading pirates, collapsing to the ground, their fates unknown. Some courageous townsfolk brandished weapons, attempting to defend themselves against the marauding pirates, but their lack of combat experience rendered them easily overpowered. Amidst this turmoil, the Ice Witch, Snow White Pei, and her subordinates arrived to assist, halting the advance of the invading pirates. However, battling against numerous pirate crews proved taxing, even for a crew under the Whitebeard banner, and each member bore varying degrees of injury, retreating while fighting desperately. Diamond Jaws surveyed the scene before him, rage swelling within him like a detonating mine, appalled that these lowly pirates dared to invade, wreaking havoc and bloodshed. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his fury, charging at the nearest marauders with a clenched fist. The pirates felt a powerful gust of wind before they could register his presence, being sent flying several meters away, blood spewing forth as they crashed to the ground, unconscious. "Who is that?" The comrades of the marauding pirates exchanged wary glances, cautiously observing the imposing figure emerging from the depths of the flames. A towering silhouette, dark-skinned and muscular, clad in armor, appeared before them, instilling terror as they recognized him. "It's Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." The pirates, who had been surrounding Snow White Pei, were now gripped by disbelief and fear. Although they had come to confront the Whitebeard pirates, facing a captain of such repute was enough to instill a sense of dread. They gulped nervously, their bodies trembling as they gradually retreated, clearing a space of several meters. Snow White Pei and her subordinates, relieved from their arduous battle, turned their gaze towards the towering figure, excitement glimmering in their eyes. The fatigue that had weighed upon them seemed to dissipate in an instant. Approaching Diamond Jaws, Snow White Pei expressed her concern. "Captain, why are you here? We can handle this. It's a mere trifle." Diamond Jaws observed her pale and exhausted visage, as well as the weary expressions of her subordinates, and solemnly replied, "You have fought valiantly. Now we shall take over. As long as we are here, our father's legacy shall endure, and the glory of the Whitebeard pirates will not perish. We will eradicate these scoundrels." Snow White Pei's expression turned grave as she cautioned, "But your health? Do not fret. My prolonged slumber was merely a result of the injuries I sustained in my battle with Qingji. Now it is time to move," Diamond Jaws declared, casting a disdainful glance at the trembling foes before him. These insignificant pests cannot stir up any significant waves, despite his diminished strength and unhealed wounds. He regarded the pirates with utter contempt. "If you insist on fighting, then let us do so side by side," Snow White Pei asserted resolutely, and Jaws nodded in agreement. The captains of the invading pirate crews felt humiliated by Jaws' declaration, their anger igniting. Their wounded pride overcame their fear, and one captain, sneering at Jaws' empty right arm, taunted, "Oh, Diamond Jaws of the Whitebeard pirates, what great authority you wield. You couldn't even save your comrades, and have lost an arm in the process. How disgraceful." Seemingly unsatisfied, the pirate captain continued, "Wake up. The era of the Whitebeard pirates has long since passed. Without Whitebeard, you are like homeless wild dogs, constantly hunted by the traitor Blackbeard. How pitiful." Snow White Pei's expression hardened, ready to strike, but was halted by Diamond Jaws, his face a mask of fury. "As long as we remain, our fathers shall not fade, and the glory of the Whitebeard pirates shall not die. We will annihilate scum like you." With that, a brilliant sheen of diamond enveloped Jaws' left arm, his aura intensifying as he concentrated immense power in his left fist. The dazzling light radiated fiercely, a formidable force hurtling towards the pirate captains. The captains, sensing Jaws' might, paled, swiftly adopting defensive stances. Chapter 52. A complex situation, the mocking pirate captain struggled to withstand the blow, yet was still sent flying several meters away. His right arm, which had tried to block Jaw's punch, hung limply at his side, severed. He wiped the blood from his lips. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Diamond Jaws, shaken by the sheer force of his attack. Had he not managed to mitigate the blow, he would have been obliterated. The other captain-level pirates regarded Jaws with growing apprehension, recalling his prior injuries, questioning how he could wield such strength. Yet, driven by ambition and the audacity to challenge the once feared Whitebeard pirates, they would not retreat at the sight of a captain-level adversary. Exchanging determined glances, the 13 captain-level pirates charged at Diamond Jaws in unison. Diamond Jaws and his 13 companions engaged in a fierce battle, with clouds of dust swirling around them. And the terrifying waves of energy emanating from their clash deterred other pirates from approaching. Initially, there was a sense of trepidation regarding Diamond Jaws' formidable power. However, as the skirmish continued, it became evident that Jaws appeared rather weakened. With their numbers exceeding a dozen, their confidence surged. The Ice Witch, Snow White Pay, sought to assist Diamond Jaws. Yet, as she traversed halfway to him, she suddenly sensed a force approaching from the side. Swiftly, she evaded it, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Before her stood an individual, the pirate captain whom Diamond Jaws had previously sent flying. A fierce expression crossed the captain's face as he taunted, "Are you attempting to support Diamond Jaws? We shall not allow you to pass." No sooner had he spoken than two figures materialized around her. These were the last two pirate captains from the coalition of 16. Together, they surrounded the Ice Witch. "Snow White Pay, then I shall first defeat you before proceeding." Snow White Pay retorted coldly. "How audacious. You members of the Whitebeard pirates are insufferably arrogant. It's truly nauseating. Come, let us see if you can defeat us." The expressions of the pirate captains darkened further, their eyes ablaze with fury. Veins throbbing at their temples as they unleashed a powerful aura and charged at Snow White Pay. Meanwhile, Diamond Jaws fiercely battled against 13 of the pirate captains from the invading 16, while Snow White Pay clashed with 3 others, igniting a chaotic melee throughout the town. The residents, who had been fleeing in terror, caught sight of the combatants and, despite their momentary elation, quickly realized that even more pirates were storming into the town. After all, this was a combined assault from multiple pirate crews, giving them a significant numerical advantage. A naval warship was also slicing through the waves towards the town. Standing on the deck, Wooly spotted the 16 pirate ships, each flying different flags, and recognized the icebreaker among them. The sheer scale of the confrontation, coupled with the sounds of battle emanating from the town, weighed heavily on him. As a member of the Navy, he was acutely aware that all pirates viewed the Navy with disdain, and navigating this chaotic situation to safely evacuate the townsfolk was no simple task. Not to mention, once 5 Navy vice admirals were assembled, an indiscriminate assault order would be unleashed. Ah, how lively it is. 19 ships have suddenly arrived in this town. And with our own, that makes 20. What a captivating place this is, exclaimed the merchant ram, fluttering down to perch on Wu Li's shoulder, curiosity evident in its tone. Have you truly learned to count? Counting is not like hurling insults. It requires proper instruction, Wu Li replied, shaking his head. The northern port has 17 ships docked. And with our own, that makes only 18. How can it possibly be 20? Humph. Such a simple matter cannot confound me. It is your lack of vision that has obscured the truth, the merchant ram declared, spreading its wings and pointing towards the mist-shrouded western and eastern ports. Noting the ships docked there, those mists cannot conceal my keen eyes. Wu Li was taken aback and immediately gazed through his telescope, yet the fog obscured his view, revealing only the faint outline of a ship. Could there be other unknown forces at play? Chapter 53. The black fan of Whitebeard. Some pirates near the harbor caught sight of the naval warships approaching, their mouths agape and cold sweat trickling down their brows. They hurried towards the town, shouting, "The Navy is coming! The Navy is coming!" His voice, though, was drowned out by the clamor of war, barely reaching the ears of those pirates immersed in battle. However, as the warning echoed closer to the battlefield, it eventually captured the attention of other pirates. They paused momentarily amidst their skirmishes, bewildered by the news of the Navy's arrival. Communication among the pirates spread rapidly, finally reaching the heart of the town's battlefield, where Diamond Jozu had just repelled several pirate captains who had simultaneously attacked him. His breath came in quickened gasps, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As the strain on his body became apparent, upon hearing the news of the Navy's approach, he felt an unsettling premonition, although it was merely a single warship. He grew anxious. The goods had yet to be relocated. Had they been discovered? In stark contrast to Diamond Jozu, the pirate captains he faced appeared more disheveled. Their faces smeared with grime, some bearing the marks of their clashes, with indentations from the diamonds. They too had heard the news of the Navy, initially surprised. But upon realizing it was just one small naval vessel, they exchanged looks of scorn. What could a mere Navy ship contribute to this fray? Instead, they found themselves admiring the Navy's audacity to wade into such turmoil. The Ice Witch, White Pei, evaded the assaults of 3 adversaries and steadied herself. Furrowing her brow as she called out to Diamond Jozu, "Captain, we must resolve this swiftly and withdraw." The arrival of the naval warship indicates that the Navy headquarters has received intelligence about our location, and more ships may soon follow. Though she possessed little information, she was aware that this town concealed significant secrets of the Whitebeard pirates. In these critical times, it was imperative to vanquish the invading Navy and divert their attention. Diamond Jozu nodded in agreement and cast a cold glance towards the group of pirate captains. He was well aware of the secrets harbored by this town. Sensing Jozu's gaze, the captains grew uneasy, carefully watching him, fearful of a sudden attack that might leave them incapacitated. Observing the urgency in the Ice Witch's demeanor, the captain of the pirate crew, who had previously suffered a severed arm at Jozu's hands, erupted into maniacal laughter, disdain dripping from his words. "Huh? So anxious at the mention of the Navy? How amusing." A third captain of the Whitebeard pirates, a subordinate of Whitebeard himself, has been reduced to a coward following the Summit War 2 years ago. As he spoke, an inexplicable fury surged within him, and he shouted at the two. "Has the Whitebeard pirates fallen so low? Is it truly your desire to perish entirely while clinging to the remnants of your former glory, the glory that belonged to Whitebeard?" The others present were taken aback by his outburst. What was this performance? Wasn't he here to challenge the Whitebeard pirates? This evident disappointment was perplexing. Only the captain with the severed arm understood that he was filled with awe for the Whitebeard pirates, revering the legends they had left in these waters. Yet, ambition brewed within him, his greedy gaze fixated on the throne of the 4 emperors. He had previously challenged the Whitebeard pirates and faced defeat, but he refused to relent. Upon hearing of Whitebeard's demise at Marineford, and later, the downfall of the remnants of the Whitebeard crew at the hands of Blackbeard, he could not accept that his ultimate rival had failed so many times. Thus, he yearned to personally deliver a final blow to the dwindling remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, preserving the unparalleled glory of Whitebeard. "Is this fellow insane?" Wu Li remarked, glancing at the suddenly deranged figure with disdain. Wu Li remained silent, simply observing from the side. While outside, Colonel Xiaowen was tasked with escorting the townspeople onto the warship. Such a character ought not to survive beyond a single frame, thought Shang Yang, who held a profound disdain for those who masked their intentions under the guise of goodwill, professing that their hatred was but a twisted form of love. Just as Shang Yang was about to voice his contempt, he suddenly witnessed that individual plummeting from the sky, crashing down with a resounding thud. He could swear upon the 4 invaluable feathers of divine beasts that he was not a raven, was devoid of any ill omens, and had not been blessed by a monk, that man's demise had nothing to do with him. With a thunderous impact, a several-meter-deep crater formed where the one-armed pirate captain had stood, dust and debris swirling into the air. The crowd, with vigilant eyes, fixed their gazes upon the cloud of dust, where a towering figure slowly emerged. Chapter 54. The arrival of Captain Blackbeard's first mate. The flames continued to rage, reducing most structures to ruins. Colonel Xiaowen led his naval troops in subduing several pirates while directing the civilians onto the ship, occasionally glancing towards the center of the chaos. As the dust settled, the onlookers could clearly discern the newcomer's form, a muscular man with purple hair and beard, adorned with a championship belt and donning a wrestling mask, leapt from the pit he had created. The ground cracked beneath him, sending up a plume of dust, startling those nearby and leaving the invading pirates in stunned disbelief, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and trepidation. They turned their gaze to Diamond Jozu, relishing in his misfortune. Jozu's expression darkened, while the Ice Witch, White Pei, and her subordinates glared at the newcomer, their eyes smoldering with hatred and fury. "Master Swordsmith, who is this giant? He seems formidable," Shang Yang remarked, feeling the overwhelming aura of the stranger from such a distance, causing him to tremble uneasily, shedding several feathers in the process. "Master Swordsmith?" Wu Li was taken aback. It had been a long time since this little creature had addressed him with such respect, indicating that this unexpected guest posed a significant threat. Responding to Shang Yang's concern, Wu Li observed the imposing figure with a grave expression, stating, "Champion Zisas Bashes. captain of the Blackbeard pirates and their helmsman. He is an immensely powerful individual. Yet, what was he doing here? Could it be that the vessel hidden within the fog was indeed part of Blackbeard's crew? The remaining concealed ship must be the one that activated the demon-slaying edict. Willie's heart sank in alarm. What secrets did this town harbor to attract such attention? Was it merely because of Diamond Jozu, the third captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Jozu fixed his unwavering gaze on Champion Zeus's Bashes and asked sternly, Bashes, why are you here? With a broad grin, Bashes surveyed the surroundings, briefly skimming over the faces of the several pirate captains they had incited, before his gaze landed on Wu Li, pausing for a moment before shifting away. When Bashes had looked at Wu Li, it felt as if he were being scrutinized by a beast. Despite the man's jovial demeanor, his eyes were icy, sending a chill through Wu Li. Fortunately, Bashes soon averted his gaze, while Shang Yang, trembling, nestled against Wu Li's shoulder, feathers continuing to fall. Bashes then turned his attention to the ice witch, White Pei, ignoring her palpable animosity, and finally fixed his gaze on Diamond Jozu, laughing heartily. The poor wretch I just crushed. Oh no, perhaps it was 2 kicks. Had some truths and some falsehoods in his words. For instance, you lot are indeed but the pitiful remnants of a defeated pack. White Pei's face flushed with anger, ready to lash out at Bashes, but Jozu restrained her, gritting his teeth and suppressing her fury. Did you come alone, or has the entire Blackbeard crew joined you? Jozu inquired, his eyes piercing into Bashes's. White Pei was taken aback. If the entire crew had mobilized, their situation could turn dire. Bashes merely smirked, showing no intention of responding to Jozu. Instead, he seemed oblivious to White Pei's glare, continuing to grin. However, he was mistaken about one thing. The naval presence here is not limited to just these soldiers. He gestured toward Wu Li. The crowd turned their unfriendly gazes toward Wu Li, causing Shang Yang to shed more feathers in fright. Not far from the town, 3 naval vice admirals lay in wait. At this revelation, the expressions of those present darkened. The presence of 3 vice admirals nearby was unfathomable to the invading pirates, who then glanced at Jozu in disbelief. Was it merely Jozu's presence that attracted them here? Jozu's pupils constricted slightly, a foreboding sense gnawing at him. Had the secrets buried in this town been uncovered by both the Navy and Blackbeard's crew? Furthermore, had someone already initiated the demon-slaying order? The Navy's demon-slaying edict, had they heard of it? Haha. Soon, this place would be erased from existence. Just moments ago, negotiations with the Navy headquarters had collapsed. Therefore, Diamond Jozu, the third captain of the Whitebeard pirates, revealed to me where that precious item is hidden. Chapter 55. The secrets hidden in the town. At the western port of the town, shrouded in mist, a massive bamboo raft loomed into view, bearing many colossal figures. A hearty laugh echoed through the fog. Haha. I had intended to trade the captured jewelry Bonnie to the Navy for a warship. Who would have thought that Akainu himself would come aboard? Now is not the time to engage him. I must abandon Bonnie and make my escape. Luckily, I've drifted to this island with the town. Seated upon the enormous bamboo raft was a rugged middle-aged man, his chest bare and skin dark, with wild hair tied back by a scarf and a few missing teeth. He laughed heartily, his toothless grin strikingly evident. Holding a large wooden goblet in one hand and a snail phone beside him, he casually lifted the goblet, taking a hearty swig, some liquor spilling down his chin. Yet he paid it no mind, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes as he continued to laugh. This town not only has liquor but also the fabled road sign of historical text. What incredible fortune! I can acquire a road sign of historical significance without having to battle Kaido or Big Mom. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he laughed menacingly. But how could the Navy have discovered it? Moreover, someone has activated the demon-slaying order. Though those vice admirals may not be a match for us, Akainu is a relentless foe. If Bashes does not act swiftly, that historical text will be hard to obtain. Akainu has yet to reach the Navy headquarters, and he is undoubtedly on our trail. The others on the enormous bamboo raft remained silent, engrossed in their drinks. Save for a tall man adorned with a hat and a pilot cap, who puffed on a cigar, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Were Wooly present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, for these individuals were none other than the masterminds behind the Summit War, relentlessly hunting down capable individuals, the formidable Blackbeard pirates. One of the 4 emperors of the New World. Yet they lurked within the fog, their presence undiscovered. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the western harbor, in the eastern port of the town, a warship concealed itself in the mist. This vessel bore a colossal emblem of the world government, and upon it stood a man clad in a black suit, draped in an imposing cloak, topped with a black high hat, a pigeon perched on his shoulder. His arm, adorned with tattoos, bore scars resembling the flag of the world government, as he reached for a golden den mushi, handed to him by a tall individual with an exceptionally long nose, also cloaked. Rob Lucci. This man was a former CP9 member who had fought fiercely against Monkey D. Luffy on Judicial Island, ultimately facing defeat. Upon hearing a furious roar emanating from the den mushi, Rob Lucci's lips curled into a slight smirk as he calmly inquired, "Admiral Akainu, what brings you to seek me? I have consulted with the other admirals. Has someone granted you the authority to issue a buster call? Were you not already a fugitive of the world government? How could you possess a golden den mushi?" Akainu's voice seethed with anger. That authority was bestowed by former Admiral Sengoku. Although he has retired, the command remains valid. Yet how can a fugitive, not even part of the Navy, wield such a symbol of naval justice? You are woefully uninformed. Do you not know that I have been absolved of my crimes due to critical intelligence and have ascended to CP0? As for the buster call, you should already know who granted it to me, Rob Lucci replied nonchalantly. His tone conveyed no respect for the Admiral, which only fueled Akainu's fury. Is that town truly worthy of a buster call? Shouldn't you report to me, the Admiral, before initiating such an action? Do you not regard me at all? Akainu's voice thundered, his indignation palpable at being so brazenly disregarded. Admiral Akainu, I am directly linked to CP0, under the world government, and therefore not subject to your authority. Furthermore, I believe the threat concealed within that town is significant enough to warrant a buster call. You would have acted similarly had you been in my position. Rob Lucci asserted, a long cylindrical object strapped to his back, its contents unknown. What is that? Akainu furrowed his brow. His irritation with Rob Lucci's demeanor set aside as concern for the object took precedence. The poneglyph, Lucci stated. Akainu fell silent, understanding the inherent danger of such an artifact. If even the four emperors sought it, its destruction was imperative. Chapter 57, Diamond Jozu vs. Champion Bass's the Buster Call? Although the pirates had never witnessed its might firsthand, they had heard tales. Consequently, fear began to grip those marauding invaders, aware that they might soon face the devastating bombardment of the Navy's buster call. There will the fight waned. However, they noted that neither Jozu nor Bass's appeared fazed by the looming threat. Jozu frowned slightly, lost in thought, pondering how the Navy had acquired such intelligence. As one of the earliest members to follow Whitebeard into the New World, Diamond Jozu was privy to information unknown to many. The Whitebeard pirates had once fortuitously passed through this town, discovering it ablaze with conflict. The original population of 200,000 had been decimated, reduced to mere thousands as they resisted the pirates' onslaught. Unlike the current invaders seeking to conquer territory, these marauders had flocked to this town, drawn by rumors of the fabled poneglyph. After invading the town, they engaged in relentless exploration and interrogation, staining the ground with blood until the sky itself turned crimson. Just as despair enveloped the townsfolk, a near-divine figure appeared, Whitebeard. Whitebeard annihilated the invading pirates, though a few managed to flee into the sea, never to be seen again. From that day forward, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates flew over the town, and no pirate dared to challenge it again. The poneglyph remained, untouched, until its recent discovery. Basses, who gave you the confidence to believe I would divulge the answers you seek? Jozu coldly addressed Basses. Do you not see your own frail form? Had this been the past, I might have regarded you with caution. But now Basses erupted into laughter, his demeanor dismissive. You, in your current state, lack the authority to refuse me. You should show me respect. Perhaps I might spare you. Spare your grandstanding. If you possess the courage, then come. Jozu's aura surged. His body enveloped in radiant diamonds, resembling a war deity clad in armor, his overwhelming presence forcing those nearby to retreat. Suddenly, Jozu charged. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Basses, the force of his strike generating a tempest that sent nearby structures crashing down in a cloud of dust. Unfazed by the impending assault, Basses met Jozu's diamond fist with his own, executing a technique known as the impact elbow. A tremendous shockwave erupted as their fists collided, shaking the very ground beneath them, leaving destruction in its wake. Witnessing the ferocity of the clash, the captains of the invading pirate crew felt their resolve wane. With the Buster Call's bombardment looming, they retreated, fearing the collateral damage of the titanic battle unfolding before them. As the pirates began to withdraw, Wooly observed them with a grave expression. These marauders had committed heinous acts in this town, and he would not allow them to escape unscathed. With a thunderous clash, the two figures continued their fierce duel, Jozu and Basses exchanging blows, each separation spanning several meters. How has the mighty Diamond Jozu of the Whitebeard pirates become so weak? Basses taunted. Oh, losing an arm in the Summit War must have taken its toll. Yet, a year ago, you didn't seem so diminished. You hardly posed a challenge. Zashasa's Bashes scoffed. The Ice Witch, Snow White Pei, gazed at Jaws with concern. Though Jaws' demeanor remained unchanged, the power he exuded was gradually waning. Is that so? Jaws wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and began to gather strength anew, his aura seemingly growing more terrifying. What further perplexed Zashasa's Bashes was that Jaws' presence continued to escalate. A hum resonated as an overwhelming force enveloped Jaws, yet beneath the brilliance of his diamond form, the manifestation of this power was obscured, indicating that Jaws had seamlessly merged his might with the diamond's essence. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swirled around Jaws, causing the sand and stones beneath him to roll. Zashasa's Bashes' pupils constricted, an intense gust swept forth, sending debris flying. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Jaws, Zashasa's Bashes dared not underestimate him, his gaze becoming increasingly cautious. Chapter 57. The five admirals assemble suddenly. The air thickened with an oppressive weight. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, the assembled pirates, despite their retreat, found themselves halting, holding their breath as they observed the unfolding scene. Crack! The energy accumulating within Jaws intensified, his presence growing stronger. Even the ground beneath him began to fracture under the strain, fissures appearing and widening. Across from him, Zashasa's Bashes wore a grin, yet his body was taut with tension, mentally bracing to counter Jaws' impending strike. After all, his opponent was the third commander of the Whitebeard pirates, and any arrogance could lead to his demise. Suddenly, Jaws' diamond-coated form gleamed brilliantly, and in an instant, the ground beneath him shattered as countless fragments shot outward. His figure vanished, transformed into an indomitable diamond entity, surging towards Zashasa's Bashes. Shining impact. Jaws embodied the strength of an ancient mammoth, charging forth with a terrifying might. Even before his arrival, the powerful wind pressure swept over the battlefield. Such power is only fitting for the name of the third commander of Whitebeard. Zashasa's Bashes laughed heartily, though a serious expression flickered in his eyes. If he were to confront the unyielding diamond charge with mere flesh, the consequences were all too predictable. Thus, he too needed to fortify his body to withstand the onslaught. In an instant, Zashasa's Bashes' aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His body sank slightly, his feet sinking into the ground. Humming. The arm of Zashasa's Bashes was enveloped in the armor of Haki, rendering his body impervious. This was the enhancement of Haki. Armament Haki hardening. Brace yourself. Let us witness whose strength prevails. Shizasa Bashasa bellowed, thrusting his arm forward and unleashing a formidable shockwave directed at Jaws. The moment this shockwave materialized, it rendered the very heavens and earth dim, as if capable of obliterating anything that dared to obstruct its path. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, causing the entire town to tremble. Two colossal forces coalesced into columns of air that soared into the sky. The surrounding structures succumbed to this overwhelming force, collapsing and being annihilated, while the ground within a 100-meter radius of their clash was devastated and sunk. This town bore the brunt of the catastrophic clash, suffering more than half of its destruction. Those observing nearby felt an immense wave of energy crashing upon them. Several ordinary pirates displayed expressions of terror, unable to withstand the sheer force, and they fell to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths, unconscious from the overwhelming pressure. The bodies of the dozen or so pirate captains who had intruded were propelled backward over 10 meters by the force of the shockwave, their faces etched with fear, leaving deep imprints of their feet in the ground. Hundreds of meters away, Wooly also sensed the might of the two combatants, his pupils constricting. Is this the power of a captain-level figure beneath one of the four emperors? Contemplating the depth of the four emperors' might left him in awe. For the first time, Wooly began to recognize the true power of this world, particularly the oppressive force embodied by the title of the four emperors. The Sea Emperors. No wonder ordinary pirates dare not provoke them in the slightest. The commotion from the battle between Jaws and Shizasa Bishasu was not only felt by the spectators in the town, even at the western and eastern ports. And far out at sea, the Navy sensed it, turning their gazes toward the town. The previously rescued civilians watched anxiously, concerned for the town's fate amid such a terrifying battle. Was Colonel Wooly able to evacuate them safely? Suddenly, they spotted two naval ships converging toward the town. Bewildered by the appearance of the additional vessels, they then noticed the nearby Navy ships also beginning to mobilize toward the town. The sound of the din-din mushy echoed from various locations, and the white-clad officer received a call from the observing pirates outside the town. Upon hearing the report, his expression shifted dramatically, filled with urgency as he glanced at Jaws, who was locked in combat with Shizasu Bishasu. Wu Li answered the phone bug, which mimicked the squinting expression of Hu Xiaoshan, yet the mirth in its eyes was tinged with gravity. Upon hearing the voice from the other end, Wu Li's heart sank. Colonel Wu Li, 10 battleships and 5 admirals have assembled and are poised to initiate the Demon Slaughter Order. You have 20 minutes. You must act swiftly. Chapter 58, the 20 minutes before the Demon Slaughter Order at the eastern port of the town. There remained 20 minutes until each battleship reached its designated position. Once all forces were in place, the Demon Slaughter Order would commence. Draped in a cloak, the long-nosed Kaku stood beside Rob Lucci, both gazing towards the town. Rob Lucci, no longer looking in that direction, remarked without turning, "Our objective has been achieved. It is time for us to depart." Kaku glanced at the cylindrical object tied to Rob Lucci's back and chuckled. "Indeed, we must hasten our exit from the attack zone. Otherwise, we risk being entangled within it. Remember, the Demon Slaughter Order is indiscriminate assault, akin to the events at Judicial Island. Following that battle, they had endured their own version of the Demon Slaughter Order, an experience that Kaku vividly recalled. Unlike before, however, this time they would not face blame from the world government. Instead, they would earn significant accolades. Let us also destroy those pirate ships, allowing them to experience the true nature of the Demon Slaughter Order, Kaku added. Meanwhile, at the western port of the town, Blackbeard's crew appeared remarkably composed as they awaited the outcome of the battle involving Jishas Bashas, seemingly unconcerned about the impending assault of the Demon Slaughter Order. In the town, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense upon hearing news of the Navy ships approaching, as if a colossal stone weighed upon their hearts. The pirates became frantic, anxiously glancing towards their captains, awaiting decisions. The captains of the various pirate crews exchanged glances, feeling the pressure mount and time slipping away. With 5 admirals on the horizon, hesitation could lead to dire consequences. They ceased watching the ongoing battle and began to flee towards their moored pirate ships. The Ice Witch, Shui Bai Jipei, also sensed the urgency of time. A conflicted expression crossed her face. She understood that failing to escape before the Navy's encirclement would spell disaster. Yet, Jaws was engaged in battle, and abandoning her comrades was not an option. Her gaze fell upon her subordinates, observing their unwavering resolve reminiscent of when they had answered Whitebeard's call and set sail for Marineford. Shui Bai Jipei, Jaws shouted amidst the fray, "You all should leave. If the Navy surrounds us, escape will be impossible. But what about you? How can we abandon you and flee?" Tears glistened in Shui Bai Jipei's eyes, laden with concern. "Rest assured, I will catch up with you once I defeat this foe." "You must set sail now," Jaws replied, touched by their concern but resolute that he could not allow them to perish alongside him. "Ha ha ha, Jaws, you are quite remarkable, even in battle. You can spare a moment to chat. This is an insult to me." Jishas Bashas lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch that sent Jaws reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, he managed to withstand the onslaught. 20 minutes remain. Upon hearing the news from the burning mountain, Wu Li ceased to focus on the clash between Xiaozi and Jishasi Bashasi. The dozen or so pirate captains who had invaded were already preparing to retreat. Thus, Wu Li and Shoin began to regroup. With over 6,000 civilians having arrived at the port, ready for evacuation, a prior issue arose. The naval vessel they were aboard could not accommodate so many people. However, Shoin swiftly resolved this by capturing the stationary pirates, allowing the civilians to board the 2 commandeered pirate ships. As the pirates rushed towards the port, skirmishes broke out between them and the naval soldiers. Yet perhaps due to the Demon Slaughter Order, neither side engaged in prolonged conflict. The robbed pirates, blinded by rage, sought to reclaim their ships but were quickly defeated before Wu Li and Shoin. "Colonel Shoin, let us first ensure the safe evacuation of these civilians from the town to avoid any repercussions from the Demon Slaughter Order," Wu Li stated. Indeed, Shoin nodded. Their primary objective was to escort the civilians to safety, and there was still time to retreat beyond the attack range before the order was enacted. 14 minutes remained. The pirate captains and key officers gathered at the port, frowning at the overcrowded pirate ships. "Let us not concern ourselves with them. Those ships do not belong to us. We must set sail now. Otherwise, we will find ourselves surrounded by naval warships," one pirate captain remarked. The others nodded in agreement, hastening back to their respective ships. Wu Li and Shoin breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the pirates might misinterpret the situation and impede their efforts. The Demon Slaughter Order would indiscriminately attack both Navy and pirates, and remaining here would invite disaster. The pirates' lack of entanglement was fortuitous, as their foremost duty was to protect the civilians. Suddenly, a barrage of cannon fire struck the pirate ships at the port, causing one after another to suffer devastating damage. Ah, our pirate ships are under attack. Has the demon slaughter order begun? From a distance, 10 naval warships advanced in a half-circle formation towards the town. Yet the source of the assault was not from those vessels. Soon, a naval ship emerged from the east, and to Wu Li's astonishment, it bore the insignia of the world government. The appearance of this ship clarified the prior confusion. It was they who had initiated the demon slaughter order. This was not without precedent. The last time the order was enacted, it was by Spandam, the commander of the CP-9 intelligence agency under the world government. The cannon fire from the warship did not cease, and the pirates were filled with fury and dread as their vessels sustained further damage. With such destruction, how could they hope to escape the Navy's pursuit? Panic spread among the pirates, their eyes gleaming with madness. They resolved to seize the world government ship that was attacking them. It appears they have set their sights on our ship. They certainly possess courage. Kaku remarked with a faint smile. Pay them no mind. As long as we do not allow their ship to remain intact, the rest shall be left to the Navy. We will retreat, Rob Lucci said, glancing at Wu Li. In the past, Lucci would have personally dealt with these pirates. But now he refrained from expending energy on trivial matters. The pirates, brandishing their weapons, prepared to take the world government ship, but to their disappointment, it altered its course after bombarding their vessels and sailed off into the distance. It seems the world government ship is fleeing, fearing a confrontation with us. What should we do now? A pirate cried out. On the distant ship, Kaku, standing on the deck, seemed to hear the shouts of the pirates and chuckled. Fear? Certainly not. It was disdain. The pirates, unaware of Lucci and Kaku's sentiments, were in a dire moment of life and death. Only 10 minutes remained until the demon slaughter order was enacted. The formation of the 10 warships was becoming increasingly apparent, and after 10 minutes, they would unleash the order at a safe distance from the town. Realizing their plan to seize the world government ship had failed, the pirates grew more anxious, their eyes reddening with fury under the immense pressure of impending death as they gazed at the 3 ships, 2 filled with civilians and 1 a naval warship. Engaging the Navy was a last resort, yet the pirates had no other choice. Facing death or freedom, they would seize any opportunity. This is bad. These pirates are likely targeting our ship. Shioen's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the pirates' gaze. The situation was highly unfavorable for them. The approaching pirates, with their bloodshot eyes carrying a frenzied glint, resembled demons as nearly 1,000 of them surged towards the naval soldiers. The sight made the soldiers tense, and the civilians turned pale, realizing there were merely a couple of hundred Navy personnel. It seems we cannot avoid this battle for the ship, Wu Li murmured. And Shioen along with the soldiers awaited Wu Li's command. All naval personnel, heed my command. Wu Li bellowed. Yes. Prepare for battle. Affirmative. The soldiers' voices echoed through the air, and despite their numerical disadvantage, their spirits surged, causing the pirates to momentarily falter. What do we have to fear? The Navy is vastly outnumbered. A pirate captain shouted, rallying his crew. The pirates quickly regained their composure, emboldened by their numbers, believing they would soon overwhelm the Navy. Colonel Shioen, Wu Li turned to him. Our primary mission is to hold off the pirates to ensure the civilians on those 2 ships can escape safely. I understand. Shioen nodded, confirming that those capable of navigating had already been informed. With Shioen's reassurance, Wu Li felt a weight lift. As long as the civilians could evacuate successfully, their burden would lessen significantly. At that moment, more civilians continued to board the ships, and 1 vessel had already raised its anchor, preparing to depart. This spurred the pirates into action as the throng of black-clad figures surged forward, led by those armed with firearms. Some pirates boarded the damaged ships, readying the remaining cannons to target the departing vessel. Seeing this, Wu Li took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting as he faced the oncoming pirates with renewed determination. Very well. Let us engage in battle. Before the echoes of his words faded, Wu Li's figure flickered and swiftly materialized before the armed pirate crew. The pirates, holding their guns, gazed in momentary astonishment at the sudden appearance of Wu Li. But their surprise was fleeting, and soon hundreds of firearms were pointed at him. Yet, before they could pull the triggers, Wu Li's form vanished from sight. The sword in his hand radiated with a potent sword energy as he flickered amidst the crowd, continuously shifting the blade with finesse, unleashing waves of luminous sword strikes towards the gun-wielding pirates. Shiyu Sangyan, flowing like the May rain, the sword light transformed into a cascade, resembling a gentle, persistent drizzle of May scattering among the ranks of the pirates. In an instant, Wu Li reappeared behind the group of armed pirates, who were still in a daze, staring blankly at the sudden downpour of sword light. The delicate rain fell upon the pirates, and in an instant, blood erupted, leaving behind sword marks reminiscent of raindrops. Hundreds of men collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wooly did not glance back, his objective resolute: to capture the leader before subduing the henchmen. His sword aimed directly at the cluster of pirate captains at the heart of the tumultuous crowd. Chapter 60. The chivalrous for the people, resentful of evil. As hundreds of pirates fell beneath Wooly's blade, the Navy soldiers were invigorated. Conversely, the pirates were struck with astonishment. The expressions of the dozen captains revealed their surprise. Their gazes fixated on Wooly with a newfound solemnity. "Is he advancing towards us?" one captain inquired, bewildered. Wooly resembled a sword piercing through the very core of the pirates, advancing unerringly, while he engaged other pirates along the way. It was evident that his true aim lay with them. Indeed, it appeared so. Previously, even when united, they had struggled against the Whitebeard pirates' third captain, Diamond Jozu. And now they found themselves confronted by an unknown naval officer. Though the pirate captains were taken aback by Wooly's prowess, they acknowledged that none of them stood a chance against him individually. However, they were now united, forming a temporary coalition. In the ranks of the Pirate Alliance, Wooly forged a path forward. The pirates, recognizing their inferiority, made way for him, refraining from obstructing his advance. Ahead lay their respective captains, the pinnacle of this temporary coalition's strength, poised to confront the formidable navy. "Though I harbor an intense disdain for you ruthless marauders, I shall eventually see you scoundrels imprisoned in the underworld. Today, I offer you a chance to flee. Do you not cherish it?" Wooly approached the dozen or so pirate captains, expressing his revulsion. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would grant them no such opportunity. The code of chivalry compels one to defend the innocent and detest evil. This is the essence of his swordsmanship. Perhaps not all pirates are wicked, yet within their ranks, malevolence undoubtedly thrives, just as it does within the Navy, albeit at a higher ratio among pirates. Clearly, these marauders, who wreak havoc upon the townsfolk, belong to the ranks of the truly vile, the murderers, the butchers. Ha ha ha, accursed Navy, do you know who we are? You dare to utter such words? Enough. We have dispatched many like you to the depths, where they serve as sustenance for the fish. Now, it is your turn. A fearsome pirate captain sneered. The others joined in laughter, for if they could slaughter the innocent, what concern had they for the Navy? "Do you know who I am?" Wooly countered. "With pirates such as you, I have long since filled the prisons of the South Sea." The pirates were momentarily taken aback. They truly did not recognize Wooly's identity and were curious about the naval officer before them. "I am Colonel Wooly of the Navy, and I shall become your waking nightmare." "Wooly? Never heard of that name. And to think you hold such a low rank in the Navy, merely a colonel." The pirates scoffed, their expressions tinged with derision. Though they were astonished by Wooly's earlier display of prowess, they believed they had gauged the limits of his strength. "Have you noticed he seems to be stalling for time?" one pirate captain suddenly remarked. A Navy officer who despises them so thoroughly should have attacked without hesitation. The others were startled as they turned their gaze toward the harbor, where a ship was slowly departing, laden with terrified civilians. While the Pirate Alliance was momentarily held at bay by the valiant Navy, as pirates, they were not to be underestimated. A captain's eyes gleamed with a cruel and frenzied light as he addressed his fellow marauders. "Since we cannot seize that ship, let us destroy it. Aim for the departing vessel and fire." The pirates who had boarded the ship readied their cannons, preparing to unleash cannonballs, causing panic among the civilians aboard the departing vessel. They had not anticipated being discovered by these pirates. Should the ship be bombarded, even if it did not sink, countless innocent lives would be lost. As Wooly moved to render assistance, several figures suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. His gaze sharpened. These pirate captains intended to impede his progress. Boom. A cannonball hurtled towards the ship laden with civilians, igniting panic among the people on board, their eyes reflecting despair. Wooly engaged in battle, finding himself momentarily ensnared. Chapter 61. The unleashing of Wooly. A few cannonballs whistled through the air, aimed at the vessel filled with innocents, and just as the crowd braced for impact, a figure leaped from the harbor onto the ship. In an instant, he soared into the air, deflecting the incoming projectiles. The cannonballs exploded mid-flight, filling the sky with flames and thick smoke that concealed the savior. "We are saved." The civilians aboard exhaled in relief, gazing gratefully at their rescuer. What transpired? Who is it? The pirates aboard their ship were momentarily bewildered, staring into the fog. After a brief pause, they gritted their teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes, and decisively prepared to fire again. The cannon's mouth glowed faintly red, but just as the projectiles were about to be launched, they froze, witnessing a figure emerge from the smoke, a cloak of righteousness billowing in the air as he landed deftly by the cannon. At the very moment a cannonball was set to be unleashed, he touched the cannon's mouth with one hand. It appeared to be infused with an extraordinary energy, visibly corroding before their eyes, rendering the artillery useless in an instant. Boom! A brilliant flash erupted, a plume of black smoke billowing from the cannon as the pirates stood in stunned silence. The figure swiftly appeared at another cannon aimed at the civilian-laden ship, employing the same method to disable it. "It's Colonel Xiao-en," the sailors exclaimed in astonishment, their spirits lifted by Xiao-en's display of valor as they rejoined the fray. "Well done, Colonel Xiao-en," Wu Li remarked, his gaze shifting to the diverse expressions of the pirate captains before him. It seemed their plans had faltered. Now, he could focus on their elimination. "Do not believe this is the end. If we can intercept the last ship, victory shall still belong to us," one of the pirate captains declared grimly. Wu Li refrained from uttering further words, instead unleashing a beam of sword light as his response. The battle raged on, with nearly 200 individuals still awaiting their embarkation. In the distance, naval warships could clearly observe the conflict unfolding at the port. Rear Admiral Ghost Spider furrowed his brow. While granting Wu Li a bit more time might yield favorable results, he could not afford to do so. Military orders are as immovable as mountains. In 5 minutes, regardless of Wu Li's ability to evacuate the town, they would commence their assault. Meanwhile, on another naval vessel, Major Fire Mountain squinted. A trace of concern etched upon his face. Time was of the essence. 5 minutes remained, as the naval ships promptly positioned themselves. The distant sounds of cannon turrets rotating began to echo across the water. Whether civilians, sailors, or pirates, everyone felt a tightening in their chests. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the skirmish between the naval forces and the pirate alliance escalated. The pirates were acutely aware that if they did not seize the moment, they could perish beneath the onslaught of naval cannon fire. As the pirates intensified their assaults, the sailors struggled to maintain their defensive formation, nearly on the verge of collapse. Anxiety gripped their hearts. They faced not only the pirates' attacks, but also potential bombardment from the naval ships. However, the priority lay in ensuring the civilians' safe evacuation. "Hurry! We must move faster. Otherwise, it will be too late," shouted several sailors tasked with facilitating the civilians' boarding. The civilians sensed the suffocating tension in the air, though somewhat flustered. They boarded the ships with a semblance of order. In the race against time, the last elderly woman, leaning on a cane, was finally ushered aboard, and all civilians had successfully embarked. Clang, clang, clang. A few robust male civilians strained to haul the iron chain connected to the ship's anchor, their faces flushed, veins bulging. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, the chain was pulled taut alongside their racing heartbeats, and soon, the anchor emerged from the depths of the sea. They cannot be allowed to escape so easily. "You hold back that naval colonel. I will intercept that ship," bellowed a pirate captain, adorned with a black eye patch. With that, he broke away from the fray surrounding Wu Li, dashing toward the vessel that was lifting anchor. The other pirate captains, sensing the urgency, unleashed an even more ferocious assault on Wu Li, aiming to exhaust him and divert his attention from the approaching pirate captain. Wu Li could have evaded those attacks, yet he understood that disengaging from the battle was not an option. Therefore, he resolutely braced himself and withstood the onslaught. The one-eyed captain, noticing that Wu Li did not attempt to intercept him, gleamed with a fleeting sense of triumph. Had he acted sooner, the skirmish would likely have concluded swiftly. The naval soldiers were utterly incapable of hindering him, thus he accelerated his pace. He gazed at the ship, now fully anchored and gradually setting sail, and inwardly rejoiced. Once aboard, he would cast all the civilians overboard into the sea and make his escape. Aha! However, just as he was about to reach his destination, he suddenly halted, his expression darkening as he beheld the naval commander, Xiao-en, who had previously damaged the rusted cannon platform. Observing the one-eyed captain being intercepted by Xiao-en, the other captain scowled. This naval officer continually disrupted their plans. Just like before. "We must delay this naval commander while 2 of us make our escape." No sooner had the words left their mouths than 2 figures shot forth, racing towards the vessel that was slowly departing the harbor. The remaining pirate captains, synchronizing their efforts as before, unleashed their formidable assaults, preventing Wu Li from breaking free to intervene. Truly, this was a relentless cycle. Wu Li's ire began to simmer. These individuals had finally provoked his wrath. As he witnessed the oncoming surge of power directed at him, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Flames engulfed his sword, and an overwhelming aura began to coalesce. The rain of fire, an essence of the stormy Song Yin. The pirate captains, witnessing the flames materializing before them, widened their eyes in terror, realizing that their attacks appeared to have come to a standstill. Even the wind seemed to have ceased, allowing them to distinctly observe every particle of dust suspended in the air. Whoosh! The figure of Wooly suddenly materialized before them. The pirate captains felt a surge of anxiety coursing through them, yet they found themselves immobilized, unable to utter even a sound without an agonizing delay. A flash of sword light flickered in their eyes, cleaving the suspended dust and debris in twain, while the weapons clutched in their hands were severed asunder. The blade penetrated as if slicing through flesh, causing a solitary droplet of blood to cascade down their skin. In that fleeting moment, a long, deep gash was etched upon their bodies, and blood erupted forth. A chorus of anguished screams resounded. Wooly did not cast another glance at them. His figure suddenly paused before he rushed toward the two pirate captains. Chapter 62. Wooly Showtime. The two pirate captains, swiftly sailing their ships, were startled by the agonizing screams emanating from behind. They turned abruptly to witness their allies from the Alliance, faces contorted in rage and horror, clutching their wounds, which continued to ooze crimson blood. In a moment of shock, an indistinct figure flashed before their eyes. Turning their heads, they could barely make out Wooly's form as they halted in their tracks, struggling to regain their balance. A chilling sword aura spread through the air, and they felt the temperature in their surroundings plummet. It was as if snowflakes had begun to dance around them, seemingly crystalline and beautiful, yet, to their eyes, they felt an overwhelming cold enveloping their bodies, a potent killing intent concealed within those flurries of snow. With the technique floating feather, divine wind, sword blowing snow, their bodies tensed instantaneously. The cold emanating from the snowflakes threatened to freeze the blood within their veins, rendering their movements sluggish and rigid, far slower than usual. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the fact that, despite the snowflakes appearing chaotic and erratic, they had coalesced into a lethal formation, ensnaring the captains within. The sword aura hidden within the drifting snow crystallized into a radiant sword light. As the white snow swirled, the frost blade struck with an icy precision. In their state of dread, the two captains were pierced, and a layer of frost formed over their wounds, devoid of blood, as the frigid sword energy rampaged within them, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. How is this possible? It's as if he is transformed into an entirely different person. At this moment, their bodies were paralyzed, their pale faces reflecting disbelief. One strike. Defeated. The pirate captains of the marauding alliance had all been swiftly dispatched by the formidable Wooly. Confusion flickered in the eyes of the pirates, while the soldiers beamed with joy. The one-eyed dragon pirate captain, battling against Shioin, could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. In that moment of distraction, Shioin seized the opportunity to corrode the weapon from his grasp. Fortunately, the one-eyed dragon captain quickly regained his wits. Otherwise, the loss would have been far more devastating than merely the destruction of his weapon. Wooly glanced at the naval vessels that were already in position, then turned his gaze towards the navy engaged in combat with the pirates. His eyes narrowed as he issued a low command. All sailors, heed my orders. Aye. The sailors responded to Wooly's call. Some swiftly dispatched the pirates before them, others rescued comrades on the verge of being struck down. While those entangled in battle with the pirates all shared a unified response, creating distance from their adversaries. They quickly reformed their ranks, exuding an aura of indomitable strength that momentarily deterred the pirate alliance from advancing. Wooly gazed at the last vessel, laden with civilians, as it departed from the harbor, and continued, everyone, swiftly board the warship and prepare for retreat. The Marines, upon hearing the command, did not hesitate. They immediately withdrew, hastening towards the location of the warship. Meanwhile, the countless pirates across from them were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gaze towards their injured captains, unable to continue fighting. We cannot allow them to escape, bellowed the one-eyed dragon pirate captain, his voice laced with frustration. In that moment of distraction, Shioin seized the opportunity and landed a punch squarely on the captain's face, causing him to stagger back a few paces, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark as he glared at Shioin. The allied pirates, having heard the command, brandished their weapons and charged towards the Marines. A figure emerged before them, prompting the Marines to continue their advance towards the naval warship. Suddenly, a vortex of energy surged around Wooly as the long sword became enveloped in a formidable aura of sword energy. With a powerful swing, an overwhelming blast of sword energy was unleashed. The floating feather divine wind flowing sword twister sent a fierce tempest sweeping towards the countless members of the pirate alliance, leaving expressions of sheer terror on their faces as they were swept into the air. Chapter 63. The Demon Slayer Order is activated as the whirlwind passed. Those pirates caught in its grasp fell haphazardly to the ground, dazed and disoriented, rendering the combat effectiveness of the pirate alliance utterly compromised. Suen, engaged in battle with the one-eyed dragon pirate captain, no longer wished to prolong the confrontation. After repelling the captain's attack, he retreated a few meters. The one-eyed dragon captain, unwilling to let him escape so easily, prepared to pursue, but a sudden sound from the sky interrupted him. Boom! The first cannonball struck the harbor, erupting in a blaze of fire and black smoke, creating a deep crater. All eyes turned towards the source of the cannon fire. This time, it did not come from the world government's warships, but rather from the Navy vessels positioned offshore. The Demon Slayer order. Activated. The harbor's soldiers and pirates gazed up at the densely packed black cannonballs, a spectacle rarely seen, leaving them utterly astonished. Amidst this astonishment, a realization dawned upon them. They were within the range of attack. Get away from here. The Navy's Demon Slayer order has been activated. This place will soon be obliterated. Panic set in among the pirates as they swallowed hard, contemplating their fate under such relentless bombardment. Set sail. Retreat. Wooly shot towards the Navy warships, his voice echoing before his arrival. The helmsman aboard the warship, upon hearing the command, began to turn the helm, slowly maneuvering away from the harbor. They had no doubt that the two colonels would not be delayed. All they needed to do was follow orders. Suen also commenced his retreat. While the one-eyed dragon captain hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his eyes. Ultimately, he chose to abandon his pursuit, recognizing the dire situation, and turned to flee in a different direction from Suan. Quickly, board those pirate ships. The one-eyed dragon captain shouted urgently, but those ships were damaged earlier. A pirate hesitated. What are you waiting for? The two undamaged ships have already departed, and we cannot stop this Navy warship. What other choice do we have? The one-eyed dragon captain cursed angrily. Regardless of the damage to those pirate ships, we must board them now. As for whether we can escape the Navy's bombardment and pursuit, we'll leave it to fate. After his declaration, the one-eyed dragon captain led his crew onto his pirate ship. With his leadership, other pirates hastily carried their injured captain and comrades back to their respective vessels, while those commandeered by the Navy were packed with panicked pirates. The harbor erupted into chaos. The pirates resembling a swarm of ants as they faced the relentless artillery fire from the Navy. They scrambled to board their ships, raising anchor and setting sail, the unsteady vessels gradually distancing themselves from the harbor. However, some ships that had been severely damaged by Rob Lucci's cannon fire were rendered unable to sail, with some even beginning to sink as the pirates scrambled aboard. The cacophony of urgent voices, screams, and cries intermingled as the barrage of cannonballs descended from the sky, drowning out all other sounds with the deafening roar of artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannonballs struck the sea, creating shockwaves that sent towering waves crashing forth. The sailing vessels rocked violently upon the surface, on the brink of capsizing. Some cannonballs landed directly on the immobile pirate ships, causing massive masts to shatter and crash down with a thunderous sound. Amidst the ensuing chaos, cries of despair erupted from the pirates, who were thrown into the air by the explosions as the flames spread and billows of black smoke rose. Chapter 64. The emergence of Blackbeard's pirate crew. Another round of cannon fire commenced. The cannonballs sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, landing in the streets and sending dirt and debris soaring dozens of meters into the sky. Buildings crumbled under the bombardment, and the streets were engulfed in smoke and dust, littered with fallen bodies. In mere minutes, the town had been reduced to an inferno. In the midst of the chaos, Jaws and Shichibukai bases exchanged powerful blows, causing the ground to crack and sending shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding smoke. The two figures swiftly retreated after their exchange as cannonballs rained down between them, exploding violently. Boom, boom. Was the Demon Slayer order truly activated? Had Snow White and her companions retreated to the secret harbor? Jaws and Shichibukai bases exchanged glances, their brows furrowing momentarily. But within seconds, they resumed their fierce battle. Clearly, even with the activation of the Demon Slayer order, their conflict could not be easily halted. One bore deep-seated hatred, while the other harbored grand ambitions, their fervent desires illuminated by the flickering flames. At the western harbor of the town, a massive bamboo raft bobbed on the turbulent waves, also within the range of attack, as cannonballs rained down, the explosive shockwaves dispersing the mist. Shadows of large figures were barely discernible upon the raft. It seems the Navy's Demon Slayer order has been initiated, and we are within the attack zone. Should we remain here and wait for Shichibukai bases to return? A figure wearing a flying hat and smoking a cigar, Rainy Shiryu, remarked with a malevolent grin. The smoke billowed upward, reflecting in his eyes, which mirrored the toothless grin of a laughing figure. He was intrigued by the thoughts of this man, having speculated endlessly since joining the crew, yet still failing to grasp his true nature. Concerning the Demon Slayer Order, he felt no fear. Alone, he might be in peril, but atop this bamboo raft, who among them was not a wild card? They were all madmen, himself included. Blackbeard exaggeratedly gestured, speaking in an overly dramatic tone. Indeed, the activation of the Demon Slayer Order is quite troublesome. If those reckless cannonballs were to destroy my raft, I would plummet into the sea. And that would be the end for me, being a devil fruit user and all. Truly terrifying. Yet a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, and a sudden idea struck him. He returned to his usual demeanor, exclaiming, "Of course, we're in need of ships, and there are plenty of Navy warships around. With the kinda occupied, no one remains to hinder us." I refused to believe he would return to obstruct us again. As soon as he finished speaking, some eyes sparkled with interest, while others appeared indifferent. However, since Blackbeard had made a decision, they naturally would not oppose it. The massive bamboo raft slowly departed from the western harbor, sunlight gradually illuminating its shadow, and the crew of Blackbeard, hidden in the mist, re-emerged into the light. After Wu Li and his companions evacuated the port, they were seldom subjected to artillery fire. Even when one or two stray shells fell unexpectedly, Wu Li effortlessly deflected them, causing them to explode in midair. Although the Demon Slayer Order employs indiscriminate assaults, Wu Li and his team are ultimately naval forces. And having distanced themselves from the range of attack, they were not targeted by the warships. Wu Li gazed at the two pirate ships laden with civilians, relieved to see that they had not come under fire from the naval warships. After his brief explanation to Rear Admiral Hu Xiaoshan, he had achieved the desired outcome. In stark contrast, the pirates were far less fortunate. They endured a relentless barrage of cannon fire, compounded by prior damage to their vessels, rendering them mere targets. Soon, several pirate ships were utterly devastated, their hulls consumed by flames, thick black smoke causing the pirates to cough violently, while seawater began to flood numerous sections of their ships. The pirates frantically attempted to make repairs, but their efforts proved futile, and with another round of bombardment, their ships ultimately sank. As a few pirate vessels succumbed to the depths, a heavy gloom descended upon the remaining pirates, who felt their own precarious situation, one that could see their ship meet a similar fate at any moment. Suddenly, a sailor aboard a warship spotted a bamboo raft emerging from the eastern harbor through his telescope, his expression shifting to one of confusion. The occupants were not fleeing. Rather, they were heading directly toward them. It was unmistakable that these individuals were not civilians. The pirate flag fluttering atop the raft revealed their identity. Upon recognizing the emblem, the sailor's pupils dilated, cold sweat trickled down his brow, and he gasped in horror. The Blackbeard pirates. The naval soldiers aboard the warship were momentarily taken aback, and Rear Admiral Goei Jiju, upon hearing the news, squinted toward the distant bamboo raft, barely able to discern the towering figures seated upon it. He and the other admirals soon realized the presence of these notorious villains. Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes, his expression grave, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he muttered, "Goodness, this cannot be a jest. Not only is Shikasa Saibashi here, but the entire crew of the 4 Emperor Blackbeard has truly arrived. This is unbelievable." Previously, Wu Li had received word of the notorious Captain Shikasa Saibashi of the Blackbeard pirates being sighted in the town. Had it been merely him, the Navy would have had no cause for concern. However, due to the Demon Slayer Order, they had not conducted a thorough sweep of the surrounding waters, and now they found themselves facing the entirety of the Blackbeard pirates. The sight of the pirate flag reignited a flicker of hope among the previously despondent pirates. Their astonishment quickly morphed into exhilaration. The enemy of their enemy could be seen as an ally, and while they lacked the strength to rightfully claim friendship, the common adversary of the Navy was undeniable. Chapter 65, The Show of Ian Yufan Oka the Blackbeard Pirates. The sight of that fluttering flag upon a makeshift bamboo raft instilled a weighty sense of foreboding. Upon realizing the Blackbeard pirates were on the scene, the sailors began to grow tense, the relentless cannon fire gradually ceasing. They faced a formidable new foe, the newly emerged Emperor, Blackbeard, and his crew, seemingly attuned to the sailors' anxiety. Rear Admiral Goei Jiju inhaled deeply, determination etched across his features as he immediately commanded, "All warships, target the Blackbeard crew and concentrate fire." At his command, The sailors subdued their apprehensions, aligning the cannons of 10 naval vessels toward the Blackbeard crew. With a resolute order from Rear Admiral Guei, the assault commenced. A multitude of cannonballs filled the sky, slicing through the air and raining down upon the enormous bamboo raft. The sharp whistling was followed by a cacophony of explosions. A thick plume of black smoke began to rise, enveloping the area and obscuring vision, as the air grew palpably still. Tension gripped the onlookers, who turned their gaze toward the smoke, the sound of swallowed breaths echoing in the silence. Uncertain of the outcome of this barrage, some sailors naively hoped that such concentrated fire might eliminate the Blackbeard crew. Rear Admirals Guei and others, however, were acutely aware that such optimism was misplaced. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, the concentrated fire from 10 warships was their only viable strategy. If it could prove effective in any regard, it would be in their favor. As the moments passed, the dense smoke began to dissipate, and the spectators widened their eyes, gradually revealing the silhouette of a massive bamboo raft. The figures upon the raft became discernible, with the first thing they noticed being a grinning face at the front. None seemed perturbed, and the raft bore no signs of damage from the cannonade. The barrage had only produced smoke and deafening sounds, with no harm inflicted upon the enemy. But how could this be? How had they achieved such a feat? Everyone was taken aback, bewildered at the apparent invulnerability of the Blackbeard crew, including Wu Li and the 5 naval admirals. The sailors began to feel a creeping dread. To withstand such a bombardment without injury was a revelation, while the pirates, in their astonishment, found their spirits rising. Truly, they were the 4 emperors, and this revelation significantly increased their chances of escape. Continue the assault. Rear Admiral Guei commanded once more. He firmly believed that relentless attacks would ultimately inflict damage upon the enemy, regardless of whatever method they had employed to withstand the previous bombardment. A fresh volley of cannonballs surged toward the Blackbeard crew on the bamboo raft. Ha ha ha, Navy. We are not so foolish as to allow you to attack us unimpeded. Blackbeard laughed heartily, his prominent front teeth lending him a somewhat comical appearance, though none had the heart to mock him. Before Blackbeard's laughter could fade, a tall, slender figure beside him, donning an odd hat, an eye patch over his right eye, a black cloak, and with a long face, held a long rifle, coolly and deftly aiming at the incoming cannonballs. In a flash, he stowed the rifle against his shoulder, his expression remaining impassive. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone could react, the cannonballs exploded mid-air, a deafening roar erupting as smoke and fire painted the sky. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of those aboard the bamboo raft, observers were left in disbelief, as no gunfire had been heard. The cannonballs had detonated spontaneously in the air. What remarkable marksmanship! Who is this formidable individual? Xianyang chirped, fluttering before Wu Li, his tone earnest. Master Sword. Your enemies are so powerful. I propose we retreat while they have yet to mount their counterattack. Wu Li gently waved his hand to dismiss Xianyang, who shifted aside but remained persistent. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, Xianyang exclaimed. Yet Wu Li clearly disregarded its counsel, and Xianyang, resigned, returned to Wu Li's shoulder, gazing toward the figure with the rifle. He wore a large black hat with flared sides, black glasses with a rectangular left lens and a circular right lens, seemingly containing a tress of hair. His light brown hair fell gracefully to his neck. Draped in a long black cloak, over which he wore a pale purple shirt with loose cuffs, complemented by simple black trousers adorned with a hint of chestnut. Wu Li gazed at the figure before him, murmuring, "The sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, Oka." His gaze then shifted to the long rifle that rested upon the man's shoulder, a weapon known as the Maxim. Oka? General Ghost Spider merely stared at that silhouette, his voice low and grave. Chapter 66. Navy versus Blackbeard Pirates. The enormous bamboo raft swiftly approached, drawing within 20 meters of the nearest warship. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the naval officers held their breaths, brimming with anxiety. Ha ha ha, Navy. Hand over a warship to us, and we shall depart, Blackbeard exclaimed with a grin. Marshal D. Teach, do you really think I would accept such a proposition? Do not underestimate the Navy, General Ghost Spider retorted, his squinting eyes devoid of mirth, replaced instead by a solemn expression. Blackbeard's suggestion was an affront to their pride as sailors. Despite the formidable strength of their adversaries, they harbored no intention of retreat. Ha ha ha, so there's nothing to discuss then? Blackbeard's smile faded abruptly, his demeanor darkening. Oh, right, it appears only you mid-ranking officers are present, with no admirals in sight. In that case, my previous proposal was indeed inappropriate. Allow me to revise it. I claim all the warships here for myself. Ha ha ha. Ghost Spider's pupils constricted slightly. The absence of admirals made it exceedingly difficult to thwart Blackbeard and his crew. What they urgently required was to await reinforcements. Although the admirals were occupied with other missions, powerful figures, not inferior to the three admirals, were en route. As long as they could withstand until then, they would prevail. Blackbeard cast a sidelong glance at the silent Ghost Spider, chuckling softly as he continued, "It seems we must resort to violence." Suddenly, a woman's laughter erupted from the bamboo raft. "Allow me to handle this. I rather like them, especially their spirited sense of justice." Upon hearing her words, Blackbeard turned to the sole female member of the crew and remarked, "Ha ha, Katarina Devon, since you are so interested, then by all means, go ahead." With Blackbeard's consent, Katarina Devon's tall figure shifted, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared aboard the warship commanded by General Ghost Spider. The naval officers gasped in shock, and Ghost Spider gripped his sword tightly, eyeing the heavily made-up female pirate who had materialized on the deck. She wore a striped outfit with a V-neckline, draped in a large purplish-red shawl, adorned with a blue pearl necklace around her neck, and cinched at the waist with a purple belt, complemented by lavender trousers and black shoes. This woman, with wrinkles etched upon her face, a slanted forehead, a long witch-like nose, and a devilish grin, was none other than the most notorious female inmate ever confined in the depths of the underwater prison, the Moonlight Hunter, Katarina Devon. Though the sailors were filled with trepidation, the appearance of the enemy on their vessel incited hundreds of them to brandish their weapons, roaring as they charged towards Katarina Devon. Ah! The cries of anguish echoed, revealing the evident inferiority of the sailors' strength. With casual ease, Katarina Devon dispatched a throng of them with a single strike. In a mere span of 10 minutes, most of the sailors lay defeated, with some retreating from the imposing figure of Katarina Devon. The 1,000-strong crew of the warship crumbled like fragile dust before her. Seeing their tactics fail, General Ghost Spider hesitated no longer. With both hands gripping his katana, he extended 6 more arms from his body, resembling a spider, each wielding a sword, and coldly regarded Katarina Devon, exuding a formidable aura. With a sudden movement, he lunged towards her. Boom! Katarina Devon effortlessly dispatched several sailors. Sensing General Ghost Spider's assault, she pivoted swiftly to block the onslaught of his 8 blades. A flicker of surprise crossed Ghost Spider's eyes. Katarina Devon easily parried his attack with her spear. Crack! Crack! He intensified the force of his strikes. Yet no matter how he pressed, she remained unfazed. Sweat imperceptibly trickled down his seemingly fierce visage, revealing that his strength was outmatched by the woman before him. Swoosh! Ghost Spider ceased to engage in a battle of strength with Katarina Devon, retreating a distance before darting around at incredible speed, constantly shifting his form while launching attacks. In mere breaths, they exchanged dozens of blows, the intensity of their combat generating a powerful gust that kept the sailors at bay. Boom! Amidst the fierce conflict, one figure was hurled away, crashing heavily against the ship's mast, causing a creaking sound and a crack to appear. General Ghost Spider. The sailors looked on in concern. Ghost Spider remained silent, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, maintaining a vigilant watch on Katarina Devon, wary of any lapse in his concentration. Fire Mountain and the other 3 admirals observed Ghost Spider struggling in battle, casting glances at the relaxed Blackbeard crew. They exchanged knowing looks and swiftly joined Ghost Spider's side. Ha ha ha! Navy, this hardly seems fair. Shiryu. Chapter 67. Navy Colonel Wu Li, reporting for duty indeed. You Navy officers lack a sense of gentlemanly decorum. 5 of you mid-ranking officers besieging me. Do you not feel it tarnishes the Navy's reputation? Katarina Devon barely managed to fend off Ghost Spider's relentless onslaught, and upon noticing Fire Mountain's approach, she swiftly evaded the incoming strike. This is a battle, and fairness holds no significance. The guilty deserve to be besieged. Why should we adhere to the constraints of societal expectations? General Ghost Spider coldly declared, his attacks growing ever more fierce. He was willing to sacrifice his own soldiers for the sake of vanquishing the enemy, let alone confronting a notorious female fugitive. With Ghost Spider at the forefront, the 5 admirals simultaneously assaulted Katarina Devon, allowing the Navy to gain the upper hand once more. Despite Katarina Devon's formidable prowess, facing 5 mid-ranking officers was an overwhelming challenge, leaving her struggling to defend herself without any opportunity to counterattack. Blackbeard, upon witnessing Katarina Devon under siege by the 5 admirals, sensed the precariousness of the situation. Yet, he maintained his composure, his smile unwavering. In a bid to save time, he summoned Shiryu of the Rain to alleviate the pressure on Katarina Devon. Shiryu remained silent for a few seconds before rising to his feet, casting a cold gaze at Katarina Devon, who was fiercely battling aboard the naval warship. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the edge of the warship, causing a shockwave among his companions. As the former warden of Impel Down, his formidable strength was indisputable, and his involvement in the fray commanded attention. Consequently, a significant portion of focus shifted towards Shiryu, somewhat diminishing the onslaught against Katarina Devon. This allowed her to exhale a sigh of relief, albeit briefly, as she glanced at Shiryu's figure, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes. As expected of Shiryu. He draws attention the moment he appears. Blackbeard laughed heartily, recognizing the prowess of such a formidable ally. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shiryu unsheathed his longsword, which shimmered with potent energy, seemingly unwilling to prolong the conflict. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of deadly intent, sending a crescent-shaped arc of sword light, imbued with immense power, towards the 6 combatants engaged in battle. The sheer ferocity of the attack quickened the heartbeats of the 6. Faced with such an onslaught, the 5 vice admirals opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, they deftly evaded the strike. Katarina Devon cursed Shiryu for his inability to distinguish friend from foe, yet she too was compelled to dodge the sword light. The lethal beam cleaved through the mast of the naval warship, its might unabated, slicing through everything in its path. Suddenly, Fire Mountain's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the impending danger, opening his eyes to witness the trajectory of the sword light. There, amidst the chaos, was a vessel filled with people, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the approaching blade, the sky seemingly darkening around them. The mere presence of the formidable sword light suffocated the passengers, blood oozing from their orifices. Fire Mountain, acknowledging the threat, felt a pang of guilt. He should not have evaded Shiryu's attack without considering the civilian vessel behind them. Meanwhile, Blackbeard and his crew observed with amusement as Shiryu's initial strike dramatically altered the battlefield's dynamics. Truly remarkable, as expected of him, his swordsmanship is astounding, as always. Just as the civilians aboard the ship succumbed to despair, others anticipated that the vessel would be effortlessly cleaved in two by Shiryu's lethal sword light. The ocean roared with tumultuous waves, the powerful sword light advancing ominously. Suddenly, a piercing whistle filled the air, and a figure materialized on the deck of the ship. Unfazed by the incoming sword light, he stood resolute, his justice cape billowing defiantly in the wake of the blade's might. With a surge of power emanating from his sword, he unleashed a fierce tornado that swept towards Shiryu's sword light. With a resounding impact, the sword light began to dim under the tornado's assault. The figure wielding the long sword aboard the civilian ship, his expression grave, unleashed additional waves of sword light. The clash of blades resulted in a spectacular display of energy. Powerful gusts radiating outward, while towering waves surged across the sea. The civilians, witnessing the heroic figure, exclaimed, "It's Colonel Woolley. He has come to save us." Their gratitude surged as the oppressive aura cast by the sword light dissipated upon Woolley's arrival, akin to a divine intervention. Colonel Woolley had withstood Shiryu's formidable strike. The sailors aboard Woolley's warship were exhilarated, witnessing their superiors step forth in such dire circumstances, a moment when even the vice admirals could not intervene. Woolley's bravery shone brightly, blocking the powerful attack. Shoen, observing Woolley, sighed softly, acknowledging that he consistently emerged in times of peril. However, this time, the adversary seemed overwhelmingly powerful, leaving uncertainty regarding Woolley's ability to withstand. Seeing a Navy officer withstand his sword light, Shiryu furrowed his brow, biting his cigar as he addressed Woolley. "A Navy officer? Impressive to withstand my blade. I find myself intrigued to know your name." To this, Woolley did not hesitate to reveal his identity, meeting Shiryu's gaze with determination. "I am Major Woolley of the Navy." Chapter 68. The impending battle. As Woolley successfully shielded the civilians from Shiryu's sword light, Fire Mountain exhaled a quiet breath of relief, albeit with a lingering awe at Woolley's prowess, a sentiment shared by the other vice admirals. Ghost Spider recalled the prior engagement with Woolley's warship. Had Fire Mountain not intervened, the battle with Woolley would have proven formidable. A Navy major? Shiryu was taken aback. He recognized the strength of his own attack, not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Even a slightly weaker vice admiral would suffer severe injury from such a blow, let alone a major, and yet Woolley emerged unscathed. "Excellent. You were fortunate to become my prey." Shiryu's lips curled into a smile, his bloodlust piqued by Woolley's resilience. Those deemed prey by him rarely survived unscathed. He had resorted to slaughtering criminals and guards merely to alleviate his boredom during his time in Impel Down. This proved to be far more exhilarating. Disregarding Katarina Devon entirely, he allowed her to continue enduring the onslaught of the 5 naval vice admirals, deepening her resentment as she fought to defend herself. Blackbeard observed with a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated a Navy major could withstand Shiryu's strike. Yet, he merely regarded it with mild astonishment, viewing such minor figures with indifference. His gaze shifted back to Katarina Devon, witnessing her struggle in combat, yet he refrained from blaming Shiryu. Only the strong could remain within the Blackbeard pirates. It was understandable that the strong possessed their own quirks. At that moment, Blackbeard found himself uncertain about whom to dispatch next. He couldn't send everyone, for they were not confronting an adversary of Whitebeard's caliber. 5 mere vice admirals were hardly formidable, and as a new Yonko, he would occasionally maintain a semblance of decorum, even while pursuing his goals through unscrupulous means. Sensing Blackbeard's hesitation, an exceptionally tall and slender figure, pale as a ghost with unnaturally red lips and a somewhat unsettling smile, approached him. "Allow me to go. We wouldn't want a kiner to pursue us and render our efforts in vain." Clad in a long-sleeved white shirt adorned with a feathered collar and a yellow cross pattern, paired with navy trousers and a white cloak, he bore a distinctive black top hat and a red wooden cane, along with a pair of golden earrings. Devil Sheriff Lafitte, captain of the 5th ship of the Blackbeard pirates. "Huh, Lafitte, don't frighten me," Blackbeard chuckled. "Sometimes, when luck runs low, anything can happen, such as the capriciousness of fate." Lafitte replied, half smiling and half serious. "You still believe in luck? Very well, Lafitte, assist Devon. Otherwise, we may face utter defeat," Blackbeard remarked, observing the precarious situation of Katarina Devon. "Leave it to me." Lafitte's arms began to transform into wings, and he swiftly soared towards the battleship, his speed remarkable, and given the short distance, he soon found himself hovering above the ship. At such an altitude and in such a conspicuous position, it was nearly impossible to go unnoticed. The naval officers below instinctively looked up, and Lafitte's smile deepened. The ghostly spider and 4 other admirals also acknowledged Lafitte's arrival, and in that moment of distraction, Katarina Devon managed to break free from the admiral's encirclement, creating some distance between them. She glanced sideways at Lafitte and remarked, "Lafitte, cease your showboating up there, and come help me deal with these admirals. We cannot afford to waste time." Lafitte, unfazed by Katarina's words, looked at her with a grin and replied, all right, I'm on my way." The ghostly spider scoffed at his arrogance, muttering, "Lafitte, huh?" Almost immediately, with a swift rush, he plunged downwards. The sound of air being split resonating as his target was the formidable ghostly spider, wielding 8 blades. The 2 closest admirals joined forces to attack Lafitte, but after a single strike, he vanished once more, moving with astonishing speed and leaving only an afterimage in the air. The ghostly spider frowned, realizing that even his sword strike had merely grazed Lafitte's illusion, indicating that Lafitte was indeed a daunting opponent. Fire Mountain and another admiral intended to advance, but were suddenly obstructed by a towering figure, Katarina Devon. "I can still handle the 2 of you," she stated coldly. The 2 sides faced each other, the tension in the air palpable, and all present understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Chapter 69, Wu Li vs. Shiryu of the Rain. The standoff between the Navy and the Blackbeard pirates did not last long, with Shiryu of the Rain being the first to strike. Seemingly unable to contain himself, he moved with an agility that made him appear to teleport from the front of the battleship to its rear, aiming directly to hunt Wu Li on the civilian ship. Just as he steadied himself, and before Shiryu could reach Wu Li's pirate vessel, a piercing whistle echoed through the air as a figure descended from the sky. Wu Li, with his sword infused with concentrated energy, thrust it towards Shiryu. Shiryu lifted his gaze towards the imposing Wu Li and chuckled. "Your reflexes are quite commendable, but possessing such awareness and reaction is still far from sufficient." Shiryu's speed was significantly greater than Wu Li's, and the instant he initiated his movement, Wu Li promptly rushed towards the empty rear of the battleship to launch his attack. In the next moment, Shiryu appeared right there, and Wu Li seized the opportunity with precision, not going to evade. With his long sword poised, Wu Li unleashed a fierce sword aura, aimed directly at Shiryu's face, yet Shiryu exhibited little reaction. Has he underestimated me, failing to respond? Wu Li mused inwardly. Wu Li remained skeptical about Yuji Shiryu's apparent nonchalance, yet since the latter made no move, he chose not to dwell on it further. If such an assault could indeed land, the outcome would naturally be most favorable. Colonel Xiao-in, Do you think Colonel Wu Li stands a chance against Yu Shilio? The Marines, anxious, turned to Xiaoan. Although they had accompanied Wu Li throughout the journey and recognized his formidable strength, their hopes for his victory were overshadowed by the notorious reputation of Yu Shilio, leaving them with a lack of confidence in Wu Li's upcoming battle. This is a challenging fight. If Wu Li can hold his ground against Yu Shilio, it cannot be deemed a defeat, Xiaoan stated earnestly. Indeed, it would not be a defeat. For a colonel to engage in combat with a formidable warrior under one of the four emperors is already a remarkable feat. The Marines fell silent for a moment, as this seemed to imply the improbability of success. Their gazes shifted to Wu Li, and their anxiety deepened. Just when Wu Li thought that Yu Shilio could not evade the impending strike, the latter unexpectedly tilted his head with astonishing speed. Wu Li's blade grazed perilously close to his face, easily evading the attack. In that fleeting moment, they saw Yu Shilio casually raise his longsword, striking at Wu Li with a swift motion. Clang! Wu Li swiftly raised his sword to block the terrifying force emanating from Yu Shilio's long blade, which felt as formidable as a mountain, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably and his body to lean slightly forward. While he struggled to withstand the pressure, he was also astonished by the sheer strength of Yu Shilio. Their gazes met, and Wu Li noticed a smirk tugging at the corner of Yu Shilio's mouth. Suddenly, Wu Li's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an even more potent force descending upon him, overwhelming him and forcing his body to crash heavily onto the deck. With a resounding thud, splinters of wood flew through the air, drawing the attention of Hu Xiaoshan, who was engaged in a battle with Daipeng. Yu Shilio's strength was undeniable. Even he could not endure for long. If Wu Li were to be defeated in such a manner, their burden would only intensify, diminishing their chances of holding out for reinforcements. Colonel Wu Li, Xiaoan and the Marines cried out in concern, having witnessed Yu Shilio's casual strike sending Wu Li crashing onto the deck. Their view obstructed, they were left in suspense about Wu Li's fate. Indeed, Yu Shilio was formidable. Even someone as strong as Wu Li seemed unable to endure. Coughing, Wu Li rose, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth and the overwhelming might of Yu Shilio. There was no time for astonishment. Another attack from Yu Shilio was already on its way. With a swift motion, Wu Li dodged the incoming sword light, the tremendous force creating a deafening roar that split the air, leaving a long crack on the deck. Chapter 70. Wu Li vs. Yu Shilio. Quick! The relentless barrage of attacks from Yu Shilio came far too swiftly, leaving Wu Li no choice but to focus solely on evasion and defense. Deprived of even a moment to catch his breath, let alone devise a counter-strategy. Despite this, he was repeatedly sent flying, crashing heavily against various parts of the warship, his body marred with numerous sword cuts. Yu Shilio's strikes were in absolute domination. Observing Wu Li, drenched in sweat and covered in wounds, struggling to hold on, Yu Shilio suddenly felt a wave of boredom wash over him. What distinguished this from the weaker foes he had previously slaughtered? Initially, he had harbored some expectations for Wu Li, but the latter's performance was disappointingly lackluster. Wu Li, is it? You have let me down. Merely evading lacks any flair. Previously, you exhibited commendable strength when you deflected the attack aimed at that ship. Yu Shilio abruptly halted, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he cruelly smiled. Or perhaps, as a naval officer, you hold a deep concern for the lives of those weaker than yourself? Is it only by attacking them that you can unleash your true potential? Wu Li's pupils constricted slightly, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart as he cast a glance at Yu Shilio. Yu Shilio, your adversary is me. Do not involve the innocent. Wu Li's call only deepened the smile on Yu Shilio's face, and Wu Li inwardly felt a sense of dread. As anticipated, he abruptly turned towards the pirate ship carrying civilians, and his long blade erupted with a formidable force, executing 3 consecutive strikes in the blink of an eye. 3 beams of sword light, imbued with terrifying might, surged towards the helpless civilians. Should that fierce sword energy truly strike the vessel, destruction would be inevitable, and those aboard would likely face dire consequences. Witnessing the overwhelming onslaught, the civilians were engulfed in sheer terror, bewildered as to why Yu Shilio had suddenly targeted them. Despite Wu Li's realization of Yu Shilio's intentions, he rushed with utmost speed to intercept him. Yet, it was too late. He could not possibly thwart this attack in time. Perhaps some of those you wish to protect should perish. It would serve to provoke you, allowing us to engage in a true battle. Yu Shilio believed Wu Li would struggle to stop him, glancing towards another ship laden with civilians. Fear not, for there is still another vessel. I hope you can prevent my next strike. Yuji Shilio's insinuation that the lives of the two ships' passengers were mere trifles ignited a flicker of anger in Wu Li's eyes. The long sword in his hand pulsed with a fiery glow, emanating a potent aura. "I shall not allow you to achieve your aims," Wu Li declared, striking towards Yuji Shilio with a flame-ensconced sword. As the words left his lips, the moment was fleeting. Yuji Shilio, observing Wu Li's desperate struggle, revealed a mocking glint in his eyes. Too late. Rain and fire suspended in the air, time and space frozen. The ultimate technique of the time-rain Songyan. Time-rain-fire. Suddenly, Yuji Shilio was taken aback. The three beams of sword light aimed at the civilian ship slowed to a crawl. And even his own movements and thoughts became sluggish under the influence of that peculiar flame. This bewildered him. What kind of technique was this, capable of distorting time? As Wu Li endeavored to block the sword lights, Yuji Shilio's aura surged, diminishing the impact of Wu Li's time-rain fire upon him. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. This is the kind of battle that stirs one's interest. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Yuji Shilio intensified, causing a momentary stagnation in the combat of others aboard the warship. Chapter 71. A critical situation. Who will reinforce? Yuji Shilio suddenly gripped his long knife tightly, sword intent swirling around him. With a powerful swing, a torrential wave of sword might swept towards Wu Li. In response to Yuji Shilio's assault, Wu Li's sword resonated with a subtle sword intent, and under its influence, a vortex began to whirl around the warship. A wall of fiery rain suddenly emerged before Wu Li, seemingly a form of defense. Yuji Shilio smiled contemptuously, reverting to his previous stance of defense. In an instant, an attack cleaved through the wall of fiery rain, and suddenly, a sword aura coalesced into a rain swallow that surged towards Yuji Shilio. The two forces collided, unleashing a resounding roar and a powerful shockwave. Observing his attack being thwarted, Yuji Shilio chuckled. Was he beginning to launch a counteroffensive? He unleashed a series of even more ferocious assaults, yet Wu Li deftly parried each one. Yuji Shilio's battle spirit grew increasingly fervent, and the aura surrounding his long sword gradually became more distinct. The battle between Wu Li and Yuji Shilio was intense, as were the clashes involving others. Fireburn Mountain and his fellow vice admirals were breathing heavily. Despite their concerted efforts against Daiping, they found themselves evenly matched, resulting in significant exhaustion from the prolonged engagement. The situation was dire for the vice admirals facing Lafitte, whose ghostly speed rendered their combat efforts increasingly arduous, and their stamina began to wane. It seemed that Lafitte, sensing Blackbeard's growing impatience, escalated his attacks with fervor. Vice Admiral Gue Spider glanced towards the endless sea in the south, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Was reinforcement still not on the way? Meanwhile, on a solitary island not far from the town, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted, causing the civilians to anxiously witness their town being engulfed in flames. The soaring inferno filled them with dread, and they pondered whether Colonel Wu Li had managed to rescue their comrades. Just 20 minutes prior, the naval vessels anchored there had sailed towards the town, yet they could not fathom why the explosions had intensified shortly after their departure. After a brief silence following the last eruption, doubt began to creep in. Could it be that the pirates had been driven away, hence the absence of further explosions? Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Look, another naval ship approaches." Everyone turned their gaze southward to indeed see a naval vessel advancing towards them. As the warship drew near, the civilians caught sight of a figure standing at the bow, clad in a dark red uniform, a naval cap atop his head, black leather gloves adorning his hands, and a navy coat draped over his shoulders. He cast them a regal glance, but said nothing as the ship continued on its course. Abruptly, another warship emerged from the north, its insignia somewhat familiar, yet distinct from the previous naval emblems. It appeared to bear the mark of the world government. The two vessels closed the distance, and Admiral Akainu Sakazuki scrutinized Rob Lucci, who donned a tall black hat and a cloak, particularly noting the cylindrical object bound to Lucci's back. "How could Admiral Akainu be here?" exclaimed the long-nosed Kaku in astonishment. Rob Lucci furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He too was perplexed by Akainu's presence. On the expansive bamboo raft, Blackbeard took another swig of rum, a contemplative glint in his eyes as he noted the dwindling supply of liquor. The protracted battle was beginning to wear on him. Whether it was the ship-seizing skirmish involving Lafitte and his companions or the ongoing conflict in the town of Bashes, neither had reached a conclusion. This stoked his anxiety. What had once seemed a game was now a source of impatience, and an ominous premonition nagged at him to hasten the end of the conflict. "Aka, since it seems they are unlikely to finish soon, perhaps you should lend them a hand. I've been waiting quite a while." And it feels like prolonging this is not wise, Blackbeard murmured to the stoic Van Akka beside him. Van Akka, upon hearing Blackbeard's words, shifted his gaze to the fierce battle aboard the warship. Both Lafitte and Katarina Devon were launching relentless assaults, while the naval vice-admirals remained primarily defensive. A spark of insight flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "These naval vice-admirals are not engaging Lafitte and the others head-on. Even when opportunities arise, they refrain from mounting a vigorous counterattack, suggesting they are merely stalling for time." Stalling for time? Blackbeard paused, then swiftly grasped the implication, narrowing his eyes at the unfolding confrontation. After a few breaths, he discerned the peculiar tactics employed by the naval vice-admirals. For instance, the battle-renowned Gue Spider was also adopting a passive stance, merely deflecting Lafitte's onslaught. No matter how swift Lafitte was, Gue Spider ought to at least attempt an offensive. The Navy is indeed cunning, plotting something nefarious. This delay is surely to await reinforcements. We cannot afford to let them continue, Blackbeard remarked with a chilling smile. Understood, Van Akka replied, lowering his long spear from his shoulder and aiming at the moving Gue Spider, who remained vigilant against Lafitte's strikes. As Lafitte suddenly launched an attack from behind, Gue Spider swiftly turned, using his twin swords to block Lafitte's armed assault. The air erupted with a powerful force, sending ripples through the atmosphere as the shockwave radiated outward. Just as Gue Spider pivoted to counter Lafitte's strike, Van Akka, having already zeroed in on his target, pulled the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air, unimpeded by the turbulent winds, hurtling straight towards Gue Spider. Feeling an imminent threat approaching from behind, Gue Spider sensed the timing was too precise to defend against, and before he could react, the bullet struck. A few droplets of blood cascading in the air as he attempted to evade, yet not entirely escaping its grasp. Then Akka noted that his shot had not inflicted a fatal wound upon Gue Spider. The seasoned vice-admiral had managed to avert severe injury even in such perilous circumstances. A crimson line appeared on Gue Spider's fierce visage, blood trickling down, yet he made no effort to wipe it away. Instead, with a cold sidelong glance, he regarded Van Akka on the bamboo raft. Such a silent marksman could only be him. The presence of such a dangerous individual in the fray was indeed troubling. Not expecting to incapacitate a vice-admiral with a single shot, Van Akka aimed to disrupt and create opportunities for his comrades instead. He continued to fire off several rounds at Gue Spider, but the bullets were deflected by the sword behind him, generating a sharp clang. At the moment Van Akka fired his first shot, Lafitte had already sensed the support, recognizing it as assistance rather than questioning the sudden intervention. The distraction provided by Van Akka allowed Lafitte to seize an opportunity. Channeling immense power into his right leg, he delivered a fierce kick towards Gue Spider. Caught off guard, Gue Spider could not evade in time, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the deck. Only one rear admiral remained to engage him in combat. Yet with just a few exchanges, he found himself retreating step by step. Van Akka's lance was once again aimed at those battling with Katarina Devon, and he pulled the trigger repeatedly, sending silent bullets hurtling towards them. Although the Fire Mountain and his companions were somewhat taken aback, they managed to evade the onslaught, providing a distraction in the process. More crucially, a sniper lurked nearby, instilling greater psychological pressure on Fire Mountain and his allies, who had to remain vigilant for additional attacks amid the fray. Chapter 73. The tide of battle turns in a matter of mere shots. The situation transformed dramatically, plunging the naval forces into an exceedingly precarious predicament. Van Akka then set his sights on Wu Li, squeezing the trigger. Compared to the other two factions, he lacked confidence in delivering a fatal blow. After all, those were rear admirals capable of dodging with ease. However, a naval colonel was a different matter. He had never missed his mark. The bullet shot forth silently, causing Wu Li to momentarily falter as he sensed a dangerous presence. Before the bullet could reach him, it was deflected by a strike from Yu Zhixio. Wu Li cast a puzzled glance at him. "You need not concern yourself with them," Yu Zhixio declared. "You are my prey, destined to perish by my hand alone. No one shall claim you from me." Wu Li dismissed the notion of being prey, his mind burdened with the current situation. If things continued in this manner, the Navy would soon face inevitable defeat. On the immense bamboo raft, Van Akka observed Yu Zhixio thwarting his attack. Having spent considerable time with him, he had gained some insight into Yu Zhixio's capabilities and chose to cease his assault on Wu Li. With Van Akka's assistance, Lafitte and Katarina Devon felt invigorated, swiftly breaking free from the siege of the rear admirals. Katarina Devon's spear gathered formidable strength, surging towards a rear admiral with overwhelming force. The adversary, caught off guard, was sent flying by this tremendous power. With one rear admiral defeated, the remaining naval officers could not withstand the onslaught for long, falling one after another. Only 3 remained amidst the ongoing naval skirmish: Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, and Colonel Wu Li. Even Blackbeard was taken aback, astonished that a mere colonel could endure Yu Zhixio's assault for such a duration. Although Yu Zhixio had not exerted his full strength, it was still an impressive feat worthy of attention. Basis has returned, then Oka suddenly remarked, pointing towards the direction of the town. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard turned to look and spotted a small sailboat drifting towards them, with a figure aboard, none other than Basis, who had been engaged in battle with Joss. This is a fortuitous return, Blackbeard chuckled heartily. The earlier worries dissipated as the conflict on one front was nearing conclusion while Basis was returning from his own skirmish. It was indeed a moment of joy. Upon hearing the news from the burning mountain, Wu Li ceased to focus on the conflict between Xiaozi and Zish's Basis. As the dozen or so pirate captains who had invaded began their preparations for retreat, thus Wu Li and Shoin commenced their convergence. With over 6,000 civilians arriving at the port, ready for evacuation, a prior issue had arisen. The naval vessel they were aboard could not accommodate such a multitude. However, Shoin swiftly resolved this predicament by apprehending the docked pirates and facilitating the civilians boarding onto the 2 commandeered pirate ships. Shoin nodded, acknowledging that their primary purpose was to ensure the safe evacuation of these civilians. The captains and senior officers of the pirate crews gathered at the port, observing the overcrowded pirate vessels, their brows furrowing in concern. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Those ships are not ours. We must set sail from here promptly, lest we find ourselves encircled by the naval warships, one pirate captain stated. The others nodded in agreement, resuming their strides towards their respective vessels. This brought a silent sigh of relief to Wu Li and Shoin, who feared that the pirates might misinterpret the situation and hinder their escape. Suddenly, a barrage of cannon fire rained down upon the pirate ships at the port, each vessel succumbing to the relentless bombardment. Our pirate ships are under attack. To the south, on a solitary island not far from the town, the civilians, in a state of anxious anticipation, watched as their town was engulfed in flames. The towering inferno filled them with dread, uncertain whether Colonel Wu Li had managed to rescue their companions. Just 20 minutes prior, the naval warships that had been anchored there had sailed towards the town, leaving the civilians puzzled as to why the explosions had intensified shortly after their departure. Following the last explosion, a peculiar silence ensued, leading them to wonder if the pirates had indeed been driven away, resulting in the stillness. Look, another naval warship is approaching, someone suddenly exclaimed, prompting all eyes to turn southward, where a naval vessel indeed advanced towards them. As the warship drew near, the civilians beheld a figure standing at the bow, a man clad in a dark red uniform, adorned with a naval cap and black leather gloves. His imposing presence accentuated by a naval coat that billowed behind him as he cast a brief, authoritative glance at them before continuing onward. Suddenly, another warship emerged from the north, bearing a familiar insignia that differed from the previous naval emblems. It appeared to be the mark of the world government. As the 2 vessels closed the distance, Admiral Akinu Sakazuki regarded Rob Lucci, who wore a black top hat and a cloak. Notably, a cylindrical object was bound to Lucci's back. Admiral Akinu, what brings you here? Kaku, with his elongated nose, exclaimed in astonishment. Rob Lucci furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He too was perplexed by Akinu's presence. Chapter 74. Is defeat inevitable? It seemed that Rainy Shiryu sensed the conclusion of the battles around him, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The fierce sword energy sliced towards Wu Li, leaving deep gashes of varying depths across the warship. Rainy Shiryu aimed to strike at Wu Li, an expression of admiration flickering in his eyes as he remarked, I truly did not anticipate your ability to withstand my onslaught for such an extended period. With your remarkable strength, you stand as the most formidable naval colonel I have encountered thus far, perhaps even surpassing some rear admirals. Yet, you, a mere colonel, dare to engage me. Your audacity is commendable. The world conscription appears to have been an astute decision by the Naval High Command. Previously, during his time in Impel Down, he had relentlessly hunted powerful individuals alongside the Blackbeard pirates. Within the Grand Line, encounters with the Navy were inescapable, and they even proactively attacked certain naval bases. However, the so-called colonels he had faced were often woefully inadequate, easily dispatched with a single blow, with even some rear admirals lacking in strength. The world conscription has indeed bolstered the Navy's might, as evidenced by the prowess of a single colonel, who could maintain his composure even in the face of such lethal intent. Wu Li stated, "I cannot claim to be the mightiest of majors. Your ambition to become the pirate king is of no concern to me. However, should you attempt to harm the innocent, the sword in my hand shall not acquiesce." Wu Li is indifferent to the identities of pirates, navy, or revolutionary army. His chivalric spirit compels him to protect the populace. He cannot tolerate witnessing the suffering of innocents before him. When confronted with injustice, he will undoubtedly draw his sword to offer assistance. Yuzuksili chuckled softly and remarked, "The strong hold dominion over the weak, who are deprived of even the right to choose survival. To exist under the yoke of the world government's oppression may render death a form of liberation." The sword in my hand bears down with added force as I gaze intently at Wu Li. "As for you, can you truly save them? Do you grasp the number of prisoners incarcerated in Impel Down each year? With rare exceptions, which pirate does not have blood on their hands? This world is teeming with pirates, and the allure of the pirate King Roger's great treasure, or perhaps the promise of freedom and adventure, draws many. Carnage unfolds across the globe, while Impel Down stands solitary. There are certain matters within reach. It is not simply a question of whether one can accomplish them that dictates action." Wu Li spoke in a low, resolute tone. Wu Li exerted himself to block the long sword of Rain Ji Lu, the immense force causing the katana in his hand to quiver slightly. The deck beneath his feet was marred with spiderweb-like cracks, creaking ominously as if it would collapse under the slightest pressure. "Ha ha ha, it is rare to encounter a Navy officer with a sense of justice, alas. You are destined to perish beneath my blade. I truly lament the loss of such a promising newcomer for the Navy, as those feeble civilians will also lose a swordsman capable of delivering justice for them. This only intensifies my desire to kill you," Rain Ji Lu exclaimed, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. "Many wish to take my life, yet countless have failed. A murderer like you has yet to return to Impel Down. How could I possibly allow myself to die so easily?" Wu Li retorted coldly, "Your life is mine to claim." A tremendous wave of sword energy erupted from Rain Ji Lu's longsword, enveloping the surrounding space with overwhelming force. The air reverberated with a deafening roar, the oppressive atmosphere rendering breath difficult. Blackbeard laughed heartily, revealing a gap-toothed grin. "It seems Rain Ji Lu is unwilling to prolong this battle any further. He seeks to bring it to a close. This Navy Colonel's strength is quite surprising, were it not for the current circumstances. I would have considered inviting him to join our crew. However, it appears his fate is misaligned with ours, and he cannot become our ally." Then Oka, holding his spear, glanced at Wu Li's position and remarked nonchalantly. On another front, Shun observed that Rain Ji Lu's offensive had intensified, his murderous intent palpable even to the onlookers. The Marines felt a wave of anxiety, their hearts heavy with worry for Colonel Wu Li. "Is this the end of the battle? Colonel Wu Li, you must hold on," they murmured, sensing the peril Wu Li faced. The strength of Rain Ji Lu's assault was formidable, and with many vice admirals already defeated by Blackbeard's crew, despair began to seep into their spirits. Chapter 75, Wu Li's eruption of demonic energy. The Marines, confronted with the unmistakable reality of their situation, began to lose hope. The remaining vice admirals, such as Fire Mountain and Spider Demon, appeared increasingly overwhelmed, their struggles seemingly futile, especially for Colonel Wu Li. With a resounding crash, a figure fell heavily beside Wu Li, shattering the deck. After a considerable pause, Fire Mountain managed to stagger to his feet, looking utterly disheveled and gasping for breath, his expression grave as if he were on the verge of tears. It became evident that Blackbeard's crew had indeed reached the level of the four emperors. His opponent, the Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, was incredibly powerful. No wonder she had been imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down. The havoc wrought by such a vicious criminal's escape could be catastrophic. Facing Katarina alone was a daunting task, devoid of any chance of victory. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, he would soon falter. He cast a glance at Wu Li, astonished that this newly enlisted Marine was managing to endure against the terrifying Rain Ji Lu for so long. "Marine Vice Admiral, have you truly reached your limit? It would be wise to concede instead of stubbornly persisting. You are simply prolonging the inevitable. Your defeat is sealed," Katarina mocked, her chilling spear in hand as she observed the unfolding chaos. Yet, she refrained from launching another assault, sensing the commotion elsewhere. "It is not over yet. The outcome remains undecided," Fire Mountain asserted, though he recognized that his own strength was waning. As he sensed Rain Ji Lu's overwhelming aura, he understood that the conclusion of the battle was near. The only Marines still fighting were the Spider Demon and Colonel Wu Li. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion drew Fire Mountain's attention, causing him to wince as he realized the gravity of the situation. The once optimistic demeanor he carried was overshadowed by dread. The Navy appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Spider Demon, having been struck by Lafitte and crashing against the ship's mast, felt a searing pain in his back. Yet, he masked his agony, his 8 blades poised and ready, watching Lafitte warily. His complexion had grown paler, and his grip trembled slightly. Even Spider Demon had to concede that the Navy was faltering against Blackbeard's crew, yet he resolved to fight to the bitter end, a testament to his pride. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the surrounding energy, as Lafitte also felt 2 formidable forces converging, causing a palpable tension in the air. With a resounding crash, Wooly parried the strike, and Rangy Lu's aura erupted once more, enveloping him in a faint crimson glow. A blood-red light coalesced on his blade, exuding a murderous intent that seemed to herald the arrival of a deity of slaughter, the terrifying pressure and scent of blood overwhelming all in proximity. Many civilians, unable to withstand the oppressive aura, fainted, while others felt their stomachs churn, some even retching in response to the stench of blood. The overwhelming dread elicited fear in the hearts of all present. Wooly, facing this ominous presence, maintained a grave expression, yet showed no sign of fear. Ha! It seems these Marines are destined to fall before Blackbeard's crew. What navy? What so-called demon-slaying edict? They have failed to vanquish the demon and now risk being consumed by them, the pirates taunted, sensing Rangy Lu's aura even from a distance. Look at that colonel. He stands motionless. Has he been rendered senseless by Rangy Lu's crew? One pirate sneered, confident that they would crumble under such pressure. Colonel Shuan. YISNT Colonel Wooly moving. We must flee. No one can contend with such a monster. A Marine urged anxiously. Shuan remained silent, perplexed by Wooly's inaction. Was he truly paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of Rangy Lu? It did not appear so. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Though he admired Wooly's composure under such pressure, he wished fervently for him to escape before it was too late. Fire Mountain and Spider Demon were equally on edge, uncertain how Wooly would respond, sensing a palpable danger emanating from Rangy Lu. Suddenly, an aura erupted from Wooly, causing both Fire Mountain and Spider Demon to gasp in astonishment, while Rangy Lu's expression shifted slightly. As if influenced by Wooly's rising energy, the sky darkened ominously, stirring a restlessness among the spectators, an unfamiliar and eerie force affecting their will. What was this? Yuji Shilio furrowed his brow. This aura felt strangely familiar. An echo from his past, though never before had he encountered one so potent. A cursed blade? A malevolent energy? Chapter 76, Sword Technique, The Sorrow of the Wind, the Cursed Blade. As a swordsman, he had heard tales, perhaps exaggerated, of the cursed blades and their bearers. Each met with a grim fate, as if under a malevolent curse, an idea that instilled dread in many. Yuji Shilio was skeptical of such sensational legends. Yet he had indeed come into contact with what was deemed a cursed blade. The weapon harbored an extraordinarily eerie presence, faint yet palpable, dwarfed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Wooly before him. How intriguing this is. You possess such power and yet retain your sanity. My curiosity about you only deepens. A peculiar light flickered in Yuji Shilio's eyes as he thought, let me witness just how formidable this malevolent energy truly is. With that, the aura surrounding Yuji Shilio surged dramatically, and he swung his blood-tinged longsword towards Wooly with fierce intent. A powerful crimson sword energy surged forth, rushing towards Wooly as the sky ignited with a red glow. The entire atmosphere seemed saturated with a formidable killing intent, the terrifying force rendering the onlookers breathless. As Yuji Shilio's blood-colored sword energy barreled towards him, Wooly concentrated malevolent energy upon his own blade, the air above them swirling with dark energy as a fierce wind pressure bore down upon him. Wooly unleashed a sword light imbued with a sinister aura, clashing against Yuji Shilio's sanguine sword energy. Thunderous roars erupted as the two forces collided, releasing an overwhelming might that created swirling currents in the sky. The air vibrated with a deafening sound, stirring fierce winds and towering waves, causing the surrounding ships to sway violently. The warship where the two combatants battled creaked ominously, as if on the brink of collapse. Everyone present felt the tremendous power emanating from the two, their gazes fixated on the unfolding scene aboard the vessel. It was evident that Yuji Shilio was serious. Blackbeard observed the formidable presence of Yuji Shilio and remarked that the naval colonel's sword energy could not withstand such an onslaught, signaling imminent defeat. Shoin watched anxiously as Wooly's malevolent energy was steadily eroded by Yuji Shilio's crimson sword aura. Hushashan and Goei Jizu furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. If this continued, Wooly would surely succumb. In the next moment, Wu Li unleashed another wave of sinister energy, which met the previous flow of Yu Shilio's blood energy in a fierce contest, matching it blow for blow. Quite impressive. But it is time for this to conclude. Prepare for your final strike. Yu Shilio scoffed, a surge of blood light erupting from within, amplifying his strength beyond previous limits. The long blade in his hand radiated with an intense crimson glow, launching a sword energy that was dozens of times more potent than before towards Wu Li. The oppressive force of this attack was overwhelming, causing Wu Li to stagger under the immense pressure, blood spurting from his mouth as he struggled to remain upright. It was over. Colonel Wu Li could not endure any longer. The sheer magnitude of this power left no one believing he could withstand it. Hua Xiaoshan and Gui Zhu, facing such might, dared not claim they would emerge unscathed. The specter of death loomed ever closer, and under the immense pressure, Wu Li's expression grew grave. Yet, through sheer determination, he clenched his jaw, slowly straightening his slightly hunched form, channeling all his inner strength into his sword. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he bellowed, "Wind's Lament." With all his might, Wu Li unleashed a flurry of sword energy, surging through the narrow gap between the two streams of aura. This formidable sword energy erupted within the malevolent aura, amplifying its power 100-fold, casting an oppressive shadow over the sky that felt as dark as ink. The very air quivered under the weight of Wu Li's sword. Imbued with the divine might to vanquish gods and Buddhas, aimed squarely at Yu Shilio. Boom! As Yu Shilio sensed the overwhelming force of Wu Li's assault and witnessed his own strike effortlessly extinguished, a flicker of alarm crossed his face. No longer could he afford to hold back, for he too felt the ominous threat lurking within Wu Li's sword energy. "Cease your struggles. Embrace death," Yu Shilio bellowed, channeling every ounce of his strength into his long blade for a decisive strike, colliding with Wu Li's wind of sorrow. The resultant shockwave surged outward with ferocious intensity, unleashing a tsunami upon the sea. Panic swept through the onlookers as the colossal waves rolled in, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the cataclysmic aftermath of the clash between the two warriors. Chapter 77. Wu Li's disappearance. Red Dog to the rescue. Time passed, and droplets of water still fell from the sky, the weather gradually brightening into clarity. Yet, the spirits of the crowd remained unsettled. The terrifying force began to wane, and the tumultuous waves gradually calmed, though many had been swept into the sea by the monstrous tide. The pirates' vessels, already somewhat damaged, were affected despite the distance. 2 ships were capsized by the relentless waves. Fortunately, the civilian boats remained upright, with some passengers clinging desperately to their belongings, their hearts still racing as they witnessed the dissipating aftermath of the battle. The sheer magnitude of the clash between the two combatants had been utterly unexpected. Blackbeard's smile faltered, his crew drenched by the deluge, water still dripping from their hair as they gazed toward the direction of Wu Li and his companions, only to find that the naval warship had vanished. The naval warship where Wu Li battled with Rain Shiri lay in ruins, its wreckage floating upon the waves. While the crew members had been cast into the sea, the vice admirals and marines found themselves adrift, and even Katarina Devon, engaged in combat with the Ghost Spider, was somewhat taken aback by the extravagance of their clash. The winged Lafitte hovered above them in the air. Once the marines who had fallen into the water boarded other ships, Fire Mountain searched for Wu Li's figure, but to his dismay, he found nothing. Colonel Wu Li had vanished. Soon, Shun also realized Wu Li was missing and felt a pang of anxiety. Could he have been swept away by the tsunami? The surrounding vessels had been scattered, making it plausible that Wu Li was carried off by the current. Meanwhile, upon a massive bamboo raft, a figure suddenly leaped onto Blackbeard's crew's vessel. The crew turned to see the drenched Shiryu, his long blade dripping with water, his expression grim. It seems even our ranged Shiryu can find himself in a predicament, Blackbeard remarked mercilessly, eliciting laughter from his comrades. Shiryu merely scoffed, searching for Wu Li's silhouette. But to no avail. "You have all failed. It appears it is time for us to take action." The naval vessels are quite impressive. They remained unscathed amidst such a tempest. Blackbeard observed the frayed ropes binding the bamboo raft, his desire to seize the naval ships intensifying. He decided against a solitary approach, opting instead for a full-scale assault, as he perceived a ship approaching from the south. Still not giving up? It seems they intend to mount another attack. Ghost Spider felt a tightening in his chest, surprised that the aftermath of Wu Li and Shiryu's battle had further fueled their desire to commandeer the naval vessels. Facing Blackbeard's pirate crew now seemed hopeless, and the impending threat was overwhelming. "Look there. Our reinforcements have arrived." A voice of excitement rang out as the Marines turned their gaze to the horizon, where a naval ship cut through the waves. As it drew nearer, the figure standing on the bow invigorated the Marines. It was Admiral Akainu. Both Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting Akainu, grateful for Wu Li's presence. Otherwise, they might not have held out until reinforcements arrived. Ghost Spider had already reported Blackbeard's crew to the naval headquarters, and upon realizing the failure to apprehend them, Akainu had promptly ordered the ship to turn around and continue the pursuit. Though the distance to this maritime domain was not far, it was not close either, and reaching it would require a certain amount of time. During this interval, the Marines' ability to withstand Blackbeard's crew's onslaught was uncertain. However, it seemed that the assembled forces due to the demonization order had managed to buy some time for Akainu's arrival. He nodded in satisfaction. The failure of the naval fleet to execute the demonization order would have been a significant blow to the Navy's prestige, something Akainu, as an admiral, could never allow to transpire. "Akainu is here. Shall we still seize the naval vessels?" Katarina Devon inquired of Blackbeard. Blackbeard's smile faded as he regarded Akainu, remarking, "Akainu truly is relentless. No matter how we try to shake him off, he remains on our tail. This is not the time for a confrontation. If we attempt to capture the naval ships before him, Akainu and the three admirals will pursue us relentlessly." He waved his hand, signaling a retreat. The massive bamboo raft began to withdraw from the area, adopting a strategy of avoidance against Akainu. "Admiral, Blackbeard's crew has escaped again," a Marine reported. Akainu was determined to pursue Blackbeard's crew, as he was keen on apprehending them now that they were within reach. He nodded, his voice low, "Let them go." The Marines aboard the ship were astonished, unsure why Admiral Akainu chose not to continue the pursuit. Akainu's expression darkened. Although he had seen Blackbeard's crew, he refrained from issuing a chase order due to their distance. They had merely glimpsed Blackbeard's crew, and pursuing them could lead to them losing track entirely, consuming a significant amount of time. Moreover, pressing matters awaited his attention, forcing him to temporarily forego the pursuit of the Blackbeard pirates. Half an hour later, Akainu's ship finally arrived. He turned to Ghost Spider and said, "In the face of Blackbeard's crew, our combat strength was disproportionate. You performed admirably in holding them back." Upon hearing this, Akainu noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 5 vice admirals, prompting his curiosity. The atmosphere felt strange. Akainu looked to Ghost Spider, who remained silent, then to Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain finally spoke. The arrival of reinforcements was primarily due to the efforts of a particular colonel. Akainu was further intrigued. A colonel was the key? He had faced Rain Shiryu, who had withstood this formidable foe. Otherwise, the Navy would have been defeated long ago. Rain Shiryu? Akainu's interest piqued. He was aware of Shiryu's strength, yet the notion that a colonel could match him was surprising. Where is this colonel? Chapter 78. Major incident missing? Akainu had hoped to meet this colonel, but learned from Fire Mountain and the others that he had vanished, with no trace of him to be found, possibly swept away by the currents. The remarkable performance of this colonel, conscripted from across the world, was a testament to the success of the global conscription initiative, though it was regrettable that he had gone missing or possibly perished. "Admiral Akainu, why did you not continue the pursuit of Blackbeard's crew, allowing them to escape like this?" Ghost Spider was perplexed. With reinforcements now present, they were no longer outmatched by Blackbeard's crew, and this was an opportunity to significantly weaken or even eliminate them. Fire Mountain and the others shared his confusion, for letting the pirates escape was not characteristic of Akainu. At this, Akainu's gaze darkened. The mention of the situation stirred his frustrations, diverting his thoughts from Wu Li's fate. "We had to let Blackbeard's crew go for now, as a major incident has arisen that demands our attention." As he spoke, Akainu's expression soured, for he had just received this urgent news, prompting the decision to abandon the pursuit of Blackbeard and return to the naval headquarters. Little did he know that on his way back, he would receive a distress signal from Ghost Spider and the others. What major incident? The vice admirals were taken aback, curious about the significant event that had warranted Akainu's concern. Akainu's expression grew grave, a vein pulsing on his forehead as he struggled to contain his rising anger. Recently, Zephyr led his subordinates in a surprise attack on Period Island, seizing the explosive rocks. Just yesterday, he appeared on Endpyongyang Island, initiating his plan for world destruction. Although Kizaru arrived, he was unable to prevent Zephyr from detonating the explosive rocks, annihilating the first Endpyongyang Island. The ghost spider and his companions were utterly astonished. The gravity of the situation was severe. If left unchecked, it could lead to the annihilation of the world. I have dispatched all available forces from our headquarters to pursue the new navy. You must join us. We must thwart his reckless actions while also safeguarding the remaining 2 Yandipyointi islands, Akainu stated solemnly. Understood. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Ghost Spider and his colleagues adopted a serious demeanor, acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. They began directing the Navy warships to depart from the area in order to intercept Zephyr. Suddenly, a Marine rushed onto Akainu's ship, visibly flustered and panting heavily. Captain, Jewelry Bonnie has vanished. What? Akainu exclaimed angrily, his aura erupting violently, causing the reporting Marine to collapse in fear, cold sweat pouring down his face. I don't know how she managed to escape the handcuffs and incapacitate her guards. The Marine stammered nervously. How could she slip away right under my nose? Akainu's expression darkened, his fists transforming into molten lava, dripping onto the deck and corroding it, while a searing wave of heat enveloped the surroundings. Those pirates who had not yet fled were swiftly captured, with Shuin tasked with escorting them to impel down. Although Shuin and his comrades yearned to remain and search for Wooly, the urgency of the situation and their insufficient manpower compelled them to enlist the assistance of civilians for the rescue effort. On a massive bamboo raft, the Blackbeard pirates were departing. Van Oka, using his monocular, observed from a distance that the Navy ships had not pursued them and were heading in the opposite direction. He slightly turned to Blackbeard and remarked, "The Navy has ceased their pursuit and is leaving this area." The crew on the bamboo raft expressed their astonishment. According to past experiences, they would typically evade the Navy's chase for some time before successfully eluding them. This time, however, the Navy's lack of pursuit was uncharacteristic of Akainu. Blackbeard chuckled, "Huh? The former Admiral Zephyr is intent on destroying the world, while the Navy is preoccupied with saving it. They have neither the time nor the resources to trouble us." As he spoke, Blackbeard turned to the newly arrived Shisa's basis on the bamboo raft, offering him a drink and inquiring, "Basis, did you not acquire the poneglyph?" The others looked over, understanding the significance of the poneglyph. Seeing him return empty-handed led to their suspicions. Basis took a swig from the drink and replied, "I did not. I encountered Jaws, the third captain of the Whitebeard pirates in town. Though Jaws had lost an arm and his combat ability was significantly diminished, he was not easily defeated. Shortly thereafter, the Buster Call was initiated. I managed to defeat Jaws, but his comrades rescued him amid the Navy's cannon fire. This oversight was mine." "Huh. Basis. Do not dwell on it. The poneglyph in that town was likely a fake. I merely sent you on a whim to test the waters. Since you did not obtain it, let it be." Blackbeard laughed, showing no signs of reproach towards Basis. The massive bamboo raft drifted further away with the current, gradually disappearing over the horizon. On a desolate island, a petite young woman struggled to carry a person much larger than herself onto the shore. Once ashore, she unceremoniously dropped the individual to the ground. Thud! The person landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, the figure was a young man, unconscious. Had Shuin been present, he would have realized this was Wooly, who had gone missing during the tsunami, albeit without his Navy cloak. The standing woman glared at the unconscious man, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Why did I have to save a burden in my flight for survival? What was I thinking? It has exhausted me. Hey, wake up." She roughly prodded Wooly with her foot, but he remained unresponsive. "All you do is sleep." Unaware of the effort I expended to bring you ashore, determined to rouse the unconscious burden, she began to kick Wooly forcefully, yet he showed no signs of waking. Frustrated, she even stepped on his face, but still, he did not stir. After exhausting various methods to awaken him, the woman, feeling fatigued and on the verge of giving up, noticed Wooly's fingers twitch. She immediately leaned over and slapped his face, leaving clear imprints of her shoe and hand. Coughing, Wooly expelled seawater and gradually opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of a young woman with long pink hair staring at him wide-eyed. "You're awake." Wooly blinked in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be engaged in a fierce battle with Yujishi Lu? Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a stunning beauty. Had he perished? With a sharp slap, Wooly felt a surge of anger as he stared at the woman. The imprint of her hand now marked his cheek. The woman, visibly irate, exclaimed, "Why are you blinking? Answer me at once. Who are you?" The fiery sting on his cheek reassured Wu Li of his existence, though he wondered why such a mere slap could inflict so much pain, leaving his face feeling as if it were swelling. Wooly forced herself to sit up. Gazing at the woman standing before her, whose pallid complexion and undisguised contempt in her eyes were unmistakable. The woman had long, straight pink hair, adorned in denim overalls and a white short-sleeved shirt, complemented by brown knee-high boots with a modest heel, and her lips were painted with heart-shaped lipstick. Wooly couldn't help but recall a certain individual, exclaiming, "The gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie. You know me?" A flicker of surprise crossed Jewelry Bonnie's eyes. Chapter 79. Bonnie and Wooly. The moment of astonishment in Jewelry Bonnie faded swiftly. After all, she was a supernova. And it was not entirely unexpected that this person before her might have seen her pirate bounty poster, thus being able to call her name. Soon, however, her expression reverted to one of impatience as she remarked, "Indeed, I am Jewelry Bonnie. Yet you still haven't answered my question. Be careful, or I might just give you another thrashing and toss you back into the sea." Wooly also regained his senses, a dull ache throbbing in his head. Yet he recalled forcibly harnessing the power of the sword Dasqi to execute the technique known as Wind's Lament, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Joel Bonnie, he might have tragically drowned in the sea. Upon hearing Joel Bonnie inquire about his name, he instinctively responded, "The Navy." "The Navy?" Wooly's voice was barely a whisper, and Joel Bonnie seemed to struggle to catch the words. Though she appeared to have discerned the term Navy, she held a deep-seated disdain for the Navy, having just escaped their clutches. "Cough, cough, pirates. Pirates." Wooly hastily corrected himself, eager to dispel Joel Bonnie's suspicions. Revealing his allegiance to the Navy could very well lead to his demise, so prudence was paramount. "Pirates?" Joel Bonnie regarded Wooly with a hint of skepticism, her intuition suggesting that his tone did not quite resonate with that of a typical pirate. This predicament was too bothersome for her to ponder deeply, but she still scrutinized him with suspicion. "You are a pirate? You certainly do not appear to be one. Which pirate crew do you belong to? Moreover, you seem to have yet to disclose your name. Is there something you wish to keep hidden?" In truth, there was nothing to conceal. "I am Wooly," he replied, but he noted the deepening doubt in Joel Bonnie's gaze. Anxiety gripped him as he thought, "Oh no, could she have figured out that I am with the Navy? Haha, actually, we both hail from the South Sea, so we are fellow countrymen," Wooly chuckled, attempting to shift the conversation. The South Sea? The mention of her birthplace triggered a realization in Joel Bonnie. The South Sea. Wooly. She fixed her gaze on him. "You claim to be a pirate, yet you are unmistakably the bane of pirates." Wooly's eyes darted away, forcing a smile while internally lamenting, "It seems she has uncovered my identity. I am doomed." The bounty hunter Wooly had turned the South Sea upside down, causing many pirates to flee in terror, desperate to distance themselves from him. No wonder the name Wooly sounded familiar. It turns out he is that notorious bounty hunter. Although Joel Bonnie, hailing from the South Sea, did not actively seek news from her homeland, she inevitably paid closer attention whenever tales from the South Sea emerged during her adventures in the Grand Line. Wooly. Many pirates in the South Sea once feared to venture into the Grand Line, either due to their trepidation or a lack of opportune moment. However, because of this individual, pirates now refrain from hoisting their flags in the South Sea, terrified of attracting Wooly's attention. It is only upon departing the South Sea that they dare to set sail as pirates once more, a testament to Wooly's formidable reputation. "Oh, how delightful it is to discover that you are aware of my existence. It is indeed an honor. Yes, I was previously a bounty hunter." Upon realizing that Jewelry Bonnie was oblivious to her naval identity, a sigh of relief escaped him. "Honor? Why did you conceal your identity as a bounty hunter? Were you targeting me, aiming to exchange me for a bounty?" Jewelry Bonnie inquired sharply. No. How could that be? You just saved my life." "I would never repay kindness with malice," Wooly replied earnestly, regardless of whether she is a naval officer or a bounty hunter. He could not bring himself to be ungrateful. "Humph." Jewelry Bonnie finally responded with a satisfied snort. To Wooly's astonishment, she transformed into a childlike form. What?" Wooly stammered, at a loss for words as he gazed at Jewelry Bonnie's appearance. "What do you mean, what?" Jewelry Bonnie pouted, her eyes dimming slightly. "I sustained some injuries earlier, which caused my body to manifest certain issues, preventing me from maintaining this form for long. Now you understand the extent of effort it took for me to save you, do you not? Now it is my turn to protect you," Wooly declared without hesitation. "Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Do not allow yourself to be easily killed," Jewelry Bonnie scoffed. Ding! A familiar sound echoed, igniting a spark of joy within Wooly. Could it be that the system task had been accomplished? Apart from experience points, what other rewards might he receive? Chapter 8. The system's grand gift. Previously, due to time constraints, Wooly had not had the opportunity to examine the status of his completed tasks. However, now he could explore any changes. Wooly immersed himself in thought, beginning to investigate. Swordmaster, LV3, 502-2800. Name, Wooly skills, Shiyut Sanyan Flow, Ultimate. Floating Rain Divine Wind Flow Sword, 99. Wind's Lament Chivalry Value, 85 Pet. Unnamed, Merchant Goat, Task Reward. Grand gift upon glimpsing the chivalric system interface. The displayed figures stirred Wu Li's heart. The experience points were inconsequential, yet what captured his attention was the acquisition of a grand gift as a task reward, alongside an increase in his chivalry value from 48 to 85, a notable enhancement of 37 points. As for the experience points, aside from the 500 points granted by the task, Wu Li previously wondered about the energy orbs that floated from the defeated invading pirates. It now appeared that they contributed to his chivalry value. And what of the grand gift? Wu Li felt a sense of anticipation, wondering what treasures the large gift package might contain. The last time, he had received a scroll on the essence of swordsmanship from it. Although he remained somewhat bewildered by the various rules of the chivalric system, the rewards from the system were always exactly what he needed most. Well, except for that bird-like mythical beast, the merchant sheep, whose usefulness he had yet to discover. Was it merely for comic relief? Suddenly, the merchant sheep, which had been resting in the pet space, dashed out, indignantly exclaiming, "Wretched Wu Li, how dare you deem me useless? Do you not realize that possessing me is a blessing earned through years of cultivation?" Clearing his throat, Wu Li felt a bit embarrassed. He had inadvertently conveyed his thoughts to the merchant sheep. To his surprise, the merchant sheep could freely exit its space now. When Wu Li had previously sent it back to the pet space to confront Yuji Shilio's sword light, it had now matured to the size of a seagull, its feathers gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an aura of both cuteness and nobility. "All right, I was mistaken. You are indeed useful," Wu Li stammered, gazing at the resplendent merchant sheep. The sheep huffed in response, "Humph. You think I am useless? I merely emerged from my shell, and am still a bit weak. Give me time, and 10 of you would not stand a chance against me. Besides, you have denied my worth, and now I am truly angry. This is not a matter that can be easily appeased." Despite its words, its gaze remained fixed on Wu Li, awaiting an apology. Suddenly, a pair of hands seized it. And no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. "Kawaii, what an adorable little bird. Its appearance is quite unique, and it can even speak," Joelle Bonnie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and keen interest in the merchant sheep. Could it be that the transformed Joelle Bonnie had developed a girlish fondness for such cute creatures? Wu Li pondered. "Don't be ridiculous. What do you mean you like it? Look at the drool at the corner of her mouth." The merchant sheep thought frantically, trying to escape while mentally shouting, "She just licked her lips. What does she think I am? Don't move. One more move, and I shall devour you," Joelle Bonnie threatened, furrowing her brows at the sheep's struggles. The merchant sheep froze, realizing it had no choice but to comply, casting a pitiful look at Wu Li. It could now articulate its thoughts, but Joelle Bonnie, absorbed in her fascination, had not noticed. It was imperative that she did not actually eat the merchant sheep, as it was a mythical beast. "Bonnie, it is my pet. You cannot eat it," Wu Li asserted. "Your pet? Cannot eat?" Joelle Bonnie scrutinized Wu Li with skepticism. The peculiar little bird had indeed spoken to him, which was unfortunate, as it could not be consumed. The merchant sheep nearly shed tears, having narrowly escaped becoming a meal. It was baffled by the young girl's intentions. Typically, one would cherish and protect such adorable beings, yet her thoughts seemed solely focused on devouring it. Unbeknownst to the merchant sheep, Wu Li understood that Joelle Bonnie was renowned as the gluttonous pirate among the new generation of pirates, a true foodie who viewed everything as potential sustenance. Observing that Joelle Bonnie had temporarily abandoned her desire to consume the merchant sheep, Wu Li speculated whether she intended to fatten it up before feasting on it. But at least for now, the merchant sheep was safe from harm. Now, it was time to open the large gift package and discover its contents. With eager anticipation, Wu Li activated the package, and a radiant light illuminated the surroundings, revealing 3 items: a scroll, a pristine white bottle, and another object. Chapter 81. Acquiring the Swordsmanship Essence Scroll. Swordsmanship Essence Scroll 1 True Intent Water 1 Heroic Hat 1 among the rewards from the gift package. Wu Li was already familiar with the first item. The Swordsmanship Essence Scroll permitted the user, upon application to a sword technique cultivated to level 99, to comprehend the essence of that technique. Previously, he had utilized the scroll to grasp the essence of the Rainy Tsang Yin flow technique, and with this new scroll, he could now understand the essence of the floating feather divine wind sword technique, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. True Intent Water. Usage instruction. 1 vial of True Intent Water can awaken a swordsmanship seed. Awaken a swordsmanship seed? Within Wu Li's body, there currently reside 3 seeds of the sword path. At present, there exists only a single vial of True Intent Water, which can awaken but 1 seed. What transformations shall occur post-awakening remains shrouded in ambiguity, as the system has not provided further elucidation. As for the third item, the hero's hat, it possesses the ability to conceal one's presence, yet its utility appears limited, constrained by a time restriction of merely 30 seconds and a cooldown period of 1 hour. Wu Li attempted to utilize the scroll of swordsmanship, only to discover that he was unable to do so due to the severity of his injuries, which required a certain level of recovery before he could comprehend the profound principles. During the subsequent period, both Wu Li, hindered by his grave wounds, and Xiao Aliboni, who was also significantly injured, found themselves reliant on Shang Yang to procure food. How pitiful these two are, requiring a divine beast such as myself to hunt for sustenance. Shang Yang mused bitterly, yet dutifully ventured into the sea to catch fish. The glance that Xiao Aliboni cast upon it, filled with desperation from hunger, sent a chill down Shang Yang's spine, prompting it to be quite diligent in its fishing endeavors. In a single day, it would catch hundreds of fish. Its small size limited the catch to mere morsels, and while Wu Li was content with a few, Xiao Aliboni's appetite remained voracious despite her diminished form. Often, after finishing the remaining fish, she would still feel unsatisfied, leaving Shang Yang utterly exhausted. After spending half a month on this desolate island, no ships had yet passed by. Wu Li, now nauseated by the sight of fish, noted even Xiao Aliboni, a true gourmand, had grown weary of the repetitive fare, as Shang Yang consistently caught the same few types. Turning to Wu Li, who was practicing his sword techniques, Xiao Aliboni inquired, "Have your injuries healed?" In response, Wu Li paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied, "I have recovered somewhat." What Wu Li held in his hand was not a sword, but rather a mere branch. His sword had shattered during his previous battle with Yuji Shilu after employing the Wind of Sorrow, unable to withstand the force. Upon hearing Wu Li mention that he had nearly recovered, Xiao Aliboni's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Then you should venture to the island and procure some food. We shall remain here to watch for passing ships." Xiao Aliboni, still resembling a young girl, showed no signs of recovery, her injuries remaining a mystery. Her abilities were quite unique, and it was likely that something was amiss with them. "Very well. I shall search for food. I no longer desire wild fruits. I crave meat." Xiao Aliboni pouted, appearing rather adorable. "I shall do my utmost," Wu Li replied. Though some of his wounds had healed, his strength had yet to be fully restored, and he had only just regained the ability to move. Hunting fierce beasts remained a formidable challenge. Suddenly, the delighted voice of Shang Yang echoed, "A ship." Shang Yang fluttered back to Wu Li's shoulder, pointing his wings toward the sea. They all turned to look, spotting a ship sailing towards them, casting a long shadow upon the water in the glow of the setting sun. As the vessel drew nearer, Wu Li and the others discerned bloodstains upon the sails, and the ship appeared deserted, shrouded in the dim twilight like a ghostly vessel. Chapter 82. Departure. Nightfall had arrived. It seems there is no one aboard. Shang Yang flapped his wings, circling in the air and gazing down at Wu Li and Xiao Aliboni. Wu Li searched the vessel thoroughly, yet he found no signs of life. Bloodstains marred the deck, hinting at a horrific ordeal endured by the ship's former occupants. Perhaps they fled in terror, or perhaps they met a grim fate. In any case, their absence proved fortuitous. This ship arrived at a most opportune moment, precisely when we needed it most. "Luck!" exclaimed Joelle Bonnie, her spirits lifted as she danced about joyfully. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, Shang Yang surveyed the ship, feeling a sense of foreboding. "Are we truly to board this vessel? It appears to be a ghost ship." "Nonsense. Which ship has not witnessed death?" Joelle Bonnie retorted, unperturbed as she ventured into the cabin, discovering provisions and indulging herself without a hint of hesitation. Wu Li observed the divine beast, Shang Yang, perched upon his shoulder, jesting. Could it be that even a mythical creature fears such trivialities? "Fear? I am merely considering your safety," Shang Yang retorted, flapping its wings in indignation. refusing to admit to any cowardice befitting a divine being. With no other options available, Wu Li conceded, "We must temporarily rely on this vessel." Yet, a sudden thought struck him. "It appears we lack a navigator. Bonnie, do you possess any knowledge in this area?" Joelle Bonnie halted her actions, her mouth stuffed with food. Mumbling indistinctly, "I have no idea. It was always my subordinates who handled such matters." Wu Li and Xiao Ali Bonnie exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that now with the ship at their disposal, they could only drift along with the ocean currents. Observing their despondent expressions, Shanyang suddenly cleared his throat twice. Ahem. He aimed to capture their attention, yet Wu Li and Xiao Ali Bonnie remained oblivious, inciting a twinge of irritation within him. "Are you unwell?" Wu Li muttered without lifting his gaze. "You are the one who is unwell," Shanyang retorted petulantly, feeling indignant that they did not believe him. Specifically, one of them was preoccupied with thoughts of food. "Why don't you give sailing a try?" Wu Li suggested with a hint of anticipation, pondering if this was a hidden skill, just as Shanyang was about to showcase his nautical prowess. Xiao Ali Bonnie's voice broke the moment. "I never imagined the Navy was so tumultuous, with admirals turning against their own ranks. One former admiral, Akiji, has joined Blackbeard's crew, transforming from a naval officer into a pirate, while another ex-admiral, Zephyr, has the audacity to contemplate world destruction." The news of Akiji's alliance with Blackbeard was not widely known, as the latter had been rather discreet of late, but Xiao Ali Bonnie happened to be privy to this information. Zephyr, world destruction. Wu Li was taken aback as he glanced at the newspaper held by Xiao Ali Bonnie, which was largely dedicated to the events surrounding Zephyr. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he silently pondered, has this day truly arrived? Although Wu Li was eager to contact Tina, a thorough search of the ship revealed no trace of a telephone snail. He would have to wait until reaching the next town to find one. His former mentor had suddenly become an adversary, and with a decree to confront him, Tina's heart must be in turmoil. In truth, Wu Li held a favorable impression of Zephyr and his associates, having even benefited from their kindness. Thus, he found it impossible to remain detached from this conflict. Chapter 83. The destruction of the second Endpoint island. On the second Endpoint island, crackling sounds erupted as crimson flames burst forth, soaring high into the air with the wind, their red glow shimmering against the dark night sky like stars on a midsummer eve. The scarlet flames danced across the island, an unrelenting inferno consuming everything in its path. Wild and unrestrained, Zephyr had obliterated this island using Dwayne rock, yet the flames remained unextinguished, continuing to burn fiercely, filling the air with a searing heat. Not far from the island, several warships lay anchored, upon one of which stood a tall, slender figure, clad in a yellow and white striped suit with black curly hair and sporting a circle of facial hair. He peered through his sunglasses at the raging fire on the island, lamenting, "Oh dear, I missed it this time. I must report back to headquarters. This is quite a conundrum." As he spoke, he retrieved a black telephone snail from his pocket, calling out repeatedly without glancing at it, "Hello, hello, hello." Yet, silence greeted him, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Strange, why is there no response from headquarters? "Admiral Kizaru, you've picked up the wrong telephone snail again," a Marine remarked with exasperation. The black telephone snail was incapable of making calls, a mistake Kizaru frequently made, much to their accustomed annoyance. "Oh, I see now. I must have grabbed the wrong one. No wonder I couldn't reach headquarters. I thought something had gone awry," Kizaru Borisolino said, glancing down at the black telephone snail in his hand before replacing it and retrieving the correct one to re-establish contact with headquarters. As he dialed, bloop bloop, Kizaru Borisolino stole a sidelong glance at the silent Tina, who was gazing at the devastated island with a cold expression, though complex emotions lurked within her eyes. At the Navy headquarters, with the telephone snail finally connecting, Kizaru Borisolino shifted his gaze away and briefly reported the situation to headquarters before concluding the call. Now left to await further intelligence in the next location. "Teacher C, do you truly intend to bring about the world's destruction?" Tina thought uneasily as she surveyed the ravaged island, recalling the moment she had handed the map to Zephyr in the conversation with Chief of Staff Crane. Could it be that we inadvertently pushed Teacher Z toward such extremes? A wave of self-reproach washed over Tina, for it was evident that Zephyr's request for the map had been to locate the 3 Endpoint islands. Meanwhile, the weather on the Grand Line shifted dramatically. Moments ago, the skies were clear, now they were shrouded in ominous clouds. A fierce wind howled, soon followed by torrential rain, and colossal waves roared in the tempest. A ship sailed across the tumultuous sea, seemingly unaffected by the storm's wrath. In fact, it sailed faster through the downpour, and astonishingly, A one-legged bird danced upon the deck. A sprite amidst the rain, shimmering with a radiant glow. "Steer left," the dancing merchant sheep called out. As the command was given, Wooly complied. And the ghost ship surged forward through the storm and towering waves. Wooly had long been drenched by the rain, struggling against the fierce winds that threatened to sweep him away. Unbeknownst to him, the second Independent island had already been obliterated, yet he continued his pursuit of Zephyr. Chapter 84. Wooly's decision. The following day, after the rain had cleared, the air was refreshingly crisp, and the sun shone brilliantly. Golden rays cascaded down, illuminating the vast expanse of azure waters, transforming the monotonous and tranquil sea surface into a tapestry of hues. A vessel sailed across the waters, where a young girl was voraciously devouring her meal. Suddenly, she swallowed her food in haste, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, and a cup of water was presented before her. She instinctively accepted it and drank, finally alleviating the sensation of being stuffed. Inside the cabin, Shangyang gazed in astonishment at the now empty food storage. His eyes fixed on the girl with a mixture of shock and indignation. This was enough sustenance for half a month. Yet she had consumed it all in just 2 days. A gentle sea breeze brushed by, cool and soothing, and a hint of joy appeared on Xiao Ali Boni's face, suggesting her spirits were lifted as she cast a glance toward the figure on the deck, lost in contemplation of the sea. With a languid tone, Xiao Ali Boni remarked, "Saving the world is the Navy's affair. Why do you involve yourself? Do you have some connection with Zephyr?" Despite bounty hunters not being pirates, the overwhelming presence of the Navy's main forces rendered the role of a mere bounty hunter rather insignificant. Wooly smiled gently, refraining from directly answering Xiao Ali Boni's inquiry. Instead, he posed a question. "Are you not afraid that the world may indeed face annihilation? If all 3 Independent islands were to be destroyed, it could very well signal the end of the world." This consequence, which even instills fear in the Navy, seems to lack any mention of pirates participating in thwarting Zephyr, which struck Wooly as somewhat peculiar. Xiao Ali Boni rolled her eyes and remarked, "Which pirate would ever consider himself a savior, preoccupied with thoughts of rescuing the world?" Noticing Wooly's continued confusion, she elaborated, "Every pirate sailing in the New World embarks on perilous adventures, whether in pursuit of freedom, reaching the final island, or obtaining the One Piece to become the Pirate King. In these treacherous waters, they constantly dance on the brink of death. As for the Yonko, those formidable figures only care if such matters arise in their territories. Otherwise, they remain indifferent." Moreover, Xiao Ali Boni paused, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Even if a pirate were foolish enough to wish to save the world, they would likely be apprehended by the Navy first, a group dedicated to maintaining order across the seas in the name of absolute justice. "I owe Zephyr a debt of gratitude, and I must go." Wooly's gaze turned resolute. "Ha, you are truly amusing." Xiao Ali Boni, clutching her stomach on the deck, laughed mercilessly. "With your meager strength, you dare to entertain thoughts of battling the Navy?" Wooly paid no heed to the derision of Xiao Ali Boni, for her words lacked any rational foundation. Wooly inquired, "Boni, do you intend to accompany me, or?" Jewelry Boni ceased her mocking laughter, gazing at Wooly's serious demeanor, her brow furrowing slightly as she reproached him with an air of exasperation. "Have you not grasped the gravity of the situation? It is exceedingly perilous. You will encounter numerous rear admirals, even admirals of the Navy, and as for the ordinary sailors, they are countless. Your presence will not alter anything. I have no intention of engaging in conflict with the Navy, nor do I condone Zephyr's reckless actions. My sole desire is to save his life. That is all. To protect someone the Navy wishes to eliminate while hoping to avoid confrontation. Do you believe yourself to be the Yonko Shanks?" Jewelry Boni's voice rose, startling a flock of seagulls. "Enough. I have no wish to sacrifice myself needlessly." Deep down, she understood that persuading the individual before her would be futile, although their time together had been brief. She recognized his unwavering resolve. Wooly did not refute. As a naval colonel, he faced a grave consequence for rescuing an adversary of the Navy. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to act, for it was a matter of duty. After a brief silence without any response from Wooly, Joelle Boni, gritting her teeth, felt the need to remind him, "I see you are not a devil fruit user. If you have yet to awaken Haki, a mere individual could easily extinguish you." Chapter 85. The Significance of Haki. In this world, Haki has undeniably become an immensely vital force. Every individual who awakens Haki experiences a substantial enhancement in their strength. Upon entering the New World, Joelle Boni, having not awakened Haki, faced certain adversities. However, as one of the notorious generation and a supernova, it did not take long before she too awakened Haki. Devil fruit users must not only hone their abilities derived from the fruits, but also dedicate a portion of their efforts to cultivating Haki. For non-devil fruit users, Haki is even more crucial, serving as a formidable means to counteract the powers of devil fruit users, particularly those wielding Logia-type abilities. Thus, in the New World, Haki gradually evolved into an essential prerequisite. Wu Li also became aware of a pressing concern. He had yet to awaken his Haki, and he possessed no inkling of how to do so. In truth, Wu Li's swordsmanship was already quite formidable. However, the absence of awakened Haki rendered his techniques less impactful. Although he had previously engaged in combat with others like Kobe, who were proficient in Haki, their abilities were comparatively weak. Had they been more adept, the gap between them and Wu Li would have been considerably narrowed. In his battle against Yuji Shilyo, the opponent harbored a sense of excitement and refrained from employing Haki. Otherwise, Wu Li would have succumbed in less than 2 exchanges. Presently, his strength remained insufficient, making it exceedingly challenging to contend with pirates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Wu Li felt a twinge of anxiety within. In the New World, the vast majority of pirates with bounties of over 100 million had awakened their Haki, rendering them exceptionally powerful. With the enhancement of Haki, an attack power of 1 could escalate to 10, 100, or even more. Yet, how could one awaken Haki? Wu Li gazed at Jewelry Bonnie and inquired earnestly. Bonnie, seemingly still perturbed, turned away momentarily before speaking softly. Do not ask me. I do not know either. In any case, continuous training and relentless combat could trigger it. I recall being so famished that I consumed a sea king, and it was then that I awakened, feeling an overwhelming sense of fullness for the first time. Wu Li stared in awe, expressing his profound envy as he remarked, to awaken one's domineering presence merely through consumption is truly remarkable. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, adding, It's rather unappetizing. Had I not been so famished, I would never indulge in such distasteful fare. At that moment, the petite figure of Joelle Bonnie appeared exceedingly irate. With a fierce blow, she struck the deck, her extraordinary strength leaving several cracks in its surface. Not long ago, her pirate ship had inadvertently drifted into the doldrums, where they encountered a sea king. After a relentless battle lasting 3 days and nights, they ultimately triumphed. Starving and with eyes gleaming with hunger, she watched as her crew took turns slicing the sea king, roasting the meat, and serving it to her. Although the taste was far from delightful, she persevered, consuming incessantly throughout the day until her hunger was finally sated, leaving her crew utterly exhausted. You've inquired of the wrong person. I lack knowledge in such matters. Joelle Bonnie yawned, a wave of drowsiness washing over her. When shall we arrive at the next town? I shall take a brief rest. Awaken me upon our arrival. With that, she retreated to the cabin to sleep, leaving Wu Li alone on the deck, while Shang Yang had vanished to pursue some amusement elsewhere. Wu Li fell into deep contemplation. He recognized that the formidable aura could be cultivated through rigorous training, a force that could be continuously enhanced. However, despite his daily dedication to mastering sword techniques, he sensed no significant transformation. Having reached the profound level of sword mastery, further practice merely rendered him more adept. Even the strength required to execute his techniques remained unchanged. Wu Li had an inkling that this approach might not yield the desired results for him. He pondered the fundamental distinction that set him apart from others, his very essence of survival, the chivalric path system. Chapter 86, Utilizing the Scroll of Sword Tao Profound Principles. In order to enhance his strength, Wu Li believed that his formidable aura could grant him access to the system interface. Currently, he possesses the following: Sword Mastery, Level 3, 502, 2800. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyud Song and Flow, Ultimate, Floating Rain Divine Windsword, 99. Wind's Grief Heroic Spirit Value, 85 Pet. Unnamed, Merchant Goat. Swordsmanship Scroll 1 True Intent Water 1 Heroic Travelers at 1 Gazing at the 3 items obtained from the previous Grand Gift Pack. He resolved to first utilize the Swordsmanship Scroll. Among the 3 sword techniques, the Shiyud Song and Flow has already attained its ultimate form, while the recently acquired Wind's Grief boasts immense power, capable of contending with formidable adversaries like Yuji Shilyo. Thus, Wu Li intends to first master the ultimate form of the Wind's Grief technique. This way, even in the absence of his formidable aura, his strength would rival that of the mid-ranking generals. With that thought, he chose the Wind's Grief. Wu Li rehearsed the technique in his mind and employed the scroll. Ordinarily, the Swordsmanship Scroll would reveal an array of incomprehensible characters to assist him in comprehending the ultimate form. However, there was not a hint of movement. After several attempts, Wu Li finally confirmed that the Wind's Grief technique was currently unable to utilize the Swordsmanship Scroll. Wu Li recalled the instructions for the scroll's usage. Could it be due to the fact that his mastery of Wind's Lament was only at 99? The instructions for the Sword Dao Essence Scroll indeed specified that a proficiency level of 99 in sword techniques was necessary for its utilization. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat perplexed. For previously, whether it was the sword technique of Shi Yutsang and Flow or the floating feather divine wind flow, their mastery levels had gradually improved over time. Yet, Wind's Lament remained devoid of any such progress. He had initially assumed that Wind's Lament was merely a single strike, while the other two sword techniques encompassed numerous moves. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. Furthermore, unlike the other two techniques, each execution of Wind's Lament left him with a sense of profound exhaustion. Suddenly, Wooly was reminded of his duel with Yuji Shiryu, during which he employed Wind's Lament. Although he had fought for an extended period, enduring considerable fatigue, he found himself plunging into unconsciousness immediately after executing Wind's Lament. Had it not been for Xiao Ali Bani's timely intervention, he would have likely met his demise, becoming fodder for the depths of the sea. Moreover, he had narrowly escaped being ensnared by that malevolent aura, a situation that was rather alarming. It was not merely an issue of energy depletion, but rather an unsettling sense of transcending his limits. Wind's Lament felt as though it was a technique beyond his grasp. Alas, regardless of how he pondered, answers eluded him. Since the sword technique Wind's Lament could not be employed with the Sword Dao Essence Scroll, he would have to redirect his focus to the floating feather divine wind flow, for its mastery had already reached 99, ensuring that the scroll could indeed be utilized. Wooly closed his eyes, and within his mind, he began to practice the floating feather divine wind sword technique. After utilizing the scroll, the swordsmanship scroll indeed manifested countless characters formed by condensed sword chi, enveloping Wooly's entire being. Time flew by, and soon Wooly comprehended the essence of the floating feather divine wind sword through the scroll. At present, he had attained the profound understanding of two sword techniques. However, he found himself somewhat disheartened as there were no signs of the so-called domineering aura being awakened. Having already employed the swordsmanship scroll from his package, Wooly's gaze fell upon the immaculate jade bottle, pondering, what purpose does this true intent water serve? Chapter 87. True intent water. Let us then investigate this true intent water. Before Wooly, an immaculate jade bottle materialized out of thin air, yet in reality, no one but Wooly could perceive the floating bottle, as it was enveloped by a mysterious aura. As Wooly's hand made contact with the luminous orb, it shattered like a delicate bubble, dispersing its light as a jade vial settled into his grasp. He began to examine it closely. This exquisite vial likely contained the essence of truth. Wooly gave it a gentle shake, feeling the liquid slosh within. This reward from the system must possess some utility. Should he consume it directly? Or was there another method of application? What if it were toxic? That would spell disaster. Wooly stared vacantly at the vial, caught in a web of indecision. Ultimately, he reasoned that the system would not lead him astray. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself and resolved to drink the essence of truth, placing his trust in the system despite the unease gnawing at him. Wooly lifted the jade vial to his lips, tilting his head back in an attempt to drain its contents in one swift motion. However, he paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. With a slight shake of his right hand, he continued to rattle it, only to find that no liquid emerged from the vial. Rubbing his sore neck, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead in frustration. How foolish of him. He entered the system interface within his mind and, with focused intent, selected the option to use it. The jade vial in Wooly's hand emanated a radiant glow, and from its mouth flowed a stream of pure essence water, exuding a bright and translucent sheen, filled with the breath of life as it entered his body. He could sense the essence water dispersing toward the seed of the sword path within him, settling upon the first seed, imbued with a mysterious and vibrant energy that burst forth in brilliance. The essence water resembled moonlight, enveloping Wooly in its silvery embrace. Under the unique baptism of the essence water's extraordinary power, life flourished. The seed sprouted green shoots, continuously growing. The luminescence surrounding Wooly began to transform, shifting from silver to a tranquil blue, imparting a calming aura. Beneath the ghostly ship, schools of fish gathered, ceasing their movements. Simultaneously, within Wooly's sword seed, the sword intent was brewing, and he suddenly radiated an overwhelming aura that startled the fish into a frenzied swim. Shangyang appeared from an unknown source, standing guard beside Wooly. Xiao Ali Bani awakened. Observing Wooly's escalating aura, she turned to Shangyang and inquired, "What is happening to Wooly? His presence seems to be growing stronger." Shangyang remained silent for a moment before replying, "I am uncertain about what has transpired with the Swordmaster, but it is evident that he is at a pivotal moment." Swordmaster? Xiao Ali Bani was taken aback by this unexpected title, having never heard Shangyang refer to Wooly in such a manner before, as he had always addressed him by name. unbeknownst to her. Shangyang had grown closer to Wu Li, his demeanor reflecting newfound familiarity. She did, however, sense the aura emanating from the one-legged strange bird that had continually bullied her. Any attempt to disturb Wu Li would likely provoke its wrath. The power radiating from him seemed to awaken a commanding presence, yet it was distinct from others. Who else could awaken such an overwhelming aura? A look of astonishment flickered in Xiao Alibani's eyes. Just before Wu Li had inquired about the method to awaken such power, the transformation occurring within him now, though not precisely the same, evoked a sense akin to that of a commanding presence. Could it be that he had consumed a devil fruit? Xiao Alibani began to harbor doubts about this. Unable to fathom the nature of Wu Li's transformation otherwise, Wu Li suddenly opened his eyes, his sword intent surging forth with an intensity that soared towards the heavens. He then retracted his aura, allowing that formidable sword intent to gradually dissipate into the ever-changing sky. Not far away, on an island, a man with green hair, adorned with 3 samurai swords at his waist and seated upon a lion-headed vessel, sensed the abrupt emergence and subsequent vanishing of this sword intent. His right eye narrowed, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his expression tinged with seriousness. Chapter 88. The first sword Yuan what's wrong, Zoro? Usopp inquired. Noticing Zoro's unusual demeanor, and the others turned their attention to him as well. It's nothing, really, Zoro replied, a hint of confusion lingering in his mind. Could it be merely an illusion? He suppressed his doubts and followed Usopp and the others as they made their way to the island, intent on gathering intelligence regarding Z. Nearby, another vessel lay anchored. Wu Li was acutely aware of the transformation occurring within him, as an inexhaustible force began to mend his previously damaged body. Subsequently, he entered the system, where he noticed some alterations in the data. Swordmaster, LV3-502-2800. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyu Tsangyan Flow. Essence, Fuyu Shifeng Flow. Essence. Wind's Grief. Heroic Spirit Value, 85 Pet. Unnamed, Merchant Sheep. Items, Heroic at First Sword Element. Death Flame First Sword Element? What is this? Wu Li pondered deeply. The true essence of water must signify the awakening of the sword seed, which corresponds to the sword element, right? Death Flame? It seems that each sword seed corresponds to a specific sword technique, and the first one he acquired was the Shiyu Tsangyan Flow from his family tutor. Hence, the sword element must indeed be the Death Flame. Just as he regained his focus, he suddenly noticed Xiao Alibani staring intently at him, glancing left and right, and even leaning in to sniff him, making Wu Li somewhat uncomfortable as he leaned back. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Cold sweat broke out on Wu Li's forehead as he struggled to comprehend Xiao Alibani's actions. How did you achieve this? Did you consume a devil fruit? After observing him without deriving any conclusions, Xiao Alibani inquired. A devil fruit? No, I haven't eaten a devil fruit. Wu Li hastily waved his hands in denial. Before arriving in this world, he had indeed fantasized about possessing various devil fruits, such as the thunder fruit, ice fruit, and quake fruit, those immensely powerful abilities. However, he currently harbored no desire to consume a devil fruit, as the individuals with those abilities were still alive and among the most formidable existences. Moreover, he was not like Blackbeard, obsessively studying the forms of devil fruits in pursuit of their powers. Setting aside the rarity of devil fruits, their abilities remained a mystery to the vast majority of people. What if he were to acquire a lackluster ability? There would be no remedy for regret. Furthermore, he possessed the heroic path system, which meant he did not need to flounder like a novice, as he could enhance his strength, such as now. So how could you suddenly become stronger? Xiao Alibani was perplexed. Aside from the devil fruit, she could think of nothing else. Wu Li hesitated, pondering how to explain this. Should he admit to using the true essence water? Such a revelation would only deepen her inquiries. Epiphany. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Wu Li's mind. Yes, it was indeed an epiphany. After hearing about your awakening of Haki, I was profoundly inspired and finally awakened my sword intent. Really? Upon witnessing the skepticism in Xiao Alibani's gaze, Wu Li felt a pang of insecurity but nodded vigorously. How dismissive. Can you not come up with a more credible explanation? Xiao Alibani scoffed at Wu Li. She did not wish to pursue the matter further and gazed into the distance, her excitement surging as she exclaimed, Finally, we are nearing the next town. We can indulge in a hearty meal. In the distance, an island came into view, faintly revealing structures, affirming the presence of a town. As time passed, the vessel they were aboard drew ever closer to the island. Upon nearing, Wu Li and his companions discerned that it appeared to be a volcano. Chapter 89. Emotions and serendipitous encounters. The existence of a town implied that this was a dormant volcano. Otherwise, who would choose to reside in such peril. However, Wooly felt an uncanny familiarity with this island, as if he had encountered it before. The ship navigated towards the town, and iron tracks were visible on the nearby sea, with 2 sea trains stationed on the tracks before the island. Xiao Ali Bonnie's face lit up with delight as she beheld the approaching town, exclaiming, "At last, we have arrived at an island with a town. And there are sea trains. It seems many people visit this volcano for sightseeing, so there should be plenty of delicious food." The thought of food made her mouth water, and her stomach grumbled. As the ship docked, she noticed Wooly lost in thought and nudged him with her arm, startling him awake. Curious, Xiao Ali Bonnie found herself distracted by the allure of the town's cuisine. She patted Wooly's shoulder and cheerfully declared, "Bounty hunter, since we have arrived at the town, it is time for us to part ways. If you are off to your demise, I shall not accompany you. Instead, I will indulge in the culinary delights of this world." As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for Wooly's response, Xiao Ali Bonnie disembarked and prepared to set foot on the island. Is this a farewell or merely a comforting sentiment? Wooly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Observing Xiao Ali Bonnie's carefree silhouette, he too disembarked, with the merchant sheep following closely behind. "Wooly, are we also getting off here? I thought we were only accompanying her to the town before departing?" The merchant sheep queried telepathically. "We are indeed disembarking here, if I am not mistaken," Wooly replied mentally. "You've changed your mind?" Although the merchant sheep had been reluctant to visit initially, seeing Wooly's sudden decision to stay made it feel a bit awkward. Wooly shook his head, and when Xiao Ali Bonnie turned around to see him behind her, a hint of confusion flickered across her lovely face. "Are you also heading to this island? Aren't you supposed to?" Wooly nodded in response, and a glimmer of disdain appeared in Xiao Ali Bonnie's eyes. As a pirate, she braved the treacherous seas of the Grand Line to uphold her beliefs, and she held those who whimsically altered their convictions in contempt. Though she had felt a modicum of admiration for him, she dismissed the thought. Her mood was soured, and her appetite intensified. Suddenly, Xiao Ali Bonnie turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Wooly bewildered. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to call out to her. There was something he needed to convey. "Bonnie, wait a moment. I have something to tell you." However, Xiao Ali Bonnie quickened her pace, thinking to herself, "I have no desire to listen. This island is perilous. You should head to the next town, or you may find yourself caught in the turmoil," Wooly shouted. Yet, he noticed that Xiao Ali Bonnie showed no inclination to halt her steps. Feeling somewhat helpless, he discreetly signaled to Shangyang. Although Shangyang was perplexed, he complied with Wooly's request and, with a swift motion, appeared before Xiao Ali Bonnie in the blink of an eye. Upon sensing Shangyang's arrival, Xiao Ali Bonnie's expression darkened, her small fist clenched tightly, and a flicker of anger ignited in her eyes. She regretted having saved this bothersome individual from the sea. Had she not faced her own troubles, she would have cast him back into the depths. She even contemplated using her powers to eliminate this annoying presence. Hearing footsteps behind her, Xiao Ali Bonnie turned around, her face devoid of emotion as she regarded Wooly, curious to hear what nonsense he might utter. What had suddenly befallen Xiao Ali Bonnie? She sensed a distinctly unfavorable glint in her gaze directed at him. Wooly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He spoke earnestly. "There is something I must clarify with you. This island is indeed perilous." Jewelry Bonnie pursed her lips and replied nonchalantly, "What dangers could there possibly be? If you have something to say, do so quickly. Don't waste my mealtime. The Navy has already seized control of this island. Numerous vice admirals and Admiral Kizaru will soon arrive here." "What?" A look of shock flickered in Jewelry Bonnie's eyes as she recalled her overwhelming defeat against Kizaru at Sabaody Archipelago, a memory that filled her with unease. She knew she could not contend with an admiral now, especially given her compromised abilities. Why has the Navy suddenly gathered here? Even an admiral? Jewelry Bonnie was utterly perplexed when a glimmer of insight crossed her gaze. Unless, yes, if I am not mistaken, Z must be on this island. Wooly managed a wry smile, pondering whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Chapter 90. Hot springs and green pheasant. The atmosphere grew suddenly quiet, with the sound of the waves resonating clearly. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a faint scent of wine. "Gurgle, gurgle," the now little lowly Jewelry Bonnie's stomach growled, prompting her to place her tiny hands on her belly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Regardless of my hunger, I shall first head to the town to indulge in some culinary delights. As for this danger, I have weathered far greater storms. There is no need for concern," Jewelry Bonnie declared with an air of wisdom beyond her years. Noticing Wooly's hesitance, a mischievous glint shone in her eyes. "If we truly encounter danger, I will seek you out. You must protect me, and once I regain my strength, I shall surely take good care of you." With that, she bounced away toward the town. Wooly felt a sense of helplessness. Although his strength had increased, he lacked complete confidence. All he could do was try his best. Wooly began his journey towards the town, accompanied by the circling Shangyang in the sky. Behind them echoed the sound of the train from the sea, filled with eager passengers who sought to marvel at the volcano and indulge in the hot springs, blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers on the island. In the town, the violent little girl had vanished, likely tempted by the allure of food. "Shall we also seek sustenance?" Shangyang inquired, landing on Wu Li's shoulder. Though the new world held myriad wonders, it was the first time Shangyang had encountered a bird of its kind. Flying alongside Wu Li and drawing the attention of many, including the Navy, this led Shangyang to silently ridicule the ignorance of these humans. Yet it returned to Wu Li's shoulder, where it attracted less attention than before. "No, we shall postpone our meal for now. After all, Bonnie is a notorious supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million. There should be no immediate concerns. Our priority lies in finding the hot springs." Wu Li remarked as he walked, hoping that the springs remained occupied. "Hot springs? Aren't you a bit too relaxed? Such leisure seems misplaced." Shangyang tilted its head in disdain, careful not to let Wu Li perceive its thoughts. "I heard that. Should you dare to belittle me again, I shall confine you to the pet space," Wu Li threatened, unwittingly revealing his thoughts. Upon hearing Wu Li's demand, Shangyang immediately drooped its head. It had no desire to return to that dreary realm and resolved to be more cautious with its disdainful thoughts in the future. In this locale, finding hot springs proved to be rather effortless, as the town was renowned for its volcanic attractions and thermal baths. Upon locating the site, Wu Li entered without hesitation. Inside, several hot spring pools lay before him, shrouded in a veil of steam. Although this mist somewhat obscured his vision, he discerned that no one else was present. Could it be that I have arrived too late? Have the Straw Hat crew, led by Luffy, already gone to confront sea? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Wu Li, his expression turning grave. If this were indeed the case, the town would soon find itself on the brink of disaster. As Wu Li turned away, intending to make his way to the opposite side of the island, Shangyang felt a sense of curiosity at his abrupt departure. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water emanated from the largest hot spring, where someone was lazily soaking. This prompted Wu Li to glance back, observing a figure with their head bowed, shrouded in mist that obscured their features. Just as he approached to discern the person's identity, the individual languidly remarked, "Why haven't they arrived yet? It's quite comfortable. But we should hasten." Seemingly sensing another's approach, the figure lifted their head, revealing an odd creature perched upon their shoulder. Their eyes met for pairs, or perhaps 8, and it became evident that this peculiar being was not one of his companions. The figure then resumed their soak, lowering their head once more. However, Wu Li had managed to glimpse their appearance and confirm the identity of the individual he sought. Akiji. Chapter 91. The chill of coldness upon recognizing Akiji. Wu Li maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was engulfed by tumultuous waves of emotion, his mind racing with information about the former admiral. Akiji, or Kazan, was a former vice admiral of the Navy, a wielder of the ice fruit, possessing the ability to freeze anything he touched. After the conclusion of the Marineford War, he contested the position of fleet admiral against Akainu but chose to withdraw from the Navy following his defeat in battle at Punk Hazard, subsequently fading from public view. Though he had anticipated encountering Akiji on this island, the reality of the meeting took Wu Li some time to process before he could regain his inner composure. Should he approach Akiji? Wu Li pondered, knowing that Akiji preferred to observe events unfold from a distance, rarely intervening directly. Despite projecting an air of nonchalance, he was also known for his stubbornness. After much deliberation, Wu Li resolved to make an attempt, recognizing that his own strength may not suffice to fend off the Navy. "Greetings, Admiral Akiji," he said, attempting to sound casual, though anxiety gnawed at his heart. "Ah, what a surprise to encounter someone who knows me here. However, I must clarify that I am no longer an admiral, so that title seems rather inappropriate," Akiji replied, shaking his head with an air of resignation. "If there is nothing urgent, let us each enjoy our respective hot springs without interference. You may as well pretend you've never seen me." Despite his typically laid-back demeanor, the sudden greeting from a stranger posed a dilemma for him. He easily sensed Wu Li's strength. While not weak, he did not perceive it as a threat. "Regarding Z, do you truly intend to remain a mere observer?" Wu Li inquired, his tension escalating as he broached the topic. Though he recognized this as a rather foolish tactic, he felt compelled to take the risk. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming chill enveloped the area, a powerful aura sweeping toward Wu Li. Crack. The water in the hot spring instantaneously froze, a layer of frost spreading across the ground. The once warm air turned frigid. Faced with this icy presence, Wooly felt as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss, the cold piercing to the bone, frost accumulating on his hair and eyebrows, and his body pressed low against the ground. Nevertheless, he struggled to withstand it. Crack. In what felt like an eternity, Wooly endured through mere moments, exerting tremendous effort, even drawing upon his sword essence as if breaking free from a binding force. The frost beneath him shattered with a resounding crack. Wooly's rigid body finally regained movement. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he gasped for breath, his back already drenched. Aokiji was overwhelmingly powerful. He was the most formidable opponent Wooly had ever encountered, although he had previously glimpsed figures such as Garp, Sengoku, and Akaina from a distance during the world conscription selection at the Navy headquarters. He had only truly felt the oppressive aura from Aokiji. I have no recollection of you, and I'm uncertain why you posed this question. Might you first provide an answer to mine? Aokiji rose, appearing nonchalant, yet a glimmer of seriousness flickered in his gaze. What do you know about Z? And who are you? Could you kindly address my inquiries? His tone was indifferent, yet Wooly sensed an intensely frigid atmosphere. A knot tightened in his chest. He understood that failing to provide a satisfactory answer could very well result in him being frozen solid. Chapter 92. Aokiji and Wooly's answers withstanding the oppressive pressure. Wooly felt as if the chill had frozen his thoughts, prompting him to blurt out. I know Z is the former Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, who has made numerous contributions to the Navy. I hold him in great esteem, and I hope he can survive. A silence enveloped the atmosphere, and it seemed like the temperature dropped a few degrees more. Was this dissatisfaction with Wooly's response? Did he have to perish here? Shangyang felt a sense of unease, inwardly screaming, questioning why he always encountered such monstrous beings. Moreover, didn't the swordmaster have any common sense? How could he expect to be understood without elaborating? Your response is truly abysmal. You did not even provide me with your name, nor did you clarify my confusion. I am disinterested in how much you know. I have no desire to delve deeper, Qingji remarked, gazing into Wooly's steadfast eyes while gently rubbing his head. Though Wooly's answer was inadequate, it was sincere, and Qingji gleaned much information from it. Sensing the tension in the air, Qingji calmly stated, although I am no longer part of the Navy, your sudden appearance and the confusion it caused will not compel me to take action against you. I am still awaiting someone. You may leave. With that, Qingji prepared to return to the hot springs, evidently losing interest in pursuing the matter further. The chill dissipated. The icy crystals that had formed in the hot spring melted away, releasing steam as the air began to warm gradually. Shangyang felt a sense of relief, but was once again unsettled by Wooly's words, turning his gaze toward him. Do you truly intend to seek out the lost Zephyr, your former teacher? Qingji halted, momentarily taken aback. This was indeed his hope. Yet he did not know how to achieve it, nor could he fathom why Wooly felt compelled to pursue this course. Do you understand why I wish for Zephyr to live? He should not meet his end on this island. Such a fate is far too cruel. Zephyr has trained numerous exceptional officers for the Navy, leading countless campaigns against pirates. In the eyes of both the Navy and ordinary citizens, he is undeniably a hero. Even toward pirates, he adhered to his principle of not killing admirals, which showcases his benevolence. And yet, what has he received in return? He has been met with the malice of pirates who slaughtered his family, the Navy's decision to recruit bloodstained criminals as warlords of the sea, and the world's collective amnesia regarding his legacy. Who among the current generation of the Navy even recognizes him? Yes, now he is consumed by hatred, treading down a path of extremism. His reckless actions must be curtailed, yet his ultimate fate should not be death. The world has already been sufficiently cruel to him. Regardless, I wish for him to survive. Having spoken his piece, Wooly awaited Qingji's response in silence. Let me offer you a word of caution. Do not underestimate the resolve of the Navy or Z. It could cost you your life. I shall not involve myself in this matter. Qingji cast a serious glance at Wooly, uttered a solitary phrase, and then returned to the hot springs. Upon receiving Qingji's response, Wooly felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared he would have to rely solely on himself. He understood Qingji's perspective. Once the threat posed by Z was confirmed, the Navy would undoubtedly employ every means necessary to eliminate this ticking time bomb, even if Zephyr made a choice. As long as he lived, he would continue down this path. While Qingji did not condone Z's extremist actions, he held deep respect for the kindness Zephyr had once shown, which left him paralyzed, opting to be a mere spectator. In contrast, Wooly could not bear to witness the demise of a once great hero. This was his choice, his path. Reluctant to engage further, Qingji remained silent for a moment before performing a courteous farewell gesture and turning to depart. Chapter 93, Bonnie and the Straw Hat Crew within the tavern of the town, after parting ways with Wu Li. Jewelry Bonnie was drawn in by the alluring aroma of alcohol. Upon entering the establishment, she instinctively froze, halting in her tracks. The sight of numerous Navy personnel within the tavern recalled Wu Li's earlier words, suggesting that they were likely true. Children should not be in a tavern. Go home and play. This is no place for you, admonished a peculiar man with an elongated nose, addressing the little girl obstructing his path. He failed to recognize the transformed Jewelry Bonnie, which relieved her to some extent. Yet, she also felt a surge of anger. How dare this insufferable oddball underestimate her? Adopting a condescending tone, she clenched her fists, wishing she could teach this foolish man a lesson, but the timing was not right. Bonnie scoffed. You should be the one to go home. Those who scurry away after a few drinks have no right to lecture anyone. I doubt you could outrank me. Even as a child. The long-nosed man's expression soured at her words. A little girl with orange hair, dressed as a waitress, passed by him and whispered, Usopp, stop dawdling and get back to work. After glancing at a Navy patron who called for her, she left, casting a knowing glance at the long-nosed man. Seeing the man's dismay, Bonnie continued with a smirk, It seems you don't believe me. How about a challenge? Let's see who can drink more. Are you game? Usopp instinctively declined. I don't want to compete with a child. He had come to gather intelligence, and it would be utterly humiliating to engage in such a contest. You're afraid of losing and embarrassing yourself, aren't you? That would be even more disgraceful. You're so indecisive, lacking any semblance of masculinity. Perhaps you're too frightened to face off against a mere child. If you don't want to, I'll just assume you're a coward. Bonnie's eyes brimmed with disdain. If he were to become a pirate, such timidity and indecision would prevent him from ever becoming a captain, even as a crew member. He would perpetually shy away from challenges. Fine, let us compete. Usopp's face flushed with anger. He had previously boasted of being a captain. Yet his timid nature had been exposed. This struck a nerve, making him even more incensed, especially after consuming a bit of alcohol. He resolved to teach this little girl a lesson. The two found a table and summoned the waitress for food. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The patrons in the tavern were taken aback as Jewelry Bonnie devoured a platter of food larger than herself in mere seconds. The orange-haired waitress, along with Robin, who was dancing, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was transpiring. Plates piled high in a matter of minutes, surpassing Bonnie's head, and after several more minutes, even overtaking the heads of the nearby sailors, leaving everyone in shock. The waitress continued to bring forth food, while Bonnie showed no signs of stopping. As if her stomach were an endless abyss. Usopp's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could barely manage 3 plates before reaching his limit. How was this little girl capable of such feats? The orange-haired waitress approached him and whispered, What are you doing? Usopp, gazing at the ravenous Bonnie, stammered, and nothing. Time passed. And the tavern's food supply was depleted. Bonnie, still unsatisfied, patted her belly, which remained flat, and called out, Waitress, bring me some drinks. Usopp stared at the towering pile of plates, recalling the impending consequence of losing the wager. Noticing the waitress's questioning gaze, a light bulb went off in his head as he looked at Jewelry Bonnie. Is this the second round? Only a complete victory counts. Usopp exclaimed, suddenly raising 2 fingers. Deal. Bonnie replied without hesitation. Upon witnessing the agreement of Jewelry Bonnie, Usopp felt a renewed sense of hope for a triumphant turnaround. The gleam of joy in his eyes was unmistakable as he promptly summoned the waiter. However, the service attendant, Nami, appeared rather displeased as she brought forth the drinks. As Jewelry Bonnie and Usopp engaged in a drinking contest, the surrounding patrons began to cheer and jeer. Usopp, however, quickly succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, teetering on the brink of inebriation. In a fit of frustration, Nami exclaimed, Who is she? What nonsense is this? We are here to gather intelligence, not to indulge in drinking. With a woeful expression, Usopp lamented, If I lose, I will be the one to foot the bill for all this. Nami's gaze fell upon the towering stack of plates, and she couldn't help but think of the exorbitant cost. The thought of Usopp's reckless behavior irked her, as she was already concerned about her finances. Amidst the uproar of eager onlookers, an idea struck Nami like a flash of inspiration. Who wishes to challenge me? The victor drinks for free, while the loser pays for all. Her proclamation was met with enthusiastic responses, drawing even those who had been captivated by Robin's dance to join the fray, leaving Robin bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. As the patrons reveled in the excitement, the prospect of victory overshadowed any concerns of defeat. Fueled by a competitive spirit, they were determined to outdrink the seemingly fragile girl. Once I have feasted and quenched my thirst, I shall seek out that fellow. Perhaps I can assist in collecting his remains, they mused, dismissing his bravado with a scoff. Let's commence Chapter 94, The Advent of Wu Li's Action. After Wu Li departed, Qingji resumed his indulgence in the hot springs, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes, accompanied by an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. Furrowing his brow, Qingji exuded a chill that rendered the waters of the hot spring somewhat frigid. Yet it alleviated much of his turmoil. Before long, a cacophony of voices heralded the arrival of a new group seeking the warmth of the springs. These individuals were evidently not of a tranquil disposition. One donned a straw hat, another bore 3 swords at his waist, yet another smoked a cigarette. And among them was a skeleton, an unprecedented sight, as even a skeleton had come to partake in the hot springs. Their arrival stirred a ruckus, transforming the atmosphere into one of discord. As they settled in, the waters of the hot spring where Qingji resided began to regain their warmth, rising in steamy vigor. Oblivious to Qingji's presence, they immersed themselves in the soothing waters. Meanwhile, Wu Li had commenced his preparations. The town appeared deceptively calm. Yet naval forces were discreetly stationed throughout, unbeknownst to the ordinary citizens who remained oblivious to the looming conflict that had quietly ignited, one that could ensnare the world. Intelligence suggested that Z was located on the opposite side of the island. However, Wu Li refrained from proceeding directly there. To conceal his identity, he first procured a change of attire at a local clothing store, donning a disguise befitting a naval commander. Wu Li glanced at the sword in his hand, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. The previous sword had been destroyed during his battle with Yuji Shilu. This sword, discovered aboard a deserted ghost ship, appeared rather ordinary, leaving him uncertain of how long it might endure. Master of the sword. Young Li Zi, you are indeed the master of the sword. Yet you wield such a wretched blade. Is this even a sword? The blade is sharpened on only one side. A swordsman without a fine sword sees his prowess significantly diminished, unable to unleash his full potential, commented Shang Yang, observing the sword in Wu Li's grasp. Young Li Zi. Wu Li's lips twitched slightly. This fellow had grown increasingly audacious over time. In the early days, he had shown respect, addressing him as the esteemed master of the sword, but now he casually referred to him as Young Li Zi. Wu Li felt a surge of irritation. Even uncles could tolerate only so much. Young Li Zi, do you still remember that I am your master? If you dare to call me that again, I shall confine you to the pet space. Wu Li threatened. Seeing the murderous intent in Wu Li's eyes, Shang Yang shivered, swallowing the words that almost escaped his lips. Wu Li, no, master of the sword, I shall never dare again. Whatever you command, I shall obey. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west. The pet space is truly dull. Pleased by Shang Yang's pitiful expression, Wu Li smirked inwardly, thinking, I can't tame you? Nonetheless, upon reflection, Shang Yang's words held merit beyond the form of address. Every so often, Wu Li would embark on a quest for a new sword. After all, exquisite blades were a rare find, and it was an unavoidable predicament. Wu Li longed for a renowned sword, a hallmark of a true sword master. Setting aside his other thoughts, everything was now prepared. Wu Li turned to Shang Yang with a serious demeanor. You shall scout ahead. If you encounter any Navy personnel, inform me. We must chart a course to the other side of the island, avoiding detection by the Navy within the town, and reach the true battlefield. Understood. Master of the sword, Shang Yang replied, harboring silent disdain but still ascending into the sky to guide Wu Li. Despite having Shang Yang, his aerial eye, assisting him, the town was heavily guarded by naval soldiers, making it impossible to evade their notice entirely. Thus, upon commencing his actions, Wu Li swiftly incapacitated several stationed soldiers along the necessary routes and hastened to the other side. As he approached, he could faintly hear the resonating sounds of gunfire. Chapter 95, The Engagement. Soon, Wu Li arrived at the other side of the island. Technically, he had not yet crossed over, as a squad of naval soldiers was stationed there. However, he could already see the battlefield engulfed in smoke, cannon fire booming, as the Navy clashed fiercely with the newly formed Navy. The new Navy was remarkably formidable, with their combat strength equating to that of several individuals. From the battle's perspective, the new Navy held the upper hand. Particularly, the Commander Z and his officers of the new Navy appeared unstoppable. Yet no Vice Admiral level Navy personnel had yet joined the fray, while soldiers continuously poured into the battle, swiftly depleting the new Navy's fighting capacity. What should we do now? Should we charge down and join the fray? Shang Yang, although sensing the fervent and bloodthirsty atmosphere of the battlefield, trembled internally, yet felt a hint of excitement. Despite his lack of combat prowess. Hush, keep your voice down, you foolish bird. Wu Li began to contemplate, as he too lacked a definitive answer. Initially, he had not devised any elaborate plan. He had simply come here with a singular purpose. Now, amidst the chaotic battlefield, it was impossible for him to rush down and shout for a ceasefire. He lacked the strength of an Aokiji to sway the course of the war. Given the current situation, it was unfeasible to compel either side to withdraw. Commander Z of the new navy would not relent. His objective was to detonate the explosive rock, annihilating the final ENDPOINT island to achieve his goals. Conversely, the navy aimed to thwart Z's actions and eliminate them, eradicating the unstable elements threatening the world. In this light, what course of action should one take? The path forward seemed utterly obscure. Foolish bird, I am not some lowly creature. I am a divine beast. A divine beast. Shang Yang, incensed by Wu Li's insult, protested loudly, immediately opposing and correcting Wu Li's error. My little divine beast, your voice is too loud. Lower it. Wu Li felt a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. Shang Yang's voice was indeed too loud. I care not. You have gravely insulted me, trampling upon my divine essence and dignity. You owe me an apology. Shang Yang lamented. I apologize. You are a divine beast, not a foolish bird, Wu Li replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing that karma had come full circle. Who goes there? Shang Yang's voice had indeed drawn the attention of that squad of soldiers, who began to advance towards Wu Li's location. Wu Li realized that he could no longer hide and stepped forward, declaring, I have come to admire the volcano. I inadvertently wandered here. The leader, a naval colonel, scrutinized Wu Li, who was completely covered, along with an unusual bird, and this bizarre combination appeared quite suspicious. It was evident that he was no good. Seize him at once. As soon as the colonel's words fell, dozens of sailors charged forward with an aggressive demeanor. Wu Li felt a sense of helplessness. Before he could make a move, he witnessed Shang Yang wave his wings, unleashing a sudden gale that swept towards the advancing sea soldiers. The howling wind stirred up dust and debris, blinding the soldiers momentarily, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Engaging in conversation with them seemed pointless. It was far simpler to take action. Observing Wu Li's astonished expression, Shang Yang spoke with a hint of pride. I didn't expect you possessed such a skill. Wu Li was genuinely surprised. He had never seen Shang Yang employ this ability before, which was a stark contrast to the usual bullying he endured from Bonnie. Of course, I have other talents as well. Do you think I am merely a sailor? I am a divine beast. It is impossible for me to lack any capabilities. As he gazed at the disoriented sea soldiers amidst the swirling dust, Wu Li remarked, Isn't this a bit excessive? Upon hearing this, Shang Yang halted, and the wind gradually subsided. The sight before them was chaotic. The soldiers' hair was disheveled. Sand filled their ears and eyes, and their formation was utterly disrupted. The naval colonel lowered his hand, which had shielded his eyes, revealing bloodshot orbs filled with fury as he glared at Wu Li, exclaiming, You dare to attack the navy? Eliminate him. The soldiers, similarly enraged, raised their rifles and aimed at Wu Li and Shang Yang, unhesitatingly pulling the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets transformed into dark specks, hurtling toward them at dizzying speeds. Shang Yang ascended into the sky, while Wu Li braced himself with his sword, deflecting the incoming bullets. Observing the navy's intent to continue firing, Wu Li sighed. It seems we can no longer avoid confrontation. It is time to engage. Continue firing, commanded the naval colonel, as the soldiers aimed at Wu Li, preparing for another round of shots. Very well, I shall respond. Suddenly, the soldiers found Wu Li had vanished from their sight. In a blur, he struck them down with the back of his blade, rendering them unconscious. Witnessing his subordinates collapse one by one, the naval colonel grew cautious. Yet he too fell victim to the same fate. Chapter 96. Intrusion into enemy territory, surveying the fallen sea soldiers. Wu Li sighed before turning his gaze toward the battlefield ahead, determination illuminating his eyes as he leapt forward. The side of the island he now faced starkly contrasted the previous tranquility. It was engulfed in chaos and flames of war. After bypassing that contingent of sea soldiers, the journey ahead unfolded with remarkable ease. Wu Li harbored a plan in his heart. Upon arrival, he intended to locate Z first, and then persuade Z to evacuate the battlefield swiftly before the presence of the Yellow Ape and the other vice admirals. Although the likelihood of this idea coming to fruition was nearly non-existent, without taking any genuine action, there would be no opportunity for a change in circumstances. From a distance, he could discern the familiar figures of the newly minted naval officers. Yet Wu Li hesitated, his countenance betraying his unease, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. His body stiffened, yearning to turn away and enter the scene from another vantage point. Yet the obstacles here were numerous, akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Not far to the side lay a port, where several naval ships were docked. Sailors surged forth from this port, continuously joining their ranks and forming an orderly line. In a twist of fate, Woolley found himself in an unfortunate predicament. Was this not the Naval Battlefield Command Center? At the forefront stood a naval officer clad in standard naval attire, a cloak draped over his shoulders. Beneath it, he wore a water-green coat with a pale yellow cord embellishment adorning his chest, complemented by matching trousers. His distinctive long, straight beard and unusually elongated head were crowned with a lengthy bearskin naval cap. If Woolley's memory served him correctly, this was none other than Admiral Stoloberry. A vice-admiral was indeed present. However, what puzzled Woolley was that the admiral had his eyes closed, showing no inclination to command or partake in the battle. Instead, a man in starkly contrasting black attire, an official bearing the emblem of the world government, was fervently delivering pre-battle instructions. Z, once an admiral himself, now sought to annihilate the world, posing a grave threat to the world government, an utterly unforgivable transgression. You must detain these villains. Soon, the esteemed CP0 will arrive in person. Upon Woolley's arrival, how could they possibly overlook him? A multitude of eyes turned towards this uninvited guest, and Stoloberry lazily opened one eye to glance in his direction. "Ah, greetings. I merely happened to pass by," Woolley remarked, retreating as he noted the unfriendly glares from the Navy personnel. He had already recalled his pet, Shangyang, into his spatial realm. "I apologize for the intrusion. Please, continue with your business. I shall take my leave." Passing by. What a fortuitous coincidence. "I suspect you are an accomplice of Z. Attempting a solo ambush. How commendable." The man in the black suit sneered coldly. "Seize him. Should he resist, execute him on the spot." His mastery of observation hockey had failed to detect Woolley's approach, which astonished him. It indicated that this individual possessed extraordinary strength. No sooner had he spoken than the sailors surged towards Woolley, their faces contorted in malicious glee as they threatened, "If you do not cooperate, do not blame us for showing no mercy." Woolley offered a bitter smile, lamenting his unfortunate circumstances. He had unwittingly plunged himself into the deepest pit. However, to expect his cooperation was utterly out of the question. A wary glint flickered in Woolley's eyes. He must not allow them to discern his true identity. Chapter 97. Who is he? It seemed that Stoloberry noticed the soldier's compliance with the directives of the temporary commander in the black suit, prompting him to imperceptibly furrow his brow. The black-suited commander, catching a glimpse of Stoloberry still with his eyes shut and a faint curve at the corner of his mouth, scoffed internally. How absurd it was to disregard the orders of the world government merely because that individual was a former mentor. Such sentimentality was foolish. An unstable element, blinded by hatred, should have been eradicated long ago. Furthermore, the leniency exhibited by the upper echelons of the Navy towards Z was the very reason for the current predicament. "If you, Stoloberry, choose not to intervene, I shall first deplete their fighting capabilities. Once Admiral Kizaru arrives, their annihilation will be effortlessly achieved." As for the unwelcome guest, who was desperately struggling under the naval siege, though many soldiers had fallen, he remained confident that capture would soon be within reach. The situation was dire indeed. As Woolley had just felled a Marine, several more charged toward him from behind. Despite his extensive combat experience allowing him to deftly evade and incapacitate these soldiers, the relentless onslaught within the encirclement left him utterly exasperated, with scarcely a moment to catch his breath. In that instant, Woolley yearned for the ability to wield Conqueror's hockey, which would render a multitude unconscious at once. Alas, he possessed none, nor did he truly command the other two forms of hockey. With a flash of his sword, Woolley executed the first form of the floating feather divine wind technique, sending another advancing Marine sprawling. He attempted to retreat along the path he had come, only to find his escape route thoroughly blocked. The encirclement, composed of over 1,000 elite Marines, confined him tightly. Employing the second form, blowing snow, the Marines suddenly perceived snowflakes descending from the sky, and as they stood in astonishment, dozens of sword beams radiated outward from Woolley's center. Thud! Dozens of Marines fell instantaneously, creating a few meters of open space. Though the Marines were taken aback by the potency of Woolley's swordsmanship, they did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward with renewed courage. The third form, Falcon, and the fourth, Storm, followed, culminating in the seventh form, Tornado, which whipped the Marines into the air. A significant area cleared before Woolley, yet he felt no optimism. While he could barely fend off the Marines' attacks through his continuous sword techniques, having executed 7 forms of the floating feather divine wind style and downed hundreds of Marines, he remained ensnared, the encirclement tightening further. These elite Marines, seasoned from constant battles with pirates in the New World, although generally weaker than the newly established Navy, presented a formidable collective offensive. Wu Li could not unleash truly lethal sword techniques, or else his predicament would not be so dire. The fact that he could withstand an assault from over 1,000 Marines, and even slightly gain the upper hand, was astonishing. No wonder he dared to infiltrate the naval ranks alone. In the mind of the black-suited commander from the world government, thoughts raced to identify a swordsman within the new Navy. Aside from Ein, he could think of no one who could match this mysterious individual's prowess. However, Ein was currently engaged in battle, making him an unlikely candidate. Who, then, was this individual who deliberately concealed his identity? This question was not unique to him. The newly established Navy, embroiled in combat from a distance, also felt a profound sense of confusion. They could not recall any companion, aside from Ein, possessing such remarkable sword skills. In the distance, a peculiarly dressed individual was performing an even stranger dance, seemingly wielding a unique power. The surrounding flora, under his manipulation, surged skyward, growing wildly and ensnaring the Marines that rushed toward him. Those Marines, bound by the plants, struggled in vain, swiftly succumbing to the loss of will to resist. Noticing the commotion at the Navy's command center, he commanded the plants to release those Marines who had lost consciousness, allowing them to collapse to the ground. As he danced towards the battling female swordsman, he cleared the Marines obstructing his path. He was Binz, one of Z's pupils and an officer in the newly established Navy, possessing the ability of the flourishing fruit, enabling him to control nearby plants and accelerate their growth. The female swordsman, immensely powerful, wielded her sword with precision, creating a vast space around her, with few Marines daring to approach. Upon noticing the peculiar dancer Binz approaching, she intended to unite with him. Ein, do you know who that combatant is? As far as I can tell, no one in the new Navy possesses swordsmanship of such caliber besides you. If not, why would he recklessly enter the battlefield against the Navy? She glanced towards the mysterious individual besieged by Marines. This swordswoman, with cascading sea blue wavy hair and exceptional sword skills, was indeed one of Z's students and the Vice Admiral of the new Navy, Ein. Unable to discern the man's features, both their side and the Navy's were equally perplexed by his identity. Ein felled several more Marines, casting a glance towards the figure whose sword technique felt hauntingly familiar, as if it were merging with a memory of someone in his heart. Perhaps it is someone I know, but I cannot be certain. He should not be here. Bin's eyes reflected contemplation as he inquired, should we assist him in breaking through? He has managed to hold out for quite a while, indicating considerable strength. Although he is deliberately concealing his identity, we can at least confirm he is an enemy of the Navy. If he can break the encirclement, he could help us draw some of their forces. The battlefield was located on the island's opposite side, in an expansive area near a volcano. The new Navy had prepared explosive rocks, and before they could escape, they faced a relentless pursuit by the Navy. A defensive line had been established at the front of the explosive rock zone to thwart the Navy's advance. The overall Commander Z was stationed in the center, while Vice Admiral Ein and Commander Binz flanked the sides, maintaining a formidable defense against the Navy's encroachment. After a moment of silence, Ein replied, "You take some of the white bears with you. I will handle things here. I will not allow the Navy to breach this line." "Understood. I will return swiftly." As soon as he finished speaking, Ein and Binz transformed into fleeting shadows, racing in opposite directions. Binz took some white bears to aid Wu Li, while the defensive line revealed significant vulnerabilities, becoming exceedingly thin. Yet, bolstered by the newly established Navy's valor and Ein's formidable strength, they managed to hold the line for the time being, preventing the Navy from breaking through. As the battle escalated, an increasing number of naval vessels arrived, augmenting the force besieging Wu Li, who found himself deep within the Navy's rear. Wu Li found himself unable to break free from the encirclement, forced into a defensive stance that stirred a sense of urgency within him. Suddenly, the explosive waves of laser beams sent the Marines flying, while the wildly thrashing vegetation ensnared those in the forefront. Binz and the colossal, modified pacifist white bear sliced through the previously tepid battlefield like a dagger, advancing towards Wu Li's position. Other Marines attempted to intervene, yet were restrained by the intensified assault from the new Navy, leaving them utterly immobilized. Z also sensed the subtle shift in the situation, his gaze fixating on Binz's actions, momentarily pausing in his own combat. Was Binz attempting to assist that individual? Such recklessness. Their identities remained unclear, presenting a considerable risk. Our priority should be to withstand the Navy's onslaught. Any lapse could easily compromise our defenses. However, since he does not endorse the Navy's support for our cause, perhaps this is not entirely unwelcome. With his purple hair and sunglasses, Z observed the distracted Marines charging at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The enormous iron arm crusher in his hands emitted a mechanical roar, accompanied by a dazzling accumulation of white light. The crushing blow unleashed a powerful bombardment, resulting in a thunderous explosion that toppled a significant number of Marines ahead. Taking advantage of the moment, Zephyr paused to catch his breath and retrieve some medicine, consuming it. Time had taken its toll on him. His body aged. In the past, he would have effortlessly dispatched such minor foes, but now he felt a tinge of fatigue. Time is relentless. Though his body faltered, his spirit remained unyielding. Even in the face of mistakes, he vowed to cleanse the world of its evils while he still possessed some strength. Although that strike incapacitated numerous Marines, a fresh wave soon surged forth, launching a renewed assault against him, leaving only a fleeting moment of respite. On the Navy's side, the sudden fierce attack from Binz and the White Bears did not go unnoticed, and their intentions became clear. The commander in the black suit from the world government wore a grim expression. It seemed they aimed to assist this swordsman in breaking through. There is no way we will allow that swordsman to escape so easily. Not only will we thwart your aspirations, but we will also eliminate you all. With that, he ordered the Navy to encircle Binz. Even though the modified pacifist White Bears wielded formidable power, they were not mired in a stalemate. Nevertheless, the Navy's might was overwhelming. Several modified pacifist White Bears had already been destroyed. This revelation weighed heavily on Binz's heart. They could no longer push forward and were reliant solely on Wu Li. Without the support of other new Navy forces, they could hardly sustain their position. Wu Li, upon seeing Binz, instantly grasped his intentions. He had come to aid my escape. How could I let this opportunity slip away? Wu Li's face flushed slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. He had approached with the intention of seeking assistance. Yet here he was, being rescued instead. How mortifying. Chapter 100. The breakout. Gazing towards Binz's direction, he observed the tightly clustered Marines. Their vigilant and ferocious eyes glaring back at him, their attacks growing ever more ferocious. Wu Li understood that he could no longer continue in this manner. With Binz's arrival, it was time to take things seriously. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from him, unrestrained and overwhelming. This mere presence instilled a profound sense of pressure in the frontline sailors, gradually amplifying the fear that resided within their hearts. Wu Li seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, causing the sailors to grow increasingly uneasy. They suppressed the tension within their hearts and continued their assault. The sword in Wu Li's hand pulsated with an ethereal energy, as if a tempest swirled around him, dimming the very sky. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of sword light pierced the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming and fearsome might that sliced towards the naval soldiers. As Wu Li unleashed his sword technique, Stolo Berry, who had been with eyes shut, tightened his grip on his blade. Abruptly opening his eyes, he sensed the formidable aura and took a cautious step forward. His gaze fixed intently upon Wu Li. The powerful gust of energy forced the closest naval soldier to bow his head. While others managed to lift their gazes towards the oncoming sword light, their faces etched with terror. This force was too terrifying. How could they possibly withstand it? It was overwhelmingly powerful. Under the shadow of this dreadful sword light, the naval encirclement appeared fragile, easily tearing open a breach and creating an escape route. On and Z also took notice of the commotion. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence, all present displaying expressions of astonishment. The might of a single sword was indeed formidable. How could this be? Such strength must surely rival that of a vice admiral. Why had he not employed this technique earlier to break free? The black-suited commander from the world government gasped in disbelief. Stolo Berry harbored similar doubts. Yet he understood one crucial truth. Even if the swordsman had executed this move, he would not have been able to break through alone. Were it not for the assistance of Binz and the White Bears, breaching the naval encirclement within such a short span would have been impossible. The Navy, momentarily awestruck by the power of this strike, instinctively exaggerated and underestimated the strength of their own encirclement. Such was the reality, and thus, seizing the moment while the Navy remained in shock, Wu Li swiftly darted through the breach, racing towards Binz. To his astonishment, Wu Li's prowess was formidable enough to rival on. As Binz marveled at this, he noticed Wu Li charging towards him and quickly regained his composure, directing the White Bears to regroup and prepare for a retreat. Binz recognized this urgency, and the black-suited commander, emerging from his stupor, promptly commanded the Navy to re-establish their encirclement. Quickly, reform the blockade, intercept them. We cannot allow them to escape. The commander's voice boomed like thunder, rousing the naval soldiers from their reverie, who hastily moved to obstruct Wu Li's escape. Although Wu Li's recent display of strength had instilled shock and fear, it was insufficient to deter them from combat. By the time the Navy reacted, Wu Li had already advanced nearly 300 meters, and the remaining 100 meters saw the naval forces exerting far less pressure upon him. This one strong encirclement had weakened significantly, failing to ensnare Wu Li, who burst through the last barrier with unstoppable momentum, successfully reuniting with Benz. Upon seeing Wu Li approach, Benz felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a simple directive, "Let us go," he led the way with the reformed White Bears, initiating their retreat. Wu Li nodded and, alongside Benz, obstructed the naval pursuit. As the distance widened, the Navy's relentless chase diminished somewhat, and upon nearing the defenses of the newly established Navy, they were effectively thwarted. Meanwhile, Benz and the Navy advanced towards the location of the Z battle, with Ain also drawing closer to that vicinity. Soon, the officers of the newly formed Navy convened, gathering in response to the uninvited guests of this battlefield. Just as Wu Li was engulfed in frustration, a chime resonated in his mind, startling him. Was there a task at hand? Perhaps this could alleviate my troubles. As Wu Li entered his mind, a new mission appeared on the interface of the Heroic Path system. Task: prevent Z from destroying Independence Island. Objective: to avert widespread suffering, Z's reckless actions must be halted. While the intent to eradicate pirates and eliminate evil is understandable, disregarding the lives of innocent civilians is utterly unacceptable. To prevent such occurrences, action must be taken. Mission reward: 1,000 experience points. Mission penalty: deduction of 500 experience points and the obliteration of the Swordmaster's pet. Benz glanced at Wu Li, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Z also turned his gaze, while Ain fixed his stare on Wu Li, already harboring an answer within. Chapter 101. Dialogue not far from the harbor. Several Navy warships were slicing through the waves, one prominently displaying the insignia of the world government. The commander in black attire glared at Wu Li and Benz as they broke through the encirclement, his face contorted with rage. Clenching his teeth and fists, he shouted in frustration, "How could they have escaped? Letting them get away like this?" He turned to the side and, suppressing his anger, addressed Vice Admiral Stolo Berry. "Why aren't you taking action? Your inaction is a dereliction of duty." Stolo Berry replied coolly, "How I proceed is not for you to dictate." Upon hearing this, the commander's expression soured, and he retorted angrily, "Humph, I cannot command you, but I will report all of this to higher authorities." "Let's see how calm you remain then." Suddenly, a sailor reported, "The Admiral is about to arrive." The Admiral has arrived. The commander immediately turned his attention to the harbor, where indeed, the warships were approaching the dock, particularly the one bearing the world government's emblem, which brought a look of delight to his face. He glanced triumphantly at Stolo Berry, only to find him with his eyes closed, his demeanor unchanged. This elicited a derisive snort as he awaited the Admiral's arrival. On the opposite side of the island, in a hot spring resort, steam billowed, and the warmth of the springs relaxed the body, providing immense comfort. Fatigue seemed to vanish with each soak, inducing a languid state where one desired nothing more than to bask in the warmth. A peculiar sight unfolded as a skeleton also soaked in the spring. Amidst the swirling mist, a head emerged from one of the hot spring pools, exclaiming, "You've finally arrived. I almost fell asleep waiting for you." "Akiji!" Luffy and the others exclaimed, springing to their feet, their faces etched with seriousness as they cautiously regarded Akiji, preparing for battle, while Brook, the skeleton, remained blissfully unaware of the situation. At the same time, "Wu Li?" Ain asked, both probing and assured. Wu Li unveiled his robe, revealing his visage. And to his surprise, Ain had discerned his identity. The newly inducted naval recruits, who were previously perplexed about Wu Li's identity, now found clarity. Upon seeing Wu Li's face, Ain softly inquired, "Wu Li, I had a hunch it was you. It hasn't been long since we last met, yet I am astonished by the strength you have acquired. And I am curious as to how you came to be here." She certainly remembered their encounters, and from the sword techniques Wu Li displayed, she had surmised it was indeed him. During their time at the dojo, the two had sparred extensively, rendering her quite familiar with Wu Li's swordsmanship style. Zephyr gazed at Wu Li and remarked nonchalantly, "Wu Li, what brings you here?" And suddenly paused, realizing the incongruity. He was a naval officer, so how could he possibly be here? Furthermore, he should not be engaged in combat with the Navy. Only Benz, feeling somewhat anxious, wished to interject but found it difficult. He yearned to inquire about this swordsman named Wu Li, but he was unfamiliar with him, having not been present at that time. Wu Li first addressed Zephyr, saying, Good day, Teacher Zephyr. I am now called Z. Teacher Z. Wooly held a deep respect for the elder before him and earnestly continued. I have received some of your kindness at the dojo, and I wish to do what I can to repay it. Zephyr, however, directly inquired. Do you know what I am doing? Moreover, you are a Navy officer. The cost of this endeavor may be beyond your capacity to bear. If you leave now, it is not too late. We can act as if you were never here, which may be best for you. Ein and Bins glanced at Wooly, agreeing that this would indeed be the best decision for him. I have already come, and I do not wish for your demise, Wooly replied. Having received guidance from Zephyr at the dojo, Wooly had gained substantial insight into combat, which had greatly aided him during his battle with Yuji Shiryo. Zephyr was a renowned master of the Navy, with many of its finest officers being his students, including Tina. His pupils had become the very pillars of the Navy, with the most exceptional among them being the three: the current fleet Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, and former Admiral Akiji. Thus, with such a mentor, Wooly had made remarkable progress and felt immense gratitude towards Zephyr. He was also moved by Zephyr's past and could not bear the thought of him perishing on this battlefield, which is why he had come. Upon hearing Wooly express his desire for him to live, Zephyr laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You do not wish for my death. It is a certainty that all humans must face. It is merely a matter of time. Ein and Bins chuckled lightly, their gazes towards Wooly becoming more affectionate, realizing he was intent on following them to the end. With such formidable support, this could only bode well for the new Navy. However, they found it peculiar that after his laughter, Zephyr suddenly fell silent, prompting their curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr spoke. Do you know what we are preparing to do? Yes, Wooly replied. Zephyr continued. Do you approve of my methods? I do not, Wooly stated firmly. Zephyr's gaze turned piercing as he fixated on Wooly, causing Ein and Bins to tense. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. I merely wish for you to live. I do not endorse your approach, as it would endanger too many innocent lives. Zephyr's countenance darkened, his eyes locked onto Wooly, who remained calm in their shared gaze. Leave now. You are not needed here, Zephyr commanded. Teacher Z. Ein and Bins called out. In that instant, Zephyr vanished, rejoining the fray with the Navy soldiers. Ein observed the silent Wooly, hesitating to speak, but ultimately choosing to re-engage in battle. We have already resolved to follow Teacher Z unto death. His will is our own. In the annihilation battle of the New World, Teacher Z is willing to bear all sins to eradicate their source. Though I am reluctant to consider it, Teacher Z has wagered his life. Your desire to repay his kindness is touching. Yet your refusal to embrace our will renders you our adversary. Perhaps leaving is indeed a wise choice. We will emerge victorious in this battle. Ben suddenly spoke fervently, manipulating plans to ensnare and hurl away the Navy soldiers attempting to ambush Wooly. He, too, prepared to fight, determined to do everything possible to secure victory in the annihilation battle of the New World. Wooly stood there in a daze, the cacophony of the battlefield seemingly receding further away from him. With dimmed eyes, he gazed up at the fray. Whether the Navy or the fledgling Navy, they all adhered to their convictions, fighting valiantly with their lives on the line, their expressions resolute, exhibiting no signs of retreat. The battlefield was vast, yet it felt as though there was no space for him within it. What was termed a battle seemed so utterly incongruous to his presence. Wooly began to question his own will, his vision clouded by the smoke of battle, leaving him unable to discern whether he truly belonged in this place. He even started to feel lost regarding the purpose of his existence in this world, progressing solely by relying on the tasks assigned by the system, yet never achieving perfection. The soldiers cast their gazes upon the dazed figure, brandishing their weapons and charging towards him, only to be intercepted by the newly recruited Navy personnel. Unable to restrain himself, one exclaimed, to lose focus on the battlefield is tantamount to courting death. Everyone is fighting desperately to defeat the enemy, yet you stand there in a stupor. Why not engage in battle? Although he was uncertain whether the dazed individual was one of their own, the new recruit merely uttered a few words before returning to combat. Having just shielded the bewildered swordsman from an attack, he felt he had done enough. Whether the man continued to remain lost in thought was no longer his concern, leaving him to fend for himself. On this battlefield, countless souls were falling, bodies strewn across the expansive ground. Some lay lifeless, while others succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the chaos of battle, with only one imperative remaining: to fight. Soon, the soldiers' attention shifted to Wooly, their eyes glinting with mockery as they jeered. Look at that fool, paralyzed by fear, unable to move. How ludicrous. Let us rid ourselves of him, lest he become an eyesore. Yes, let us slay him. A dozen soldiers, grinning menacingly, rushed forward, their navy uniforms stained with blood, the sharp blades dripping with crimson, mingling with the sin of carnage. Their murderous intent was palpable, poised to claim Wu Li's life, for on the battlefield, allegiances were all that mattered. The glint of blades flashed, aimed squarely at Wu Li, as a streak of light suddenly emerged. A fierce gale swept through, carrying dust and debris towards the soldiers, sending them reeling. Struggling to regain their footing, they caught sight of an extraordinary one-legged bird, its feathers shimmering, astonishing them further with its apparent ability to manipulate the wind. Swordsman! Wu Li, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Were it not for this divine beast coming to your rescue, you would have perished beneath their blades. If you die, what becomes of me? Ah, but you will eventually meet your end, for human lifespans are fleeting, unlike us divine beings, who gracefully endure for millennia. Yet you are my swordsman, and it would be a shame for you to perish now. I've only just emerged, and I have yet to master my great abilities. Are you certain you do not wish to witness the skills of a divine beast? Wu Li remained motionless in the face of the approaching marine soldiers. Utilizing his speed and the sharpness of his claws, Shang Yang guarded his sword master. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests entered the battlefield. The Navy and the newly formed Marines felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing them. It was the Straw Hat Pirates, the infamous crew. Renowned for causing a stir wherever they appeared, had made their presence known here, inadvertently imposing great pressure on both the Navy and the new Marines. Zephyr smirked slightly. The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, had truly arrived. Chapter 103, Do your best and leave the rest to fate from a high vantage point. Aokiji surveyed the entire battlefield, keenly aware of the arrival of the Straw Hat crew. Yet, as if recalling something significant, he began to search for an individual. He soon spotted a familiar figure, frozen in place, accompanied by a bird he recognized. However, its master seemed inexplicably silent. Aokiji furrowed his brow. Had this individual, who had previously spoken so much at the hot spring, truly resorted to such an action? The reason he had refrained from agreeing with Wu Li back then was due to the futility of persuasion. Otherwise, he would have convinced Zephyr long ago. A person blinded by hatred cannot be swayed. Although he did not believe Wu Li would succeed, witnessing Wu Li's current demeanor left him somewhat disheartened. What value is there in eloquence if it is not matched by action? Even if one falters, it is better to remain true to one's original intentions. Like the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, who steadfastly adheres to his principles, Aokiji placed his hopes in them. Aokiji's gaze gradually cooled, shifting away. Such individuals were not worthy of his attention. Instead, his focus turned to the familiar aura emanating from the Navy as he recognized which Admiral had arrived. A little girl with pink hair appeared beside Wu Li. She gazed at the dejected Wu Li, her expression as cold as water. And an uncontrollable fury suddenly welled up within her, steadily intensifying. Clenching her fists until her fingers turned pale, her previously diminutive stature unexpectedly grew larger. And she swung a powerful punch towards Wu Li's face. Bang! Wu Li was sent flying several meters away, a bruise emerging on his face. He lifted his head, and surprise flickered in his dim eyes. Bonnie? He was astonished to see Jewelry Bonnie here, especially since she had previously claimed she would not participate. Moreover, he was taken aback by her restored stature. She no longer resembled a little girl. You big-headed ghost! Jewelry Bonnie bent down and seized Wu Li's collar, delivering a flurry of blows. The scene was terrifying, causing Shang Yang to avert his gaze, feeling immense sympathy for Wu Li. He could only mutter, "That's enough. Or you'll beat him to death. Mind your own business, or I'll take you down with him." Jewelry Bonnie retorted fiercely, frightening Shang Yang into retreating a few meters. His sympathetic gaze directed at Wu Li, as if to say, "I've done my best. What are you doing here, just dawdling?" Jewelry Bonnie exclaimed angrily. "I once held some regard for you, but look at your current state. You're nothing but a heap of uselessness. I've already told you how challenging this task would be from the beginning, and you resolutely chose to undertake it. Now, you're hesitating? Have you been kicked by a mule? If you had fallen into the sea back then, should I now be questioning whether you fell accidentally or chose to drown yourself? I saved you on a whim, and whether you live or die after that is your concern. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Follow your heart and do what you truly wish. As for what comes next, that is a matter for another time." These words suddenly jolted Wu Li awake. In the dimness in his eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. The very thing he had wished to pursue, or was already in the process of pursuing, had been clouded by another's words, leading him to waver and even contemplate giving up. "You loved the sea. I cherished you. Though some things cannot be salvaged, and may not yield favorable outcomes, does that mean we should refrain from acting or loving? Our chance meeting and the journey we shared are enough. To those who depart, a sincere farewell. To those who arrive, a warm welcome. If you still hold affection, then pursue it. If you still care, then remain." Jewelry Bonnie was unexpectedly pouring her heart out to Wu Li, her emotions surfacing. Had her subordinates witnessed this, they would surely have been left dumbfounded. However, there were no subordinates here, only the new Navy recruits and Marines. Upon seeing Jewelry Bonnie, they exclaimed, "The notorious generation, the pirate supernova, the gluttonous Jewelry Bonnie." With no pirates in sight except for the Straw Hat crew, the Marines recalled the intelligence about Jewelry Bonnie, growing increasingly wary and gathering to prepare for an attack. Before their incredulous eyes, Jewelry Bonnie transformed back into a child. "Damn it, the soup I served you was so nauseating that it depleted my strength and exposed my identity. Now, you must protect me. If we survive, you owe me a grand feast," Jewelry Bonnie said in a delicate, airy voice. "All right, as much as you want." Upon witnessing Jewelry Bonnie's revealed identity, Wooly could no longer remain passive, directing his sword at the menacing Marines. With a single strike, within 100 meters, no Marine stood unscathed. Beyond that distance, the Marines stared in astonishment at the man whose face resembled that of a pig. Wooly's gaze fell upon a straw hat situated in the explosive-laden terrain, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of swordlight, swiftly advancing to seize it. Both Zephyr, engaged in battle, and the straw-hatted youth, Luffy, exhibited expressions of astonishment and fury, attempting to intervene, yet it was too late. Chapter 104, Luffy's Reassignment. "Who are you?" "Return my hat at once. It was entrusted to me by Shanks," Luffy demanded, regarding the unexpected intruder with a grave expression. The primary reason for his presence here was to reclaim the Straw Hat and neutralize Ein's devil fruit abilities over Nami and Robin. However, the moment this individual appeared and snatched away the hat, Luffy found himself compelled to halt, inexplicably sensing a familiar aura emanating from this person. Zephyr also turned to face Wu Li, furrowing his brow as he solemnly inquired, "It appears you have no intention of leaving. What is the meaning of your current actions? It seems your perspective and stance have wholly aligned with the opposing side." A flicker of surprise crossed Luffy's eyes. It became evident that these two individuals were acquainted. Wu Li spoke earnestly, asserting, "I remain steadfast in my beliefs. Engaging in battle with the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, will only lead to mutual destruction, leaving room for others to exploit our weaknesses. The Navy has already encircled this place. Why not provide you and your students with a means of retreat?" Upon hearing the word students, Zephyr's heart wavered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his resolve, his expression darkening as he coldly replied, "If I had intended to retreat, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now? If you refuse to leave and attempt to obstruct my plans, do not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness." His colossal machine roared ominously, ready to transform into a most ferocious weapon. Though Wu Li's actions, risking the ire of the Navy in a bid to repay a debt of gratitude, stirred some feelings within him, the fundamental differences in their ideologies rendered further discourse unnecessary. Wu Li remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Luffy. He waved the straw hat in his hand and declared, "If you wish to reclaim your hat, then come forth." As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Li donned the hat atop his head and swiftly departed without casting a backward glance. Luffy glanced at Zephyr, then at the retreating figure of Wu Li, clenching his teeth in frustration, his eyes brimming with indignation as he exclaimed, "Damn it." After a moment of inner turmoil, he ceased his entanglement with Zephyr and dashed after Wu Li. Though he yearned to settle the score with the older man, the detestable rogue had dashed his hopes. The straw hat entrusted to him by Shanks was something he could not afford to lose. Yet, Luffy was not the only one harboring resentment. Zephyr too felt the sting of frustration. However, he refrained from obstructing Luffy's departure, channeling his wrath towards the advancing Navy soldiers, sending them flying with his formidable crushing machine. The Navy. This troublesome fellow lurking in the shadows has interrupted my enjoyment of a splendid spectacle. It seems I cannot simply sit back and reap the rewards. At the wartime command center stood several individuals, among them a man with black curly hair. Clad in a yellow and white striped suit, draped in the Justice Navy uniform, none other than Admiral Kizaru, Borsalino, one of the three highest combat powers. Behind him stood a few others, including Stussy, the Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Comer, and Ghost Spider. The expressions of Stussy and the others remained impassive as they listened to Kizaru's words. "Admiral Kizaru, this matter is of utmost importance, and we hope you can handle it without any unforeseen incidents." As for the commander in the black suit, positioned behind the others, they wore white suits paired with dark ties, masks, and white overcoats. One among them spoke, representing their collective will. "Rest assured, there will be no mistakes." It was unexpected that Mary Geos would take such a minor issue so seriously, dispatching the esteemed Cypher Pole, Aegis Zero, to oversee operations. This caught Kizaru by surprise. He chuckled, his sunglasses concealing his emotions. Admiral Kizaru, you truly have a knack for humor. This is no trivial matter. The world may be oblivious. But if the NPONT island were to be destroyed, resulting in tectonic upheaval, it would herald the end of days. The dignitaries of Mary Geos are quite fearful. I've heard that this Z is the teacher of you all, and it is for precautionary measures that we were assigned here. The world's most formidable intelligence agency, Cypherpol, Aegis Zero, abbreviated as CP0, does not serve the world government but operates directly under the nobles of the celestial dragons. Stussy, the Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Comer, and Ghost Spider all bore traces of anger. The celestial dragons feared losing everything they currently controlled and did not trust the Navy. Despite their reluctance to engage in battle with their former mentor Zephyr, they remained resolute. Kizaru, unfazed by CP0's remarks, waved his hand dismissively. I understand. I will resolve this matter with finesse. I will not be negligent. Now that the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy, had halted his battle with Teacher Z, he must be feeling bored. I too find myself somewhat weary at this moment. I shall go entertain him. Do refrain from interrupting us. Upon finishing, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, racing towards the heart of the battlefield where Zephyr stood, while the accompanying vice admirals remained motionless. Chapter 105. The reason for battle. Hey you, give me back my straw hat. Monkey D, Luffy shouted, exerting himself to pursue, his eyes fixed on Wu Li's retreating figure. Yet, this rogue paid no heed to his cries and even quickened his pace, inciting further ire in Luffy. Stretching his arms like rubber, he attempted to seize the fleeing Wu Li, but upon sensing the movement, Wu Li suddenly evaded, resulting in a missed capture. As Luffy continued his long-range assaults, Wu Li began to struggle to dodge, at times narrowly avoiding being struck, until he eventually reached the battleground of Ein and Zoro. The clash between Ein and Zoro was a whirlwind of blades, producing a symphony of clashing metal, while the brilliance of their swords dazzled the eye. Approaching them, one could feel an overwhelming force of wind, the terrifying pressure instilling fear. Luffy, Wu Li, Zoro, evading another attack, caught sight of Luffy and the familiar figure adorned with the straw hat, his surprise palpable, mirrored by Ein. That detestable guy stole my straw hat. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Zoro's gaze fell upon the familiar hat atop Wu Li's head, and he instantly comprehended the situation. Wu Li gazed at Ein and remarked, Ein, there is no need to engage him in combat. Before Ein could respond, a crimson glimmer flashed in Zoro's eyes as he retorted, this is not for you to decide. Upon hearing this, a surge of power emanated from Ein, who fixed his gaze on Zoro, adopting a combat stance with his sword. Zoro, too, ignited with intense battle fervor, entering a state of readiness for conflict. The two stood in opposition, poised to recommence their duel at any moment. Second gear, Luffy murmured, entering his second gear combat state. His entire form enveloped in a red hue, continuously emitting steam as he locked his gaze onto Wu Li. Without hesitation, he launched an assault, extending his fist with formidable momentum aimed directly at Wu Li's face, while Zoro and Ein also readied themselves for an offensive. Wait! Wu Li's sudden voice momentarily stunned them, and Luffy's fist halted mere centimeters from Wu Li. Despite the stoppage, the ferocious wind generated by his punch tore through the fabric concealing Wu Li's face. It's you. A voice rang out, laced with astonishment and a palpable aura of menace. This hostility emanated unmistakably from Zoro. Across from him, Ein could distinctly sense that Zoro's murderous intent had shifted elsewhere. Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, it has been a while. I trust you are both well. Wu Li greeted them with an air of familiarity. Do we know each other? Luffy inquired, his expression one of perplexity as he turned to Zoro, pointing at Wu Li's visage, which bore the marks of a recent beating. Who is he? I don't recall him. Zoro, do you? Zoro, slightly exasperated, retorted, he is that Navy colonel. The one who knows you very well. A Navy colonel? Knows me? Luffy pondered, pressing his finger thoughtfully against his lips. Just as Zoro was about to interject, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I remember now. It's you. Zoro, taken aback, bore an expression of resignation as he remarked, It seems you've recalled. Did you undergo cosmetic surgery? No wonder I didn't recognize you. Noticing the straw hat perched atop Wu Li's head, Luffy indignantly exclaimed, Regardless of that, why did you take my straw hat? Wu Li encountered the straw hat crew. Ein also noticed the straw hat atop Wu Li's head and inquired with curiosity, Wu Li, what do you wish to convey? Luffy and Zoro redirected their gazes, puzzled by his intentions. Meanwhile, in the distance, Binz and Sanji engaged in battle. Sensed the peculiar atmosphere and felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Wooly gazed intently at Ain and Luffy, earnestly stating, "I implore you to reconsider. There exists no justification for further conflict. How can there be no reason? My comrades have yet to recover." Zoro replied solemnly, "That is more than sufficient justification." Previously, Ain's ability to reverse time had caused Nami, Robin, Chopper, and Brook to regress by a decade, which was precisely why they adventured here, and would assist them in regaining their former selves. Wooly. Ain regarded Wooly with hesitation, perplexed by his assertion. Sensing Ain's uncertainty, Wooly elucidated. "We are already confronted by the formidable might of the Navy. It is unwise to create additional adversaries by merely lifting the abilities cast upon our companions. We can diminish these foes. Why not pursue such a course? Subsequently, we can consolidate our forces to address the looming threat of the Navy. They are not to be underestimated." "And what about my hat?" Luffy exclaimed. Wooly removed the straw hat from his head and gazed at it intently. This was the hat that embodied the will of the Pirate King. Without hesitation, he tossed it to Luffy. Before the hat could reach him, Luffy extended his arms and caught it, inspecting it carefully for any damage. With a joyful expression, he donned the hat. Admiral Kizaru was here. A sudden chorus of exclamations filled the air, startling Wooly and the others. Had the Admiral already arrived? They turned their attention to the center of the battlefield, where Zephyr was locked in an intense struggle against Kizaru, wielding a colossal, thunderous machine. Chapter 106, Agreement with Teacher Z. Ain observed the aged figure, who, despite appearing somewhat strained, continued to fight valiantly. Her delicate features paled, and a look of urgency flickered in her eyes as she yearned to rush over and assist Zephyr. However, no sooner had she moved than someone obstructed her path, forcing her to halt amidst the swirling dust. Hey, you think you can just leave like that? Not a chance." The sea blue waves of hair fell somewhat disheveled, adding to the chaos. Ain's expression turned grim, her urgency morphing into fury, as a powerful killing intent began to coalesce within her. "Stand aside." Zoro unsheathed his two swords, stating earnestly, "You cannot leave until negotiations are concluded. If this is deemed a failure, then we shall resolve matters with your blade." Ain's concern for Zephyr intensified, and seeing this man obstruct her path ignited her rage beyond restraint. An overwhelming killing intent surged forth as she channeled her energy into her sword, dashing fiercely towards Zoro with a ferocious slash. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, the ground splintering into countless fragments, shrouding the scene in a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. "Zoro!" Luffy shouted in concern. As the dust began to settle, the situation became clear. Zoro was unharmed, having not even drawn his sword. Luffy was taken aback by the sight. It was not Zoro who had intercepted Ain's attack, but Wooly. "Wooly, are you also here to stop me?" Wooly sheathed his sword and turned to Ain, saying, "I understand your concern for Teacher Z, but your haste is unwarranted. Worry leads to chaos. The general has taken to the battlefield personally, and while the lieutenant generals have yet to appear, they must be en route as well. Increasing our enemies at this juncture would be a most imprudent decision. Reflect on my suggestion. Your conflict with the Straw Hat crew is entirely unnecessary and can be entirely averted." Upon hearing this, Ain remained inwardly anxious, though the murderous intent emanating from her had notably diminished, replaced by a flicker of doubt in her gaze directed at Wooly. She wrestled with her emotions. Her mentor, Teacher Z, harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates, a sentiment she shared. The thought of compromising with those she loathed was far from agreeable. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, yielding would contradict the principles they had upheld throughout this war. Conversely, refusing to compromise would only amplify Teacher Z's peril. After much internal turmoil, she reached a resolution. Reluctantly, she withdrew her sword and faced Zoro, taking a step back as she gritted her teeth, saying, "Allow me to assist Teacher Z first, and afterward, I shall lift my powers from your companion." "That won't do. You must first revoke your abilities. I cannot trust you. The last time I saved your captain, I was met with ingratitude," Zoro replied. Ain's face flushed with anger. But under Wooly's persistent gestures, she ultimately suppressed her fury and acquiesced. They hastened towards the other Straw Hat members engaged in battle, with Ain's figure darting ahead, surprising both Luffy and Zoro with her speed. She aimed to revoke her abilities as swiftly as possible, had it not been for Wooly's presence. She would never have yielded, though her heart simmered with unresolved resentment. Their first encounter was with Robin, who was fiercely battling a throng of Navy soldiers. A voice rang out, 30 petal flower, claw. Suddenly, from behind the mass of soldiers, 2 colossal hands, composed of 30 arms, emerged like blossoming flowers. Before the soldiers could react, Robin manipulated one of the enormous arms to constrict a sailor's jaw in a V shape, rendering him breathless, his face turning red as he struggled in vain. Yet, before he could escape, the other arm ensnared him by the head and forcefully twisted. With a sharp crack, the sailor fell unconscious, ceasing his resistance altogether. The arms that had sprouted from Robin's back dissipated into petals. Luffy, Zoro. After neutralizing a batch of foes, Robin was pleasantly surprised to see Luffy and Zoro arrive. Particularly noting the straw hat perched atop Luffy's head, he had successfully reclaimed his most treasured possession. This marked a significant step towards their overarching mission. Ein's presence naturally made Robin wary, uncertain as to why she was collaborating with Luffy and the others. She cast a questioning glance at Luffy, seeking clarity. Luffy grinned widely. "Robin, she's here to lift your powers. You'll be back to normal in no time." Robin gazed at Luffy's sunny disposition, revealing an innocent smile that compelled her to look at Zoro. Comparatively, unless it was for directions, Zoro seemed the more reliable of the two. Noticing Robin's inquiring expression, Zoro nodded in affirmation of Luffy's words, fully understanding her need for reassurance. "Hey, Robin, don't you trust me?" Luffy asked. "Not really," Robin replied with a smile, then turned her gaze to Wu Li before finally resting her eyes on Ein. Chapter 107, Zephyr vs. Kizaru. Though I am somewhat surprised you managed to persuade her to lift her devil fruit powers for us. "It was not us who persuaded her," Zoro stated flatly. Robin regarded Ein, whose expression remained impassive, sensing her underlying emotions. She couldn't help but glance at Wu Li, who seemed vaguely familiar, as if she had encountered him before. "I lack the time to waste with you," Ein declared coldly, her tone laced with urgency. After saying this, she strode towards Robin, extending a slender, pale hand akin to tender lotus roots, resting it upon Robin's shoulder. At the moment of contact, a radiant light blossomed from her hand. Under the watchful eyes of Wu Li and the others, Robin emitted a delicate hum as her bright, clear eyes shimmered. Her gently arched brows and long lashes quivered slightly as her form began to transform. Her flawless skin took on a rosy hue, her stature becoming taller and more elegant. And her dress, now ill-fitting, would surely cause Sanji to swoon uncontrollably if he witnessed this transformation. "All right, next." Ein retracted her hand without hesitation and moved on to find her next target. With one hand, she could reverse a person's age by 12 years, while her other hand could nullify her own abilities. She felt an overwhelming urgency to return to her teacher's side. While Wu Li observed the fierce clash between Zephyr and Kizaru, fearing they might trigger an explosion of volatile substances, he recalled a new task that had generated on the Heroic Path System's mission interface. Task: prevent Z from destroying Endopionti Island. Objective: to avert catastrophic loss of life. Z's reckless actions must be halted. While the intent to eradicate pirates and eliminate evil is commendable, disregarding the lives of innocent civilians is utterly unacceptable. To prevent such a calamity, action must be taken. Task reward: 1,000 experience points. Task penalty: deduct 500 experience points. Obliterate the Swordmaster's pet. Just as Ein began to revoke the devil fruit powers from the Straw Hat crew, the battle between Zephyr and Kizaru intensified. "I recall telling you that you rely too heavily on your powers." A dark shadow streaked through the air, accompanied by the thunderous roar of machinery. Zephyr's colossal crushing machine, enveloped in terrifying black hockey, was past, charging directly at Kizaru, Borsalino. The air erupted with a series of deafening booms as Kizaru's expression remained calm, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "Teacher Zephyr, spare the lectures. You are growing old, and this era is no longer yours." As soon as the words left his lips, Kizaru leaped into the air, his hands tucked in his pockets, his body suspended above the ground. His right leg, glowing with yellow light, came crashing down upon Zephyr's enormous machine. With a resounding boom, the power of the Garo Garo no Mi fortified Kizaru's leg as it collided with Zephyr's colossal contraption, unleashing a terrifying force that sent shockwaves through the air. Rocks were violently dislodged, shattering under the pressure. It was as if gods and demons were locked in combat. The ground trembled beneath them, beginning to fracture and collapse, while the explosive sounds echoed through the air, causing Kizaru's coat to billow wildly. In that moment, as fists collided with the crushing machine, the very air was shattered. Standing opposite Kizaru, a defiant figure remained, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze chillingly indifferent. Kizaru had once been a student, yet their relationship had always been fraught with tension, past and present. "You have never been one to heed the words of others. I will ensure you acknowledge your mistakes." Zephyr stepped forward, his foot striking the ground with a thunderous roar, his overwhelming presence rendering the atmosphere suffocating. The sky darkened further, and the relentless roar of the crusher echoed continuously. He lifted the crusher once more, an immense power coalescing around him, as if the air itself were howling. And a fierce wind began to swirl. With a low growl, he unleashed the devastating force of the crusher. A punch that emitted a terrifying energy capable of shattering the very heavens and earth, surging towards Kizaru. The latter suddenly tensed, adopting a defensive stance, and remarked with a smirk, "Oh, so you still have some strength left to wield that power again." Though his words seemed lighthearted, the seriousness etched upon Kizaru's face betrayed his true feelings. He regarded Zephyr, despite his age, as a formidable adversary not to be underestimated. Kizaru summoned the Amatsukumo no Kin, a radiant sword of light formed in his grasp, its formidable aura erupting as he swung it to counter Zephyr's assault, seemingly capable of cleaving through the very fabric of space itself. Boom! The clash of their tremendous powers sent shockwaves through the ground, tearing it asunder and enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust that obscured their figures. The Amatsukumo no Kin blazed brilliantly, striking the massive crusher and igniting a shower of sparks, accompanied by the deafening sound of metal meeting metal. The overwhelming power radiated from the two combatants, transforming into a blinding column of light that radiated outward, causing the ground beneath to crack and splinter. A fierce wind pressure swept across the area, forcing the Marines to halt and brace against the onslaught. With a resounding thud, the ground erupted as countless stones and debris were flung into the air, the island itself trembling beneath the ferocity of their duel. The air around them rippled with shockwaves, scattering the ominous clouds that had long gathered in the sky. Crack! The massive crusher began to show signs of fracture, and Zephyr coughed up blood, unable to withstand the force any longer, as he was thrown backward. Bang! He crashed onto the ground several dozen meters away, his momentum unyielding, leaving behind a long gash in the earth spanning hundreds of meters. Sensing Zephyr's waning strength and significant decline in power, Kizaru casually mused, "It seems age has truly caught up with you. Your current strength pales in comparison to our last encounter, a most alarming decline." He sheathed the Amatsukumo no Kin, casting his gaze towards the haze-filled end of the trench, his sunglasses obscuring his expression. The luminous sword dissipated into particles of light, merging seamlessly into his being, leaving no trace behind. This marked their second encounter since leaving the Navy Academy, a confrontation with his former teacher. Alas, the twilight of a hero's glory had arrived, and the peak of his former prowess was but a distant memory. Z-sensei, concerned voices echoed across the battlefield, though many were ensnared by the enemy and unable to advance. Ian, who was assisting Brooke in nullifying her retreat fruit abilities, noticed the unfolding situation and witnessed the moment Zephyr was struck down by Kizaru, alongside the other Marines. She called out, "Z-sensei," her lips pressed together as tears flowed. The sight of her tears, akin to pearls cascading down, rendered Wu Li and the others silent. "That old man won't perish so easily," Luffy stated solemnly. Brooke added, "Miss Swordsman, do not weep. As Luffy said, he will survive. I have nullified the abilities cast upon your comrade. You may leave us without interference, but do not obstruct my path again." Ian scanned the faces of Luffy, Brooke, Nami, and others, finally locking eyes with Zoro, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Zoro awkwardly chuckled. "Since you have fulfilled your promise by returning our Captain's straw hat and nullifying our comrade's abilities, we have no reason to impede you. My quarrel lies solely with another." Ian turned her gaze towards Wu Li, who nodded in agreement, preparing to depart in support of Zephyr. "Wait." Ian and Wu Li halted, noticing Zoro's suspicious and questioning expression. Suddenly, Zoro pointed at Wu Li, exclaiming, "I have a question. This guy is not one of your allies, is he? The last time I encountered him, he was still with the Navy." Robin and the others turned their attention to Wu Li, recalling their previous encounter, one that had left Zoro perturbed for quite some time. "So it's this guy. I didn't suspect he was a Navy man. Moreover, he was the mediator that led to our agreement with Ian." Ian looked at Wu Li, who merely shrugged with a hint of resignation on his face. Ian did not delve further into their past grievances, stating coolly, "He is, of course, our companion. And not just him. We too were once part of the Navy." Her tone held an icy edge, her eyes flashing a warning. Should Zoro continue to obstruct her or Wu Li, she would not hesitate to engage in battle. In her mind, Wu Li had already earned her regard as a partner, despite his differing ideals. Zoro was about to voice further objections when Luffy stepped forward beside him. Zoro paused, and Luffy lowered his straw hat, saying, "Zoro, since a promise has been made, we must honor it. Besides, they have already fulfilled their end of the bargain. We cannot break our word." Upon hearing this, Zoro relented, no longer pressing the matter, though his gaze remained unfriendly towards Wu Li, observing Ian's defense of him. Wooly felt a warmth in his heart and smiled subtly at Zoro's discontent. Turning his attention to Luffy and the others, who appeared to have relaxed, Wooly remarked, "It seems you all have let your guard down, believing everything to be smooth sailing. However, the upcoming battle is not without your involvement. I believe you are mistaken." Luffy and the others exchanged puzzled glances, and Wooly continued, "You are among the most active pirate crews. The Navy will not let you escape so easily. For you are pirates. I wish you good fortune." Before his words could settle, Wooly and Ian vanished from sight, hastening towards Zephyr's location. Chapter 109. Reunion. As the dust gradually settled, the figure of Zephyr emerged. He struggled to rise to his feet, his tattered garments stained with splashes of vibrant red blood. Attempting to speak, with hands muddied by smoke and dust, he endeavored to stanch the flow of blood from his mouth, yet his efforts proved futile, as crimson continued to seep through his fingers. Zephyr did not respond to the new recruits of the Navy, for the blood in his mouth rendered him voiceless. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Kizaru, who stood several hundred meters away, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of helplessness. Although he wished to convey to Kizaru that he had taken a wrong path, he now found himself powerless to act. Nevertheless, he had to ensure that his students and subordinates could escape alive. To achieve this, he needed the strength to prevent a repetition of the tragedies of the past. With this thought, a resolute expression crossed Zephyr's face as he forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth and grasped a scattered vial of medicine, consuming its contents in haste. The two locked eyes from a distance, and Kizaru's lips curled into a smirk as his body transformed into a beam of light, instantly appearing before Zephyr. "How relentless you are," Zephyr scoffed, his voice tinged with defiance as the sound of a colossal crushing machine echoed around them. The effects of the medicine surged through him, and he felt strength returning to his body. Kizaru, observing Zephyr's unwillingness to yield, adjusted his sunglasses and slowly remarked, "Very well, Zephyr. I shall make you understand that my path is never wrong. It is merely your stubbornness that blinds you." Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew watched as Sanji and Ain continued to retreat, their previously relaxed state now tensed once more. "What he says is true, we are pirates. And it is only natural for the Navy to pursue us," Nami thought, recalling the intel shared by Akiji, which brought a smile to her face. The Navy's primary mission now was to thwart the destruction of the world, so they would likely not focus too heavily on them. The crew nodded in agreement, their anxiety easing, knowing that Zephyr and the new recruits were stalling the Navy, allowing them to slip away. As the Straw Hat pirates had not yet regrouped, they turned their attention to Sanji, who was still engaged in battle with Benz. Following suit, they trailed behind Ain and Wooly, all heading in the same direction, with Sanji not far from Zephyr. At that moment, Sanji felt a wave of irritation as he contemplated the presence of Admiral Kizaru, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Having previously encountered Akiji, it was not surprising for another admiral to appear. However, Kizaru was a genuine adversary. The deep-seated trauma from their last encounter at Cultivated archipelago lingered. And despite his newfound strength, Sanji felt no confidence in defeating Kizaru. Thus, his current strategy was to deal with the troublesome opponent manipulating plants before making a swift exit. He feared a repeat of the annihilation faced at Cultivated archipelago, which had led to a somewhat lackluster engagement with Benz. Both he and Benz were troubled by a perplexing issue. Luffy and Zoro had inexplicably allied with a female swordsman who should have been their enemy, gathering companions along the way. He had also noticed that Nami and Robin had regained their strength. But what concerned Sanji most was the presence of the Navy member he had previously encountered, and the fact that the green-haired man was managing to keep his composure, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Benz too was perplexed by how Ain and Wooly had integrated with the Straw Hats. Yet his primary concern remained the battle involving Zephyr. "Benz, Sanji, stop fighting." The voices of Ain and Nami reached them, prompting both to halt and turn their heads. Upon seeing Ain and Wooly rushing towards them, accompanied by the Straw Hats, both Benz and Sanji were momentarily taken aback. "What's going on, Nami? Why are you with them?" Sanji inquired, confusion etched on his face. Nami pointed towards Luffy and then towards herself, smiling as she explained, "Just as you see, Luffy has reclaimed his hat, and we have recovered our strength. There is no longer any reason for us to battle." Benz glanced at Ain, who nodded in affirmation. Sanji, however, merely cast a fleeting glance at Luffy's straw hat before his gaze fixated on Nami. The sight of her curvaceous figure, accentuated by her attire, rendered him speechless. His eyes nearly bulging as blood streamed from his nose. "Congratulations, Nami. You've grown." Noticing Sanji's lecherous gaze, Nami's expression shifted to one of indignation as she delivered a swift punch to his face. Perish. Chapter 110. Were you slow, or was I fast? High above, Akiji raised an eyebrow, observing the cheerful figures of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy had retrieved his straw hat, and Robin and the others had regained their strength. It was rather unexpected how smoothly things had unfolded. He had anticipated a fierce clash between Zephyr's temper and the personality of the Straw Hat captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Akiji scratched his head, diverting his gaze back to Wooly, who was darting across the battlefield, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features. The Straw Hat crew had ceased to be a determining factor, now appearing as the most likely outsiders to escape the chaos. It seemed his initial assumptions were misplaced. That sudden appearance of the young boy had quietly altered the dynamics of the battlefield. He found himself increasingly curious about Wooly, wondering just how far his abilities could extend. As for Kizaru, engaged in combat with Zephyr, Akiji's expression grew somber. The air turned frigid as he observed Zephyr's injuries. The chill of the wind intensified. Borsalino had never shared a cordial relationship with Zephyr during their time at the Navy Academy, and now, witnessing Kizaru's unrestrained assault, Akiji knew someone had to intervene to halt Zephyr's actions. If not him, the admirals on the battlefield were incapable of stepping in, leaving them to await the outcome. The Navy was not the only entity watching the Straw Hats. They too were under scrutiny. Although the fierce battle between Kizaru and Zephyr had captured much of the attention, once Zephyr was sent flying, several figures became conspicuous amidst the expansive battlefield. The Straw Hat crew. Having survived the Paramount War and boasting a bounty of 400 million berries, the notorious Straw Hat captain, Monkey D. Luffy, was also present, aiming to obliterate Yendipioanti Island. Just like Zephyr, members of GP0, clad in white suits with dark ties, masks, and white overcoats, turned their attention to the cheerfully smiling figure adorned with a straw hat. Among them, a shorter individual spoke. We just fought Zephyr, and they certainly don't seem like the type to engage in such actions, regardless of their intentions for appearing here. Since they are pirates who have repeatedly attacked the celestial dragons, it is only fitting to capture them all in one fell swoop, extinguishing these pirates right here. The tone of the GP0 members was calm, yet the surrounding individuals could palpably sense the intense murderous intent. In contrast, the admirals, including Fire Mountain, offered no commentary on the matter, only displaying surprise at the presence of the Straw Hat crew. Their primary focus remained on the combatants, Kizaru and Zephyr, acknowledging that Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, is a significant threat for the future, a realization that had dawned upon them since the Marineford War. Zephyr and Kizaru were locked in battle. Although Zephyr had regained some strength through medication, enabling him to continue fighting, he was still being suppressed by Kizaru, who had yet to unleash his full power. The clash of Kizaru's light-infused leg and Zephyr's massive crushing machine reverberated through the air, generating terrifying shockwaves that rippled outward, accompanied by explosive sounds, while Zephyr's feet sank into the ground. With a roar, Zephyr tensed every muscle in his body, exerting all his strength to withstand Kizaru's force. At that moment, Kizaru, noticing Luffy and his crew dispatching the attacking Marines and preparing to leave, began to lose focus. Such distraction during a life-and-death duel is a grave mistake, and Kizaru's overconfidence allowed Zephyr to seize the opportunity, his eyes glinting with determination. Borsalino, losing focus in battle. Your audacity is remarkable. Zephyr sneered, exploiting the opening to strike, his crushing machine gripping Kizaru's right leg tightly. A thunderous roar erupted as the massive crushing machine unleashed a blinding light, a ferocious power coalescing, causing the surrounding dust to swirl violently. The internal explosives of the machine detonated, filling the air with an ominous sense of danger. Before Kizaru could react, a dazzling white light illuminated his otherwise impassive face. Admiral Kizaru. The unforeseen attack rendered the surrounding Marines unable to evade, prompting gasps of shock. With a catastrophic explosion, an overwhelmingly brilliant light erupted, tongues of fire licking the sky, resembling a nuclear blast as it radiated outward in all directions, blinding all who dared to gaze upon it. The ground where the two stood fractured, debris flying in every direction, shaking the entire battlefield with a powerful wave that sent countless clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Chapter 111. Kizaru, the nightmare of the Straw Hat crew. How incredibly strong. Usopp gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the wake of such a terrifying display, all eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene. As the blinding light began to recede, The crowd beheld the two figures, their hearts racing at the sight. They stood several meters apart, with Kizaru still maintaining his defensive posture against Zephyr's colossal crushing machine. Astonishingly, Kizaru's body was nearly destroyed. His head was merely a fragment of what it once was, yet no blood flowed from his wounds. Instead, radiant particles of light began to coalesce, gradually mending his shattered form. First, Kizaru's head was restored, his expression unchanged. After a moment, he twisted his neck, seemingly reacquainting himself with his body, before gazing at Zephyr with an expression of mild trepidation, saying, "Oh dear, you almost had me there, teacher." Quite terrifying indeed. Zephyr, panting heavily, fixated his gaze on Kizaru, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. "Tell me, has your speed diminished, or have I merely grown faster?" Everyone assumed Kizaru had failed to defend himself. Even Zephyr believed this. Yet, he underestimated Kizaru's fruit powers. Kizaru embodies light, and had Zephyr been in his prime, he would have never managed to withstand Kizaru's most potent strike. But alas, there are no alternatives to the past. Soon, Kizaru's damaged body was fully restored by the myriad of shimmering light particles, leaving no trace of his previous injuries. Astounding all with the miraculous capabilities of the Pika Pika no Mi. However, to assert that Kizaru emerged unscathed would be misleading. The blood trickling from the corner of his mouth was a stark reminder of his vulnerability. "I believe both are true. What do you think, Teacher Zephyr?" Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, then shifted his gaze toward Luffy, causing the Straw Hat crew to tense up, cold sweat trickling down their backs, as an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged within them, prompting them to fend off the encroaching Marines and retreat in haste. Though Luffy's instincts screamed that Kizaru was immensely powerful, an almost suffocating strength, he was reluctant to flee without a fight, only to be forcibly pulled away by Sanji and the others. Kizaru's demeanor reignited Zephyr's fury. He glared at Kizaru, roaring, "Let me show you once more." With that, Zephyr gritted his teeth, though temporarily fatigued. He refused to yield and prepared to unleash another attack on Kizaru. The immense crushing machine roared like thunder as it surged toward Kizaru, radiating an overwhelming force. Kizaru's naval coat billowed, his sunglasses reflecting a chilling glint, yet he showed no intention of engaging Zephyr head-on. As Zephyr's colossal crushing machine hurtled toward him, Kizaru began to emanate light, gradually intensifying. Observing this, Zephyr furrowed his brow, accelerating as the massive machine screamed through the air. Boom! The crushing machine collided with Kizaru, yet it felt as though it struck nothing more than air, causing the atmosphere to tremble violently. Kizaru had transformed into a mass of light, allowing the colossal machine to pass harmlessly through him, crashing into the ground below. The earth quaked beneath them, sending debris flying, as cracks formed in the ground. Dust rising into the sky. This time, Kizaru had evaded damage by elementalizing himself before the attack landed. Although Haki can indeed interact with Logia-type bodies, Kizaru's mastery over the Pika Pika no Mi had reached remarkable heights. He effortlessly evaded what he perceived as a slow attack from Zephyr. But why did Kizaru choose to evade? What was his intention? Zephyr suddenly turned, witnessing Kizaru transforming into a beam of light, darting toward the Straw Hat crew at an incomprehensible speed. Swish! In the blink of an eye, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a multitude of luminous particles coalesced before Luffy and his companions, gradually taking on a humanoid form from the feet upwards. The figure was tall and slender, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, with a naval coat draped over it, its empty sleeves swaying. The head, shimmering with yellow orbs, slowly revealed the visage of Kizaru, standing before Luffy and his crew. As they caught up with the Straw Hat pirates, Luffy and his companions halted, their nerves taut. As if facing an imminent threat, Kizaru slightly raised his head to regard Luffy, speaking slowly. "Ah, Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, it's been 2 years. Are you leaving so soon? That would be rather impolite." His words, though calm and measured, struck Luffy and his crew like thunderclaps, evoking a sense of dread akin to a nightmare returning. Chapter 112. Fear rooted deep within Kizaru. The mere sight of this figure, once a source of overwhelming despair, sent tremors through the hearts of the Straw Hat crew, though each reacted differently. Nami, Robin, Chopper, Frankie, and the others felt chills run down their spines as they fixated on Kizaru, swiftly readying themselves for battle. Nami gripped her weather stick tightly. Robin intertwined her fingers, poised to unleash her powers, her fingertips turning pale. Chopper clutched a rumble ball, ready to consume it at a moment's notice. Frankie held one hand under the other, his modified palm morphing into a mechanical cannon. Sanji tensed, shifting his weight to his left leg, his right leg coiled for action. Zoro's hands rested on the hilts of his swords, brimming with fierce determination, his focus entirely on Kizaru. Thud. Usopp, however, was so frightened by Kizaru's approach that he stumbled backwards, falling to the ground, his face ashen, eyes wide with terror as he gasped, "Kizaru! Ho ho ho!" Brook's sword, soul solid, unsheathed instantly, as if even the skeleton were breaking out in a cold sweat. Usopp. In response to Usopp's panic, Luffy, his fists clenched and veins throbbing on his forehead, turned to him with a fierce glare and growled, "Get up." Zoro and the others did not spare a glance at Usopp, unwilling to divert their focus, for Kizaru was an undeniably formidable adversary. Unlike Usopp's abject fear, the other members of the Straw Hat crew, although haunted by past shadows, had emerged stronger in both combat and mental fortitude after 2 years. Their nerves were on edge, yet they managed to suppress their inner fears momentarily. Among the crew, Luffy remained the most composed, having faced Kizaru multiple times before, especially following the events of the Marineford War. "We are no longer who we were 2 years ago. We need not fear him. We have grown strong enough to defeat him. Trust in ourselves. What we must do now is confront our fears and strike him down." Luffy's words resonated deeply within the hearts of his companions, alleviating some of their fear and igniting their fighting spirit. Usopp, shaken but regaining his composure, climbed to his feet, brandishing his weapon at Kizaru. Realizing that his reaction had been overly dramatic compared to the others, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he was venturing forth to become a great warrior of the sea. Usopp shook his head vigorously, casting aside all extraneous thoughts, concentrating solely on Kizaru. The moment of confrontation was not the time for distractions. "Well, you seem quite confident." "Admirable courage," Kizaru remarked, observing how the Straw Hat crew rallied their spirits thanks to Luffy's words. But alas, some gaps cannot be bridged merely by baseless confidence or courage. "Shouldn't you have learned that from the events of 2 years ago? I thought you would have known by now." Luffy's form shifted slightly, while the others instinctively cast guilt-ridden and worried glances towards the figure at the forefront, bearing a somber expression, as if burdened by endless pressure. They all understood that Luffy's brother, Ace, had fallen during that catastrophic event, and Luffy had fought valiantly alongside the Whitebeard pirates to save him, yet ultimately failed. As comrades, they felt the weight of not being by Luffy's side when he needed them the most, leaving him to shoulder such immense pain alone. Luffy raised his head, his gaze resolute, exuding a sense of determination as he declared, "I will never allow anyone to take away my most important people again. No one." The agony of losing those dear to him was a pain Luffy never wished to endure again. He would use his fists, his very life, to protect his cherished companions. Kizaru lifted his hand, pointing at Luffy's head, speaking with a hint of regret. "I let you slip away during the Marineford War, but this time, I will ensure you remain here forever. No more luck." A chill swept through the group, their bodies jolting as Kizaru's fingers suddenly shimmered with light, transforming into a cross of radiant beams, heightening their sense of impending danger. Laser. In an instant, a laser shot forth from Kizaru's finger, aimed to pierce Luffy's skull. Boom. The moment the laser was unleashed, a massive explosion ensued, shattering the ground and sending debris flying, flames soaring, and thick smoke billowing, engulfing the Straw Hat crew in its chaos. The fierce explosion was mirrored in the reflection of Kizaru's sunglasses. Chapter 113, Straw Hat Pirates vs. Kizaru Wooly gazed intently at the billowing smoke, skeptical that the Straw Hat crew could have fallen so easily. He was no naive naval officer. As the haze gradually dissipated, it suddenly began to swirl, and 2 fists soared forth from the flames and smoke like bullets, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. Countless fist shadows descended upon Kizaru with devastating force. Caught off guard, Kizaru showed no reaction as the fist struck, disintegrating upon impact into myriad particles of light. After the assault, his elongated arms swiftly retracted, and Luffy's figure emerged into view. Meanwhile, the place where Kizaru had vanished was inundated with the luminous particles, restoring his form. Luffy had not utilized Haki, rendering his pure attack ineffective against Kizaru, who wielded the Logia-type Pika Pika no Mi. Upon seeing Luffy reappear, Kizaru languidly pointed a finger at him, a flicker of light signaling his intent to unleash another laser attack. Suddenly, a figure streaked through the air, reflected in Kizaru's sunglasses, Sanji. The chef's body spun at an astonishing speed, dazzling onlookers, and in the blink of an eye, his right leg transformed into a fiery red hue, emanating intense heat. Demon Wind Foot. Utilizing his rapid rotation, Sanji generated high temperatures, igniting his leg, and then propelled himself forward as a blazing silhouette, launching his formidable kicking technique at Kizaru. Sanji's arrival extinguished the light at the tip of Kizaru's finger. Faced with the swift assault, Kizaru sidestepped, evading the blow. The powerful and searing gust swept outward, dislodging countless stones and soil from the ground. Although Kizaru had evaded Sanji's attack, he sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had materialized, wielding blades in both hands, one clenched between his teeth, with the scarred left eye tightly shut and the right eye radiating an intense brilliance. This person exuded a palpable aura of menace. In the flickering firelight, he resembled an Azura descended upon the earthly realm. Roronoa Zoro intoned, 1800 troubles. The armed color of hockey enveloped 3 swords, instantly unleashing a sweeping slash that cleaved through the air with a formidable presence. An overwhelming sword wave capable of slicing through anything. As the strike was executed, the world dimmed, and the atmosphere became saturated with sword energy. Clang. This time, Kizaru faced Zoro's earth-shattering sword wave without retreating. His legs transformed into beams of light, rising to meet Zoro's attack head-on. The clash erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing powerful waves that swept away the roaring flames and thick smoke. The ground began to fracture, with cracks spreading at lightning speed, causing the earth to tremble. It felt as though the entire island shuddered under an immense force. In the distance, cliffs quaked, fissures appeared, and debris rained down like a torrential downpour, with larger rocks shattering, causing the island to sway. 3 times. Buzz. Observing Zoro gradually falling behind in the battle against Kizaru, Luffy's expression turned serious as he swiftly entered a combat stance, his fists enveloped in armed color hockey, hardening with resolve. His hands moved like a rapid-fire machine gun, unleashing a barrage of punches that rained down upon Kizaru like bullets. Kizaru suddenly intensified his strength. Despite Zoro gritting his teeth in resistance, sweat drenched his forehead and clothes. The overwhelming might from Kizaru proved too formidable for Zoro to withstand, sending him hurtling away. At that moment, Luffy's fists reached Kizaru, whose figure danced amidst the storm of punches, evading every strike, showcasing the extraordinary prowess of his observation hockey. Suddenly, Kizaru transformed into a flash of light, appearing beside Luffy in an instant. Kizaru's expression remained unchanged as he raised his leg, unleashing an immensely terrifying force that radiated a blinding light, making it impossible for Luffy to open his eyes. A sense of danger washed over him. "Hey, over here." Seeing Kizaru about to strike Luffy, Frankie transformed his modified arm into a cannon, launching a relentless assault against Kizaru. At the same time, Nami's weather staff released bubbles that ascended into the sky, conjuring ominous black clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Usopp retrieved plant seeds from his large backpack, aiming toward Kizaru, and unleashed his own attack. The seeds struck the ground, instantly sprouting into gigantic man-eating flowers that aimed to devour Kizaru. Witnessing their comrades' offensive, Brook and Chopper, due to their distance, were unable to join the fray in time. Boom. Kizaru's position was engulfed by a myriad of attacks. Chapter 114, The Underrated Ones. Bang. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky descended, unleashing dozens of lightning strikes before gradually dissipating. Everyone's gaze fixated on Kizaru's location, now shrouded in thick smoke that obscured their view. Gulp. What happened? Did we take him down? Usopp swallowed nervously, turning to his companions, who still wore tense expressions. He feigned optimism, forcing a smile as he said, "We must have defeated him, right? With that level of assault, it should have been enough." Usopp sought affirmation from his friends, his smile strained, resembling a pained grimace, trying to convince himself to think positively. Yet, could they truly defeat an admiral so easily? Deep down, Usopp doubted his own words, unwilling to face the harsh reality. Defeating an admiral isn't so simple. However, if we did, that would be splendid, though the likelihood is nearly non-existent, Brook remarked, gripping his sword, which emanated a chilling aura that pierced the soul, gathering power as the ethereal energy swirled around the blade, preparing for battle. The skeletal hand holding the sword trembled slightly, as if the very essence of his soul resonated with the rising fighting spirit, recalling vividly the encounter from 2 years prior. Facing the Admiral Kizaru now was a test of their training over the past 2 years, albeit a daunting one. Sanji, a cigarette clenched between his teeth but unlit, spoke gravely. "Brook is right. It is impossible to easily defeat Admiral Kizaru. We must remain vigilant, without a hint of complacency, always ready for sudden attacks." hearing his companion's words. Usopp nodded fervently, adding, "We are far stronger than we were 2 years ago. One could say we have been reborn, as long as we exercise caution. Escaping from an admiral is not out of the question, not like the helplessness we felt back then. All right, everyone, do not let your guard down. The battle has only just begun." Zoro's expression was solemn, yet there was an undercurrent of exhilaration in facing a formidable foe. As he sensed that overcoming this monumental challenge would lead to further breakthroughs in his strength. Stronger through adversity, he resolved not to lose again. "I will not be defeated." "Luffy," Zoro silently vowed, observing Luffy's silent figure. Watching from a distance, Benz expressed admiration for the Straw Hat Pirates as they clashed with Kizaru, remarking, "I must say, the strength of the Straw Hat crew is formidable. Some claim their bounties are high, but their power is low, that they have been overestimated by the Navy. Now, I even feel their bounties are underestimated. They should be higher." In truth, Benz breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they were not facing off against them. For if the Navy joined forces with such a powerful pirate crew, they would hardly last long, a fact that allowed him the composure to comment. Wu Li could not help but regard Benz with newfound respect. He had accurately deduced the formidable strength of the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years hence. Upon hearing this, Ein, who was supporting Zephyr, cast a contemplative glance at Wu Li. Was this the reason Wu Li had intervened to prevent their conflict? Being the grandson of Garp, he certainly could not be judged by ordinary standards. However, Zephyr's expression turned nostalgic as he paused, swallowing his medication before speaking gravely. "Yet, do not underestimate that young rascal. Borsalino." Having just battled the Yellow Monkey, Zephyr possessed a rough understanding of his power. At that moment, he was eager to fight, but his body was weakened, necessitating further medication for recovery. Ein observed Zephyr taking his medicine, worry evident in his eyes, but he hesitated to voice his concerns. Suddenly, "Zephyr, Wu Li." And Ein sensed something and turned abruptly. Wu Li's presence vanished, and when Ein looked back, Wu Li had disappeared, leaving only a distant figure under a straw hat. "He's here. Be cautious," exclaimed Luffy and Zoro almost in unison, their auras flaring. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure. A blinding light streaked across the sky, becoming visible to all. "You have indeed grown significantly stronger. It seems I must take this a bit more seriously." The voice echoed just as Kizaru's figure vanished from their sight. The Straw Hat crew immediately fell into a defensive stance, with Luffy and the others utilizing their observation haki to sense the disappearing figure. "Where did he go?" Usopp looked around anxiously, searching for Kizaru. "Watch out behind you." "Usopp." "Nami," Luffy shouted, having sensed the trajectory of Kizaru's movement. At that instant, Zoro and Sanji vanished from their spots, racing towards Usopp and the others. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper widened their eyes in utter tension, caught off guard. Before they could react, Kizaru's light leg struck towards Usopp, the overwhelming aura plunging him into a state of despair. Chapter 115. Desperate Seconds. Bang. The terrifying force from Kizaru's light leg surged forth, invoking a sense of despair once again. Usopp was sent flying like a cannonball, the sound of his trajectory slicing through the air. Upon hearing Luffy's warning, Usopp was attacked in an instant. Nami's eyes filled with sheer terror, while Chopper stared wide-eyed, instinctively crushing the rumble ball under his hoof. "Nami." Luffy's second warning came as Kizaru, having struck Usopp, aimed for Nami next. Nami's mind was still processing Usopp's attack, her body frozen in fear, struggling to move but finding herself completely immobilized by Kizaru's locked gaze. As she sensed Kizaru's impending strike, her heart was engulfed by dread, despair, reminiscent of 2 years prior, a feeling of helplessness that sent chills down her spine. Dodge? Where could she possibly escape? "Nami-chan," Sanji cried out, urging himself to move faster, yet he had barely covered any distance before witnessing Nami being attacked by Kizaru. Kizaru's figure loomed behind, radiant with light. Nami attempted to turn but only caught a glimpse of the incoming lightspeed kick before her vision was obscured by a blinding white flash. Bang! Under the weight of Kizaru's terrifying strength, Nami's feet sank deeply into the ground, her body pushed backward, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Nami was struck before Sanji could arrive, filling him with regret. Even more devastating was the realization that Kizaru had not pursued further but had instead set his sights on the next target, Robin. Kizaru pointed a finger at Robin, who felt the weight of despair pressing down upon her. Her body stiffened as she recognized she had been singled out, cold sweat trickling down her brow. "Hey, look over here, you damn fiend." Frankie's right arm transformed into a weapon aimed at Kizaru. He had already taken action when Luffy warned Usopp. Yet Kizaru's speed was astonishingly swift, now targeting a third victim. Frankie's weapon glimmered as he prepared to attack. However, for someone like Frankie. Every movement appeared agonizingly slow in Kizaru's eyes. As he initiated his attack, Kizaru's finger shifted toward Frankie, a dazzling light illuminating from his fingertip, a cross-shaped beam flashing forth, carrying an aura of destruction aimed at Frankie, though Frankie did not even have time to unleash his own attack. His distraction momentarily prolonged the time before Kizaru could strike Robin. Yet, it was merely a few seconds. Kizaru's gaze shifted to Robin and Chopper, two beams of light targeting them. They opened their mouths to evade but found escape impossible. They could only brace themselves for Kizaru's laser attack, the blinding light forcing them to instinctively shut their eyes, only to feel an unsettling sensation as if they were being lifted off the ground. Boom. The battlefield erupted with three massive explosions, shaking the island to its core. The deafening roars of the blasts echoed across the sky, even reaching the unsuspecting citizens on the other side of the island, who mistook it for thunder. The terror of Kizaru's lasers shattered the earth, creating immense craters. Flames illuminated the sky as thick plumes of smoke billowed, horrific shockwaves radiating outward like ripples in water. Chopper, Robin, Sanji sprinted with all his might through the air, mere seconds away from reaching them. It was just a matter of seconds, yet his heart was filled with profound regret and fury. In a blink, Kizaru's attack had concluded in less than a few breaths. Although Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were less than 100 meters from Usopp and the others, they reacted swiftly, rushing back to provide aid but could not arrive in time. Just 3 seconds too late, and once again, they failed to protect their comrades, leaving Luffy feeling disheartened. Despite the setback, Zoro did not halt his advance, charging directly at Kizaru. As the distance between them closed, Zoro suddenly leapt into the air. Crow Demon Hunt in midair. He unleashed a powerful aura, launching a series of slashes at Kizaru from all angles, enveloping him in a tempest of sword energy. Kizaru, caught off guard by the onslaught, wore a look of surprise and confusion, unsure of what had prompted such a response. Bang, bang, bang. Zoro's attacks were relentless. Yet the sword energies exploded before they could land, leaving Kizaru unscathed. Chapter 116, Sanji's Burning Flame Bang. As Zoro observed the yellow monkey's lack of movement, his slashing sword wave detonated prematurely before reaching its target. Steadily landing on the ground, Zoro's pupils constricted as disbelief painted his face. How was this possible? Although the technique's power was not immense, the manner of its counter was perplexing. He was utterly unaware of how the enemy had defended against his attack. It was unclear whether it had even been effective, and Yellow Monkey appeared to be lost in thought, momentarily distracted. This uncertainty heightened Zoro's wariness towards him. Usopp lay far off, unaware of his fate, while Frankie's mechanical body was severely damaged, resembling a scrap heap emitting wisps of black smoke. As for Robin, the dense smoke surrounding her had yet to dissipate. Her companions were likely injured as severely as Usopp and Frankie. Damn it, they have harmed Nami and Miss Robin. My comrades. Sanji's golden hair flared as he revealed his curled brows, igniting the cigarette clenched between his teeth. Gritting his teeth, the flames of fury within him blazed fiercely, enveloping him in an aura akin to a demon. Without hesitation, Zoro launched an attack against Yellow Monkey. It was his turn now. He must repay in kind. The flames of anger within him could no longer be contained. As Zoro's attack was thwarted, he frantically treaded the air, his figure dancing in the sky. Sanji, without even performing the preparatory spin, unleashed the diable jam in a mere instant. This time, his leg radiated a searing crimson heat, and as his inner rage surged, flames began to engulf it, making the very air feel scorching. Diable jam, level 1 mints. Sanji transformed into a flash, surging forward with a blazing right leg aimed at Yellow Monkey. A powerful wave radiated outward from the epicenter, stirring up clouds of dust. First, it was the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, followed by the black-legged Sanji. Yellow Monkey, sensing Sanji's rapid approach, remarked, one after another. They truly do not wish to grant anyone a moment's respite. Before he could finish speaking, Sanji's assault had arrived, his fiery kick, reminiscent of a demon, struck fiercely at Yellow Monkey's vulnerable neck, the air crackling with explosive sounds. Bang! Just as Sanji's attack was about to connect, Yellow Monkey swiftly raised his leg. The leg of light collided violently with Sanji's demonic kick, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the air. The overwhelming force spread outwards, sending dust flying wildly and creating a tumultuous uproar. Seeing that Yellow Monkey had successfully defended against his strike, fury erupted on Sanji's face, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The flames on his foot blazed even more intensely, the temperature escalating dramatically. With a resounding explosion, the flames transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, their heat amplified to several times greater than before, creating turbulence in the air. Sanji's leg, engulfed in vibrant flames, unleashed a flurry of kicks towards Yellow Monkey, leaving behind countless afterimages. These strikes were swifter and more destructive than the previous ones, causing Yellow Monkey's form to scatter into light particles under the onslaught, momentarily increasing the pressure on him and prompting thoughts of evasion. Recognizing Yellow Monkey's intentions, Sanji intensified his assault before the latter could evade. Finally, he unleashed an even more formidable aura, channeling his strength into a single, blazing foot. Diable Jam, the finishing touch. Sanji executed a powerful kick, infused with colorful flames, propelling himself in the air and aiming directly at Yellow Monkey's head. Bang! The two formidable forces collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent earth and stone flying in all directions, creating a chaotic spectacle. Dust and debris filled the air, the space around them quivering with the intensity of their conflict, ripples spreading through the atmosphere. An overwhelming force erupted, sending shockwaves that obliterated surrounding rocks. The ground could no longer withstand the impact, beginning to crumble and collapse, while the air was filled with the relentless sound of explosions. In a surprising turn, Yellow Monkey found himself at a disadvantage, propelled away by Sanji's fiery assault. Chapter 117. Sanji's downfall. Yellow Monkey's form was sent reeling by Sanji's explosive kick, a powerful wind pressure erupting around them, leaving onlookers in awe of Sanji's prowess. Wow, Sanji is incredibly strong. He even kicked Yellow Monkey away. This is the first time Yellow Monkey has been pushed back since the battle began. Gazing at Yellow Monkey, Sanji remained vigilant, fully aware of his formidable opponent, whose strength was almost terrifying. Though he had temporarily gained the upper hand, he knew better than to grow complacent. True victory lay in the final laugh, and he sought to avenge his comrades. Who would have thought this insufferable cook has improved so much in these 2 years? It seems he has become a worthy opponent, Zoro remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was encouraging to see that everyone's strength had progressed, none lagging behind. 2 years have passed, and it is you, Stinky Green Algae Head, who has fallen behind, no longer worthy to stand against me, Sanji retorted, his eyes fixed on Yellow Monkey. Wow, Sanji, you're amazing. You even managed to kick away an Admiral. A familiar, melodious voice chimed in. Huh? Sanji paused, his aura diminishing slightly as a spark of recognition lit in his eyes. Could it be? As the dust settled, Yellow Monkey regained his composure, a flicker of surprise glinting in his eyes. He had not anticipated Sanji's sudden surge of strength. While he had not sustained significant damage, he could no longer underestimate them. Their power had vastly surpassed that of 2 years prior. Black-like Sanji, you have truly surprised me. Your series of strikes was quite a feast. However, after enjoying your meticulously crafted attacks, I cannot simply remain unresponsive. That would be inappropriate. Therefore, as a token of my gratitude, I would like to ask you, Black-like Sanji, have you ever savored the essence of light? Before the last words had even left his lips, Yellow Monkey's form vanished in an instant, transforming into a flash that surpassed both sound and wind. In the moment Sanji was caught off guard, Yellow Monkey had already reappeared behind him. Watch out, Sanji! A sultry and alluring voice suddenly resonated in Sanji's ear, yet this familiar warning failed to serve its intended purpose. Instead, it scattered his thoughts, causing the flames surrounding him to diminish significantly, and his momentum evaporated almost entirely. Seizing the opportunity, the formidable Kizaru unleashed a barrage of swift, devastating attacks with his light-infused leg. The very air seemed to tear apart, reverberating with explosive sounds as Kizaru's figure vanished from sight, transforming into a flicker of light that danced incessantly around Sanji. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Sanji's body was being relentlessly compressed, with Kizaru's rapid assaults rendering any visible signs of injury delayed. The concerned shouts and cries from the crowd grew increasingly distant, while Sanji's consciousness blurred. Yet his heart shone ever brighter. Amidst the worried gazes of Luffy and the others, a single droplet of blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a hint of a smile, for he recognized those familiar voices. It could not be mistaken, despite his desperate attempts to turn around. He found himself unable to do so. Yes, it was unmistakably the voices of Chopper and Miss Robin. They were unharmed, they were safe, who had rescued them. Regardless of who it was, their safety was paramount. With such thoughts, Sanji's awareness gradually faded, enveloped by an infinite darkness. Yet the last fragment of his consciousness was filled with joy, for he had feared for their safety, only to discover they had emerged unscathed. This feeling of relief was overwhelmingly poignant. Kizaru reappeared before the crowd, unleashing an even greater force through his final strike aimed at Sanji's face. Just as Sanji had concluded his last effort with a flourish, Kizaru reciprocated with an equally forceful kick. With a taste of his own medicine, Sanji was left to confront Kizaru's full might, experiencing the sensation of lightspeed impact. Only after Kizaru's decisive blow did the air resonate with the sound of tearing currents. A tremendous shockwave erupted between the two, sending a terrifying wind pressure spiraling outward. The ground began to fracture, the cracks rapidly extending in a flash, causing the earth to crumble. Sanji's body finally registered the assault. As if he had endured countless strikes in an instant, numerous wounds appeared, and blood began to pour forth, saturating the ground in a rain of crimson. The air thickening with the metallic scent of blood. Sanji. Luffy's anguished roar echoed, his face contorted in fury, while Robin and Chopper watched with tearful expressions. Chapter 118. Stolen seconds from Kizaru. With a thud, Sanji's form crashed heavily to the ground, blood staining his garments and rendering him gravely injured. His face was contorted from the impact of the light kick, making it nearly impossible to recognize him. Chopper and Robin gazed at Sanji, whose eyes were swollen and barely able to open, struggling to glimpse the worried faces of his companions. Soon, his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. A gentle breeze carrying with it the faint scent of blood. The battlefield fell eerily silent, the dust stirred by the wind slowly settling. Luffy and the others wore somber expressions, their hearts heavy, the atmosphere oppressively tense. Well, you two managed to remain standing amidst my assault. It seems your earlier evasion was not merely an illusion, Kizaru remarked, his presence growing increasingly formidable as he surveyed Chopper and Robin. Upon hearing this, Robin and Chopper emerged from their concern for Sanji, casting furtive glances at the individual beside them. Were it not for him, they too would have suffered gravely under Kizaru's laser attacks. Luffy, Brook, and the others quickly turned their attention to Chopper and Robin, suddenly recalling that they had assumed the two had been caught in the explosion, yet here they stood unscathed. Luffy exclaimed, "Chopper, Robin, you're all right." "I thought you both." Tears welled in his eyes, his expression one of astonishment. Brook added, "It appears our assumptions were misguided. But how did you both evade such an attack?" Even Sanji fell victim to that speed, despite the tense atmosphere. Luffy and Brook were genuinely curious about how Chopper and Robin had managed to dodge the onslaught. Meanwhile, Zoro's gaze fixated on the enigmatic figure beside Robin and Chopper, his expression growing grave. He recognized the individual's capabilities, but how had he managed to act so swiftly under the overwhelming pressure of Admiral Kizaru's lightspeed assault? Had his strength increased significantly during their brief separation? Zoro felt an unsettling sense of urgency within him. However, beneath the oppressive presence of Admiral Kizaru, he chose to suppress that feeling for the time being. Not far away, Zephyr and Dine exchanged astonished glances, their hearts shaken. Kizaru then turned his attention to the indistinct figure standing beside Chopper and Robin. Curiosity piqued as he remarked, "Could it be you? Quite impressive, indeed. To steal those precious seconds from me and rescue those two from my attack. I find it remarkably intriguing." Stolen seconds? What does that mean? The crowd was perplexed, their gazes now fixed on the indistinct figure beside Robin and Chopper. While Kizaru was unaware of the individual's identity, Zoro and the others were not. And Zephyr and Nine understood even more. To save someone while under Kizaru's speed, was it possible that this person possessed speed surpassing Kizaru's? If not, how could such a feat be accomplished? The crowd found themselves perplexed by the Yellow Ape's mention of having seconds stolen from him. They could only rely on their own perceptions, instinctively believing that Woolly's speed must surpass that of the Yellow Ape in order to rescue Chopper and Robin from his grasp. Upon hearing the Yellow Ape's words, Robin pondered deeply as the Yellow Ape's laser attack surged towards them at a blinding speed, too swift for both her and Chopper to evade or defend effectively. Just as they closed their eyes against the blinding light, a figure adorned with a conical hat lifted both Robin and Chopper into the air. In that moment, just before the impending explosion from the laser, an inexplicable fire appeared, suspended in midair. The shockwave from the explosion approached slowly, allowing them to perceive its movements clearly as the hat-wearing figure whisked them away from the Yellow Ape's assault. Thus, Robin discerned that it was not Woolly's speed that outmatched the Yellow Ape's, but rather that the Yellow Ape had slowed down. She speculated that this phenomenon was closely linked to the mysterious flames. Grateful for the timely intervention, she suddenly realized that she was still cradled in Woolly's arms, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a brief pause, noting Woolly's silence, the Yellow Ape's expression shifted to one of impatience as he fixed his gaze on Woolly, stating, "If you choose not to speak, that's quite all right. I shall seek the answers myself. I trust the results will come swiftly." Before he could finish, his form transformed into a flash of light, darting towards Woolly's position. He aimed to attack this unidentified individual, eager to unravel his abilities. As he resolved to do so, a formidable aura emanated from him, and he instantaneously appeared behind Wooly, only to find an attack hurtling toward him. Chapter 119. Yellow Ape vs. Luffy. A fist, imbued with tremendous force, whistled through the air. The yellow ape did not risk an attack against Wooly. Instead, he swiftly dodged the incoming blow. The attack missed, and in an instant, a figure interposed itself before Wooly. Luffy adjusted his hat, lowered his head slightly, and said, "Thank you for saving my friends." He then fixed a serious gaze upon the yellow ape, declaring, "This time, I won't allow you to harm anyone else. For Usopp, Frankie, and Sanji, I have decided to take you down." The atmosphere seemed to freeze, with only Luffy's silhouette remaining. His words carried immense weight, and his expression was devoid of jest. Having a history with the yellow ape, Luffy could not stand idly by as his comrades suffered once more. He could not bear to witness the vital people in his life being harmed or even losing their lives, as he did 2 years ago at Sabaody Archipelago and Marineford. He was determined to protect his friends, making this confrontation inevitable. The yellow ape's sunglasses reflected Luffy's serious demeanor, causing him to chuckle softly. Well, that expression is quite fearsome, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy." He adjusted his sunglasses and continued, "If during our time apart you have grown to the point of threatening me, then I must eliminate you. Otherwise, it could prove perilously dangerous for your kind." The yellow ape began to shimmer with light, his aura intensifying, evoking a sense of dread that left onlookers breathless. Second gear. Buzz. Yet Luffy remained unfazed, entering his second gear combat state, his body turning crimson and emitting white steam. His hands enveloped in armament haki. As a user of a Logia-type fruit, it was essential for him to harness armament haki to strike his opponent, simultaneously activating observation haki. Luffy anticipated the swift movements of the yellow ape, who was a user of the Pika Pika no Mi Bang. The two figures exchanged rapid blows, resulting in fierce collisions that unleashed tremendous power, producing explosive sounds throughout the air and generating terrifying waves that rippled outward. Clouds of dust billowed into the sky as everyone held their breath, fixated on the two combatants. Luffy propelled himself forcefully against the ground, launching into the air, his gaze fixed upon the figure adorned in a coat of justice. With a resounding shout, he unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike echoing with ferocity. Gomu Gomu, no eagle rifle. The speed of the attack was astounding, nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. Yet the vibrations in the air and the white mist swirling about were palpable. This was the hardened version of his Gomu Gomu no jet pistol, significantly enhancing both speed and destructive power, as countless fists rained down upon the yellow ape's position. Despite the relentless assault, the yellow ape's figure flickered, astonishingly evading the onslaught. Hundreds of haki-imbued fists struck the ground with immense force, shattering the earth and creating a deep crater, clouds of dust spiraling upward. This is troublesome. The yellow ape's speed is astonishing. Luffy's punches barely land on him, Brook remarked gravely. Moreover, the yellow ape's reluctance to press an aggressive attack likely aimed to exhaust Luffy's stamina through sustained offensive maneuvers. However, we have no choice but to continue attacking. Otherwise, we will remain in a state of passive defense, Wooly stated. Zoro glanced at Wooly before asserting, Luffy will always take the initiative against any enemy, regardless of their strength. They will fall before his fists. He will not be defeated until his enemies are vanquished. After uttering this, they resumed watching the fierce clash between the two. Concern etched on Robin and the others' faces. They observed Luffy unleash hundreds of punches in quick succession. Yet none managed to connect with the yellow ape, causing a weighty despair to settle within Luffy. Nevertheless, he refused to be disheartened. The yellow ape slowly remarked, Straw Hat, is this truly your limit? It appears I have overestimated you. Do not jest about defeating me. Just as Zoro had advised, Luffy banished all thoughts of retreating and resolved to pour every ounce of strength into overcoming his adversary. Who is joking? I will defeat you. Luffy soared into the air, extending his arms to an extraordinary length, his rubbery limbs taut, seemingly on the verge of snapping as they emitted faint sounds. He aimed his hands at the yellow ape, launching them like a rocket. Goma Goma, no eagle rocket. The air seemed to shatter with the force of his attack, a tremendous wind pressure sweeping forward. Before the punch even landed, the yellow ape's justice coat billowed wildly, and the next moment, Luffy's hardened Goma Goma no jet rocket struck with explosive might. Bang! Chapter 120. Zoro is once again trampled by the yellow ape. With a deafening roar, The explosion carved a deep crater into the ground. Clouds of dust erupting into the air, revealing a towering silhouette. Luffy did not cease his onslaught. Suspended mid-air, he extended one rubbery leg far into the distance, enveloping it in Conqueror's haki, and aimed a powerful kick towards the yellow ape's form within the smoke. Gomu Gomu, no eagle whip. Luffy's leg lashed out like a whip, slicing through the smoke, revealing half of the yellow ape's figure, delivering a crushing blow. Clang! A sudden cacophony erupted as the collision rang out. Yet the silhouette of Kizaru remained unmoved amidst the swirling smoke, effortlessly parrying Luffy's assault with a mere flick of his right hand. Blocked it. Luffy momentarily froze, retracting his foot swiftly while sensing an ominous presence looming behind him. Without turning his gaze, he realized that Kizaru had vanished from sight, confirming his suspicion that the threat lay in his rear. A grave expression crossed his face as his peripheral vision caught sight of a dazzling light flickering. Luffy, be careful. A glimmer surged from Kizaru's feet as he had the opportunity to ensnare Luffy's leg and launch an attack. However, he refrained, deeming it beneath him, a decision that would tarnish his image. Observing Zephyr in the distance, seemingly regaining his strength and advancing towards the explosive rock, Kizaru recalled his duties. From his elevated position, he regarded Luffy with a slow, deliberate tone. It appears that leisure time has come to an end. It is time to attend to business. So, Monkey D. Luffy, allow me to escort you on your journey. Suddenly, the radiance beneath Kizaru intensified, blinding those nearby and rendering them unable to gaze upon the searing light. An overwhelming force erupted, aimed squarely at Luffy. Anger surged within Luffy as he exclaimed, "Leisure? You dare treat battle as leisure time?" This indicated Kizaru's utter contempt for him, a disdainful superiority that ignited Luffy's fury. His eyes narrowed in reaction to the overwhelming force of Kizaru's impending strike, and his observation haki instinctively activated, preparing his body for defense. Bang! Before Luffy could evade, Kizaru's foot sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away, a cloud of dust erupting in his wake. Kizaru then transformed into a myriad of light particles, speeding towards Zephyr, only to be intercepted by a fierce sword aura that cleaved through the particles, restoring Kizaru's form. Kizaru's expression darkened as he turned towards the source, slowly articulating, "Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro, are you here to obstruct me?" A smile graced Zoro's face as he replied, "Isn't that an obvious question?" Kizaru, furrowing his brow, remarked, "I offered you a chance to escape, yet you fail to appreciate it. Very well. I shall deal with you brats first." As his words fell, Kizaru extended 2 fingers, emitting a dangerous aura, particularly targeting Zoro. The latter tensed, attempting to evade the assault. But Kizaru's speed was insurmountable. In that fleeting moment of evasion, time seemed to freeze. Zoro remained poised to dodge as 2 beams of light pierced through his shoulder, blood gushing forth. A searing pain radiated from the wound, cold sweat beading on Zoro's brow. Before he could retaliate, Kizaru flashed behind him, delivering a crushing blow to Zoro's back, forcing him down. Zoro grimaced, enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, gritting his teeth to maintain his stance. His body creaking as if on the verge of breaking, his feet sinking deeply into the ground. Zoro, Nami, Robin, and the others cried out in concern, the scene reminiscent of their harrowing encounter on Sabaody Archipelago. Yet this time, Zoro refused to yield to Kizaru's might, resolutely standing his ground. "Get away from Mr. Zoro, you damned fiend!" Brooks shouted angrily, witnessing Zoro once more under Kizaru's foot. Kizaru, seemingly indifferent to Brooks' fury, lowered his gaze, surprised by Zoro's unwillingness to submit beneath such overwhelming force. "Remarkable, you refuse to yield even under such pressure. Quite unexpected," he mused. Zoro did not wish to evade Kizaru's previous attack nor escape from his current predicament. He was simply unable to do so. Kizaru unleashed his full power, enveloping Zoro in a crushing grip, as if an invisible sphere confined him within its domain. Zoro felt as if a colossal mountain had suddenly descended upon him, compelling him to withstand the overwhelming force threatening to crush him. The only chance for escape lay in seizing a fleeting moment of vulnerability, a brief lapse in Kizaru's concentration that might allow him to break free. Seeing Kizaru's lack of response, Brooks' anger flared anew. 2 years ago, he had felt powerless against this elemental foe. Now, he had gained the capability to confront him. Gripping his sword, the Soul Reaper, an intense chill radiated from him, a coldness that penetrated the very essence of the soul. The surrounding Marines shivered, while Robin, clad in her light garments, felt the chill, and Usopp instinctively scooped up Chopper, who squirmed in confusion, desperate to escape his makeshift embrace. "Let me down, you damned idiot. I'm not a pillow." Robin noticed Chopper's plight, and despite the tense atmosphere, she nearly laughed at his dismayed expression. 2 years prior, Brook's lack of power rendered him ineffective against Kizaru, who had ignored their every attempt. Now, having mastered the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, Brook's ability to influence the very essence of souls finally captured Kizaru's attention. "Huh, you finally recognize my prowess, don't you? But this is merely the beginning," Brook exclaimed, relishing Kizaru's acknowledgement. As the chill emanated from his sword, he felt invigorated. In an instant, a glacial flash sliced through the air, an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings as the icy chill capable of touching the soul vanished. A swirl of dust followed as Brook materialized behind Kizaru, intoning with gravitas, Song of the Gale, blizzarding slash. Subsequently, the remarkably dashing figure, poised in the act of sheathing his sword, did not cast a glance behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Brook had silently launched an attack. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a chilling sword light flashed past the yellow ape's body as Brook unleashed his nasal melody, the 3 beats, tail cut, propelled by the icy aura of his soul slayer. The yellow ape was cleaved in two, his expression frozen in the moment he sensed Brook's chilling aura, his upper half beginning to disintegrate. Strangely, no blood flowed from the severed section. Instead, it shimmered with a radiant glow, the residual cold aura from Brook's strike enveloping the wound, causing it to freeze, revealing the brilliance beneath the ice. At that moment, Brook finally turned around, wishing to witness the demise of the yellow ape. After a few breaths, the ice encasing the wound emitted a series of cracking sounds, fissures appearing before shattering into countless fragments. Remarkably, under the influence of the cold aura, the pieces did not disintegrate completely. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Despite his astonishment, Brook felt relieved upon observing that he had indeed severed the yellow ape in half. After all, he was an admiral of the Navy, a formidable opponent. That strike had demanded the full extent of his strength, and at least the outcome was favorable. He then averted his gaze from the fallen half of the yellow ape and approached Zoro, who was nearly bent at a 90-degree angle under the weight of the remaining body. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, Mr. Zoro, I have come to assist you," Brook called out. "What force is this? It is truly peculiar, capable of affecting a soul. How strange indeed." A familiar voice echoed, causing Brook to freeze, his hollow skeletal form slowly turning to gaze downward. How is this possible? Not dead yet. There lay the upper half of the yellow ape's body sprawled on the ground, a curious expression on his face, seemingly astonished by the power of Brook's cold aura. It must be the ability of a devil fruit. Indeed, this sea harbors the most extraordinary phenomena. The yellow ape tilted his head to regard Brook, the skeletal figure embodying the essence of the sea, a product of the devil fruit. Brook was taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure, thrusting his soul slayer, imbued with the cold aura, once more towards the upper half of the yellow ape's body. However, the moment Brook aimed his strike, the yellow ape's form transformed into particles of light. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the particles coalesced back into the remaining lower half of his body, revealing a flaw in the invisible domain. At that moment, Zoro's contorted body suddenly moved, straightening somewhat. Sensing Zoro's struggle, the yellow ape's body swiftly regained its form, his foot glowing ominously. The terrifying aura radiated from it as he aimed a crushing stomp towards Zoro's head. Should he endure such a cataclysmic blow, even Zoro, 2 years hence, would meet his demise. Chapter 122. Colonel Woolley, are you planning to just watch, Zoro? Frankie and the others were aghast. Frankie, wanting to rush to the rescue, found his body severely impaired from the earlier encounter with the yellow ape. Each movement elicited the sound of mechanical failure, rendering him immobilized. Robin crossed her arms, preparing to utilize her flower fruit abilities, while Woolley, cradling Chopper, felt the little reindeer squirming anew. "Let me go. I must save Zoro," Chopper exclaimed. "Do not underestimate your companions," Woolley murmured, sensing Zoro's sword intent surging. Chopper and Robin paused, recalling how Woolley had previously saved them from the yellow ape's assault, thus lending credibility to his words. Yet, Chopper hesitated. "But he is in grave danger. If we do not act now, it will be too late." In that moment of indecision, Brook snapped back to reality and charged towards the yellow ape once more. However, he was abruptly halted by a voice. "Brook, no. Stay back. I can handle this." Before the words had fully escaped, as the yellow ape's foot descended, Zoro's back straightened suddenly. In an instant, he broke free from the yellow ape's intangible realm, his twin swords bracing against the blinding attack. The clash erupted with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Under the oppressive might, Zoro sank into a half-crouch, the ground beneath him giving way, yet he struggled to withstand that overwhelming force. To the astonishment of the yellow ape, Zoro unleashed a surge of power that eclipsed even that, breaking free from the yellow ape's domination and propelling himself forward. As Zoro catapulted away from the yellow ape's influence, he did not flee but instead pivoted with a swift motion, adopting a stance akin to a hunting leopard, his three swords enveloped in haki, radiating sword energy. He surged toward the yellow ape, launching a counterattack the moment he escaped the latter's grip, leaping and performing a spiraling aerial slash. The sharp sword light flickered, and sensing imminent danger, the yellow ape tilted his head back, narrowly evading Zoro's aerial slash. Yet, he had no respite, for Zoro's relentless assault followed in rapid succession. After the yellow ape dodged the first strike, Zoro reversed his grip on his dual blades, the cold light gleaming, illuminating the reflection of Zoro's solemn visage in the lenses of his sunglasses. A hint of a smile graced his lips, confident in the success of his next maneuver. With a flash of sword light, the yellow ape's form dissipated into particles of light, prompting Zoro's expression to shift as he realized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly maneuvered several meters away, evading the yellow ape's attack. The yellow ape regarded Zoro with a deep gaze before lowering his glowing right foot, disregarding Zoro entirely, and directing his attention toward Zephyr, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. Cough, cough. Several hundred meters away, Luffy emerged from a deep pit, witnessing Zoro being sent flying by the yellow ape, who was now racing toward Zephyr. Anger flared upon his face as he dashed after the yellow ape, his body propelling forward while his arms appeared to elongate unnaturally. That fool Luffy is still pursuing him. Shouldn't we take this chance to escape while the yellow ape is distracted? Nami exclaimed, exasperated at Luffy's folly. Since it has come to this, we have no choice. Zoro sighed resignedly, quickly regaining his composure. Colonel Wooly, are you not planning to intervene? Chapter 123. The disappearing figure of Wooly. The path of blood. Zoro, who are you speaking to? Nami inquired in confusion. Noticing Zoro's gaze, Robin pointed towards Chopper and softly remarked, if you are looking for him, he has already left. Zoro, I'm right here. What is up? Chopper responded, puzzled. Nothing much, while the yellow ape's attention is diverted. You all should escort Usopp and that cook to safety. Zoro glanced at the spot where Wooly had stood, only to discover he had vanished without a trace. With a sudden movement, he sprinted toward the radiant form of the yellow ape, flanking Luffy as they advanced together. Be careful. The yellow ape is coming. A sudden cacophony of gasps and screams erupted as Zephyr turned to witness the young naval recruits. His subordinates, or rather his students, were forming a defensive circle with their bodies, only to be effortlessly pierced through as Kizaru merely raised his hand. A few flashes of light pierced through, easily breaching this so-called defense. Blood flowed freely, and their bloodstained faces bore no hint of fear as they staggered towards Kizaru. With a single kick, he sent them sprawling to the ground, where they struggled momentarily before succumbing to the excruciating pain and losing consciousness. Zephyr's once ironclad heart softened momentarily. He halted, unable to resist the urge to save these subordinates who were willing to face death without a second thought. Z-Teacher, what's wrong? Kizaru has abandoned the straw hat and is coming after us. We must hurry, Ain gently reminded him. Feeling a sense of honor for those who had fallen to Kizaru in the Navy, she was prepared to sacrifice her life for her teacher's plan if necessary. No, it's nothing. Zephyr reaffirmed his resolve, turning to proceed once more. They could no longer withstand Kizaru. Ain, you and the teacher go ahead. I will do everything in my power to delay Kizaru and buy you time. Benz, observing Kizaru's overwhelming force that shattered the new recruit's formation in an instant, spoke gravely. Kizaru had not even unleashed his speed, thanks to the distractions caused by Straw Hat Luffy and the pirate hunter Zoro, which prevented him from appearing in a flash. Nevertheless, Kizaru's speed remained unmatched, surpassing that of any combatant on the battlefield, even with the new recruits attempting to obstruct him. Very well, Benz, do your utmost to delay him. I nodded in agreement, then turned to Zephyr, and together they moved forward. Z-Teacher, let us go. We shall complete the mission, even if it costs us our lives. Benz expressed earnestly, his blood surging with fervor, for doing something for Zephyr was the most meaningful pursuit of his existence. Suddenly, An immense aura erupted from him as he activated the powers of the jungle fruit. Seeds from the earth burst forth, and tender shoots began to grow wildly. In mere moments, these plants grew several meters tall, and Kizaru's figure appeared less than 100 meters away. The plants surged again, exceeding 10 meters in height. Countless vines writhed like serpents, transforming the desolate battlefield into a jungle that ensnared Kizaru. Chapter 124. Wooly, you shall not stop me. Bin's words felt like a final farewell, and both Ein and Zephyr understood he was prepared to meet his demise. Ein quickened her pace, resolutely advancing to seize the precious moments Bin was buying to delay Kizaru. Zephyr, too, comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet his steps felt inexplicably heavy, as if each stride added the weight of a life lost. The war had reached a critical juncture, with the entire new navy engaging in a desperate struggle for victory, aiming to obliterate this island and extinguish the pirates' futile dreams once and for all. This had been a decision made long ago. Yet why did it now feel so arduous to proceed? Zephyr did not halt, but the words of Wooly echoed in his mind, sowing seeds of doubt regarding their purpose. Even if they succeeded in detonating the explosive rocks and annihilating this third Yendipyoanti island, he would once again be left alone, with his beloved subordinates meeting their end here. Zephyr's heart began to waver, though the others remained unaware. Bin's had already commenced his battle. A forest suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring Kizaru within it, as thick, resilient vines wrapped around his arms and legs. Yet Kizaru revealed no sign of concern. The Navy had long since gathered detailed intelligence on the new recruits, aside from the masked individual. They were well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of those with any measure of power. Damn Navy. Damned Kizaru. Seeing Kizaru immobilized by the vines, Bin's manipulated them like razor-sharp blades, launching them towards Kizaru's neck with a fierce whistle. The vine, adorned with sharp protrusions and coated in a purplish-black liquid, contained a potent toxin, his last seed. Just a drop could incapacitate a sea king, and should it pierce Kizaru's skin, even the wielder would eventually succumb to its venom. Yet Bin showed no hesitation. Wow, how did a forest suddenly appear? Incredible, Luffy exclaimed from outside the forest. It must be the ability of that guy Bin's, the one who fought Sanji. But back then, he didn't exhibit such prowess. How exhausting must this be for him? Zoro observed the forest with a serious expression. It seems Bin's is giving his all to prevent Admiral Kizaru from pursuing Zephyr. A sudden flash of blinding light erupted from within the forest, shooting skyward, prompting Luffy and Zoro to shield their eyes. Moments later, an explosion reverberated, igniting flames that engulfed the forest. In a short time, to the astonishment of onlookers, the forest began to vanish, contracting until only a single figure remained, one engulfed in flames, unconscious yet still clinging to Kizaru. Foolish child. Did you truly believe such trivial tricks could succeed? Kizaru remarked, attempting to kick Bin's away, but failing. As he transformed into his elemental form, Bin's grasped at air, and was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away by Kizaru's kick. Bin's. Wooly withdrew his intricate gaze, and then turned to face the approaching Zephyr and Ain. It seems you intend to thwart me, Wooly. Behind Wooly, a vast expanse was adorned with peculiar bottles, each containing a violet substance, which was none other than the explosive or region. Chapter 125. You must advance, yet I am compelled to intervene. With unwavering resolve, Wooly stood firm, facing the somber expression of Zephyr, while Ein remained silent beside him. The distant sounds of battle echoed faintly, the smoke swirling in wisps carried by the wind. Uncle Zephyr, are you truly prepared to proceed in this manner? You must understand the horrific calamity that will ensue once these explosive rocks are detonated, Wooly remarked, his gaze laden with complexity. Once a valiant general, Zephyr had allowed hatred to blind him, step by step, descending into the darkest abyss, transforming into Z. I am indeed aware of this. Is it not the very purpose of this war? To utterly eradicate evil, it necessitates unavoidable sacrifices. I shall bear all the hatred in the pursuit of this goal, Zephyr replied, his voice steady, his eyes brimming with determination. Pirates and dreams. The annihilation of the pirates' aspirations will likely result in their disappearance as well. No one possesses the answers. No matter how one speculates, it remains mere conjecture. He must forge his own resolution, willing to pay any price for it. If the ordinary populace remains unscathed, if their lives are not disrupted, I shall certainly not hinder you. On the contrary, I will exert every effort to assist you in achieving your aims. Wooly, do not be deluded. Zephyr suddenly laughed derisively. The world is intricately interconnected, a tangled web of human hearts and the duality of good and evil. If matters were truly so straightforward, if such choices existed, would it fall upon me to make such decisions? Life is no fairy tale, and this harsh reality is far from a whimsical world. It is precisely because people are so hesitant that pirates have become so rampant. If no one is willing to shoulder that burden of guilt, then let me take this step. I shall cut through the chaos with swift decisiveness. Wooly fell into silence. Life is certainly not a fairy tale. In fact, the original tales themselves were steeped in darkness, only gradually refined by human hands into the seemingly beautiful narratives we know today. Yet, does this justify our actions? Are the heavy prices we pay truly worthwhile, even if it demands any sacrifice? Wooly suddenly inquired. Indeed, can you be certain that these sacrifices are justified? Zephyr paused for a moment before responding solemnly. I cannot be certain. Wooly gazed upon the battlefield, engulfed in the chaos of war, where blades clashed and shadows danced. He could not discern whether it was the fading rays of the sunset or the vivid crimson of blood that painted the world before him. Wooly exclaimed urgently, "Look around you. Many have already paid a gruesome price in bins, and countless others will follow. Why do they still refuse to turn back?" As Zephyr listened to the sounds of battle echoing behind him, images of the youthful faces in bins and the nascent navy filled his mind, causing his heart to waver and a sorrowful expression to emerge upon his visage. Wooly gazed at Zephyr with hopeful eyes, pondering the possibility of changing his mind. Alas, little Wooly, perhaps you are right. Zephyr sighed as he looked at Wooly. Teacher. Ain's eyes sparkled with urgency. Having devoted her life to following Zephyr, she could not bear the thought of him abandoning his aspirations so abruptly. She, along with the new recruits of the Navy, was willing to pay any price to see Teacher's goals realized. Zephyr raised his hand, calming Ain's emotions, and then addressed Wooly. Perhaps you are correct, but the decision is no longer mine to make. I cannot allow my subordinates to sacrifice their blood for opportunities that we might squander. Therefore, I must move forward. Zephyr fixed his gaze intently on Wooly. You still refuse to step aside, do you? I must intervene. Chapter 126, Wooly versus Ain. From a high vantage point, Qingji observed the figure blocking Zephyr's path, his expression inscrutable. He then shifted his gaze to the rapidly approaching Huang Yuan. And after casting a glance at the Navy's command center, he finally decided to act, leaving the spot where he had lingered for so long. Who is that? Huang Yuan sensed a gaze upon him. Though it vanished swiftly, he could discern that the other possessed formidable strength. It seemed he needed to quicken his pace. Without lingering on it further, Huang Yuan noted that Zephyr had reached the area designated for explosives, and whatever his intentions, he needed to be stopped. With that thought, Huang Yuan accelerated, quickly distancing himself from Luffy and Zoro. When both parties could not convince each other, only battle remained. Ain stepped forward, sword drawn, pointing it at Wooly, and declared to Zephyr, Teacher, I will halt him. Zephyr remained silent for a moment, glancing at both individuals before nodding and swiftly moving aside. Ain, no need for further words. Those who walk divergent paths cannot conspire together, Ain coldly remarked, her sword glinting with a chilling light as a murderous aura emanated from her. Wooly understood that Ain had likely regarded him as a true adversary, harboring intentions of lethal harm. A sense of sorrow enveloped him, yet given their conflicting positions, such an outcome was indeed foreseeable. He remained oblivious to the flicker of remorse and guilt that resided deep within Ain's gaze. However, in the pursuit of victory in war and the realization of their objectives, such actions were deemed necessary. Behold the sword, Ain exclaimed with a fierce cry, her blade slicing through the air, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy aimed directly at Wooly. The surrounding dust and debris were whisked away by the sheer force of the wind generated by her strike. Amidst the swirling sands, Wooly suddenly lifted his head, raising his sword in defense. Under the onslaught of Ain's sword energy, he was propelled backwards several paces, leaving behind a series of gashes on the ground. Before Wooly could regain his composure, Ain's relentless assault continued, each wave of sword energy infused with an overwhelming aura of death, where a moment's hesitation could lead to his demise. Strangely, despite the perilous circumstances, Wooly merely evaded or parried with an air of desperation. Yet he made no attempt to counterattack. Wooly, why do you not retaliate? Ain's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, her frustration boiling over. Do you think that by merely dodging, I will show you mercy? Let me tell you, if you persist in this manner, you shall perish beneath my blade, and I will not hesitate to strike you down. Wooly bore several wounds inflicted by Ain's relentless assault. It is noteworthy that Ain's strength was comparable to that of the formidable pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Faced with such a formidable adversary, mere defense proved to be a Herculean task. Waves of excruciating pain radiated from his injuries, yet Wooly showed no inclination to retaliate. He deftly evaded Ain's strikes, while simultaneously attempting to thwart Zephyr's advances. Although Zephyr was momentarily hindered, he did not cease his coordinated attack with Ain against Wooly. To do so would be unnecessary and could lead to a detrimental delay. The yellow ape was closing in, and the time wasted had allowed him to catch up. To his astonishment, despite Wooly's injuries and the overwhelming pressure from Ain's onslaught, he still managed to impede his progress. Compared to their last encounter, Wooly's strength had evidently grown significantly. Chapter 127. The arrival of the yellow ape, Wooly injured. Bang. Once again, Wooly was sent flying by Ain, providing Zephyr with the opportunity to finally break free from Wooly's obstruction and advance swiftly. A sense of dread washed over Wooly as he contemplated intercepting Zephyr. However, just as he made a move, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, forcing Wooly to halt in his tracks. Let us see if you can refrain from making a move any longer, Ain remarked. Her tone unexpectedly lightened as she observed Zephyr slipping past Wooly's defenses. She fixed her gaze on Wooly, determined to prevent him from pursuing Zephyr, while simultaneously harboring curiosity about what had transpired during their time apart. The extent of Wooly's strength has significantly increased. His current prowess is formidable. Previously, he rescued the Straw Hat crew's companions from the onslaught of the yellow ape, and she was utterly oblivious to the manner in which he accomplished this feat. Wooly gazed into Ain's eyes and comprehended her intentions, unable to suppress a wry smile. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a sudden brilliance flickered in his gaze. Wooly's expression grew solemn, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his body. As the sword in his hand began to gather a formidable sword energy, a deadly cyclone encircled him, and the long robe, marked with several sword scars, began to flutter. In that instant, Wooly resembled a swordsman drawing a keen blade, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Observing the abrupt shift in Wooly's momentum, Ain became vigilant, her astonishment mounting. How powerful! Ain's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, her focus sharpening as she acutely sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Wooly. Leaving her momentarily oblivious to her surroundings, she thrust her sword once more toward Wooly, only to be taken aback when he did not evade. Instead, he charged directly at her. The sheer intensity of Wooly's presence instinctively compelled Ain to increase her strength. Be cautious. Suddenly, Wooly's voice resonated, as his sword unleashed a formidable sword energy that surged towards the rear. The overwhelming aura swept forth, cleaving through the air with relentless might. Ain was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events, when he was suddenly engulfed by a dazzling radiance that illuminated Wooly's visage. Before Ain could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a terrifying force erupting behind him as his long, azure waves of hair were swept aloft. The sword energy of Wooly collided with another formidable force, creating a shockwave that rippled outward in concentric circles from the epicenter. The ground fissured with spider-like cracks, as countless stones and earth were propelled like bullets under the immense power. Ain realized that Wooly had shielded her from the attack, and as she looked forward, she could not help but exclaim in shock. Drip, drip. Her sword had pierced Wooly's left shoulder, blood flowing incessantly from the wound, cascading down her blade and quickly staining Wooly's garments. Yet, Wooly remained silent, his gaze fixed warily on the approaching figure. You indeed possess some strength. Were it not for my pressing matters at hand, I would relish the opportunity to engage you further. Was that the voice of Kizaru? The sound reverberated in Ain's ears like a clap of thunder. She slowly turned her head, her vision limited but barely able to discern the gleaming attire of the Marine Admiral. Just moments ago, Wooly had sensed Kizaru's arrival, his attack aimed squarely at Ain, executed with a casual yet terrifying might. Although he had warned Ain, Kizaru's speed was overwhelming. She could not react in time, and Wooly, despite his injury, had interposed himself to thwart Kizaru's assault on her. That man, Zoro felt the formidable aura emanating from Wooly, astonished yet unprepared for the injury sustained in defense against Kizaru. Chapter 128. Zephyr's resurgence against Kizaru. Kizaru did not linger, his form flickering and vanishing as he passed before Wooly and Ain, his focus now set on Zephyr. My target is Teacher Z. He's in danger. Forgive me, but I must assist him. Ain understood Kizaru's intent, her face etched with concern. Casting a remorseful glance at Wooly, she took off in pursuit of Kizaru. Wooly observed Ain's departing figure, a bitter smile gracing his lips, yet he uttered no words. What weighed heavily on his heart was the fact that Kizaru had already caught up. Although Kizaru was intent on thwarting Zephyr, The potential for conflict between the two would inevitably endanger the explosive rock. This was the primary cause for concern. Noticing someone pursuing him, Kizaru's brow twitched slightly as he remarked, "Such an oblivious brat, though in Master Zephyr's eyes, he is a commendable student." Without pausing, Kizaru raised a finger. A radiant light beginning to shimmer, pointing behind him without a glance. A terrifying aura emanated forth, the blinding light erupting as a laser beam shot towards Ein. Huh? Ein abruptly lifted his head, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. Kizaru's laser was alarmingly swift, and he sensed the peril it carried. He halted, barely managing to raise his sword in defense. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the laser collided with Ein, a cataclysmic blast radiating outward, engulfing the area in a myriad of fiery sparks and thick black smoke, enveloping Ein completely. Zephyr, advancing forward, suddenly beheld a brilliant flash of light, which soon coalesced into a tall figure, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Borsellino!" Zephyr exclaimed. "Why are you moving so fast, master? We, the teacher and student, have yet to catch up properly. Such rare meetings ought to be cherished." "Catch up? Do we have anything left to reminisce about?" Zephyr panted slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he glared at Kizaru, his voice low and somber. "It's not the rarity of our encounters that troubles me, rather. It's the fact that each time we meet, you fail to eliminate me, Borsellino." "Master Zephyr, please don't say that. It makes me sound heartless," Kizaru replied, a smirk on his face. "Step aside, or I shall take your life." A fierce murderous intent flickered in Zephyr's eyes, though his heart felt heavy. With Kizaru blocking his path, Zephyr could not activate the explosive rock S-timer. This man's strength was formidable. He had no choice but to risk everything in combat once more. "Kill me, Master Zephyr? I doubt you possess the capability to do so," Kizaru chuckled, his demeanor shifting as he turned grave. "On the contrary, I possess that very capability to end you, if you had only chosen to retire quietly. Nurturing exceptional Marines for the Navy, you wouldn't find yourself in this predicament." At these words, veins throbbed on Zephyr's forehead, his eyes turning crimson with fury, an inferno of rage threatening to erupt. "Silence. It sickens me to hear you. How can the Navy, a bastion of justice, provide sanctuary to such lawless individuals?" Seeing Zephyr still consumed by anger, Kizaru calmly remarked, "It seems, Master Zephyr, that you have yet to find closure. The events have long since passed. Why dwell on them?" Zephyr's hatred intensified, and he shouted, "I will make this world witness the depth of my loathing. Those who stand in my way shall perish." With that, Zephyr ceased his words, seemingly unwilling to utter another syllable to Kizaru. The colossal crushing machine roared to life, charging towards Kizaru with immense force. The massive machine, propelled by overwhelming power, thundered forth, stirring the winds and raising clouds of dust and debris, while Kizaru's Navy Justice coat billowed dramatically. Yet, Kizaru remained unfazed by the impending onslaught, emanating an aura of strength as a faint glow began to radiate from his body. Merely a display of pressure that exuded an intense feeling of oppression. "Now, Master Zephyr, I nearly forgot to inquire. Have you prepared your last words? Or perhaps that last statement was your farewell?" At these words, Zephyr's aura surged anew, the colossal machine seemingly imbued with doubled vigor. Boom! Kizaru's radiant leg collided with Zephyr's massive machine, unleashing a terrifying force that spread outward. The ground erupted with flying debris, the air becoming tumultuously unstable, ripples radiating across the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle commenced, the two figures darted past each other, unleashing powerful and fierce attacks, the air vibrating incessantly. Chapter 129. Zephyr severely wounded. Ein struggles on his Zephyr and Kizaru clashed once more. The terrifying aftermath left observers in shock. As if the very island were on the brink of destruction, the explosive rock's mechanisms trembling with the earth. Cough, cough. Zephyr was once again forced back, blood trickling from his lips, his body marred by numerous wounds that throbbed painfully. Yet, he did not falter, launching another assault at Kizaru, the cacophony of the massive machine echoing across the battlefield. In their confrontation, Zephyr struggled under Kizaru's relentless attacks. Although the cumbersome machine wielded immense power, it often failed to connect with Kizaru, while Kizaru's strikes proved consistently effective. Zephyr's breaths grew labored, his stamina rapidly depleting, sweat beading upon his forehead, his injuries deepening. He relied solely on sheer willpower to sustain himself, his combat state deteriorating, and even his medications began to lose their efficacy. Nevertheless, Zephyr showed no signs of surrender, intensifying his offensive, even as the potency of his strikes began to wane. "Master Zephyr, your attacks are growing increasingly feeble. Are you on the verge of collapse?" Kizaru dodged the still powerful crushing machine, appearing beside Zephyr. A sense of dread washed over Zephyr as he realized his miscalculation. He sought to pivot and retaliate. But it was too late. Kizaru's strike was upon him. He leaped forward, their forms intertwining. The dazzling right leg of Kizaru unleashed a terrifying force, delivering a powerful sidekick to Zephyr's abdomen. Puff. Zephyr's pupils dilated as time seemed to freeze. He felt his body yield under the overwhelming force. Blood spraying forth as he was sent flying, leaving a long trail upon the ground. Bang! Zephyr crashed heavily onto the earth, creating a deep indentation. The ground fracturing and dust swirling around him. Cough. 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 Zephyr erupted into a violent fit of coughs, blood gushing from his mouth, pain radiating throughout his body. Yet, he continued to struggle, using the massive machine as support to rise. After a moment, he managed to shakily stand, droplets of blood cascading from the crushing machine, staining the earth beneath his feet. Master Zephyr, at this juncture, you still refuse to concede? Your frail body should have long since reached its limit, Kizaru observed impassively, watching as Zephyr fought to remain upright. Look, merely standing requires all your strength. How could you possibly defeat me? Teacher. Ein and the other new recruits beheld Zephyr's pitiable state, tears streaming down their faces. Zephyr was their pillar of strength, the one they revered most. Now, witnessing him so gravely injured yet still persevering, their hearts ached profoundly, their gazes towards Kizaru filled with hatred. Uncle, Luffy and Wu Li were momentarily taken aback. For an ordinary individual, such injuries would render them completely immobile, perhaps even unconscious. Yet, Zephyr still clung to life. His unwillingness to succumb and his unwavering determination resonating deeply with those around him. His gaze shifted to the peculiar explosive rocks behind Kizaru, which were laden with a violet substance. An irresolute expression emerged in his eyes as he hoisted the colossal crusher once more. Stooping slightly, he stood unsteadily, his posture suggesting that he was preparing for another assault. Teacher Zephyr, are you still unwilling to concede? Kizaru remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Zephyr smirked, stating, rest assured, I shall never admit defeat in your presence. Upon hearing this, Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly, his right foot emanating a brilliant light. A powerful aura suffusing the air, causing Zephyr to adopt a wary demeanor, vigilant against Kizaru's impending strike. Suddenly, Zephyr froze as a figure materialized before him, their sea blue hair dancing in the wind. Ein, do not concern yourself with me. You must flee. Take your subordinates and escape. Zephyr urged. Teacher. I will devote all my strength to protect you. Ein, seemingly aware of Zephyr's disapproval, unleashed all her power before he could finish his plea. The sword in her grasp gleamed coldly as she swiftly launched a piercing strike toward Kizaru. Humph. Kizaru scoffed, extending a single hand. A radiant circular halo manifested before him, effortlessly deflecting Ein's attack. Simultaneously, he raised a finger, unleashing a dazzling light arrow that shot through the air towards Ein. Sensing the impending danger, Ein instinctively dodged, retreating several meters to evade the light arrow, which, imbued with terrifying force, struck the ground, resulting in a blinding explosion that sent shockwaves through the earth, leaving countless fissures in its wake. Ein focused on the rising smoke, her pupils constricting sharply as Kizaru's radiant right leg came crashing down upon her. The air itself seemed unable to withstand the tremendous force, shattering with a resounding roar as a formidable wind pressure surged forth. Ein instinctively attempted to evade, but recalling Zephyr's presence behind her, she gritted her teeth, determined to withstand the blow. Get out of the way, you'll perish, Zephyr implored, but Ein shook her head, resolute in her decision to remain steadfast before him. Kizaru derided, such arrogance is truly foolish. The force of Kizaru's assault was overwhelming, instilling a paralyzing fear in all who beheld it. Ein's expression was grave, her grip on the sword slick with sweat, her heart racing with anxiety. Though Kizaru was undeniably powerful, she resolved to give her all to defend, for the man behind her was someone she could never allow to be harmed, even at the cost of her own life. A surge of immense power coursed through her sword as she poured every ounce of her strength into a fierce slash directed at Kizaru. A colossal beam of sword light burst forth, illuminating the heavens. The air stilled as it emitted a sound akin to tearing fabric, splitting the ground beneath it in two. Boom. The titanic sword light collided with Kizaru's blinding radiance, unleashing a torrent of energy that reverberated through the air, producing a cacophony of explosions as fierce winds howled, and dust engulfed the sky. Well, you possess some skill. It seems you are indeed a student of Teacher Zephyr, Kizaru remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. However, against me, this level of power is laughably inadequate. Ein's lips began to bleed as her long hair whipped about, the sword in her hand emitting a mournful cry as she fought to counter Kizaru's might. She barely registered his words, yet the disdain in his gaze pierced her. Determined, she sought to repel Kizaru's onslaught, and the massive sword light erupted with renewed vigor, its momentum gradually matching Kizaru's overwhelming force. Kizaru snorted dismissively. No longer inclined to waste time, he intensified his speed, his luminous right leg unleashing an overpowering force that bore down upon Ein's sword light, producing an aura of sheer terror. As it passed, the air spiraled violently, and countless rocks were sent flying, shattered into dust. Crack! The sword light began to fracture under Ein's defiant stare, and then, before her very eyes, it shattered and dissipated into the ether. The clash resembled a battle of gods. The ground beneath them, unable to withstand the onslaught, crumbling and collapsing as the explosive sounds echoed through the air. Kizaru's coat billowed wildly in the tempest. Ain felt as if she had been struck with a devastating blow. Her complexion turned pale as she spewed forth blood. The sword slipped from her grip, clattering to the ground, a blinding light forcing her to close her eyes. In that moment, despair and helplessness filled her heart. The strength of the Marine Admiral was insurmountable. She was far too weak to protect the person she revered most. Was this truly the end? Forgive me, Z-Teacher, Ain lamented as the overwhelming light approached. Ain, the one who should apologize is I. Zephyr's voice startled her, and before she could comprehend, a force yanked her away. I will not allow you to fall before me. Ain's body was flung through the air, her world spinning chaotically, yet her gaze remained locked on Zephyr's unwavering figure, tears streaming down her face. Z-Teacher. As Zephyr propelled Ain away, Kizaru's attack surged forth. Unfazed by the immense power approaching him, Zephyr, with no time to evade, braced his body to withstand Kizaru's onslaught. In an instant, the landscape transformed into chaos, enveloped in blinding light so intense that it was impossible to gaze upon, and a chilling aura of annihilation drew ever closer. Boom! A terrifying force erupted outward, shattering the air around them, the ground beneath their feet crumbling like fragile tofu under the weight of Kizaru's power. In the ensuing tempest, debris rocketed into the sky, dust clouding the atmosphere. The tremendous force struck the colossal crusher, sparking a shower of sparks and a cacophony of metal clashing. This overwhelming power radiated from the two combatants, creating a luminous column that swept outward, the earth beneath them cracking under the strain. Boom! As the fierce winds tore through, countless stones were flung into the air, the island itself trembling beneath the onslaught. The very air around them shimmered with shockwaves, dispersing the long-accumulated storm clouds in the sky. A few drops of rain began to fall, and amidst the swirling dust, Kizaru's towering figure appeared shrouded in silence, his coat billowing wildly, obscuring his expression, while Zephyr's steadfast silhouette reflected in the lenses of Kizaru's sunglasses. Boom! At the same moment, Ain crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ignoring her injuries and the dizziness enveloping her, she scrambled to her feet, her anxious gaze fixed on Zephyr's location. Cough, cough. Zephyr's raspy breathing emerged from the swirling smoke, his towering figure bending low as he coughed violently. Z-Teacher. Ain cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face as she rushed forward, clutching her wound and stumbling madly. In a moment of crisis, Zephyr unexpectedly pushed her aside, taking the brunt of Kizaru's attack himself. Under such immense force, Zephyr's already injured body could hardly withstand the onslaught. The dust began to dissipate, revealing the towering figure of Kizaru, who observed Zephyr, hunched over and coughing violently amidst the smoke, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. What exactly is happening here? He slowly inquired. Chapter 131, Wu Li vs. Kizaru's tone held a hint of surprise as he lifted a hand to wipe away the raindrops from his face. Feeling the chill of the droplets on his moist fingertip, coughing, his gaze fell upon the gradually clearing dust, noting that while Zephyr's cough had not ceased, it was less severe than before. His body seemed to have momentarily eased. Zephyr looked at the frail figure before him with a complex expression. Kizaru, intrigued yet somewhat bored, continued, just moments ago, you were obstructing him. Why now do you seek to save him? What stance do you truly hold here? And finally reached them, her pale face breaking into a smile, though it was marred by traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, evoking deep sympathy. Her smile was genuine, filled with relief as she witnessed Zephyr rise once more, uninjured, contrary to her dire expectations in the wake of Kizaru's assault. All of this was due to the presence of a singular individual standing before Zephyr, whose shoulder bore a fresh wound yet emanated a sense of reliability. Wu Li. Ain softly uttered his name, her feminine nature shining through as tears of gratitude mingled with her smile, tinged with guilt for the injury she had inflicted upon him. You have returned. If you disagree with my principles, why not simply allow me to perish in peace? Zephyr stated solemnly. If not for Wu Li's prior intervention, He might have completed his task before Kizaru's arrival. Yet, at the critical moment, this individual had both obstructed his path and, in dire circumstances, offered assistance against the enemy, leaving Zephy's heart in turmoil, unsure of what to say. Upon hearing this, Kizaru quickly grasped the situation, gaining a new understanding of this unexpected guest. Recognizing the deep connection between this newcomer and Zephyr, unlike others tied to Zephyr, such as his familiar former comrade Akiji, who, despite sharing discontent with Zephy's methods, remained an observer rather than intervening in his world-threatening actions, this individual sought to instigate change, to alter Zephy's convictions. It was indeed laughable. He likely did not realize Zephy's stubbornness. Once he made a decision, he would not waver until death. Just as in the past when others urged him not to be overly merciful towards pirates, he steadfastly adhered to his sense of justice. Not to mention that he had now descended into the depths of hatred as Black-Armed Zephyr. Zephy's decisions were not swayed by the counsel of others, and Wu Li's efforts were in vain. "You should abandon such thoughts," Zephyr remarked coolly, perhaps feeling an inexplicable urge to elaborate, possibly to dampen the hopes of this fanciful individual. He had always disapproved of certain obstinate old men, despite being one of them himself. "Without attempting, how could you know?" "I will not concede," Wu Li replied, meeting Kizaru's playful gaze with indifference. "It is mere folly to believe you can make a withered tree bloom. Even if there were a sliver of possibility for you to change Zephy's mind, sadly, you will not live to see that day." Kizaru's fingers gleamed with light once more, his demeanor turning ominous, making it difficult to breathe. "For you shall all be dealt with here, and I shall bring this farce to an end." Before his words had fully faded, two of Kizaru's fingers erupted with radiant energy, unleashing a terrifying force directed at Wu Li and his companions. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, the sheer power causing Wu Li and the others to recoil in terror, hastily dodging to the side. Zephyr and Wu Li evaded the explosive force, each moving to opposite sides. Before they could catch their breath, Kizaru was already in motion, seemingly unconvinced that one strike would suffice to eliminate Wu Li and the others. He transformed into a luminous entity, dashing through the air, launching a fierce kick at Wu Li. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Wu Li dared not be complacent. He fervently summoned the second sword essence within him, channeling it into his longsword. A formidable aura emanated from him as he unleashed a razor-sharp sword energy toward Kizaru. Floating feather divine wind, essence. The soaring sword intent collided with the blinding radiance, erupting in a cataclysmic display of power. Boom! The ground shook violently, sending debris flying as massive cracks appeared, and clouds of dust filled the air. Chapter 132. Wu Li's astonishing power. As the dust lingered, two figures danced amidst the chaos, their radiant forms clashing with explosive force, creating a cacophony that drew the attention of onlookers. One Marine, puzzled, inquired, "Who is that?" Engaging in battle with Admiral Kizaru, this individual is not mentioned in the intel. Another Marine scoffed, clearly concealing their identity. They must have something to hide. However, facing the highest combat strength of the Navy, they are merely unlucky and will soon be dealt with by Admiral Kizaru. Admirals are the pinnacle of naval power, revered by all Marines, who hold little belief that any adversary could triumph over them. Indeed, if it were just Wu Li alone, he would find it difficult to contend with Kizaru for long. Bang! Wu Li was sent flying by Kizaru's radiant kick, crashing heavily into the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as he kept a vigilant gaze fixed upon Kizaru. So this is the power of an admiral, Wu Li thought, acknowledging the formidable strength. Coughing up blood, he attempted to rise, but the intense pain caused him to inhale sharply. The previous kick from Kizaru had likely fractured several of his ribs, leaving him grievously injured. The aura surrounding him had weakened considerably, flickering like a candle flame that could be extinguished by the faintest breeze. "Oh, it seems your energy has diminished rather quickly. Is this all you are capable of?" "I must admit, I find myself somewhat disappointed," Kizaru remarked, observing the waning aura surrounding Wu Li with a hint of indifference. The impression that Wu Li had previously left was likely akin to that of the Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D, Luffy, and Roronoa Zoro, troublesome in their own right, particularly with his enigmatic ability to slow down speed. However, after only a brief skirmish, he proved to be more bluster than substance. The Marine soldiers, witnessing Wu Li's defeat at the hands of Admiral Kizaru, found their spirits buoyed, launching a more ferocious assault that left the new generation of Marines struggling to keep up. Haha, now you understand the true might of the Navy's highest combat power. In less than 10 seconds, he was effortlessly dispatched by Admiral Kizaru. They jeered, relishing the spectacle. What initially appeared formidable was merely a fade with a single strike. Their true ineptitude was laid bare. The Marines laughed mercilessly, swelling with pride at Kizaru's strength, growing bolder in their onslaught. At that moment, Robin and Nami found themselves encircled by the Marines, embroiled in a fierce struggle. None of you will escape. The Marines taunted, their confidence palpable. Nami, her expression impassive, remained silent, instead deftly twirling her climatact, conjuring bubbles enveloped in ominous black thunderclouds that ascended and rose towards the heavens. With a resounding pop, the bubbles burst, unleashing a proliferation of small thunderclouds that gradually shrouded the sky, casting a foreboding shadow that incited panic among the Marines. Everyone, remain calm. We just need to take her down, a Marine shouted, pointing towards Nami. Yes. The sudden shift in weather stirred a sense of impending doom, and the Marines charged towards Nami with determination. Seeing the chaos unfold among the Marines as they barreled toward her, Nami couldn't help but smile. With a pointed gesture of her climatact, the dark clouds above began to flicker with lightning crackling ominously. Thunderstorm, with a swift motion. She summoned arcs of lightning that struck down upon the advancing Marines, who screamed in agony as they were rendered charred and collapsed to the ground. Having temporarily repelled the Marines, Robin and Nami's gazes drifted toward Wu Li. Nami couldn't contain her thoughts. That guy is unbelievably weak. I thought he was formidable. Robin merely glanced over, her brow furrowed in confusion as she intertwined her hands, summoning petals that danced through the air, dispatching the re-attacking Marines with grace. Is this all he can do? Luffy tilted his head, a myriad of question marks hovering above him. I was looking forward to battling him, but now, perhaps I should reconsider. Wu Li could only endure for a few breaths in the presence of Yellow Ape before succumbing almost instantaneously, which undeniably overturned the perceptions of most onlookers. In Chapter 133, Wu Li's sword Dao Seed encounters a dilemma. Zoro, observing Wu Li's weakened state, remarked, "This is unexpected. I can clearly sense a formidable power emanating from him." Luffy interjected, "Perhaps we have all misjudged the situation. As it stands, he is on the verge of defeat against Yellow Ape. Given his prior efforts to rescue Robin and Chopper, we should lend him our assistance." With that, Luffy turned to the still puzzled Zoro. Agreed. Upon concluding their exchange, the two figures swiftly made their way towards Wu Li, leaving a trail of urgency in their wake. Although Wu Li's capabilities disappointed Yellow Ape somewhat, his identity piqued the latter's curiosity. Your strength may be lacking, yet I am intrigued by who you are. How could you procure intelligence from this place and dare to engage in battle? Yellow Ape, towering and imposing, leaned slightly forward, fixating his gaze upon Wu Li. Moreover, your attempt to conceal your identity suggests that it holds considerable interest. Are you, perchance, a former student of the illustrious Sifa, come to his aid? However, I do not recall anyone matching your description. At these words, Wu Li's pupils constricted. He was taken aback that Yellow Ape had deduced much of the truth. Had he not been a naval colonel with limited interaction with the Admiral, he might have reacted sooner. Yet, he felt a flicker of recognition. As if he had heard whispers of someone notable, the details eluding him momentarily. As a newcomer, Colonel Wu Li displayed remarkable prowess, garnering discussions among the naval headquarters, which reflected positively on the world's conscription policy. However, due to the low rank of his adversary, Yellow Ape did not dwell on it for long, his recollections hazy. A profound shock coursed through Wu Li's heart as he endeavored to maintain his expression, concealing his turmoil from Huang Yuan. Never mind. Huang Yuan chose not to dwell further on the matter, a formidable aura once again emanating from him, his fingers shimmering with a cruciform radiance as he slowly declared, "You have obstructed the Navy's significant military operation, attempting to aid notorious criminals. Thus, I can execute you here and now." From that cruciform glow, Wu Li sensed an exceedingly perilous energy. He yearned to summon the power of the sword seed within him, yet found himself utterly incapable. The forces within him were chaotic and violently tumultuous, and he had lost control over them, which filled him with anxiety, helplessness, and bitterness. Previously, he had employed the first sword essence to manifest the second sword seed's technique, the floating feather divine wind. Although this allowed him to momentarily contend with Huang Yuan, the clash between the first and second powers soon ensued, causing Wu Li great suffering. Not only was he suddenly injured by his own force, but he also fell prey to Huang Yuan's assault, leading to an effortless defeat that left others with a distorted understanding of his prowess. At this moment, Wu Li's strength remained in tumult, unavailable for use in the short term. The second sword seed, infused with the first sword essence's deathly aura, had begun to fissure. Should he attempt to force its activation, it would shatter completely, with dire consequences. His very life could be extinguished in an instant, as he still had not fully grasped the system. Yet, Huang Yuan's attack drew ever closer. Did Wu Li have any alternatives left? With a heavy sigh, Wooly began to exert himself in harnessing the chaotic and untamed forces that surged like wild stallions. He was determined. A blinding light assaulted him as he forcefully summoned this power, causing the fissures in the seed of his swordsmanship to deepen. Enduring the onslaught of energy, blood trickled from Wooly's lips. Just as the yellow ape's attack was imminent and the second seed of swordsmanship was on the verge of shattering, Wooly suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lion's Song. As Wooly momentarily lost his focus, a formidable wave of sword energy swept toward him, causing the air to tremble violently. The ground shattered under the might of the sword wave, which sliced through the atmosphere with a resounding explosion, cleaving through the brilliance of Huang Yuan's assault. Zoro. Wooly gazed upon the figure that had emerged. A man with striking green hair, none other than the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. The dazzling light transformed into particles, dissipating into the air. When Kizaru noticed yet another individual intervening midway, a flicker of irritation crossed his mind. Before he could launch another attack, he perceived another figure, adorned with a straw hat. Racing towards him, it was the Straw Hat Kid. With a hum, Luffy sprinted forward, leaping into the air at a significant distance, his arm swelling to colossal proportions, akin to that of a giant. Simultaneously, he activated his armament haki, enveloping his rubber-like giant hand into a formidable gun, directing it towards Kizaru. As the rubber lance surged forth, a tempestuous wind howled, exerting such force that the ground beneath was crushed and sank into the depths. Kizaru remained motionless, his expression betraying a hint of impatience. Time and again, each time he sought to eliminate an adversary, another would unexpectedly materialize, a source of utter frustration. This time, he resolved to eradicate these nuisances entirely. Kizaru extended one hand, radiant with a colossal cross-shaped halo, permitting Luffy's giant hand cannon to strike with full force. The clash of their powers reverberated through the air, producing a thunderous sound that sent shockwaves through the vicinity, causing Wooly and Zoro to stagger backward, while nearby naval forces, or the newly formed navy, were swept away by the force. To Luffy's astonishment, Kizaru stood unwavering, not budging an inch despite his assault. Kizaru retaliated against Luffy, and in that fleeting moment, Zoro sprang into action, while Wooly summoned his inner strength, and the three figures converged to besiege Kizaru. Zephyr and Ein exchanged glances, each witnessing an unexpected expression in the other's eyes. Zephyr sighed. It seemed he had grown too old, his strength waning significantly. As Wooly could contend with him without faltering, and Kizaru had dispatched him with such rapidity. Ein, harboring concern for Wooly's predicament, inquired, "Shall we assist him?" Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Zephyr stared at the unimpeded explosive rocky terrain, suddenly falling into silence. Chapter 134. Wooly, Luffy, and Zoro's defeat. As Wooly, Luffy, and Zoro engaged in a fierce battle with Kizaru, the terrifying aftermath of their conflict began to spread, causing the battlefield to expand relentlessly. Boom. Zoro was sent flying by Kizaru's lightspeed kick, crashing heavily onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he fixed a grave stare upon Kizaru's figure, his expression laden with solemnity. The might of an admiral was indeed formidable. Despite their combined efforts, the three of them found themselves at a disadvantage, thoroughly suppressed by Kizaru alone. Boom. A figure was sent hurtling towards them by Kizaru, crashing down not far from Zoro. As the dust settled, Wooly's form was revealed, though his power was somewhat unconventional. Zoro felt a surge of frustration at being the first to be knocked aside by Kizaru. The Admiral was overwhelmingly powerful. It seemed they could not endure for long. Truly a testament to the Navy's peak combat prowess. Wooly was gravely injured, and the chaos within his body rendered him unable to fight for the time being. Zoro was in a similar state, his stamina nearly depleted. At present, only the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, was valiantly holding on. Observing the difficulty with which Luffy battled, Zoro struggled to rise, turning to Wooly and declaring, "I must assist Luffy." However, Zoro was pushing himself too hard. Even standing proved to be a challenge. Just as Wooly was about to say something, a sudden loud crash echoed as another figure was sent flying, landing heavily not far from them. Boom. Wooly and Zoro widened their eyes, peering through the swirling dust, and caught sight of the familiar outline of a straw hat, unable to suppress a sense of resignation. Their hearts tinged with a bittersweet ache. Wooly, Zoro, and Luffy faced off against Kizaru in their initial encounter, suffering defeat. However, their spirits remained unyielding. Once they regained their mobility, they were determined to continue the fight. But would Kizaru grant them such an opportunity? The answer, of course, was no. The farce must come to an end, Kizaru declared slowly. Meanwhile, Ein and Zephyr, who were observing the battle, felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon witnessing Wooly's defeat. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light once more, continuing his relentless assault on Wu Li and his companions, who could only passively endure the onslaught, utterly unable to retaliate. Ein hesitated, acutely aware of the peril Wu Li faced, yet uncertain of Zephyr's decision. Zephyr remained silent. Under different circumstances, he would never allow Wu Li to fall to Kizaru's blade. However, this was an opportune moment, with no navy or Wu Li to impede him. A turmoil began to brew within Zephyr's heart, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he steadied his resolve and said to Ein, you must assist him. Ein's eyes glimmered with confusion as she noticed Zephyr's focus shifting toward the explosive rocks, her hesitation palpable. Hurry, are you defying my orders, Ein? Zephyr's tone turned serious, causing Ein to feel a twinge of panic. Without further delay, she sped toward Wu Li, occasionally glancing back at Zephyr, puzzled by her teacher's sudden change in demeanor. Zephyr maintained his stern facade, yet a sigh of relief escaped him as Ein departed. Simultaneously, he felt a grave sense of urgency. No one could contend with Kizaru, and the young ones were in grave danger. If Kizaru's target was the explosive rocks, he would swiftly intervene to thwart Ein, leading to their mutual destruction. Zephyr aimed to provide Wu Li and the others a chance to escape. A loud bang echoed as a laser shot from Kizaru's fingertip, effortlessly piercing Wu Li's shoulder. He gasped in pain, a muffled groan escaping his lips as blood sprayed from the wound, staining the ground crimson. Chapter 135, The Explosion of the Explosive Rocks. The furious Kizaru, this time, it is not merely your shoulder at stake. To eliminate you, I shall aim for your heads, Kizaru stated with a hint of indifference. He extended 3 fingers, each radiating a cross-shaped glow, a palpable sense of danger emanating from them. Farewell, everyone. With a swift motion, 3 lasers surged toward the foreheads of Wu Li and his companions. Their extensive combat experience warned them of the imminent peril, yet they found themselves unable to evade. Paralyzed by fear. Was this truly the end? Such thoughts plagued their minds. As the brilliant lasers prepared to launch, Kizaru sensed a threat from behind. The radiant cross lights on his fingers began to retract, vanishing into his form. The laser attack halted, yet a blade of light surged forth. Kizaru turned to see Ein charging at him, dismissing her sword aura with a mere kick that shattered her blade, sending her sprawling, blood spraying forth. Just as Kizaru prepared to deliver his final blow to Wu Li and the others, a faint crack echoed, and he sensed something amiss. Suddenly turning, he saw Zephyr aiming to sabotage the explosive rocks. Without a moment's hesitation, Kizaru abandoned his pursuit of Wu Li and transformed into a flash, racing toward Zephyr. But it was already too late. Zephyr had successfully dismantled several protective devices of the explosive rocks, with the purple substance of the explosives now exposed to the air. A violent reaction ensued, erupting in blinding light that even Kizaru found overwhelming. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening explosions reverberated, illuminating Kizaru's furious visage with a tempestuous blaze. In that moment, the sky darkened ominously. Those engaged in battle or spectating turned their gazes toward the source of this extraordinary phenomenon. In a breathtaking clash, Wu Li, Luffy, and Zoro united their formidable strengths against the Marine Admiral, Kizaru. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the intensity of the battle. Within a kilometer radius of their fierce confrontation, not a single soul remained. No one could withstand the terrifying aftermath of their struggle. Amidst this chaos, one figure approached, the former Marine Admiral Akiji, who cast his gaze upon the fray and murmured, "These young individuals are truly remarkable. In a few more years, this era will undoubtedly belong to them." At the Marine Wartime Command Center, CP0 observed with growing concern as these 3 youths held their ground against Kizaru. While the Admiral maintained an upper hand, it was evident that he was exerting all his strength. The implications of allowing these individuals to remain unchecked were dire. They had become a formidable threat, possessing the potential to upend the very fabric of this era. As the world's foremost intelligence agency, they heightened their vigilance towards these individuals, placing them on the most dangerous list, alongside the notorious Yonko. Nami and Robin exchanged astonished glances as they witnessed the trio's extraordinary combat prowess, igniting a flicker of hope within them. At least this time, it was not reminiscent of the helplessness they felt at Sabaody Archipelago. Chopper, elated, struck a Marine soldier with his hoof, then turned to cheer on the impressive performances of Luffy and Zoro, exclaiming, "Go, Luffy." Meanwhile, Brooke and Frankie felt a twinge of complexity and concern in their hearts, realizing that once again, they could only watch from the sidelines. It was evident that they needed to grow stronger. A lingering worry persisted. Could the trio's overwhelming attacks truly defeat Kizaru? It seemed possible, for the Admiral had shown a serious demeanor for the first time in response to their relentless onslaught. The assaults by Wu Li and his companions descended upon the battlefield like an unrelenting tempest, a force so formidable that none could afford to be complacent or distracted. Chapter 136. The Ultimate Confrontation with Admiral Kizaru. The towering figure radiated an increasingly blinding light, akin to the sun itself. As the onslaught approached, this intense luminescence erupted, illuminating the realm. For an instant, the island's inhabitants found themselves enveloped in a dazzling world of white. In that fleeting moment, all eyes shut tight, including those of Wu Li and his allies, who could only rely on their senses. A few attempted to force their gaze against the brilliance, but their eyes were seared, rendering them forever blind. Even from afar, the radiant island was visible, astonishing ordinary citizens, pirates, and naval officers alike, who were left in bewilderment, pondering the source of such a spectacle. A thunderous clash resounded as the powers of both sides collided, a cataclysmic force that momentarily silenced the world, plunging it into an eerie stillness. The next instant, a crack echoed through the heavens, akin to the shattering of some great entity. A tremendous wave of terrifying energy erupted, radiating outward from the island's core, causing the air to rupture and ripple. The sea beyond began to surge violently, and the island itself quaked. A colossal fissure appeared in the earth, rapidly spreading, and before the horrified gazes of onlookers, the entire island began to fracture, the gaping chasm transforming into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Beneath this abyss, a dark crimson hue emerged, as if something long dormant was awakening. The depths aglow with an ominous red, hot vapors beginning to seep upward. Some individuals found themselves precariously positioned above this crack, before they could escape. The ground beneath them gave way, and they clung desperately to the edges, teetering on the brink of disaster. Upon peering down, their terror escalated. Lava. The molten crimson flowing beneath was the very magma of a volcano, once dormant, now stirring back to life. The searing lava began to erode the island, its presence multiplying as the earth crumbled. A collective gasp arose as some lost their grip on the soil, plummeting alongside stones into the molten depths, their terrified screams echoing in the air. Such horror! Those still clinging to the fissure's edge were engulfed in profound fear, especially as the sand and rock continued to slip away, fearing they might become the next to vanish without a trace. Among those on the verge of falling into the lava were both naval officers and new recruits, yet an unspoken understanding prevailed. They refrained from attacking one another, focusing instead on rescuing their comrades. "Come, we're here to save you. Grab my hand," someone shouted from the ground. Amidst this chaos, hope emerged as comrades extended their hands, allowing those in peril to return to solid ground. The others, pale with fright, were relieved that their allies reacted swiftly, offering assistance to help them escape the brink of death. However, as they regained their footing, their faces remained ashen, cold sweat streaming down, their eyes wide with terror. Their legs felt weak, paralyzed by the recent horrifying scene replaying in their minds, while a few cowardly souls scrambled away from the terrifying abyss as quickly as possible. Nami, drenched in sweat, murmured, "This is truly terrifying." Robin expressed her concern. "We are now separated from Luffy and the others." Nami and her companions watched in astonishment as the island transformed before them. "Goodness, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Zoro, and the others are in a battle so fearsome that it has made my heart race," Brook remarked, observing the island now split in two, then humorously patting his empty chest, laughing to himself. "Ah, though I have long since lost my heart." Meanwhile, the naval forces remained in shock, and the former Admiral Akiji surveyed the devastating scene, lamenting, "Alas, this has escalated far too much. It truly presents a conundrum." Approaching the edge of the fissure, he noted the rising lava below, hastening the erosion of the earth, and glanced at the area where explosive rocks were stored, his gaze sharpening with concern. As the volcano gradually awakened, the temperature of the island began to rise. The glass containers housing the explosive rocks, even without human interference, would soon shatter under the intense heat. Thus, the destruction of this third ENPONT island was merely a matter of time. Chapter 137. Evacuating the residents. On the opposite side of the island, the ordinary inhabitants, in stark contrast to Wu Li and the Straw Hat Crew's fierce battles, found themselves gripped by panic as the ground trembled violently. Without the Navy maintaining order, chaos would have ensued. Even so, the Navy officers, sensing the intensity of the conflict, were filled with confusion. The disturbance was too great. What had transpired? Who possessed such fearsome power? Were their adversaries truly so formidable? The naval officers recalled the terrifying explosions and gazed at the towering flames, their faces paling, revealing their fear. However, the greater concern was the increasingly frantic ordinary citizens and tourists who, paralyzed by fear, began to disregard all caution in their attempts to flee, especially after the earth-shattering explosion. The frightened faces of the residents and tourists reflected sheer panic and madness. "Let us board the vehicles. The volcano has awakened. I must escape this perilous island at once. What is the Navy doing? Do not obstruct our path." The officers, caught in a dilemma, could not allow the island's inhabitants to leave without orders from above. Suspecting that enemies might be masquerading as ordinary citizens, they could only strive to manage the crowd's emotions, but the people had lost their reason, fixated solely on the singular thought of escaping this cursed place. "If they do not let us through, we will break through. Staying here means death," someone shouted from the throng. "Yes, charge through." In an instant, the crowd erupted in fervor, and the majority of ordinary residents and tourists began to respond, attempting to surmount the naval blockade. The officers, drenched in sweat, endeavored to contain the surging tide while glancing anxiously at their commanding officer. The naval colonel, witnessing the unfolding chaos, furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of the moment. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he urgently called out to the communications officer beside him. "Have you established contact with headquarters? What did they say? Are the citizens permitted to leave?" The colonel's concern grew as he gazed at the inferno erupting on the other side of the island, uncertain whether it signaled the resurgence of a dormant volcano or something else entirely. Were not admirals supposed to be present? Why had such a calamity arisen? Bulu, the communications officer, anxiously monitored the phone snail's connection, sensing the urgency of the situation. He could only pray for a swift connection to headquarters. "This is the naval headquarters." Suddenly, the phone snail crackled to life, and the officer's eyes sparkled with elation as he rushed to the colonel, presenting the communication device. "Sir, we have established contact with headquarters." The naval colonel clutched the communicator tightly, reporting the current situation with remarkable urgency. "What are the instructions from headquarters?" "Colonel, this is Crane. General Crane." Upon hearing the voice of General Crane, the naval colonel immediately stood at attention, filled with respect and a tumult of emotions. The legendary figure of the Navy had personally come to issue directives. "I have grasped the situation, Colonel. Allow passage and ensure the immediate evacuation of the civilians on the island." "Understood, General Crane. Once the evacuation of the civilians is complete, Colonel, you must also commence a swift retreat. The quicker, the better." "Yes." With a clang, the communication ended. The naval colonel set down the communicator, shock evident in his eyes. Had they eliminated the enemy and regained control of the situation? Or had a more severe crisis unfolded? He gazed distantly at the flames, already presuming the latter to be the more probable scenario. Without lingering in indecision, he gestured to the Marines. "Commence the evacuation." The Marines exhaled in relief, gradually allowing the volcanic tourists to surge toward the maritime train, all clambering aboard. The naval colonel retained a few Marines to maintain order while he led the others to assist in evacuating the civilians. Some residents were reluctant to leave. This was their home, and many believed it had not yet reached the point of necessity for departure. Chapter 138. The Resurgence of the Volcano. Anger of the yellow ape. The terrifying force unleashed from the clash of those two immense powers left everyone in awe. A sea of flames surged through the sky, wild waves of fire crashing one after another, as if seeking to engulf the heavens themselves. Beneath the inferno, thick smoke enveloped the area, resembling the dense clouds of May descending to the ground. The smoke billowed, and suddenly, figures were hurled outwards, the intense pressure from the unleashed force dispersing the surrounding haze, crashing heavily to the earth and creating a massive crater. Cough, cough. In the depths of the crater, Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting a sense of defiance. Still, a Haven team managed to take him down. At this moment, he was battered and bruised, unable to continue fighting, much like the other two. Yet, in this ultimate confrontation, both sides could only be considered evenly matched. Quickly, on the other side of the gaping chasm, the fissure widened further, the magma beneath boiling furiously. A cluster of luminous particles coalesced into the form of a man, soon revealing the visage of the yellow ape. Observing the reawakened volcano from a distance, the Earth's temperature began to rise. Akiji noticed cracks forming in the ice layer encasing the explosive rocks, with some beginning to melt away. The yellow ape's expression darkened ominously, no longer suppressing the power within. A formidable aura surged forth, instilling terror amongst Wooly and others on the battlefield, making even the act of breathing a daunting challenge as the ground beneath them began to fracture. It was evident that his mission had failed. This island would be destroyed. The geological veins would react, leading to unimaginable catastrophic consequences. His gaze turned toward those who had instigated this chaos, his intent to kill more intense than ever before. As the menacing aura of Kizaru enveloped Zoro, Luffy, and Wooly, their bodies tensed, gripped by an overwhelming dread that sent shivers through their skeletal frames, causing blood to seep from their orifices. The surrounding air crackled with a tearing sound as the ice began to fracture under the weight of such terrifying pressure. Shards scattering in all directions. Borsalino, temper your power, Akiji interjected, appearing before Kizaru, scratching his head in resignation. At this rate, the volcano hasn't even awakened yet, and the explosive rocks will detonate. After a moment of silence, Kizaru relented, retracting his imposing presence and turning to Akiji. Kazan, are you here to rescue Zephyr? Discussing this now seems futile. After a brief assessment, Kizaru continued, indeed, you are no longer with the Navy. Your presence could manifest anywhere, unimpeded by the Navy's interference. Akiji shifted the focus back to the pressing matter at hand. Borsalino, you must be aware that as the volcano's temperature rises, the frozen explosive rocks will soon detonate. Suddenly, the island quaked violently, sending shockwaves of terror through everyone as they gazed towards the volcano's mouth. A series of explosive gas eruptions echoed from within, and the magma at the base surged, releasing gases that bubbled upwards. Is this the volcano truly awakening? Panic gripped all, their faces pale, especially the Navy, as the explosive rocks were situated perilously close to Zephyr's location. Had they not been frozen by Akiji, they would have exploded long ago. Chapter 139, The Frozen Volcano and the Disappearance of Wooly and Others. The new Navy was equally stunned, particularly as Zephyr and Ein were near the volcanic fissure. Their anxiety palpable. We must evacuate, or we will not escape the eruption, they realized, halting their clash with the new Navy and initiating a retreat. On the side of the new Navy, Binz regained consciousness but remained unable to move due to severe injuries, making even speech a challenge. Despite his concern for Zephyr and Ein, he acknowledged that the situation had spiraled beyond their control, issuing a retreat order instead. Seizing the distraction among the Navy, Binz led the new Navy to break through and flee to safety, placing their hopes on Wooly. Nami and Robin of the Straw Hat crew began their retreat with the injured Sanji and Usopp, while Frankie, having undergone repairs, was able to walk again. Brook and Chopper, however, ventured towards the most perilous areas, determined to rescue Zoro and Luffy. On the Navy's side, after receiving Kizaru's retreat signal, Vice Admiral CP-0 began withdrawing their forces. At that moment, a gigantic single-legged bird soared across the sky, its wings flapping, carrying a small girl on its back. Just as Kizaru intended to speak, Akiji's icy aura erupted, swiftly spreading as the ground crystallized into ice, racing towards the volcano's mouth. The interplay of ice and fire caused the once dormant volcano to rupture, creating a conduit for magma to erupt, which flowed silently, almost unnoticed. Fortunately, Akiji's swift reaction prevented the worst from occurring. It seems our worst fears have materialized, Akiji murmured. As the temperature plummeted, moisture condensing into ice. Both Kizaru and Akiji focused intensely on the volcano, as magma and debris erupted with tremendous force, forming a colossal plume that shot skyward, resembling a dragon exhaling fire. As the eruption reached a certain height, it began to collapse, flowing like a fountain and eroding the ground beneath. Akiji's ice layer melted rapidly, dangerously close to the explosive rocks. Kizaru realized that the volcano was awakening without the explosive rocks, an unexpected turn of events. Thankfully, the synchronization with other geological veins necessary for global destruction would take time. The priority remained to prevent the explosives from detonating, lest they trigger a catastrophic chain reaction before anyone could react. This, of course, depended on Akiji's freezing abilities. Akiji unleashed an icy blast, thickening the ice layer on the ground, encasing the island in frost. The volcano's mouth froze solid, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Kizaru, enveloped by the chilling aura, transformed into a beam of light, flickering momentarily before revealing his form again. Seemingly having forgotten something. Before he could voice his thoughts, Kizaru transformed into a flash, arriving at Wooly's location, only to find their figures had vanished. Swish. Searching for Zephyr and Ein yielded no trace of them either. Chapter 140. Usopp, in tears for being excluded from the conversation. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, 3 days having passed unnoticed. The sea surged with waves, crashing against the rocks, creating a symphony of sound, while white foam danced like a grand overture. Seagulls soared through the vibrant red skies, gliding freely, their joyous calls mingling with the breeze. A ship, its prow shaped like a lion, sailed across the waters, adorned with a pirate flag flapping in the wind, emblazoned with a distinctive emblem of a straw hat and a skull. Atop the Golden Lion ship, A figure clad in red and wearing a straw hat gazed towards the horizon, where waves chased one another, the refreshing sea breeze caressing his face. Thinking back to those days sends chills down my spine. I prefer this comfortable life, basking in the sun, feeling the wind. How wonderful it is to be alive. Usopp reclined on the deck, gazing at the azure sky and drifting clouds. Usopp, it's time to change your bandages, Chopper lamented. Observing Usopp wrapped in white strips like a mummy, his elongated nose similarly swathed, creating a comical sight. Zoro recalled the visage of the man he had fought, resembling a pig's head, and muttered, "Really, that guy got away again. Next time we meet, I won't let him escape." Despite his frustration, he acknowledged their synergy in battle, noting the formidable sword intent emanating from that man, making him a worthy adversary for any swordsman. Chopper, recalling the figure who saved him in a dire moment, timidly asked, "Could he not be an enemy? Might he become an ally?" Robin chuckled, her eyes reflecting nostalgia, but her smile turned bittersweet. Pirates and the Navy can never truly be allies. Sanji inhaled from his cigarette, his gaze deeply fixed on the sky. It was said that that fellow had saved Miss Robin, which infuriated him. Brooke and Frankie reminisced about the scene from that time, regardless of the circumstances. That individual had indeed rescued their companion. Only Usopp, swathed in white bandages with only his eyes visible, appeared bewildered, utterly perplexed by their conversation. He abruptly sat up and exclaimed, "Who are you talking about? I can't make sense of any of this. Someone explain it to me. It's clear that I'm the only one out of the loop." Ouch. The moment he spoke, Usopp's sudden movement aggravated his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "Don't you realize you're injured? Lie back down quickly," Chopper urged as he assisted Usopp in settling back down. Tears welled in Usopp's eyes, streaming down his cheeks. Whether it was due to the pain from his injury or the sorrow of being excluded from the discussion, he would undoubtedly insist it was the latter, though the reality was that it was the former. Chopper, noticing Usopp's distress, felt a surge of sympathy. Waving his reindeer hoof in front of Usopp, he cheerfully remarked, "You know him too, right?" Usopp looked utterly confused, pointed to himself, and then shook his head vigorously. "Who? I don't recall anyone." Chopper elaborated animatedly. "It's that naval colonel who fought with Zoro last time. We even encountered that colossal sea pillar." Usopp's memory flickered to that day, recalling that it was indeed Sanji who had brought them back. Was it that naval colonel? In Chapter 140, Chopper's sulk, Usopp's frustration. Usopp envisioned a figure with a face concealed beneath a white cloth, wearing a hat, with a sinister gaze that exuded an ominous aura. Usopp exclaimed, "So it was him." Chopper nodded affirmatively. "Exactly. He was disguised then, and you simply didn't see his face." Usopp muttered, "That's right. He always had that white cloth covering his face. It was impossible to see." "What? A white cloth? What nonsense!" Chopper's mouth fell open, a massive question mark forming in his mind. He was certain it had been a black robe. Chopper scrutinized Usopp with curiosity. Either his memory was flawed, or Usopp was colorblind. Convinced of his own accuracy, as that was a benefactor to whom he owed much, Chopper concluded that Usopp must indeed be colorblind. Usopp mused, "That guy's fruit is quite formidable. You could say it's a swordsman's nemesis." Fruit? Chopper's bewilderment deepened. His benefactor's swordsmanship was exceptional, though he refrained from commenting on whether it made him a swordsman's adversary. Yet, was his benefactor also a devil fruit user? What was that ability? Chopper felt a pang of sadness at his ignorance. Noting Chopper's gaze, Usopp felt puzzled and continued, "Isn't that so? Besides, Chopper, you're mistaken." Chopper looked up and, upon seeing Usopp point at himself, felt incensed by Usopp's audacity to claim his memory was flawed. "How could I possibly misremember the appearance of my benefactor?" Chopper leaped up, his emotions flaring, and declared, "I did not misremember. You're the colorblind fool, you wretched idiot." With heightened emotions, Chopper accidentally struck Usopp's wound with his hoof, causing Usopp to scream in agony, "That hurts." "Chopper, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Usopp's anguished cry, the crew turned their gaze, filled with confusion. Chopper, witnessing Usopp's pain, scoffed and turned away, feigning indifference by whistling and staring at the sky, as though disassociating himself from the situation. "And when have I ever been colorblind? I am the sharpshooter of the sea. My natural vision is my greatest asset, along with my unparalleled sniping skills. There is no way I could be colorblind," Usopp proclaimed, his face brimming with pride despite being entirely wrapped in bandages, striking a pose that suggested invincibility. The crew remained impassive, returning to their tasks without comment. Normally, Chopper would have agreed with Usopp, but in his current sulky mood, he merely spat in disapproval. Usopp, bewildered by Chopper's sudden odd behavior, noted a faint smile from Robin, who was lounging in the sun. Usopp raised his right hand, heavily bandaged to his mouth, and pondered, I believe I've encountered him twice, counting this time as the third. However, we didn't fight this time. So I fought with Zoro on 2 occasions. Therefore, Chopper, you're mistaken. Chopper pouted in disagreement. You are wrong. It was clearly once. You colorblind idiot. I'm not colorblind. What great sharpshooter would be colorblind? Usopp retorted, nearly choking on his frustration at Chopper's unreasonable stance. In Chapter 142, the bewildered Usopp, Bink Sake. Usopp struggled to sit upright. Looking at Chopper earnestly, he asked, Did you not say he fought with Zoro in that sea area last time? Reluctantly, Chopper responded, Yes. And you forgot about another instance. What instance? Chopper's expression turned perplexed as he racked his brain for the memory but could not recall. Had he truly made a mistake? The confusion was shared by Zoro, who was drinking from a bottle, pausing mid-sip to contemplate when he had fought with that individual twice. Did fighting alongside count? Seeing Chopper's vacant expression, Usopp couldn't help but smile, though his face, obscured by bandages, made his grin appear somewhat eerie. There was another time, during the Enies lobby arc. His rust fruit was truly remarkable. It could corrode Zoro's sword. Suddenly, the ship fell silent. Those drinking water spluttered and collapsed, staring in disbelief at Usopp. Even Zoro, who had been paying attention to Usopp, froze, his hand trembling with the bottle suspended in mid-air, the liquid swaying before he tipped his head back to drink. What is wrong with you all? Usopp questioned, perplexed by their reactions. Chopper approached, meeting Usopp's bewildered gaze. Having calmed down, he gently patted Usopp's shoulder. Perhaps you should refrain from discussing that topic. Usopp's confusion deepened. What's wrong? Aren't we talking about the naval colonel? I believe his name was Shun. Surely that is correct? Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Nami decided to break the silence. Honestly, that nearly scared me to death. I never want to encounter a Marine Admiral again. Especially Admiral Kizaru. Nami, adorned in a bikini, playfully patted her ample bosom, her tone laden with emphasis. Did you hear that, Luffy? She called out to the silhouette of Luffy at the bow of the ship. Upon sensing someone calling his name, Luffy turned, flashing a radiant smile that could illuminate the darkest of days. Witnessing his cheerful grin, Nami sighed in resignation, her attention shifting to Robin, only to discover a golden-haired fellow gazing intently at her chest, prompting her to instinctively cover herself with her hand. Frustration coursed through her, and just then, Robin's voice reached her ears, reminding her that Sanji was still injured. Sanji, his face still marred by pain, hastily interjected, Yes, Miss Robin is correct. I am indeed an injured party. Injured? Perish the thought. Nami's furious fist sent Sanji flying, crashing with a resounding thud against the deck, which splintered under the impact. Hey, Sanji, you're damaging the Sunny again. I have important matters to attend to. Frankie, towering and surrounded by an array of metallic components, was diligently repairing his own arm, sweat glistening on his brow as he grumbled. Observing the ship returning to its usual lively ambience, Brook chuckled heartily. Well then, since everyone appears so joyous, allow me to serenade you with a tune. As he drew forth his violin, he began to sing. Here comes the wine of Binks. Drifting to your side, like the carefree sea breeze that rides the waves, on the distant shore where the sunset roars, the birds' melodies paint circles in the sky. Farewell. Harbor of the Silk Lands, let us sing the song of departure. The enchanting melody resonated throughout the vessel, captivating all who were present, who surrendered themselves to the blissful moment. Chapter 143. Farewell, Kobe, the terrified body. In another realm of the sea, the melodious tune seemed to float on the wind. The sky stretched vast and clear, fleecy clouds leisurely drifting by, while a colossal white sail bobbed upon the waves, emblazoned with a seagull grasping a scale, a symbol of the Navy's commitment to peace and order. A formidable naval warship surged through the waters, its mere presence instilling dread in pirates and respect in soldiers alike. This reverence stemmed not from mere reputation, but from an elderly admiral clad in the Navy's justice uniform aboard the ship. On the deck stood a young man in casual attire, seemingly out of place among the naval ranks, accompanied by a pink-haired girl and an exquisitely beautiful, albeit peculiar, one-legged bird. The girl, with her vibrant pink locks, stared at a similarly pink-haired sailor before her, who wore a scarf and a coat marked with the insignia of justice, a noticeable scar crossing his forehead. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Wooly, what are you doing here? We heard reports that you went missing after battling the second commander of the Blackbeard pirates. Shiryu of the Rain, we thought we'd never see you again. The sailor's emotional response reflected genuine concern, leaving Wooly touched by the warmth of their camaraderie. Wooly said, KB, thank you for your concern, but I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Just look at me. I'm alive and well. The pink-haired Marine, KB, had arrived here alongside Admiral Carp due to the incident involving Z, although they did not directly engage in combat, merely observing the unfolding events. Subsequently, through a series of fortuitous circumstances, they rescued a few shipwrecked souls not far from the island shoreline, among whom was the long-missing Colonel Wu Li. Beside them, Barumabur regarded Wu Li with astonished eyes. Though he had known of Wu Li's considerable strength back at Marine headquarters, he had not anticipated it to be formidable enough to contend with the second captain of Blackbeard's crew for several exchanges. Do not underestimate those exchanges. It was well known that the reason Impel Down was dubbed the strongest fortress was due to the presence of Rain Ji Lu and Magellan. Even though Rain Ji Lu had since defected, his power remained indisputable. Hearing Wu Li's words, the pink-haired girl curled her lip in disdain, thinking that had it not been for her unprecedented act of kindness, he would have long since sunk to the depths of the sea, feeding the fish. However, that was beside the point. The focus was on that individual. She discreetly glanced at the deck, where a tall, broad-shouldered elder with a muscular physique stood at the distant horizon. A scar marred his left eye, and his blue eyes shone beneath a mane of short, gray-white hair, draped in the black and red of the marine justice fluttering in the wind. The marine hero, Monkey D. Carp. Her heart raced, and cold sweat poured down her brow. Although she found herself aboard a marine vessel, she could think of countless ways to eliminate those marines and make a successful escape. Yet, this was a legendary figure. The name of the hero Carp was known far and wide. In the presence of such a legendary persona, was there truly any chance of fleeing? Joey Ali Bonnie's face turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together, filled with despair as she glanced at Wu Li, who was conversing with the Marines. Her eyes filled with confusion. When had bounty hunters and the Marines become so chummy? She had not yet doubted Wu Li's identity, merely attributing her rescue to coincidence. Sensing Joey Ali Bonnie's tension, the hero Carp abruptly turned his head, his mouth full of snacks, and directed his gaze toward her, nearly causing her spirit to flee in fright, as she was caught in a moment of panic. Grappling with whether to resist in a battle that held no promise of success, Carp swallowed his snacks and took a sip of tea. Holding an empty teacup and half-eaten snacks, he flashed a toothy grin at her. Joey Ali Bonnie felt her throat dry up in anxiety, uncertain of Carp's intentions. To her, that smile resembled that of a great demon, and she instinctively swallowed hard, her heart lodged in her throat. Little girl, your heart seems to be racing. Would you like some tea to calm your nerves? Joey Ali Bonnie's heart sank, and for a moment, she forgot to respond. After several breaths, as Carp awaited her reply, he chuckled, "Ha ha ha, I must be getting old and forgetful, for I have already finished my tea. You even remember that. Asking someone for tea when there is none, truly a sign of aging and a poor memory." The merchant sheep thought to itself, ready to retort, when suddenly it felt Carp's authoritative gaze upon it, a surge of intense dread flooding its heart. Though it was merely a glance, the merchant sheep remained unsettled. Could this old man hear its thoughts? That seemed impossible. When it looked back at Carp, he had shifted his gaze back to Joey Ali Bonnie. The sheep let out a silent sigh of relief, reassured that it was merely a coincidence. Aside from its master, no one else could hear its innermost musings. You foolish bird, do you think just anyone can make sarcastic remarks? Keep it up, and you might find yourself in a pot of soup. And I won't be able to save you. The warning voice of Wu Li echoed in the depths of Shang Yang's heart, causing him to retract his neck. I am a divine beast, not a foolish bird. Even without Wu Li's admonition, he dared not make further remarks. After a glance from Carp startled him, Shang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Joey Ali Bonnie noticed Carp's gaze shifting back towards her, her heart racing with anxiety. She had not heard Shang Yang's earlier comments. But had she known, she would have certainly scolded him for being a foolish bird, the kind that lacked common sense. Unlike Shang Yang, she possessed a far deeper understanding of Carp. A figure of such stature was not someone to be trifled with. Given the choice, she would prefer to navigate the Grand Line in circles rather than encounter Carp. Such a formidable presence was beyond her capacity to contend with. Recently, her fortune had taken a turn for the worse. First, she had encountered Blackbeard, witnessing her companion slaughtered, and subsequently, she had been captured by the former Marine Admiral, now Fleet Admiral Akina Sakazuki, from whom she had barely managed to escape. Now, she found herself in a situation even more absurd, facing the legendary Marine hero, Carp, who had once pursued the Pirate King, Roger, relentlessly. In her heart, Joey Ali Bonnie raged against the heavens, cursing the gods if they truly existed. Carp, appearing somewhat contemplative, seemed to be wrestling with some internal conflict, which kept Bonnie on high alert, her tension palpable as she swallowed hard. Carp hesitated momentarily before offering her the remaining snacks in his hand, playfully declaring, I see you eyeing my treats, little girl. You must be hungry. Come, have some. Bonnie glanced at the snacks and then at Carp's reluctant expression, quickly shaking her head in protest. I'm not hungry at all, not in the slightest. In fact, I am allergic to snacks. I cannot eat them. What a pity that you are allergic, Carp expressed his regret. But then he popped a piece of the snack into his mouth, laughing heartily, ha ha ha. Since you cannot eat them, I shall indulge myself. Seeing Carp's delighted demeanor, Bonnie couldn't help but think, clearly, he does not wish to share. Subsequently, Wooly and Joey Ellie Bonnie exchanged glances. She began to ponder whether Carp had failed to recognize her due to her juvenile appearance, which brought her a measure of relief as she gently patted her chest. Feeling her racing heart gradually settle, Wooly, noticing Bonnie's reaction, could understand her anxiety. Fortunately, it appeared that Carp did not identify her as one of the notorious supernovas from the same era as Monkey D. Luffy. This was a narrow escape. Had it been otherwise, it would have been a precarious situation indeed. In truth, it was not only Joey Ellie Bonnie who felt tense aboard Carp's vessel. Wooly too experienced a sense of unease. Despite his rank as a Marine colonel, it was important to remember that just days prior, he had aided Zephyr, an enemy of the Marines. Ha ha ha, these snacks are truly delectable. No matter how much I eat, I can never tire of them. Carp exclaimed after finishing the last of the treats. As he conversed with Wooly, Kobe excused himself and hurried to fetch a teapot to serve Carp tea. With the snacks consumed and tea enjoyed, Carp handed the cup back to Kobe for safekeeping. He then cast an unusual glance over Wooly, the peculiar one-legged bird beside him, and the pink-haired girl. Retracting his gaze, Carp smiled knowingly at Wooly and remarked, I've heard of a fellow on the battlefield attempting to avert war. He is said to have a strange bird. I wonder if it is this one? Thump thump. Wooly's heart raced fervently, yet he swiftly subdued his emotions, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. He inquired, Is there truly something strange? I have only just learned of a grave matter that has recently been resolved. Nearby, Xiao Ailey Bonnie's attention was piqued. Did Hero Carp and Wooly share an acquaintance? Carp remarked, Wooly, I am quite familiar with you. At a critical juncture, you bravely stood against the Blackbeard pirates, earning significant merit. Had you not gone missing? Your fate unknown, the headquarters would have surely honored you long ago. Moreover, such events will undoubtedly involve your participation, considering your commendable performance. Wooly remained composed as he spoke. It is unfortunate that I was unaware at that time. Had I received orders from headquarters, I would have spared no effort in cooperating with the Navy's commands. Carp responded, Indeed, that is truly regrettable. Otherwise, with your presence as the mightiest Navy colonel, Zephyr and his cohorts would have had no chance of escape. In that moment, the atmosphere grew profoundly somber. Chapter 145, The Indomitable Shadow of Wooly Thud. Thud, thud. The warship was so quiet that even the sound of heartbeats and breaths could be distinctly heard. Among those present, two individuals exhibited the most emotional turbulence. One was Jewelry Bonnie, who was currently fixated on Wooly with a mix of confusion and anger. A myriad of thoughts surged within her. The mightiest Navy colonel? So, Wooly is a member of the Navy. Is he not a bounty hunter? The other was Wooly himself, who felt an immense weight in his heart upon hearing the implications in Carp's words. Did Carp already know? As a hero of the Navy, Carp bore both its glory and disgrace, and the question of how he would respond loomed heavily in the air. Wooly was utterly oblivious, for he was not the grandson of Kapu and thus received no preferential treatment. Do you have nothing to say? At the very least, you ought to provide an explanation. Colonel Wooly, Kapu remarked, observing Wooly's silence with an impassive expression. Wooly refrained from further speech, placing his fist upon his chest and gazing intently at Carp. The heroic Carp emanated an aura of commanding presence, a terrifying force pressing down upon Wooly. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, fierce winds howled, and towering waves crashed, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The legendary Marine, Hero Carp, revealed but a glimpse of his formidable power, akin to the tip of an iceberg. Though not directed at Jewelry Bonnie, she found herself struggling to breathe under the weight of his might. It dawned on her that Wooly's previous actions were not only incongruous, but also contravened the principles expected of a Marine. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Was the heroic Carp intent on purging the Navy? If such a figure were to pursue this course, who could possibly escape unscathed? Who could withstand such force? With this troubling reflection, she cast a worried glance at Wooly crack. Under the immense pressure, Wooly's body emitted a sound as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Blood seeped continuously from his mouth and the wounds on his body, while cracks began to appear on the deck beneath his feet. In a state of disillusionment, Wooly gritted his teeth and steadfastly fixed his gaze upon Carp. His eyes devoid of any hint of retreat, or regret. Observing Wu Li's stubbornness, Jewelry Bonnie cursed inwardly. If you could just fabricate a decent excuse and admit your fault, this matter would be resolved. Why persist? Can't you adapt? Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, Carp appeared dissatisfied with Wu Li's response. His aura intensified, while Wu Li's form began to sway precariously, resembling a candle in a frigid wind. The warship rocked violently under Carp's pressure, producing creaking sounds as it started to tilt. Those aboard clutched onto anything stable to maintain their footing, while some, like Barumaber, who failed to grab hold, slid down with the ship's incline, colliding painfully with the deck. Meanwhile, in the room, Kobe sensed Carp's overwhelming presence and rushed outside, only to find himself unable to stand due to the ship's tilt. He fell, grasping for something to hold on to, and gazed at the two figures at the center of the tension, filled with confusion. Carp regarded Wu Li's bent form, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. This young man managed to endure under such duress for so long. Alas, this was the limit of his endurance. His strength was insufficient, and no matter how indomitable his will, it could not hold out indefinitely. Should this continue, he might succumb to the strain, especially since he bore significant injuries. Reaching this point was commendable, for had he been a mere mid-ranking officer under such pressure, he would have likely fainted instantly. Carp retracted his formidable aura and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound echoed softly, perhaps a figment of illusion. As Carp's imposing presence dissipated, Wooly could only afford a fleeting glance at him before his eyes dimmed and consciousness slipped away. Carp's laughter ceased, plunging him into silence, mirrored by Bonnie's quietude. Even after losing consciousness, Wooly's body remained upright. Chapter 146, Zephyr and Akiji. Aftermath of events. The warship was battered by towering waves, violently shaking, and Wooly's figure finally began to topple. Just as he seemed about to fall, a tall shadow appeared before him, catching his form. Carp observed the unconscious Wu Li, his right hand still pointed firmly at his own heart, his expression unwavering and resolute. Ouch, that hurts. Barumaber complained softly, clutching his injured head, lamenting the daily grueling training under the old man's so-called iron fist of love, living in constant fear. His gaze then fell upon the comatose Wu Li, sympathy glimmering in his eyes. The so-called strongest major could not escape such a dire fate. Just as he regained his footing, intending to bemoan the darkness of his years and denounce Carp's tyrannical ways, he tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle. Suddenly, a figure dashed forth, colliding with Barumaber's shoulder, throwing him off balance and causing him to spin dizzily before collapsing to the ground. Tears streamed down his face. See? This is my dark life. Kobe, though aware of the collision, pressed on towards Carp, confusion evident upon seeing the unconscious Wu Li. Carp, what urgent situation has arisen? Kobe's expression grew serious. What could provoke such a response from Carp? He recalled the last instance when it had been the execution of Fire Fist Ace. Yet, he was puzzled by Carp's somewhat awkward demeanor. Ahaha, no, nothing's wrong, Carp chuckled, handing Wu Li to Kobe, urging him to take him to the infirmary. As Kobe supported Wu Li towards the medical bay, he pondered why the major had suddenly relapsed. Shaking his head, he withheld judgment, resolving to ensure Wu Li received treatment first. Kobe quickened his pace. Bonnie glanced at Carp and then at Wu Li's figure, noting that Carp seemed oblivious to her presence. Gritting her teeth, she followed suit. Poor Swordmaster. A nearby Barumaber sighed upon seeing Bonnie's pursuit and trailed after her. At the third Yendipyoanti Island, the once war-torn land lay beneath a thick layer of ice, entombing even the volcanoes, gradually descending into silence. Observing anew, the island resembled an iceberg. The outlines of towns faintly discernible within the ice, the blood and sacrifice of hatred barely detectable. What of him? He has departed. Is he alive or dead? Rumor has it he was struck by light and fell into the sea, likely perished. The iceberg fell silent once more, the sea breeze blowing, its chill intensified by the ice. A few figures appeared, a robust elderly man with purple hair and a tall figure clad in a greatcoat. How does it feel to live again? Somewhat dull. Isn't this life? I am your mentor, Kazan. Laughter erupted between them. The tall man produced a bottle of liquor from his coat, took a swig, and tossed it to the purple-haired elder. The elder's sunglasses reflected the bottle's shape as he paused in silence before taking a hearty gulp. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of teaching, I would be schooled by the youth? The man remained silent, listening to the elder's musings. A smile gracing his lips as he muttered, "Long time no see, teacher Zephyr." On the iceberg, two individuals sipped their drinks for warmth, while further up the slope, another pair, a man and a woman, bundled in thick coats, awaited in the biting wind. Hearing the laughter above, tears trickled from the woman's eyes. Yet she revealed the most beautiful smile, radiant as blooming flowers. Under the sunlight, her tears crystallized into glimmering ice gems, shimmering with rainbow hues, seemingly housing two figures within, one faintly purple, the other bearing the outline of a single-legged bird on its shoulder. As the cold wind blew, her flowing sea-blue locks danced gracefully, the greatcoat billowing in the breeze, revealing a right leg marked with an X-shaped scar. The cold wind felt slightly warm. As night fell over a certain sea region, a colossal warship sailed forth, the emblem of the world government fluttering in the wind. Within a dim chamber on the ship, an oil lamp flickered atop a mahogany table, casting shadows of 5 distinct figures, their masked visages visible. We must uncover the identity of that mysterious swordsman. This is a direct order from the highest authority. Did that esteemed gentleman see something once more? The era has begun to tremble. The world shall ultimately be upended by a sword. What kind of sword? A sword more formidable than the world's greatest swordsman. Unprecedented. In a certain maritime region of the New World, the sound of a phone snail resonated. A tall, slender man clad in a yellow and white striped suit, draped in a navy justice coat and donning sunglasses, answered the call from the snail phone adorned with a small hat. Hello, this is Kizaru. Is the situation resolved, Borisolino? Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind. A volcano on the brink of eruption. Akiji's eyes had begun to crystallize and envelop, while the criminals seized the opportunity to flee. How could they possibly escape the pursuit of light? The last image he recalled was that of a one-legged bird, along with its rider, being struck by light and plunging into the sea. He replied, "It has been resolved." Then hurry back to headquarters. Sakazuki, is there something amiss? Some inexperienced rookies have been rather audacious lately, came the deep voice from the snail phone, which vividly mimicked the sharp and authoritative gaze of its owner. Oh, I am on my way back. I do relish the task of disciplining these newcomers. Chapter 147, Fleeting Moments. Garp recounted the past to Wulia. The sky gradually darkened, enveloping the sea and air in night's embrace. The ocean lay concealed in shadows, the lights shimmering on its surface resembling the eyes of the sea. At the bow of the deck, a young figure bound in bandages remained still for a long while, his hair tousled by the sea breeze. Bang, bang, bang. An elder, tall and without the navy justice coat, approached the deck like a friendly neighbor. His powerful physique made a distinct sound against the tranquil night as he walked. Upon his arrival, the bandaged young man turned around, ready to salute, only to see the elder shake his head. Standing side by side, they gazed at the sea beneath the night sky, listening to the rhythmic waves while feeling the cool sea breeze. The Marine on lookout duty noticed the elder but did not linger. At the entrance to a room, a door creaked open. Creak. The door opened slightly, bright light spilling forth before being quickly obscured. A small head emerged, large eyes peering at the two figures on the deck. Not long after, another head appeared above the first, revealing another set of eyes watching the elder and the youth. Wulia, you've done well, the elder's robust voice resonated. Wulia was momentarily taken aback, surprised and somewhat puzzled. Garp continued to gaze into the distance, fixated on the 4 brightest stars in the night sky, seemingly transcending the confines of time and space, recalling the youthful figures clad in navy uniforms. Z, or Zephyr, and I have shared a camaraderie for decades. In our youth, he entered naval school alongside me, Sengoku, and Tsuru, training and living together. A reminiscent smile graced the elder's face. Later, we engaged in real combat. I remember he was just 18 when we celebrated his birthday. As they honed their skills in battle, they grew, ultimately achieving the heights they once aspired to. The elder spoke with a smile, and then, as if a vision unfolded in the night sky, he saw a figure weeping over a woman and child. A once brilliant star dimmed, and the elder's smile faded, casting a weighty shadow. That sorrowful figure distanced itself from the other 3. Dark clouds drifted toward the dim star in the night sky. The sea wind blew, waves crashed, and Wulia remained silent, a quiet listener. The gentle night breeze dispersed the clouds, and the stars twinkled in the night, attempting to regain their former brilliance. In midair, the elder's eyes beheld another image, a robust figure gazing at a multitude of youthful faces, displaying a smile of contentment, tinged with a hint of sadness. The mist on the sea shifted, winds howled, and the sound of waves grew tumultuous, the once twinkling star now dimmed. Alas, Garp sighed. Observing the changing vision in the sky, a ship laden with corpses, the scene transformed into a haunting crimson, leaving only an aging figure clutching a severed arm. Gazing mournfully at a lifeless youthful face, releasing a heart-wrenching wail. The other three figures in navy justice coats could only watch the sorrowful silhouette fade into the distance. Yearning to call out, yet silenced, their outstretched hands suspended in midair until the figure vanished into the fog. The clouds in the night sky regrouped, obscuring the now dim star, deepening the night's shadows. Ah, Zephyr truly is stubborn, Garp laughed heartily, nearly shedding tears of mirth. Did you know? That fellow always shows mercy to pirates, often leading to crises. He remains unchanged, and whenever we attempt to advise him, he merely points to the words on the back of his coat, laughing while listening to our scoldings. Garp's laughter subsided, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Unfortunately, some individuals are inherently wicked. Goodness cannot sway them, and in fact, it may be devoured by their malice. Moreover, those capable of being touched by goodness find no one left to offer it. Standing on one side, there are too many unavoidable circumstances. You achieved what I could not, and that is commendable. Justice weighs heavily. I have grown old and can scarcely bear it any longer. The future rests upon your shoulders. As his words fell, Garp departed, and Wulia watched the elder's somewhat weary figure, feeling a mix of emotions. He had not anticipated that Rear Admiral Garp would share such thoughts with him. Yet it solidified his resolve. The lights on the sea illuminated Wulia's heart, dispelling the darkness of the night, allowing him to feel the warmth of this tranquil evening on the deck. The vast night ocean embraced nature, merging into this hazy night. Through the crack in a door, two heads exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief before retreating back inside. Kobe saluted Garp as he returned to his room, and Garp simply smiled before entering. Kobe glanced at the figure on the deck, remained silent for a moment, and then returned to his room. Standing there for a long while, the night deepened, signaling that it was time to return. Wu Li gently walked upon the deck, acutely aware of the sound of his footsteps and breaths as he made his way back to his quarters. The moon, veiled behind the heavy clouds, cautiously peeked out, its mirror-like brilliance suspended in the sky, cascading silvery light akin to flowing water upon the vast ocean, creating a shimmering spectacle. Ding. Please claim your quest reward, Swordmaster. Swordmaster. LV3, 502-2800. Name, Wu Li Skills. Shiyu Tsangyin Flow, Ultimate. Fuyu Shinfeng Flow, Ultimate. Wind's Lament Heroic Valor, 96 Pet. Unnamed, Merchant Goat. Item, Heroic Hat Primary Sword Element. Deadly Flame Quest. Prevent Z from destroying Endpoint Island. Completion 1000 experience points. Chapter 148, Quest Reward, Heroic Ensemble. On the eastern sea, a brilliant light emerged, dazzling as it reflected upon the water's surface. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples as a flock of seagulls soared above. The sun ascended, breaking the horizon amidst the calls of the seagulls, its myriad rays piercing through the clouds, illuminating the endless, boundless ocean. A naval warship surged forward, riding the waves in the embrace of the rising sun. Ding. At this moment, Wu Li accessed the system, and the task panel displayed the completion of the mission to prevent Z from destroying Endpoint Island. The data has been updated. Swordmaster, LV3, 1502-2800. Name, Wu Li Skills. Shiyu Tsangyin Flow, Secret Art. Fuyun Shinfeng Flow, Secret Art. Wind's Lament Heroic Spirit Value, 90 Pet. Unnamed, Merchant Goat. LV2 Item, Heroic Hat First Sword Element. Death Flame Aura Task. Prevent Z from destroying Endpoint Island. Completed. Although the final cleanup was handled by Akiji, Wu Li accomplished what was within his capabilities, and thus his mission was fulfilled. The system evaluates only the outcome, disregarding the process, and awarded him 1,000 task points. Wu Li's initial intention to save Zephyr was realized. As for whether Zephyr would continue his annihilation plan, Wu Li remained uncertain. The course of action lay in Zephyr's own hands. Wu Li cast a glance at the slumbering merchant sheep and chuckled softly. If this creature were to realize it had been subjected to the system's punishment, it would likely be in a state of uproar rather than resting so peacefully. Fortunately, the task had been accomplished, and the system would not eradicate the merchant sheep, perhaps as a form of compensation from the system. The merchant sheep had experienced a level enhancement, allowing it to temporarily grow in size. Retracting his gaze, Wu Li focused once more on the skill panel of the system interface, his brow furrowing. The sword technique Floating Rain, Divine Wind had turned gray, indicating it was currently unusable. This led Wu Li to speculate whether it was related to the shattering of the second sword path seed. After all, the seed had inscribed the Floating Rain, Divine Wind technique, nurturing it with its sword intent. Since that battle, his internal power had remained in disarray. influenced by the second sword path seed. Although he could still wield other sword techniques, utilizing them resulted in a clash between two conflicting forces, causing him harm before he could even strike the enemy. Sighing in frustration, Wu Li's expression revealed his worries, and a headache began to form. Encountering weaker pirates posed little challenge, even without employing sword techniques or relying on the power of his sword seed. He could defeat bounty pirates worth less than 100 million berries with his current physical prowess. However, should he cross paths with stronger foes, particularly those with bounties exceeding 100 million, the situation would become considerably more complicated. No matter how Wu Li pondered, he found no resolution to his current predicament. Thus he chose to suppress these concerns deep within. Within the system, two treasure chests awaited him, one as a reward for task completion, and the other a reward for his chivalry value reaching 90. It turned out that the reward was indeed linked to his chivalrous spirit. Wu Li finally realized that his chivalrous spirit had reached a remarkable score of 90. Previously, he, along with the Straw Hat Kid Luffy and the pirate hunter Zoro, had joined forces to confront the Navy Admiral Kizaru Borsalino, but ultimately they were defeated, lacking the strength to continue the fight. The potions obtained from the grand gift package within the system enabled Wu Li and his companions to unleash their ultimate moves in a critical moment, resulting in a stalemate against Huang Yuan. Due to the pressing circumstances, they had no time to thoroughly examine the other rewards. However, Wu Li did notice a transformation within the system, revealing that certain items were not exclusively for the Swordmaster. It appeared others might also wield them. Within the reward package for achieving a chivalry value of 90, alongside 3 bottles of Guiyuan Dan, there was a set of clothing, a cloak, and a wooden box. The chivalric attire and cloak both received a 1 enhancement, coupled with the previously acquired chivalric hat. It seemed that the chivalry system intended to form a complete set of chivalric gear. Wu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to indulge in his fantasies. Alas, the time was fleeting, merely a matter of seconds. In that moment, Wu Li utilized the chivalric hat to conceal his presence, subsequently employing the profound technique of the Shiyu Tsongyan flow, the fire of Shiyu, and managed to steal a few precious seconds from Huang Yuan's onslaught, thereby saving Robin and Chopper. As Wu Li reveled in the system's rewards, he remained blissfully unaware of a petite figure approaching him. At the entrance, a one-legged bird peered curiously, its mind fervently calling out, "Master Sword." Wu Li appeared to be oblivious, showing no response, which caused Shang Yang to feel a tinge of anxiety. "Sword Master." At that moment, Wu Li was engrossed in joyfully counting the treasures from the large gift packages, automatically filtering out Shang Yang's telepathic call. "Wu Li. Little Wu. Little Li." As Shang Yang observed the fearsome and violent girl with pink hair approaching Wu Li, his anxiety intensified, akin to an ant on a hot pan, restlessly pacing in circles. He yearned to fly over and alert Wu Li, yet feared being captured by that insatiable glutton. This fellow Wu Li always falters at critical moments. Do not blame this divine beast for failing to warn you. I have done my utmost. Whatever transpires thereafter is no longer my concern, especially since you chose to provoke her of all people. Shang Yang thought to himself. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as he realized the transformed fearsome girl had already thrown a punch. "Swordsman Wu." Wu Li seemed to have heard something. Beginning to turn his head, Shang Yang then realized what he had uttered, forgetting to flap his wings and plummeting from the air, internally chanting, "He didn't hear. He didn't hear. He must not have heard." After all those calls, it's improbable that he would hear Swordsman Wu just at this moment. Yes, indeed. The title Swordsman Wu was merely a casual remark from this divine beast, and surprisingly, it was quite catchy. Shang Yang even covered his mouth with his wings to stifle a chuckle. Wait a minute, I have mentioned Swordsman Wu several times. If he finds out, will he confine this divine beast in the little black room for a long time? It seems humans generally dislike being referred to as lowly beings. Yet I only called him Swordman, which is different, right? Yes, completely distinct meanings. Moreover, addressing him as Swordsman Wu is out of respect for the Swordmaster. But what if he becomes enraged and refuses to listen to my explanation? How long would I be confined for uttering Swordsman Wu 3 times? In that fleeting instant, he had conjured countless scenarios in his mind. Shang Yang removed his wings from his face, as if time had come to a standstill. The violent girl's punch hung in the air, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Wu Li did not hear this divine beast calling him Swordsman Wu, thus my worries are unfounded. There is no need to fear confinement in the little black room. A single drop of water seemed to fall from the sky, causing ripples to spread through the air, and time resumed its flow. Wu Li was filled with frustration. turning his head ready to glare at the foolish bird with a murderous gaze when suddenly a fist came crashing towards his face. Bang! Under the immense force, Wooly was sent flying, the furniture in the room shattered with continuous cracking sounds, ultimately embedding into the floorboards, which had already splintered. The warship itself trembled slightly. And sensing the commotion, the Marines swiftly armed themselves and rushed towards the source of the disturbance. KB and Balu also took notice of the uproar. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Karp remained as steadfast as a mountain, leisurely indulging in snacks and sipping tea while engaged in a conversation via the transponder snail. Vice Admiral Karp, did I just hear a tremendous noise? Have you been attacked? The transponder snail mimicked the concerned expression of its interlocutor. Ha ha ha, little Tina, rest assured, everything is fine. Few possess the audacity to assault my warship in these waters. Wooly covered his face, his eyes wide with innocence as he gazed at the little girl before him. Inquiring, Bonnie, why did you attack me? The moment he opened his mouth to speak, a sharp pain shot through his face, leaving him bewildered, despite her tender age. She possessed remarkable strength. With a swift punch, the seemingly delicate fist of Charlotte Bonnie struck the unsuspecting Wooly, her petite hand wielding an extraordinary force. The speed of the blow leaving him no time to evade. Humph, the strongest colonel. Bonnie's eyes flashed with astonishment, quickly reverting to a state of furious indignation as she glared at Wooly, who appeared utterly perplexed. So you are a Navy officer. What secrets are you hiding from me? I saved your life, only to discover you are a member of the Navy. Truly, the Navy cannot be trusted. I fought tooth and nail to escape their clutches, and now you bring me to impel down. In her current guise as a small girl, Bonnie's demeanor was somewhat comical. Yet, Wooly found no amusement in the situation, silently enduring her emotional outburst, for he had indeed deceived her. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps and the distinct noise of weapons being readied. The sailors aboard the ship had surrounded the chamber. Colonel Will, may I inquire what has transpired? A Navy officer clad in a justice coat knocked on the door. Everything is fine, my apologies for the disturbance, Wooly replied. Will left the door, feeling somewhat awkward, and after a lengthy explanation, he finally convinced the responsible naval officer to lift the alarm and take his leave. Chapter 150. The sardonic Bonnie and her terms. Once the Marines had dispersed, Jewelry Bonnie, wary of provoking the Navy further, hesitated to strike Wu too harshly. Yet, letting him off the hook did not sit well with her, and thus she remained in a state of verbal assault. Her tirade left her throat parched, prompting her to use a pointed glance to instruct the reluctant Shanks to fetch her a glass of water. Gulp. After quenching her thirst, Jewelry Bonnie felt her raspy voice improve significantly, and her relentless berating became somewhat more bearable. However, she couldn't help but wonder why this man maintained his silence. Speak up, she demanded, her tone dripping with disdain. The formidable naval colonel, Wu. Jewelry Bonnie fixated her gaze on Wu, enunciating each word with a palpable intensity. Her eyes ablaze with mockery. Wu met her stare with unwavering seriousness, responding, I concealed my identity as a naval colonel. I never intended to send you to impel down. Humph, you claim you never considered it? Jewelry Bonnie retorted. Indeed. But tell me, do you dare assert that the warship is not headed towards naval headquarters? Wooly was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the warship was en route to the naval headquarters and was nearing its destination. Go on, sneered Jewelry Bonnie, her face etched with mockery. You deceiver. Wooly hastily declared, I truly never intended to imprison you. Rest assured, I shall seek an opportunity to set you free when the time comes. Observing the earnestness in Wu Li's expression, Xiao Ali Bonnie felt a shift within her heart towards his words. Since you have deceived me and inflicted significant emotional distress, you must make amends, she replied. Casting a sidelong glance at Wu Li, realizing that Xiao Ali Bonnie had already forgiven him, Wu Li smiled and patted his chest, pledging earnestly, all right, speak your wish. I shall comply as long as it is within my means. My abilities have encountered an issue, requiring an ample intake of food for gradual recovery. You must provide me with 3 months' worth of sustenance, she stated, extending a single finger. Wu Li broke into a sweat, pondering whether his meager salary could suffice for such a voracious appetite. Wu Li shuddered slightly, while Shang Yang beside him stifled a laugh with his wings, teasingly remarking, Oh. The swordsman. After a brief pause, his soft voice came to an abrupt halt as Wu called out, Master Swordlord. Wu Li cast a fierce glare at the gloating Shang Yang. Ahem, the annual salary of the Swordmaster is insufficient to cover even a week's worth of sustenance. In fact, it scarcely suffices for 3 days. Should the expenses for 3 months be considered? It seems the swordmaster may need to resort to selling himself in search of a wealthy patroness, if indeed anyone would be willing to take him. Haha. A faint smile crept onto Xiao Ali Bani's lips. While Wu Li found himself genuinely pondering this predicament, the images of Tina and Ein surfacing in his mind. Ahem. Yet the prospective lender was certainly not a patroness. Wu Li shook his head vigorously, incredulous that he was actually considering the words of that foolish bird, Shang Yang. Had he lost his sanity? The melodious voice of Xiao Ali Boni drifted towards him. What is this? You cannot fulfill the first condition? Of course. It's not a problem. Wu Li gritted his teeth and replied. With the assistance of his old partners, Shuan, KB, and Baru, and if all else failed. Perhaps he could enlist Karp's help. Yet, as he pondered, Wu Li still felt a sense of despair. He could not fathom how he would gather enough for Xiao Ali Boni's monthly sustenance. He reassured himself it should be easy to procure. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You mean that was just the first condition? Are there more?" "Congratulations, you are correct. But alas, there are no rewards," Xiao Ali Boni replied. Her spirits lifted as she observed Wu Li's flustered demeanor. She extended 3 fingers, but upon seeing his pitiful expression, she retracted one, presenting only 2. "Given that you struggled with the first condition, I'll let you off for now. I haven't yet formulated the second condition, but I shall inform you once I do." Wu Li let out a sigh of relief and then spoke earnestly, "I will do what I can, but only if it does not compromise my principles." Zhou Eli Bani glared at him, yet Wu Li showed no signs of retreat. It was only then that Zhou Eli Bani conceded, waving her hand dismissively and muttering, "Understood." Shang Yang chuckled, "Oh, Master Swordsman, you have truly struck it rich overnight. Albeit with a burden of debt. It seems you will need to toil for your meals. I, the divine beast, shall cheer for you, albeit from a distance." "Ha ha ha. Foolish bird, you seem rather buoyant these days," Wu Li remarked, his mind clouded with annoyance, as he turned to face Shang Yang. "Not too bad." Shang Yang flapped its wings, feigning humility, though its eyes betrayed a glimmer of schadenfreude. Having acquired some skills through leveling up, it felt somewhat emboldened in Wu Li's presence. Considering these matters were Wu Li's own and not its concern. "Master Swordsman Wu speaks quite eloquently," Shang Yang continued, the words flowing easily. "Ah, you are aware of that too?" Just as Shang Yang raised its head, it caught the murderous gaze of Wu Li, realizing it had let slip an indiscretion. "That was not my intention," Shang Yang attempted to defend itself. Wu Li extended a finger and calmly stated, 3 months. Shang Yang was taken aback and instinctively inquired, "What 3 months?" "The little black room." Shang Yang immediately leaped up, exclaiming, "Wu Li, no, esteemed swordmaster, I have only referred to you as Swordman Wu 3 times. Surely that is not a sufficient reason for such a lengthy punishment? Truly only 3 times? Indeed, it was an unintentional oversight. Grant this adorable pet a chance." 8 months. Wu Li remarked coolly, "Consider your answer carefully." As Shang Yang began to recollect, he trembled involuntarily, counting in earnest. 8 times. A year. It truly is 8 times. He exclaimed, and adding the previous instance, 99 times, Shang Yang replied feebly. Wu Li imitated the tone of Zhou Bani and said, "Correct. Your reward is soup?" "No." After a fortnight of sailing, the warship that Wu Li was aboard finally reached the base of the new naval headquarters. Chapter 151. Tina and Shuan await Wu Li's return. The warship had docked at the naval port. Upon arrival, a gathering of individuals awaited them, among whom stood a striking figure. Leading the group was a captivating woman with a stylish, light pink shoulder-length hairstyle, adorned with purple-tinted sunglasses, and clad in a rose-colored professional outfit. Draped in the Navy's Justice cloak, she sported deep purple gloves and exhaled a cloud of smoke as she gazed in their direction. Everyone recognized her, Major General Tina. Alongside her was another individual, donned in a hat and a white cloth partially concealing his features. His piercing gaze instilled an overwhelming discomfort in anyone it fell upon. He was Wu Li's partner, Colonel Shuan, though more accurately. He had since been promoted to Brigadier General following commendations from headquarters after their recent battle. "Tina, Shuan." Wu Li instantly spotted the two waiting for him, feeling a rush of surprise. After most of the sailors disembarked, he walked over with Karp, continuously waving to Tina and Shuan. Upon seeing Wu Li safe and sound, Shuan's eyes sparkled with joy. However, as Karp was present, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Tina, on the other hand, did not direct her attention to Wu Li but addressed Karp, saying, "Major General Karp, your efforts are much appreciated once again." Karp laughed heartily, replying, "Oh, it was nothing. Unlike them, I didn't engage in battle. It was merely a leisurely outing." Glancing at Wooly, he understood they were not there solely to wait for him, and he felt it best not to intrude. Tina offered a smile of apology, while Shun rendered a standard salute to Carp. Let's not linger. It's not as if we won't see each other again, Carp jestingly scolded. After a brief farewell with Carp, Wooly departed with Tina, standing behind Carp. KB and Balu stared at the retreating figures of Wooly and his companions. Balu, with a glint of envy in his eyes, quietly remarked to Kobe that Colonel Wooly's gallant defense of numerous civilians against the Blackbeard pirates was a remarkable feat, undoubtedly warranting his promotion to Rear Admiral upon his return. Moreover, it seemed that Vice Admiral Carp held him in high regard, having come through the World Recruitment Program. Wooly's success could serve as a testament to the program's efficacy, and he might even ascend to the rank of Admiral. When will we achieve such a rank? Kobe declared with determination, aspiring to surpass even the rank of Admiral. Suddenly, a thunderous punch landed, and with a yelp, Balu clutched his head, already swelling with a bruise. Kobe also bore a similar mark, but he stifled his cry. When he looked up, he saw the imposing figure of Carp, who had turned around, fist clenched. Gazing at Balu with a grin, under the encouragement of my love punch, you shall both eventually become exemplary members of the Navy, he proclaimed. Yes, indeed. Kobe smartly stood at attention, responding loudly, while Balu, fighting through the intense pain and blinking back tears, echoed his enthusiasm, satisfied with their replies. Carp nodded and began to walk away from the harbor, with Kobe and Balu hastily trailing behind him. Chapter 152. Wooly's participation in the Second Navy Conference. After walking for a while, Tina glanced at the unscathed Wooly, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. At the time of hearing the news from Shun, many had assumed Wooly had perished, as it was indeed astonishing for a Navy colonel to withstand an encounter with the second-in-command of the notorious Blackbeard pirates. The captains under Blackbeard were formidable foes, ones that even the Vice Admiral struggled to contend with. However, Tina had never subscribed to such thoughts, for reasons unknown. She firmly believed that Wooly would not succumb so easily, even against such terrifying adversaries. Indeed, he is unharmed, she mused. Noting Wooly's changed appearance, he was no longer clad in his Navy Justice coat, given that he had been battling Shiryu of the Rain. It was likely that his coat had been damaged in the fray. To her astonishment, Wooly seemed even stronger than before and was accompanied by a small girl. Colonel Wooly, after your disappearance, Admiral Akina happened to be nearby and swiftly dispatched a warship for your rescue, allowing the Blackbeard crew to escape, Shun informed Wooly, while also expressing curiosity about how he had survived. She saved me, Wooly replied, gesturing to the pale-faced girl behind him. Jewelry Bonnie, glancing nervously at the Navy headquarters insignia, closely followed Wooly, feeling as if she had lost her senses. As a pirate, entering the enemy's stronghold felt utterly insane. After all, even the strongest man, Whitebeard, had fallen there, albeit not in Marineford. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes of Tina and Shun, Bonnie shrank back behind Wooly, feigning fear of strangers while inwardly pleading, "Please don't recognize me. That would be disastrous." Tina examined Jewelry Bonnie intently, the girl with long pink hair, dressed in denim overalls, a white short-sleeved shirt, and brown ankle boots, adorned with heart-shaped lipstick. She frowned slightly, although Bonnie had rescued Wooly. There was no way this girl could enter the Navy headquarters, as non-Navy personnel underwent strict scrutiny. It was likely that she was granted leniency due to Vice Admiral Carp's influence. "I'm just relieved you're back. Had you perished, who would I reclaim my debts from?" Tina remarked lightly, though her tone betrayed genuine concern. Wooly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This demeanor caused Xiao Ali Bo and I to momentarily forget her anxiety, leaving her in a state of astonishment. Had Shang Yang been present at that moment, he would undoubtedly share Xiao Ali Bo Ni's astonishment, while simultaneously casting a disdainful glance at Wooly. Alas, burdened with debt, he lamented, "Oh, money! How I yearn for wealth, an abundance of riches." Wooly sighed inwardly, never expecting that even in the world of One Piece, he would still be troubled by financial concerns. He reminisced about his carefree days in the South Sea, when such matters never crossed his mind. How nostalgic it felt. Yet, there was no escaping the reality of supporting a glutton, one with an insatiable appetite. 3 days swiftly passed. The Navy forces dispatched to confront Zephyr gradually returned to the new base of the Marine headquarters in the New World. Once the entire expeditionary force had returned, a naval conference commenced, attended by all officers of lieutenant rank and above. The meeting was presided over by the fleet admiral, while one of the 3 admirals, Green Bull, was notably absent, presumably engaged on some mission. Fujitora sat upright, while Kizaru lounged casually, appearing indifferent. However, his gaze was fixed on Wu Li the moment he entered the conference room. Chapter 153. Kizaru's suspicion. Wu Li, what is the matter with you? Tina inquired as she entered the meeting room alongside Wu Li, immediately noticing something amiss with him. At this moment, Wu Li was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion somewhat pallid. The instant he stepped into the conference room, it felt as though a terrifying beast had fixed its gaze upon him, causing his hair to stand on end and his entire body to tremble. Could it be that Huang Yuan has already discerned my identity? Wu Li could not help but speculate that during his battles with the yellow ape, each encounter lasted but a fleeting few seconds, and they were separated by intervals. When not engaged in combat, his power signature should have been rather difficult to detect. He was clad in clothing that concealed him, and during his attacks, he donned a system-provided hero's hat that served to mask his presence. Under the invisible pressure exerted by Huang Yuan, Wu Li found himself drenched in sweat, his righteous coat clinging to him as the wounds inflicted by Huang Yuan earlier began to throb anew. Tina, perplexed by Wu Li's sudden change, speculated that his injuries from the battle with Yuji Shilu had not yet healed and were now resurfacing. Leaning closer to Wu Li, she whispered, "Perhaps it would be best for you to return for now. I shall explain everything to you later." Wu Li's pale visage bore a faint smile as he shook his head, struggling to articulate that it was of no consequence, yet no words escaped his lips. Huang Yuan was secretly testing Wu Li's mettle. Should Wu Li employ his power to resist, Huang Yuan would ascertain whether he was indeed the enigmatic swordsman of yore. Why focus on that young man? Fujitora, beside Huang Yuan, sensed his subtle movements and remained with his eyes closed, harboring a measure of perplexity. "Ha ha, young Wu Li. You have arrived." A hearty and familiar laugh echoed behind Wu Li, and he instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. The moment this individual approached, the oppressive aura that had previously loomed over him dissipated, allowing Wu Li to exhale a sigh of relief, feeling a tinge of gratitude towards the elder. The arrivals comprised 3 individuals: Carp, Crane, and Sengoku. Sengoku and Crane were somewhat baffled by Carp's presence at this Navy conference. "This coat suits you well," Carp remarked with a smile as he observed Wu Li clad in the justice coat. Following Carp's appearance, Huang Yuan subdued his demeanor, displaying respect for the naval hero. At that moment, the voice of Watanabe Maru reached them. "Old man, the Marine you asked me to investigate is named Wu Li, and he holds the rank of colonel." After a brief pause, Watanabe Maru emphasized, "He is referred to as the strongest colonel within the Navy." It appeared that within naval circles, some Marines disputed this claim, yet a cadre of admirals regarded it as indisputable. Huang Yuan stroked his chin, musing with interest. "Wu Li, the strongest colonel, is it?" He had gained notoriety after a battle with Shiryu of the Rain, the second captain of the Blackbeard pirates, and it was rumored that, to underscore the righteousness of the world conscription, Admiral Akainu would commend him at the conference and promote his rank. Watanabe Maru, puzzled, inquired, "Old man, why are we focusing on this newcomer? Where was he during the Zephyr incident?" Gazing at the documents in hand, Watanabe Maru replied, "He vanished after his battle with Shiryu and only resurfaced 3 days ago alongside Vice Admiral Carp." Huang Yuan grasped the situation, understanding why Vice Admiral Carp would be acquainted with a naval newcomer. Time and disappearance could suggest he might be found anywhere, especially having returned to the Navy headquarters with Vice Admiral Carp. As for his strength, while it seemed somewhat incongruous, he had consistently proven to be unexpectedly formidable. "The strongest colonel?" Huang Yuan mused, sensing Watanabe Maru's confusion. "Perhaps he participated in the war as well," Huang Yuan slowly articulated. "When they announce his promotion, we shall inquire about the whereabouts of his disappearance. It will be evident whether it was indeed he." Wu Li felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition warned him of imminent peril. What was it? Chapter 154, Mercenaries. The latter half of the Grand Line. In the New World, a certain nation's capital, a deafening rumble echoed from the sky, and upon closer inspection, it was not thunder. It was the sound of heavy artillery from the enemy, bombarding the government forces' positions. This nation had been engulfed in civil war for 2 years, showing no signs of abating, but rather intensifying, plunging its citizens into a state of utter despair. Initially, the government forces held a technological edge in weaponry, but the underground world had facilitated the Joker's acquisition of a vast arsenal for the insurgents, leading to the government forces losing their advantage and being suppressed instead. As the conflict escalated, the government forces had captured all towns except for the capital. A commander, clad in military garb, resembled a furious lion. Gritting his teeth, he snarled to the soldiers beside him, "Damn Doflamingo! How dare he supply these rebels with arms? Does he not fear the world government's wrath?" Suddenly, piercing whistles cut through the air, and a barrage of shells descended like dark specks. "Take cover. Commander, enemy artillery fire." A guard urgently shoved the commander aside just as a shell exploded less than 20 meters from him, sending debris flying in all directions. What had once been a bombardment against the enemy now turned into a harbinger of death for the government forces. They suffered even greater losses than before. The commander collapsing in the trench, dust from the explosion settling upon him. In that moment, he sensed the impending doom. At this rate, the capital would soon fall. Resolute, he ordered his soldiers to fetch him a phone bug, and into it, he roared with fury, "Where are your mercenaries? Didn't we already agree on this? They have arrived near your country." Given the current war situation, the danger level is significantly higher than previously estimated, and thus the price has increased tenfold. What? An increase? On Karai Island, the blue-haired individual on the other end of the line smirked, imitating the expression of the commander with exaggerated flair. "Indeed. If you're unwilling to meet this price, I shall have to send them away. Without reinforcements, your capital will likely fall within a month." "Ha. You are taking advantage of our misfortune. Cooperating with us is your last hope. Do not count on the Navy. They may not arrive in time." Furious, the government commander clenched the receiver, his forehead veins bulging. Although he recognized the extortion at play, he could not afford to remain passive. Taking a deep breath, gritting his teeth until the phone nearly crumpled in his grip, he reluctantly uttered, "I agree. Congratulations on making the right decision. The mercenaries will arrive at the battlefield within 30 minutes, with an estimated completion time of 3 days. With a crack, the call ended, and the commander crushed the phone in his hand. Yet, he doubted the war would conclude in 3 days, fully aware that the civil war had persisted for years. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he finally spotted the mercenaries he had paid a fortune to summon. Only 2 of them. He gazed up in astonishment. One was a towering figure with a hairstyle reminiscent of green onions, bearing a devilish appearance, complete with horns and sharp teeth, his neck adorned with cross-stitch-like scars. Dressed in a back-collared shirt and Gothic attire. The other sported ball-shaped earrings, clad in a shirt and trousers, complemented by a high-collared long coat and boots. Resembling a lion, a man of both terrifying countenance and extravagant garb. "Only the 2 of you? Is this some kind of joke?" In that moment, the commander felt utterly deceived. Despite the imposing stature of one of them, in the chaos of war, he would merely serve as a target. A nearby soldier, witnessing the demon-like figure beginning to tremble, stammered, "He is the former warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria." The commander knew of the 7 warlords, but had never encountered their true terror, failing to grasp why the soldiers were so fearful. As long as they could win the war, the title of warlord was irrelevant. Moonlight Moria looked down, emitting a strange laugh, devoid of any sense of blame, and directed his gaze to the lion-like man beside him, saying coolly, "It's your turn, Absalom." Absalom's eyes gleamed with fervor as he respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Before the astonished onlookers, his figure gradually faded from sight, and soon the relentless bombardment diminished, leaving only gunfire and cries of anguish. The 3-day estimate referred solely to Absalom's intervention. At the Navy headquarters conference room, Kizaru had initially intended to expose Wu Li's hidden identity during the meeting, implicating him in aiding Zephyr, which had hindered the Navy. With Kizaru's suspicions voiced, the colonel's testimony would lose all credibility, transforming what could have been a promotion to rearist instead. Yet, Kizaru's plans fell through. He never publicly expressed his doubts throughout the meeting. When the Navy conference concluded, Wu Li did not receive the anticipated promotion to Rear Admiral, contrary to what many had expected. Surprisingly, since the Marineford War, the seldom-seen Vice Admiral Garp not only attended the meeting, but also made a rare contribution to the discussion. This revelation astonished Crane, while Tina seemed puzzled. Many within the Navy speculated, as Vice Admiral Garp dismissed the notion of promoting Colonel Wu Li to Rear Admiral, suggesting instead a mere promotion to Brigadier General. His reasoning was that Colonel Wu Li had not participated in the significant events surrounding Zephyr. How fortunate he is to have evaded a calamity. Colonel Wu Li successfully attained a promotion, but Kizaru's suspicions remained unshaken, compelling him to seek opportunities for further investigation. Chapter 155, Garp's Intent. After the Navy meeting, Wu Li intended to express his gratitude to Garp. However, Garp merely smiled at him before departing with Sengoku and Crane, leaving no opportunity for conversation. The usually taciturn Cheyenne seized the moment to inquire softly, "Wu Li, have you offended Vice Admiral Garp?" Not only he, but many within the Navy share this sentiment. Otherwise, the esteemed Admiral Garp, hailed as a naval hero, would not have permitted his promotion to merely Brigadier General. Although Garp ultimately remarked that Wu Li failed to appear at a crucial moment when the Navy needed him, participating in the campaign against Zephyr, it seems an excessively high expectation. However, it is widely known that after his confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates, Wu Li vanished without a trace, leaving his fate uncertain. Balumabur wore a perplexed expression, turning to the contemplative Kobe with astonishment. Didn't Wu Li have a good relationship with Admiral Garp? It's surprising that Garp did not recommend him for the rank of Rear Admiral. It almost seems like a definitive verdict. He has lost the chance for the rank of Colonel and remains merely a Brigadier General. As a naval hero, Garp's words carry significant weight. Thus, despite Akainu's initial intention to promote Wu Li to Colonel, Garp's declaration sealed the matter. Kobe's eyes reflected his confusion, pondering the sudden attendance of Admiral Garp at the meeting and his unexpected focus on the commendation of a naval newcomer. He recalled the conversation between Garp and Wu Li that night, sensing that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared, yet he could not fathom the underlying reason. Tina, too, felt a tinge of bewilderment. She had hoped to leverage this opportunity to recommend Wu Li for a direct promotion to Rear Admiral, believing that with Garp's support, the prospects would be promising. However, the turn of events had taken her by surprise, and she, along with Shuan and others, cast their gazes towards Wu Li. Wu Li observed the perplexity of the crowd and, with a gentle smile, simply shook his head, stating, "Vice Admiral Garp is a person I deeply respect. As for the rank of Brigadier General or Rear Admiral, these distinctions hold little significance. There is no need to dwell on them." The others rolled their eyes in response, unable to fathom how such distinctions could be trivialized. However, as events had unfolded, further discussion seemed futile. In the New World, on a certain island, at the edge of a coastal cliff, a gigantic penguin, adorned with a large backpack, dozed peacefully in the sea. From a distance, Ein observed, standing alongside two tall figures, Akiji and Zephyr. Akiji had just concluded a call, putting down the snail phone, and addressed Zephyr, "Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, he is unharmed." Zephyr, having listened in on the naval meeting, was not surprised by Akiji's continued access to naval intelligence despite his departure from the organization. Instead, he expressed a tinge of nostalgia, remarking, "This time, Garp has, in this manner, refuted Wu Li's involvement in the war. Henceforth, even if others harbor doubts about Wu Li's participation in this battle, such skepticism will remain just that, mere doubt. I owe Garp a favor. It seems unlikely that I shall have the opportunity to share a drink with him again in this lifetime." Akiji replied with a smile, "There will still be chances in the future." After exchanging a few more words, Akiji bid farewell to Zephyr and leapt onto the giant penguin, which stirred awake, lazily opening its eyes and beginning to carry Akiji away. Zephyr watched Akiji's retreating figure, a hint of reminiscence flickering in his eyes, when Ein approached from behind. The two gazed out at the boundless sea, and Zephyr spoke of the intelligence regarding Wu Li, while Ein listened intently, his long hair dancing in the ocean breeze. And he recalled that figure, feeling a stir of emotion within. Chapter 156, Smoker's Consolation. Wu Li's reminder. The White Hunter, Smoker, caught sight of Tina and the others approaching and walked over. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, wisps of smoke swirling around him, he addressed Wu Li with a calm demeanor. "Do not lose heart. These matters bear little weight, so do not overly concern yourself with ranks." Although his tone was that of a senior, he could faintly sense that Wu Li had grown significantly stronger, perhaps even surpassing him, which took him aback. Tina jested, "Only you would say that. How many promotion opportunities have you squandered?" Smoker, now a vice admiral, did not contest her remark when suddenly a girl wearing glasses, panting and carrying a backpack, rushed over. Adjusting her glasses, she greeted Tina politely before turning to Wu Li with a smile, saying, "Wu Li, congratulations on your promotion to Brigadier General." Wu Li smiled and said, "Thank you, Dasqi." Observing Smoker and Dasqi fully armed, Tina inquired, "Are you embarking on another mission?" Dasqi nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there are reports of ships mysteriously vanishing near Punk Hazard, accompanied by distress signals. Headquarters has tasked us with investigating the matter." "Punk Hazard?" Tina softly repeated, a glimmer of realization lighting up her eyes as she recalled that particular island. She turned her gaze towards Smoker, who, noticing her attention, nodded while holding his cigar. This island holds considerable notoriety within the Navy, essentially determining the fate of the fleet admiral. Furrowing her brow, Tina remarked, "If there are individuals present in such a treacherous environment, that would indeed be a formidable situation." She looked at Smoker. "You must exercise caution." Smoker replied nonchalantly, "I can handle it." Wooly suddenly interjected, cautioning, "Be wary of Virgo." Wooly refrained from speaking extensively, as excessive words could only serve to complicate matters further. After all, certain truths cannot be conveyed through mere trifles. Nevertheless, he took the opportunity to offer a caution, the impact of which on Smoker remained uncertain. Both Smoker and Tashigi were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Wu Li's sudden admonition regarding Virgo. Smoker furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening, casting a malevolent glare at Wu Li. The rapid establishment of their footing at G5 was largely attributable to Virgo, and Wu Li's insinuation seemed to sow discord, igniting a smoldering ire within Smoker. Tina, well acquainted with Smoker's temperament, immediately discerned his agitation, though she struggled to find a way to diffuse the tension. What prompted Wu Li's sudden remarks? Tashigi, regaining her composure, smiled and began to clarify, "I am unsure why you say this, but Mr. Virgo is a truly commendable person." However, before Tashigi could finish her sentence, Smoker nodded toward Tina, his mood considerably grim, and departed without casting another glance at Wu Li. His perception of Wu Li had soured significantly. "Tashigi, we must leave." Smoker's voice resonated, prompting Tashigi to offer a polite apology to Wu Li before hastily following after him. Wu Li forced a wry smile, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Smoker's nature was such that it was utterly implausible to instill doubt in a comrade he held in utmost trust. Observing the retreating figures of Smoker and Tashigi, Wu Li recognized that Smoker was a person of great tenacity. This incident would likely be a significant blow to him, and he hoped it would not lead him to question the very essence of life. Smoker and Tashigi had a mission to attend to, both serving as naval brigadiers, while Shoin was required to participate in a training session organized by the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, Wu Li had been assigned a new task from the naval headquarters. In Chapter 157, Wu Li set sail according to naval regulations. Attaining the rank of naval brigadier necessitated participation in a training program orchestrated by the naval headquarters. Excelling during this training would allow one to shed the brigadier title and ascend to that of a rear admiral upon completion. "Wu Li, are you truly opting out of the naval brigadier training?" Xiaowen inquired. The naval brigadier training was renowned within the Navy, with every participant witnessing a remarkable enhancement in their strength, often qualifying them for promotion to rear admiral. "Indeed, Vice Admiral Garp has assigned me an alternative task," Wu Li replied with a smile, casting a glance at Xiaowen. "After this training, you will undoubtedly emerge stronger." Xiaowen nodded, looking at Wu Li earnestly. "I shall strive to become more powerful, and I hope to one day attain your level of strength." Xiaowen's gaze was resolute. He held deep admiration for Wu Li, coupled with a competitive spirit, as they had been partners, and thus he regarded Wu Li as a benchmark to aspire to. Witnessing Xiaowen's earnest demeanor, Wu Li could only smile wryly, offering him a few words of encouragement. The naval training represented an excellent opportunity for growth, a belief held firmly by every sailor, especially given the instruction from the esteemed Vice Admiral Garp, a former hero of the Navy and a renowned figure in the world of martial prowess. Wu Li was lost in contemplation. Originally, he was supposed to participate in this training session. However, due to his previous actions, his situation had become exceedingly delicate. Remaining at the naval headquarters under Kizaru's suspicion felt like walking on thin ice. Consequently, Garp took note of Wu Li's predicament and made an exception, allowing him to embark on a mission. Although this was not in accordance with protocol, the words of the heroic Garp held significant weight. Once Wu Li had made all the necessary preparations, he departed the very next day after Smoker and Tashigi left, coinciding with the conclusion of the naval conference. Kizaru intended to reach out to Wu Li, but by the time he realized it and sent someone to summon him, Wu Li had already set sail into the open sea. The vast expanse of the ocean was alive with the howling wind and the relentless waves, as a flock of seagulls soared gracefully above. A naval warship cut through the frothy waves, the splashes of water cascading from its hull reflecting the sunlight, casting the ship's silhouette upon the shimmering surface. On the deck stood a figure clad in a righteous navy coat, billowing in the wind, with empty sleeves flapping. It was Wu Li, a Navy officer on a mission. A magnificent, single-legged bird, its feathers glistening in the sunlight, swooped down holding a piece of meat, landing on Wu Li's shoulder. With a surprisingly human-like gaze, it mimicked Wu Li, peering into the distance, oblivious to the expression on his face. The bird, named Shangyang, swallowed the morsel and spoke. "Where are we headed this time? The outside world is far more pleasant. I nearly suffocated in that small dark room during those 2 days." Perched on Wu Li's left shoulder, Shangyang felt the weight of the moment. Wu Li's eye twitched slightly as he calmly instructed, "Get down." "What?" The wind was too strong. Shangyang, lost in the gusts, barely heard him. Sensing the ocean breeze, it felt an impulsive urge to soar. Yet it remained perched on Wu Li's shoulder, flapping its wings and melodramatically declaring, "Listen to the voice of the sea wind." With a flap of its wings, Shangyang altered the airflow, stirring up a gale that made Wu Li's navy coat billow dramatically as the enormous waves rolled fiercely. Crack! As the lines of distress formed on Wu Li's forehead, the wooden planks beneath his left foot began to splinter. Chapter 158. The Forgetful Merchant Ram. "Boney, the foolish bird, come down at once." The merchant ram turned to glance at Wu Li, whose expression was becoming increasingly grim. It began to ponder, recalling the times it had perched upon Wu Li's shoulder without any objection. Why now did it seem unwelcome there? Could it be that this divine beast had fallen out of favor? Observing Wu Li's deteriorating demeanor, the merchant ram speculated that perhaps the resentment from previously calling him the despicable Wu had not yet faded. It was imperative for this divine creature to regain the affection of the little one. Resolutely, the merchant ram adopted a pitiful demeanor, its eyes glistening with unshed tears, and gazed up at Wu Li with a sense of grievance. "Do you find me displeasing, my lord?" Yet internally, it thought, "Cursed Wu Li. Others would clamor for this divine beast to grace their shoulders." It puzzled over its own allure, believing itself to be quite charming. Who could possibly resist? What was amiss with Wu Li today? "Foolish bird, you are too heavy. Come down immediately." "What?" The merchant ram was momentarily taken aback. Crack! The cracks beneath Wu Li's feet widened, and his expression worsened, nearly grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "You are far too heavy." Shangyang was taken aback. Too heavy? Was he referring to the weight of this divine beast? Having been born less than a year ago, it was utterly infuriating to be deemed heavy. Just as Shangyang prepared to voice his thoughts, a series of sounds erupted. Was that the creaking of wood or the cracking of bones? Splash! "Are you not aware of your own weight?" Wu Li questioned. Shangyang was in a growth phase, and after a recent surge in food intake, though still petite in stature, he had already accumulated several hundred pounds. Observing Shangyang's bewilderment, Wu Li, now exasperated, unceremoniously hurled him into the sea, creating a splash. "Help! Help!" Shangyang began to flail in the water, as if he might drown at any moment. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Li's lips twitched. He was genuinely starting to suspect that Shangyang was indeed a foolish bird. "Wu Li, save me!" came the desperate cry. Gurgle? Oh, was that the sound of choking on water? Wu Li observed the frantic and bewildered expression of Shangyang, and with a mind full of exasperation, he scolded, "You foolish creature, are you not a bird? Can you not soar through the skies?" Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Shangyang's eyes. He flapped his wings and took to the air, droplets of water cascading from his feathers as he ascended higher and higher, gracefully gliding through the vast expanse above. With a look of exasperation, Wu Li gazed at the foolish bird, which had seemingly forgotten its own ability to fly. Initially, he had intended to bestow upon it a more endearing name. However, it became evident that foolish bird suited it perfectly. When the talking bird, Shangyang, spoke, no one expressed surprise. The sailors aboard the warship were already aware that their commander possessed a remarkably beautiful and articulate bird. At first, they were intrigued and often sought conversations with it. Yet, over time, they ceased to engage, for the bird's sharp tongue could elicit feelings of despair, rendering arguments futile. It was impossible to outwit or even retaliate against it, leaving them with no choice but to ignore this neurotic creature that fancifully dubbed itself a divine beast. Among all the naval vessels, the only ones capable of managing this peculiar bird were Brigadier Wu Li and a young girl aboard the ship. The sailors' gazes shifted towards the girl, who had long pink hair, donned denim overalls, a white short-sleeved shirt, and brown knee-high boots, her lips adorned with heart-shaped lipstick, perpetually clutching food in her hands. Although the bird was astonishing, the girl evoked an equal measure of surprise, even fear. She continued to eat. A sailor murmured, "How can someone so small consume so much? Is her stomach a bottomless pit?" The ship's provisions had been nearly depleted. The sailors were dumbfounded, watching the insatiable Jolie Bonnie as she continued to eat. Her vibrant pink hair appeared disheveled. Her delicate nose and heart-shaped lips were charming, albeit slightly soiled with food, prompting a desire to clean her up. Yet, the little girl often displayed an unpleasant demeanor. Despite this, her charm was undeniable, reminiscent of a rebellious child. With a loud munch, Jolie Bonnie bit into a chunk of meat, her mouth stuffed with food. Noticing the sailors' stares, she furrowed her brows. She cast a fierce glare at the sailors, who immediately averted their eyes, focusing on the horizon or gazing skyward. "Humph," Jolie Bonnie scoffed, lifting a piece of meat larger than her face and swallowing it whole. She harbored no fondness for the Navy, particularly since she had once been captured by them. However, she couldn't simply knock each sailor away. Thus, she chose to ignore them, transforming her indignation into appetite as she resumed her feast. Report. A sailor hurriedly approached Wu Li. Standing at attention with a proper stance, his gaze fixed on Wu Li. He had recently joined the ship following Wu Li's promotion to brigadier and held great admiration for him, feeling immense pride in serving under such a commander. Wu Li inquired, "What is the matter?" The Marine quickly regained his composure, averted his gaze, and discreetly cast a glance at Joanna Bonnie before reporting, "Brigadier General Wu Li, the provisions aboard the ship are running low." Wu Li understood that this was an inevitable situation and inquired, "How many more days can we endure?" The sailor hesitated slightly before responding, "Not even 3 days remain. We must head to the nearest naval base for resupply." The sailor could not help but express, "In the mere span of less than half a month at sea, we have already replenished our supplies at the base 6 or 7 times. Word has spread among the various bases that each of our ships' food resupply is equivalent to a month's worth for other vessels, necessitating replenishment every few days. As though we were a bottomless pit. They have communicated to headquarters their refusal to provide us with further supplies, and headquarters has expressed respect for their decision. Thus, it appears that our only option for obtaining food resupply lies in returning to headquarters. Otherwise, we may face starvation upon the sea." Starvation? Wu Li's lips twitched. This manner of death was indeed quite novel, especially on a naval warship that even the base refused to supply with provisions. Wu Li, the Brigadier General. It seems that 3 days may not be sufficient, and it is uncertain whether even a day's worth of food remains. As Wu Li followed the direction indicated by the sailor, he noticed that the foolish bird, Shang Yang, had joined Joelle Bonnie in their culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, the ship's chef, with a beaming expression, began to prepare food, reveling in the joy of cooking, something he had not experienced in quite some time. Previously, his dishes had been met with criticism for their lack of flavor, leading him to smoke pensively, feeling disheartened as he witnessed the waste of food due to sailors' complaints. However, today, the little girl and the silly bird had shown him great respect, devouring his creations with enthusiasm, leaving him with no choice but to continue cooking. Though fatigued, he felt a profound happiness. As a chef, how could he allow anyone to go hungry? Without hesitation, he took charge of the kitchen, relishing the long-lost feeling of being needed. As for the scarcity of food for the sailors, they were the ones who found fault with his cooking. The thought of their disdain fueled his irritation, but upon meeting Wu Li's gaze, he trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, quickly donning a smile and nodding in greeting. "Good afternoon, Major General Wu Li," he exclaimed, then fled into the kitchen, fearful of reprimand. Hiding behind the kitchen door, he took deep breaths, contemplating whether he should reserve some food for the crew, or rather, for Major General Wu Li. Rumor had it that the base had ceased to provide them with supplies. As he pondered, he sighed, resigning himself to share the remaining food with those bothersome sailors. "I still wish to eat," he heard a voice say. "So do I," echoed another. Looking up, he saw 2 pairs of pleading eyes gazing at him, prompting a softening in his heart, and a smile broke across his face. "All right, wait a moment, and I shall prepare something for you." Joelle Bonnie and Shang Yang exchanged glances of delight, their small hands and wings clapping together in excitement. The chef, though advanced in age, had been urged by headquarters on numerous occasions to retire, yet his passion for cooking kept him from doing so. Unfortunately, the sailor's aversion to his culinary creations had left him disheartened. Thus, on this day, the provisions aboard the warship were entirely consumed by Joelle Bonnie and Shang Yang, the 2 voracious eaters. That evening, famished sailors scoured the kitchen for food, only to find it utterly depleted. A mouse, also in search of sustenance, retreated slowly upon sensing human presence. The sailors, driven by intense hunger, found their gaze fixed on the mouse, their appetites igniting as they swallowed hard. Under the serene night sky, adorned with countless twinkling stars, a cacophony erupted from the kitchen as items were overturned. A seagull, clutching a fish, soared across the night, casting a curious glance toward the ship's galley. Chapter 160. Encounter with Pirates. Wu Li's unexplainable laughter. I'm so hungry. The sailors lamented, their bellies grumbling audibly, as they lay listlessly on the deck or in the lookout tower. Base. We must return to the base. Major General Wu Li. We have been starving for 3 days. Can we truly endure until we reach the base? Don't be foolish. The base has refused to provide us with supplies. Even if we make it back, we might still perish from hunger. Which town is nearby? If only we could procure some food. Procure food? Do we even have money? Our entire budget was exhausted a fortnight ago. We must be the most unfortunate sailors in existence. Enough talk. Conserve your strength. Wu Li observed the weary conversations among the sailors, feeling a sense of helplessness himself. He had not anticipated encountering a food crisis so soon after setting sail. Moreover, aside from the 2 gluttons, the sailors were already famished, their spirits dimmed by hunger. The base was unwilling to provide supplies, making the acquisition of food an urgent priority. Were they truly to turn back to the naval headquarters? Wu Li felt a slight headache as he contemplated the situation. Upon seeing Shangyang return, he couldn't help but inquire, "Foolish bird, weren't you tasked with catching fish?" The sailors gazed at Shangyang with hopeful eyes, believing that such a formidable creature would surely excel in fishing. After all, this was a talking bird with a remarkable appetite. Yet, no fish had been caught. A sigh escaped the sailors as their hopes were dashed, leaving them dejected. They even began to reminisce about the culinary skills of the old chef aboard the warship, regretting the waste of so much food. Under Wu Li's scrutinizing gaze, Shangyang, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "I am not a fish. I am a divine beast. I have yet to approach the water, and under the pressure of my noble bloodline, all the fish have fled." Generally, one could only trust 1/3 of what Shangyang claimed. Back when he was on the deserted island with Bonnie, he managed to catch fish despite his diminutive size. At that time, his divine bloodline was not yet potent, but he was gradually awakening to his true potential. Wu Li sighed. Very well. The path of using Shangyang proves to be futile. Even aboard the warship, some Marines have attempted various methods, including fishing without bait, hoping the fish might willingly take the hook. Nevertheless, Wu Li has long harbored the notion of employing the foolish Shangyang as bait to catch fish, disregarding the latter's vehement objections. In truth, no fishing rod could withstand such weight. It now appears that its very bloodline and aura would instead frighten the fish away. What a lamentable situation. Wu Li was earnestly contemplating how to navigate through this dire crisis. In the harsh reality where sustenance is paramount, the dire state of hunger rendered any notion of executing tasks utterly implausible. This predicament was indeed a matter of life and death, marking a significant crisis in Wu Li's naval career. On the lookout tower, a weary Marine struggled to keep his eyes open, overcome by hunger to the point of lethargy. Suddenly, a flock of seagulls soared overhead, and one dropped droppings directly onto his forehead. The stench was unbearable. As he brushed it away, a wave of nausea washed over him, his empty stomach churning after days without sustenance. He managed to rise, but all that came forth were dry heaves. Wiping his mouth, he felt an overwhelming fatigue envelop him, his eyelids heavy, and his face appeared gaunt. Reflecting on his former self, he recalled being quite plump, contemplating weight loss, and how a voyage with Brigadier Wu Li had finally fulfilled his long-held aspiration. With a feeble grasp, the Marine raised his binoculars, scanning the horizon, first forward, then left, right, and finally backward. To his astonishment, a white speck materialized within his field of vision. What could it be? With a steady hand, he adjusted the binoculars, bringing the image into sharper focus. The white spot gradually transformed into the unmistakable silhouette of a sail. A flicker of alertness surged within him as he observed an emblem emblazoned on the sail, and a flag fluttering in the wind, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. A pirate ship? He shouted towards the battleship. Report. A pirate ship has been sighted behind the naval vessel. The pirates were taken aback, their spirits momentarily lifted. Yet a sense of dread loomed over them. In their most dire straits, they now faced the threat of pirates. Truly, misfortune seldom arrives alone. The Marines harbored little desire to engage the pirate vessel. They longed to return to base for supplies before embarking on a pursuit of these marauders. Upon hearing the mention of a pirate ship, Wu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as a smile broke across his face. He chuckled to himself, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. A pirate ship. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those in need." The soldiers aboard the warship were puzzled by Wu Li's sudden joy. Chapter 161. The Caribou Pirate Crew and the New Mission from the System. The lookout aboard the ship discerned the pirate flag of the Caribou Pirate Crew, emblazoned upon the ship resembling the head of a reindeer. After careful identification, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "It is the Caribou Pirate Crew." Ding! A sudden sound echoed in Wu Li's mind, signaling the arrival of a new mission. He promptly checked to see what it entailed. What task awaited him? Surely, it must involve the eradication of these pirates. As Wu Li delved into his mind, it was, as he had anticipated, that a new task materialized on the interface of the Heroic Path system. Task: annihilate the Carib pirates. Objective: the Carib pirates, notorious for their bloodthirsty and brutal tactics, have mercilessly slaughtered both civilians and naval forces, accumulating a heinous record of crimes. They must be eradicated to prevent further atrocities. Task reward: 800 experience points. Task penalty: none. Wu Li was pleasantly surprised that the system indeed offered a mission to eliminate the Carib pirates, for he had no intention of sparing these marauders. Their emergence had provided an opportunity to navigate the crisis of starvation. Observing Wu Li's inexplicable delight, a naval soldier beside him could not help but caution, "Brigadier Wu Li, the captain of the Carib pirates, Shivering Carib, is a notorious pirate and a supernova, endowed with the powers of the swamp fruit. His bounty has reached an astounding 210 million berries, infamous alongside his brother, Clib, for their ruthless slaughter of naval personnel. Such a vicious supernova, upon encountering our navy, is unlikely to flee. Rather, he may choose to launch an assault against us. Given our current conditions, the outlook is grim. Should we consider avoiding a direct confrontation?" Shivering Carib? The name was somewhat unfamiliar to Wu Li, yet he recalled that the individual possessed the abilities of the swamp fruit. As for the subordinates' concerns regarding the poor state of the soldiers aboard the warship, the notion of retreating from confrontation lingered in the air. Wu Li appeared pensive, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Is it necessary to avoid the brilliance of a mere newcomer? Their radiance is too feeble, hardly warranting our caution. The Marine paused, recalling the tales of Wu Li's exploits. This commander was unafraid even of the four emperors. Yet, he still expressed some concern, saying, "But." Wu Li understood his concerns. Surveying the surroundings and perceiving the current state of the sailors, a faint smile curved upon his lips as he remarked, "This moment, indeed, represents the pinnacle of our circumstances." The Marine soldiers beside Wu Li were somewhat perplexed as they gazed upon their weary, famished comrades, including themselves, who were besieged by a profound hunger. Why would Brigadier General Wu Li make such a proclamation? Immediately change course. Pursue the pirates. The azure waves danced as the vessel,